He was the crown prince of the Heavenly Qin Empire, second to only one man and ruling over thousands. But Qin Yun was framed and betrayed by his own stepmother, the Empress. In a plot to usurp the throne, this once-in-a-generation genius had his spiritual veins stolen, turning him into a cripple, unable to cultivate. Every single day, he was tormented and humiliated by his own half-brother. But what they never saw coming was a twist of fate. Qin Yun obtained the legacy of the 9 sons, and from that moment on, he began to cultivate in secret, starting his journey of revenge to reclaim everything he had lost. He awakened the world-shocking martial soul, an ability that allowed him to absorb the martial souls of others to make himself stronger. He mastered the peerless forging technique, becoming the youngest artifact refinement master on the entire continent. Powerful martial arts experts begged Qin Yun to forge items for them, willingly becoming his underlings. The most beautiful women in the world also pleaded for his craft, all agreeing to become his cultivation partners. Our story begins one evening, as the imperial city fell silent. The only sound was the footsteps of Yuan Yanying, who quietly made her way to the great prison, carrying a tray of food. Suddenly, a eunuch appeared and tried to stop her, but Yuan Yanying was the daughter of the Grand General and a childhood friend of Qin Yun. She possessed an otherworldly beauty, despite being only 15 years old. The eunuch could only sigh helplessly as he watched her enter. The great prison gate was rusted shut. Groans, pleas, and screams echoed throughout the dark corridors. This was where the worst criminals were held. Yuan Yanying and the eunuch tiptoed their way toward the deepest cell. Soon, they arrived at Qin Yun's cell. Yuan Yanying gently called out to him. Qin Yun recognized her voice, but his heart was filled with bitterness. Yuan Yanying looked at Qin Yun, her heart aching for his cruel fate, a once promising prince, now a prisoner in a dark dungeon. Qin Yun misunderstood her sympathy, thinking she was looking down on him. He roared in anger that he didn't need her pity, clenching his teeth and refusing the food Yuan Yanying had brought on behalf of the 4th prince. Yuan Yanying patiently explained that it was a kind gesture from the 4th prince, who hoped Qin Yun would keep his strength up. Qin Yun said bitterly that she could never understand his situation. Once a noble prince respected by all, Qin Yun was now imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. The Empress framed Qin Yun for regicide, planting a pile of skulls in his room as evidence. They claimed the Grand Preceptor practiced demonic arts, plotted to kill the king, and then fled in secret, and somehow, he was dragged into it. In his heart, he only remembered the Grand Preceptor as the older sister who had taught him, someone who would never do such a thing. At that moment, Qin Yun beat his chest in fury and declared, the only reason he was still alive was because the Empress wanted to seize his 5 yang spirit veins and give them to her own son. 4 of his spiritual veins had already been stolen. Now, Qin Yun only had 1 left. Yuan Yanying was horrified by this cruel truth. Fearing Qin Yun would say more, the eunuch quickly pulled Yuan Yanying away. As the cell door slammed shut, Qin Yun had already figured out their plot. He knew they wanted to take his last remaining spirit vein, but even trapped in this dungeon, Qin Yun refused to give up and wait for death. He wouldn't be distracted. He would continue to cultivate his techniques and deny his enemies their satisfaction. With a single punch, Qin Yun struck the cell wall, and the solid stone instantly caved in, leaving a crater as if it had been hit by a meteor. The next day came in a flash. Qin Yun was fast asleep, conserving his strength for revenge, when someone woke him. It was the 4th prince, Qin Tianyi, Qin Yun's very own half-brother. Qin Tianyi didn't hide the contempt in his eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he asked if the meal little Yuan brought him last night was any good. Qin Yun's demeanor changed instantly. He yelled at him to drop the act. If you want my last spirit vein, then just take it. Qin Tianyi told him to relax, saying he should have 1 last meal before they sent him on his way. A chicken leg was placed before him, and Qin Yun devoured it. In moments, only the bone was left. On Qin Tianyi's order, 2 guards moved forward to restrain Qin Yun. Suddenly, Qin Yun started acting as if he were possessed. He looked pathetic, constantly crying out for his Grand Preceptor sister. Seeing this, the guard next to him nearly wet his pants in fear. He didn't know if this madman would lunge at him and bite. Just then, Qin Yun rushed toward Qin Tianyi, begging for his life. Qin Tianyi sneered, thinking that the prospect of losing his last spirit vein had finally driven him insane. To think the once famous crown prince would end up like this. He kicked Qin Yun to the ground, followed by the mocking laughter of the guards. After that, they dragged him before the elder ministers. One of them looked on doubtfully. Are you sure this is okay? Qin Tianyi said confidently. He's lost his mind. Don't pay any attention to him. The elder minister then took out a spirit pill and handed it to Qin Tianyi. Seeing the pill, Qin Tianyi's eyes lit up. He thanked the minister and reached for it. But suddenly, Qin Yun snapped out of his act, darting forward like a whirlwind and snatching it away. As they both stared in horror, he declared, "I'll be taking this pill. It's about time I settled the score with you, Qin Tianyi." And just like that, Qin Yun performed some free dental surgery, sending Qin Tianyi flying 10 meters with a single kick. He slammed into a pillar behind him, clearly suffering a serious injury. Qin Yun then swallowed the pill in his hand, praising its quality. The two guards finally reacted, foolishly overestimating their own strength. They charged forward with their sabers drawn. Qin Yun channeled spirit energy into his fists, instantly knocking out both guards and conveniently grabbing one of their blades in the process. A flash of a blade. The surrounding eunuchs witnessed the scene and scattered in chaos. Before long, a loud announcement was heard. Her Majesty, the Empress, has arrived. A magnificent and luxurious palanquin entered, and seated upon it was a beautiful, resplendent woman in a dazzling phoenix robe. This woman was the Empress of the Qin Empire. Seeing her, a violent rage surged within the young man. It made the atmosphere around them become tense and even more terrifying. At that moment, the Empress spoke. "Qin Yun, you traitor, have you finally lost all restraint and decided to rebel?" For his part, Qin Yun gritted his teeth in anger. Let's see who's more vicious. Today, the matter between him and that woman would end right here. With his current cultivation, he could defeat the fourth prince. This fact greatly surprised her. She speculated maliciously. He must have been hiding his cultivation level before, as expected of someone from the same stock, as that vile woman who practices demonic arts. Qin Yun pointed his blade at her, enunciating each word with menace. "I am now at the fourth level of the martial body. Next, it'll be your turn to fall." After speaking, he charged toward the Empress. But at that exact moment, the person in black beside her also leaped into the air. With one hand, they blocked Qin Yun's blade. He would have to get past this person first. Qin Yun just let out a snort. He unleashed the flames from within his body, which took the person in black by surprise, as the fire vaporized their black cloak. It directly revealed a woman. She was then shocked that he had truly reached the fourth level of the martial body. When the two landed, the woman praised him endlessly. "You little brat, just a fourth-level martial body, and you could actually block one of my moves." Then, she introduced herself as someone from the Flowering Spirit Martial Academy, saying she was in dire need of talented disciples, and invited him to come with her. Qin Yun had no idea what kind of joke she was playing. Who the hell would want to go with her? Seeing him being so stubborn, she let out a smirk. "Then I guess I'll have to use force." Over on the side, the Empress was stunned, feeling a sense of foreboding. As a result, the woman flicked a golden thread from her sleeve towards Qin Yun, wrapping him up like a cocoon. Amidst Qin Yun's cries for help, she simply bid everyone farewell, then dragged him into the sky and vanished without a trace. Staring blankly as the two disappeared, the Empress still couldn't understand what had just happened. She questioned the eunuch beside her, but of course, he didn't know either. Soon, an hour had passed, and Qin Yun had been brought to a forest. The woman then casually stripped off his clothes, scrutinizing his physique. She even praised her own good eye, which made him utterly terrified. After her inspection, she discovered he only had a single yang spirit meridian, yet his strength was already so formidable. She didn't wait for his consent and directly accepted him as her disciple. Right now, his mind was only filled with the will for revenge. He had no desire to be her disciple. But after listening to her explanation, trying to get revenge with his current strength was no different from digging his own grave. He should be thanking her for taking him away. Otherwise, he would have already become a soulless corpse. His only choice now was to join the Flowering Spirit Martial Academy to improve his own strength. After hearing this, Qin Yun pondered for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. Before he could finish his words, she released the silk from her sleeve again, turning him back into a golden cocoon. While dragging him along, she said, "Very good, let's go." At that moment, being scraped along the ground, a tormented Qin Yun could only scream, "Let me go. I can walk on my own." She led him to the Cloud Dragon mountain range. As they walked, Qin Yun complained, "How much longer do we have to walk?" Just then, the beauty in yellow said, "We're here. Welcome to the Flowering Spirit Martial Academy." She declared that from now on, he was an official student in the 9th class, led by her, Yang Shiyue. Now, she would take him to awaken his martial soul. He wondered, where are my class president and my senior female classmates? He never expected that the 9th class, the beauty brought him to, only had one student, him. This left Qin Yun momentarily speechless. In a flash, the two arrived at the Martial Soul Hall. Walking inside, Yang Shiyue was a bit surprised. The Martial Soul Hall was already filled with so many people. Right at this moment, a white-haired beauty suddenly noticed them and walked over. This person was Cui Hui, one of the few female teachers at the Flowering Spirit Martial Academy. Cui Hui had always been jealous of Yang Shiyue, who was known as the #1 beauty among the teachers at the Flowering Spirit Martial Academy. They were always at odds with each other. The moment their eyes met, the two began to trade barbs. Cui Hui's voice was full of envy and bitterness. Anyone could hear it. "Well, look who it is. If it isn't our great beauty Yang, I heard you went out to find a disciple. I'm surprised you came back so soon." Hearing this, Yang Shiyu immediately looked annoyed and muttered, "Why do I see this Cui Hui's face everywhere I go?" Cui Hui said contemptuously, "I wonder what kind of outstanding disciple a legendary figure like Teacher Yang has found." She then glanced at Qin Yun, snorted coldly, and called him a winter melon, saying that Teacher Yang's taste was certainly getting an acquired taste. Suddenly, Yang Shiyu gave him a hard pull, planting his face right into her mount ties. She smugly reminded Cui Hui that her disciple was a genius, rarely seen in 100 years. From this day forward, the 9th class would fight for the #1 spot. Cui Hui just burst out laughing. The 9th class's previous performance was so low that all its students transferred to other classes. And now you've recruited just one disciple and dare to make such shameless boasts? She, on the other hand, had recruited many talented disciples from the Qin Empire. The position of the #1 class could only belong to her first class. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Yang Shiyu behind. Think you're so tough just because you've got numbers? An individual's true strength is what really matters, and the time for the awakening has finally arrived. The martial spirit. In the middle of the room stood a pillar, and on it, a large crystal. This was the spirit awakening pillar, capable of summoning the martial spirit within a person's body. After awakening a martial spirit, the spirit awakening pillar will radiate a brilliant light. The higher the quality of the martial spirit, the different the color of the light will be, ranging from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, to violet gold. In total, there are 5 tiers of martial spirits. Reaching the silver martial spirit is considered the standard. Gold is even better. Those who awaken a violet gold spirit are as rare as a phoenix feather, practically unheard of. His own master, Yang Shiyue, possesses a platinum martial spirit, which is also extremely rare. The first person to perform the awakening is Cui Hui's disciple, Wang Xiaogang. Wang Xiaogang cracked his knuckles, placed both hands on the spirit awakening pillar, and a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire room. At that moment, Qin Yun was a little stunned. So this times was a martial spirit. Meanwhile, Yang Shiyue and Cui Hui probably had an idea of what was happening. Cui Hui was practically bursting with pride. Her disciple was a true genius. But as soon as she finished that thought, the test results came in. A bronze tier martial spirit. Not even qualified. Seeing this result, Yang Shiyue practically died laughing, while Cui Hui just wished that blinding light from earlier would erase everyone's memory. She turned around in a rage and smacked her disciple on the head, wanting to beat the crap out of him. This useless brat was making her lose so much face. After that, she told herself that she still had plenty of students, no shortage of geniuses. She would definitely not let Yang Shiyue laugh in her face again. One by one, the other disciples took their turn, but the results were all pathetic bronze tiers. Yang Shiyue savored every single moment of it. So much for geniuses. Cui Hui was furious and decided to play her ace, confidently calling out the name Ye Wei Xuan. This guy was quite confident, vowing not to disappoint his master. He was a member of the Ye family, the top clan in Tianqin City. Everyone from the Ye family possesses a lightning martial spirit, and their reputation is legendary. The only question was what tier he would reach. Ye Wei Xuan walked forward and placed his hands on the spirit awakening pillar. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted. Asterisk. This times was the true brilliance of a real genius. The result came out, a gold tier lightning martial spirit. It wasn't entirely unexpected, but it still astonished everyone. Yang Shiyue glared angrily at Cui Hui. The Ye family's reputation was truly well-deserved. A gold martial spirit was incredibly rare. Cui Hui seized the opportunity to gloat. "Sister Yang, have you seen enough? Next up, it's your class's turn." Hearing it was her class's turn, and seeing her rival produce a gold-tier student, made Yang Shiyue tremble for a moment. Her face dripped with cold sweat as she thought to herself, "It's over." She felt like a roadside weed that could never reach the clouds. Seeing his master's expression, Qin Yun was speechless. Just a moment ago, she was the one laughing her head off. On the other side, Cui Hui saw him hesitating and provoked him. "It's your turn now. If you don't want to be humiliated, you should just back out now." But who was he? He wasn't one to give up before even stepping into the ring. He slowly walked forward, placing his hand on the pillar while thinking, "What on earth is my martial spirit?" Instantly, a flash of yellow light appeared. Could it be another bronze? But just then, the crowd gasped and looked closer, saying something wasn't right. Within the golden light, a streak of purple suddenly flashed. When the test results were announced, it turned out to be a violet gold tier fire martial spirit. Qin Yun didn't quite understand. He quickly stepped back and yelled, "What the hell? It's that high level?" Only now could Yang Shiyue finally breathe a sigh of relief and crack a smile. To think it was the supreme violet gold martial spirit. No wonder his strength had reached such a level with just a single yang spirit vein. On the side, Ye Wei Xuan gritted his teeth in anger. This guy's martial spirit was actually a higher tier than his. The announcement struck Cui Hui like a thunderclap. Her jaw just about hit the floor. At this moment, Yang Shiyo cheerfully and casually teased her. "Well then, see you at the tournament." On the way back to the dorms, Yang Shiyue couldn't stop praising Qin Yun. Seeing the astonished look on Cui Hui's face had really brightened her mood. She told him that in the coming days, the sect tournament would depend entirely on him. Hearing this, Qin Yun grew a little worried. He only had a single yang spirit vein, so he wasn't sure if he could complete the task his master had given him. That's when Yang Shiyue asked, "Do you know why I chose you to be my student?" Normally, people with only one yang spirit vein would give up on the path of martial arts because it's too arduous. However, you, Qin Yun, are different. Even with just one yang spirit vein, you still cultivated to the 4th level of the martial body realm, showing an extraordinary perseverance that ordinary people lack. That is the very reason I chose you. Hearing this, Qin Yun frowned and confessed that not only did he have just one yang spirit vein, but he had also never practiced any internal energy cultivation techniques. Is that all? Yang Shiyue had plenty of internal energy techniques. She said she would pick out a top-tier cultivation technique suitable for him later. Only then did Qin Yun's worries ease as he smiled. "Thank you, master." When they returned to the dorm, Yang Shiyue told him to just stay here and train, and that no one would come to bother him. She also gave him the mystic yang art to help him improve quickly. She told him that once his strength increased, she would find him an even better technique, and also warned him not to wander off. When the sect tournament began, she would come back to get him. "If anything comes up, just find me in the professor's quarters." Holding the technique in his hand, his resolve was set. Qin Yun was determined to train hard. As night fell, he sat in meditation, sweat pouring down his face. He could feel the dense spiritual energy in this place, perfect for cultivation. After finishing his training, he took out a string of beads and reminisced. His Grand Master had given him this 9 Yang Divine Soul necklace. The Master had told him it could sense 9 types of spiritual energy. Corresponding to the 9 Yang spirit veins, it would help him quickly enter the martial body realm. Each time he advanced a level in his cultivation, a seal on one of the beads would break, revealing a supreme treasure that could make him an unparalleled powerhouse in the world. Looking at the beads, Qin Yun thought to himself, "With my current cultivation level, I should be able to break the first seal." The moment he channeled his spiritual energy into the necklace, it exploded with a brilliant light, and a bamboo slip appeared right in front of him. He reached out and grabbed the slip, assuming it was a cultivation technique, but when he opened it, he found spirit patterns, 36 of them, 18 mystic patterns, and 9 Tao patterns. Spirit patterns were used to forge spirit artifacts, while mystic patterns could forge even more powerful mystic artifacts. And Tao patterns. They could forge Tao artifacts, sources of infinite power. He had obtained so many rare and wondrous patterns. He could surely become a master inscriptionist. If anyone else knew he possessed mystic and Tao patterns, it would undoubtedly stir up a bloodbath. If the easiest bead to unlock already contained so many incredible patterns, the others must hold even greater treasures. He told himself he had to get stronger quickly to unlock the remaining 8 beads. With that thought, he decided to train until dawn. The next morning, he had fallen asleep at some point. Suddenly, Yang Shiyue pushed open the door and entered. She told him to get to the training grounds for the new student assembly. Qin Yun rubbed his eyes, confused. So soon? Wasn't it supposed to be in a few days? Yang Shiyue came closer and explained. The headmaster came out of seclusion earlier than expected, so the assembly and the class battles have been moved up. You can't be late for the class battles. If you are, you'll be disqualified, or worse, expelled from the academy. Hearing this, Qin Yun snapped to attention. What are we waiting for? Let's go. At the training grounds, the students were already lined up neatly. The headmaster began his speech. Welcome, students, to the Hualing Martial Academy. To test the strength of each class, the academy holds class battles every year to determine the allocation of resources. for the new students. This year, there are a total of 16 classes. Let the class battles begin. Qin Yun turned to his master, a little skeptical. If these class battles aren't important, why should I care? Yang Shiwei replied, the class battles are about more than just winning or losing. They determine the resources your class receives for the entire semester. If you lose, you get nothing. And that would make for a very difficult semester. Qin Yun asked, what kind of resources? Yang Shiyue answered, they include 20,000 spirit stones and 2 mid-grade spirit pills, Hua Qi pills, to be distributed by the class. Also, 1 high-grade, superior martial arts technique that everyone in the class can learn. And if you win 2 consecutive matches, the rewards are doubled. Hearing this, Qin Yun felt the rewards were quite generous. But his class only had 1 student him. Wouldn't he just get ganged up on by the other classes? Yang Shiyue reassured him. The rules aren't about strength and numbers. You just need to win 2 consecutive individual matches, and you'll secure the resources for the semester. Hearing that, he realized, well, then this will be a piece of cake. After the lots were drawn, Class 9 was matched against Class 6. When Qin Yun stepped into the arena, he realized his opponent was Yan Zhongming. This guy's grandfather was a general in the Qin Empire who had participated in stealing his spirit veins, and this punk actually took pride in that fact. He thought the Empress's actions were a sign of her high regard for Qin Yun. He said that if Qin Yun just apologized to the Empress, he might go easy on him. Qin Yun taunted back, you're all talk. After all, your grandfather is nothing but the Empress's lapdog. Those words sent Yan Zhongming into a rage. After a bit more trash talk, the official match began. At the signal, Yan Zhongming immediately charged forward, aiming to cripple Qin Yun's inner core. He rammed straight into him. A flash of light followed, but Qin Yun was still standing in the same spot, completely unfazed. While his opponent was busy admiring his own move, Qin Yun mocked him. That punch was pathetic. He then grabbed his arm, flipped him through the air, and knocked him out cold. When the referee declared Qin Yun the winner, the entire crowd was in shock. As he stepped down from the stage, Qin Yun complained, Master, these class battles are way easier than I thought. Immediately, his master pulled him into a hug and praised him. That's my student, ha ha ha. And just like that, they had easily passed the first round. On to round 2. This time, however, his opponent was a much more promising fighter, Ye Weishuan, from Class 7. Down below, Ye Weishuan's master instructed him to teach Qin Yun a good lesson. But even without his master's order, Ye Weishuan was determined to get justice for his aunt, the Empress. On the other side, Yang Shiyue warned Qin Yun, your opponent has a lightning martial soul. Try not to face him head-on. Up on the stage, Qin Yun confidently gave his master a thumbs up, signaling, leave it to me. As soon as the match began, Ye Weishuan provoked him. Do you dare to face one of my punches? Of course, Qin Yun was more than ready. Ye Weishuan gathered lightning in his palm and roared, then take my thunderclap fist. Across from him, Qin Yun's hands were filled. He unleashed the Xuan Yang art, and as they clashed, Qin Yun's flames immediately engulfed Ye Weishuan, much to his surprise. The next second, he was blown backward, turning into a roasted duck as he rolled across the stage, clearly unable to fight. Even Qin Yun was stunned, never expecting it to be so easy. It wasn't just him. A moment ago, Yang Shiyu was sure of victory. A moment later, she witnessed her disciple lying flat after a single move. After receiving his prize, Qin Yun gave it all to Yang Shiyue, deeply touching her. She suggested he move in with her so she could guide him more conveniently, which made him a little hesitant. But it didn't matter. His master had already decided for him. All he could do was stand there as she dragged him away. Back at the master's dormitory, Yang Shiyu gave him 2 bottles of Qi transformation pills, which could help him break through to the 5th level. When night fell, he still stared at the 2 bottles, hesitating. This won't actually kill me, will it? But then, he threw caution to the wind and downed them all in one go. The moment he swallowed the pills, there was an immediate reaction. His body was drenched in sweat, and he felt a massive amount of inner energy trying to escape. Right after, a black aura erupted from his body. He looked up, his face filled with fear. What is this black stuff? In the blink of an eye, the black aura turned dark red. It forced its way into Qin Yun's body, and he tried to resist, screaming and thrashing for a moment. Then, the aura vanished. He had no idea what that black energy was. He guessed it might be his second martial soul. If so, it was a truly evil power. The 2 bottles of Qi transformation pills didn't help him break through, but instead formed a second martial soul. If this got out, there would definitely be trouble. He told himself he absolutely could not let anyone find out. The next morning, Qin Yun was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Yang Shiyue pushed the door open and barged in. This startled Qin Yun, who quickly pulled up his pants. He complained that his master should knock before entering. Yang Shiyue said a girl named Xiao Yuelan had come looking for him. Hearing that name, he was a little surprised. He and her once had an arranged marriage. Xiao Yuelan was the princess of the Tianxiao Empire, possessing breathtaking beauty and extraordinary martial talent with her 7-yang spirit meridian. At the age of 16, she was accepted into the Tianxuan Martial Academy, her fame spreading far and wide. When he saw Xiao Yuelan, Qin Yun could feel the killing intent radiating from her. They greeted each other. It had been 5 years since they last met. Xiao Yuelan spoke, her voice cold yet somehow gentle. Years ago, their mothers had secretly arranged their marriage and created a contract. She wanted to confirm if he still had it. Qin Yun nodded, confirming the contract was indeed with him. His Grand Master sister had given it to him, and he kept it inside his 9-yang divine soul. It was in his storage space. Xiao Yuelan didn't want to take it right away, instead telling him to keep the contract safe. In 1 year, at her engagement ceremony, he was to bring this contract with him. She also coldly declared that if he didn't show up, she would hunt him to the ends of the earth. A bewildered Qin Yun asked, "Can't I just give it to you now?" Did she want to humiliate him at her engagement ceremony a year from now? She turned her head and walked out the door. She claimed she didn't have time to waste humiliating him, and besides, he wasn't nearly strong enough to be worth humiliating. With that, she left in a hurry. Back in the room, Yang Shiyue stared at him. "So, that's your fiancée?" Qin Yun scratched his head and explained awkwardly, "Well, she's not really my fiancée. It was just something our elders set up on a whim when we were kids. It can't be taken seriously." He realized she had come to annul their engagement. Yang Shiyue immediately offered to teach the girl a lesson for him, but he said it was fine. He would just hand over the contract when the time came. Yang Shiyue turned away, telling him he'd be better off getting over a woman like that. Also, he needed to work hard and quickly master his martial skills, so he could participate in the Heavenly Lion martial arts tournament. Hearing this, Qin Yun was a bit confused, not knowing what the Heavenly Lion martial arts tournament was. She explained it was a grand martial arts tournament for 4th and 5th level martial body realm practitioners, held once every 5 years. Although no 4th level student had ever participated, she thought he could give it a try, but he felt that having just arrived at the academy, he had already offended so many people. It would be hard to get by in the future, so Yang Shiyue made him an offer. If he won first place, she would grant any request he had. As she spoke, she moved closer, touched his chin, and then turned to leave. This made him blush, wishing his master would be more serious. Afterwards, he took out the 2 technique manuals he had won earlier, the Fire Cloud Steps and the Blazing Light Fist, and began to practice. 3 days later, the day of the Heavenly Lion martial arts tournament arrived. The Heavenly Lion Great Hall stood before them, immense and majestic. The main gate was decorated with mighty and valiant golden lion statues. Qin Yun and Yang Shiyue arrived early, so the Great Hall's doors were not yet open. Yang Shiyue looked at the golden lion statues and explained that practitioners at the 4th and 5th levels of the martial body realm could all participate. But not just anyone could get on the fighting stage. They had to possess a certain level of strength. Therefore, they first had to pass a simple assessment. Qin Yun observed the extraordinary Heavenly Lion Great Hall. Realizing its importance to the Hualing Martial Academy, he asked what the reward would be for winning first place in the tournament. Yang Shiyue said that the first place winner would get to cultivate in the Heavenly Lion Pool. The Heavenly Lion Pool is an insanely powerful hot spring, said to be created from demonic beasts and a special spring water. Soaking in the Heavenly Lion Pool grants immense benefits. It's a fantastic opportunity to increase one's strength, and when that time comes, his teacher will soak in the hot spring with him too. Deepen their bond. Hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What kind of fantasy scenario was this? After some playful banter, they went to the main hall to register. Qin Yun had been at the Hualing Martial Academy for less than a few days, yet he already wanted to join the Heavenly Lion martial arts tournament. This couldn't help but surprise everyone. Although Qin Yun had shown extraordinary combat ability in the class battle, most people thought that entering the tournament with his current cultivation level was far too rash. After all, there's a massive gap between the 4th and 5th levels of the martial body realm, both in terms of inner chi intensity and the experience of applying martial arts in actual combat. The old man in charge of registration looked at Qin Yun with a smile, advising him that more practice would be good, but he warned him not to force it. Just then, a strange, cold laugh from Kui Hui echoed from behind them. "Teacher Yang, one shouldn't be too arrogant. You have to know your place and be humble." As a teacher, haven't you taught your own student these things? Don't get cocky just because Qin Yun won the class battle and assume he's some kind of powerhouse. Your class has only one student. It'd be a real joke if he got himself killed during the tournament. Now wouldn't it? Yang Xiyu turned her head and saw Kui Hui, feeling utterly disgusted. At that moment, Kui Hui turned to leave, not forgetting to add a few more words. She didn't want to argue today. They should just wait and see what really happens in the tournament. Glancing over at Qin Yun, she mentioned that Wei Xuankun of the 7th class had heard of his glorious victory and wanted to test his skills. The two of them would meet in the Heavenly Lion martial arts tournament. Wei Xuankun was the son of a Grand Master of Inscriptions, a genius disciple at the 5th level of the martial body realm. Yang Xiu warned Qin Yun not to clash with that guy unless it was absolutely necessary. After saying that, they quickly moved to the tournament's trial grounds. At noon, a resonant bell rang throughout the Heavenly Lion Grand Hall. Headmaster Zhang announced the rules for this year's tournament. Unlike last year, because of the large number of participants, the rules would change. Everyone would enter the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range to hunt demonic beasts. The tournament rankings would be based on a scoring system determined by the level and number of demonic beasts killed. The process of hunting demonic beasts is extremely dangerous. Everyone must not be arrogant and hunt beasts that are beyond their own strength. After killing a demonic beast, you must retrieve the beast core that condenses inside its body to be scored. The time limit is 7 days. Anyone who doesn't return to this spot after 7 days will be considered eliminated. After explaining the rules, Headmaster Zhang pointed towards the gate leading to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, signaling for the test to begin. Qin Yun was determined to win first place, and he ran with the crowd out of the gate. Watching Qin Yun's retreating figure, Yang Shiyue couldn't help but worry. This was going to be real trouble. The Empress would definitely send people to assassinate him in secret. In her heart, she could only cheer for him to be careful. The sun was about to set, and Wei Xuankun was still taking his sweet time. This made Kui Hui anxious as she called out to him, "Why are you still here?" Qin Yun entered the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range a long time ago. If you miss this chance, it'll be very difficult to kill him. In Wei Xuankun's eyes, Qin Yun was already a dead man, so he remained completely calm. Cui Hui reminded him not to be careless. If anything went wrong, and the Empress placed the blame on them, it would be hard to keep their lives. Only when he heard the Empress mentioned did Wei Xuankun show a hint of concern. Darkness gradually enveloped the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Qin Yun was still tirelessly searching for demonic beasts, but couldn't find a single one. The forest was dense, and a cold wind blew intermittently. A deathly silence filled the air. This place was so vast that Qin Yun couldn't see anyone else, having no idea where the other contestants had gone. After a long period of exhaustion and hunger, Qin Yun was worn out and sat down to rest. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on his shoulder. From the darkness, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth emerged, its face full of hunger. Realizing the danger, Qin Yun quickly turned his head and discovered a vicious beast lunging towards him. Qin Yun swiftly dodged the beast's attack, but unexpectedly, the creature lunged at him again. It left him no time to react. Deciding not to waste any more time, Qin Yun launched a powerful punch at the beast's head using the Mystic Sun art. However, the beast's head was too hard, causing Qin Yun's hand to throb with pain. Knowing he couldn't fight it head-on, Qin Yun decided to flee. The ferocious beast gave chase. Understanding that running like this wasn't a solution, Qin Yun suddenly remembered the Fire Cloud Steps. A newly learned skill, he immediately executed the Fire Cloud Steps, creating a spiral of light that wrapped around his body. It allowed him to move at a terrifying speed, leaving the beast far behind. Thanks to the Fire Cloud Steps, Qin Yun successfully escaped the danger. However, he realized that with his own strength, it would be very difficult to kill demonic beasts. Therefore, Qin Yun decided to find a partner to assist him on this journey. Meanwhile, Wei Xuankun had also entered the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, and he had begun his search for Qin Yun. To avoid the Empress's assassins, Qin Yun used the disguise art. He kept his identity hidden. He then had a classic hero saves the damsel moment, rescuing a girl from a demon beast, but she took one look at his face and rejected him for being ugly. At the time, he was going by the name Wang Yun and managed to befriend Ding Tianchun from Class 3. Seeing that he didn't have a team, Ding Tianchun invited him to join their group to hunt demon beasts. However, the junior sister Qin Yun had just saved thought his background was suspicious and immediately objected. Her senior brother immediately chewed her out for it, accusing her of judging a gentleman by her own petty standards, being suspicious of the person who saved her life, and forgetting their master's teachings. Seeing that this guy was a man of honor, Qin Yun agreed to join their party. At this, everyone else came forward to greet him, but that junior sister was still resentful, dead set on finding a way to kick Qin Yun off the team. The rhinoceros from earlier was a 5th-tier demon beast, and after they extracted its beast core, they offered it to Qin Yun. After all, he was the one who defeated it. However, Qin Yun refused, telling them not to be so formal, as everyone would get a share. He then casually asked them where they were planning to hunt for more demon beasts. Ding Tianchun said they planned to go deep into the Cloud Dragon mountain range. That's where demon beasts were concentrated, allowing them to get the most beast cores while saving time. But deep within the mountain range, there were extremely dangerous 6th-tier demon beasts. Qin Yun was surprised to hear this. There were beasts in the Cloud Dragon mountain range even stronger than the ones out here. Just how strong could the strongest ones be? Ding Tianchun explained that the entire Cloud Dragon mountain range was many times larger than the Qin Empire, and 2 other nearby empires also bordered it. In such a vast mountain range, there were all sorts of heavenly treasures, and the demon beasts that consumed them would constantly evolve. Because of this, he was sure there were Xuan beasts deep inside. The martial body realm corresponded to demon beasts, the martial Dao realm to spirit beasts, and Xuan beasts were on a level even higher than the martial Dao realm. Recalling a beast he had once encountered, Qin Yun curiously described it to Ding Tianchun, who identified it as a swift flame lion, an incredibly dangerous 7th-tier demon beast. Anyone who ran into it would have basically 0 chance of escape. Qin Yun sighed. No wonder his all-out attack hadn't done a thing to it. Learning that Qin Yun had escaped that beast completely unscathed, Ding Tianchun was even more impressed, wondering what kind of powerhouse he really was. After a moment of awe, they wasted no more time and quickly set off. And just like that, with Qin Yun's help, they managed to collect a large number of beast cores over the next 2 days. But they didn't have long to celebrate before one of them was suddenly hit by a strange wave of energy. Qin Yun glanced around for a moment and spotted the ambusher in a tree not far away. Seeing he'd been spotted, the attacker leaped to the ground. As soon as Ding Tianchun got a clear look at his face, he recognized him as Jiang Lang from Class 1. They couldn't believe this guy would murder a fellow student, and was now shamelessly planning to kill the rest of them to silence any witnesses. 2 of them charged forward, but Jiang Lang simply lifted a single finger and effortlessly struck them down. Realizing none of them were a match for him, Ding Tianchun yelled for everyone to retreat while he stayed behind to deal with the threat. Ding Tianchun rushed in and activated an ice shield, but it was shattered almost instantly. Moving at the speed of sound, Jiang Lang closed the distance, unleashing a palm strike that slammed into Ding Tianchun's chest before he could even react. Just then, Qin Yun finally made his move, blocking the attack and saving Ding Tianchun's life. Jiang Lang sneered, calling Qin Yun a mere ant. Qin Yun immediately granted his wish, planting a fist right in his pretty, girl-chasing face, sending him flying back and carving a trench in the ground. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight. Even Jiang Lang hadn't expected to meet a worthy opponent out here. He might be a master, but he still got his head handed to him by Qin Yun. This only further awakened the beast within him. He got to his feet in an instant, creating a shockwave that made the very ground tremble. Immediately, the ground exploded, knocking everyone flat except for a single black-cloaked figure who remained standing as the force of the blast ripped his disguise to shreds. Qin Yun's identity was exposed. Jiang Lang took a closer look and realized it was him, though he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, the only person who could withstand his ultimate move and remain unharmed was Qin Yun, the famous prince of the warrior class. Qin Yun himself didn't realize his reputation had spread so far. It turned out the Empress had put a massive bounty on his head, so it was impossible for Jiang Lang not to recognize him. He also revealed that he wasn't very interested in the bounty himself, but the Empress had already sent Wei Xuankun to hunt Qin Yun down. Therefore, only if Qin Yun managed to survive his encounter with Wei Xuankun would he have the right to face him again. Qin Yun had no idea who this Wei Xuankun guy was. Jiang Lang calmly explained that he was the only pattern master among the Academy's students and the champion of the last Heavenly Master martial arts tournament. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave, telling Qin Yun to find a place to hide because that guy was not someone he could handle. Seeing that Jiang Lang wasn't going to fight him anymore and didn't even care about the beast cores, Qin Yun thought the guy was truly bizarre. Afterward, fearing he would bring trouble to Ding Tianchun's group, Qin Yun left them a letter promising to meet them again for drinks someday, leaving all the beast cores behind for them. Elsewhere, Kui Hui was frantically searching for Qin Yun, only to be stopped in her tracks by Wei Xuankun, ran ahead, stopping to catch her breath. Just then, her stomach let out a loud growl, killing her mood and making her decide to find something to eat first. Suddenly, the delicious aroma of roasted meat wafted through the forest. Following the scent of barbecue, she discovered a middle-aged man roasting a wild boar. It turned out to be Qin Yun, who, after beating up Jiang Long, happened to be grilling some food right here. He never expected Kui Hui to show up and strike up a conversation. She didn't seem to recognize him and offered to trade some crystal coins for food. Qin Yun generously tore off a whole leg for her. After eating her fill, Cui Hui finally paid attention to the man in front of her, feeling like he looked a bit familiar. Qin Yun, sweating bullets, awkwardly told her she had the wrong person. She didn't doubt it, figuring that with so many people hunting him, the real Qin Yun was probably hiding deep in the forest. Hearing that, Qin Yun let out a sigh of relief. Cui Hui then asked for his name, wanting to team up since it was safer to have a partner in such a dangerous place. Qin Yun stuck with the name Wang Yun, claiming he was here for training and to collect beast crystals, and he also rejected her offer to team up. She decided to resort to her feminine wiles, trying to seduce Qin Yun, which scared him so much he backed away a good 10 feet, more terrified of her than any demonic beast. Kui Hui wondered, was her charm really that bad? But then, a moment later, Qin Yun suddenly agreed to join her. The truth was, Qin Yun had thought it over. If he stayed with Kui Hui, the people hunting him would never expect it. And he could stay safe until the martial arts tournament was over. He also set a condition. Neither of them would interfere with the other's actions. He just needed to hunt enough beast crystals, and then he could leave the group. Before he could even finish, he turned to see that Kui Hui wasn't listening at all. She was already sitting there with a full belly, and the roasted pig next to her was nothing but a skeleton. He couldn't believe this woman could eat so much. Without a hint of shame, she declared that since they were a team now, they were practically family, so there was no yours or mine. After eating, they set off again. Cui Hui took the opportunity to ask for his help in finding a man named Qin Yun. In return, she would help him hunt beast crystals. He asked what kind of person this was, to make her personally come to such a dangerous place to find him. She didn't hesitate to list his good points. He's an arrogant, cocky little brat with a punchable face and no manners. The kind of guy you just want to beat up on sight. She was here to deal with him personally. Hearing this, Qin Yun was fuming inside, but had to stay calm and ask, "Do you guys hate him that much?" Hearing this question, Kui Hui paused to think, wondering if she truly hated him. She admitted, "Actually, he's a good disciple, with incredible talent. If it wasn't for Marquis Tian, I wouldn't want to do this. It would have been great if he were my student." Hearing this, Qin Yun was a little touched, but his opinion changed in an instant. She continued angrily, "In the end, it's all Yang Shiyue's fault. How on earth did she get to find such a good student?" Qin Yun remarked, "It seems you're not a bad person." She got a little suspicious and quickly shot back. "Why would you think I'm a bad person, old man? What's that supposed to mean?" Qin Yun said he didn't mean anything by it, so she let it go, and they continued on. After walking for a while, she asked if he needed a rest. Seeing how loud she was, Qin Yun told her to keep her voice down, or she'd attract demonic beasts. Kui Hui confidently replied, "Don't look down on me just because I'm young. I'm a master at the 6th level of the martial body realm. Ordinary demonic beasts wouldn't dare come near me." Speak of the devil, a blue octopus, an 8th-rank demonic beast, appeared. That was equivalent to the 7th level of the martial body realm. The once cocky Kui Hui was now tightly wrapped in the octopus's tentacles. Unable to move, she screamed for help. To avoid revealing his identity, Qin Yun couldn't use his 9-sun divine art or his blazing light fist. He could only use the chi burst technique that the Grand Preceptor had taught him. The advantage of this technique is that even without cultivating inner chi, one can use faint spiritual energy to create a chi burst, unleashing immense power. He quickly freed Kui Hui from the beast's tentacles, scooped her up, and decided that of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best. But after just a few steps, the Octopus King's tentacle slammed right into his back, sending them tumbling to the ground. Realizing they couldn't escape, they decided to join forces. They would attack together. Kui Hui would keep it busy while he looked for an opening to finish it. Qin Yun attacked the octopus's head, but it had no effect. It only made it angrier, and a tentacle casually flicked him away. Cui Hui tried to rush in, but her neck was immediately caught in its grip. The attacks were too fast, leaving no chance to dodge. But Qin Yun didn't give up. He was determined to save Kui Hui. He had no other choice but to use the ultimate technique he didn't even know how to control. He activated his black martial spirit. A black aura instantly enveloped Qin Yun. He knew that at his current cultivation level, he couldn't control the power of this black martial spirit. He might even suffer a deadly backlash. But he couldn't worry about that now. He had to risk it all. He clenched his fist, searching for an opportunity to strike, and launched a punch at its vital point. At this speed, dodging would be a miracle. Finally, Qin Yun had a chance to retaliate. "This is what you get for messing with me." The octopus was obliterated by a single punch. Looking incredibly cool, he stood frozen for a moment before collapsing, unconscious. A campfire flickered in the dark forest, next to Qin Yun, who might have been dead or alive. A moment later, his eyes fluttered open. He was alive. He woke up, completely disoriented and unaware of what had just happened. What in the world just happened to me? Only after Kui Hui explained everything did I realize I had passed out from the backlash of my own shockwave martial soul. Apparently, a black shockwave martial soul is an incredibly rare type that contains an extremely powerful concussive force. This was the first time she'd ever seen one, so she had no idea what its specific effects were. The fact that he didn't even know the name of his own martial soul made Kui Hui even more suspicious. Luckily, even though he was seriously beaten up, his brain wasn't fried. He managed to cover for himself by claiming he had temporary amnesia from his injuries. Seeing how powerful he was, capable of taking down a 7th-rank demonic beast, Kui Hui started trying to persuade him to go to the 9 Yang Spirit Gathering Array. With his strength, they could easily get inside the formation. It was a place protected by high-rank beasts, set up by the founder of the Hualing Martial Academy to gather the spiritual energy within the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Cultivators who sit within the array can absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy, rapidly increasing their cultivation level. But if too many cultivators were in the array at once, the spiritual energy in the mountain range would be overconsumed. That's why the Academy stationed high-rank demonic beasts to guard the outside of the formation. Only Academy elders are qualified to enter and cultivate there. The headmaster of the Hualing Martial Academy, Headmaster Zhang, broke through to the martial Dao realm while inside this very 9 Yang Spirit Gathering Array. As for Qin Yun, the moment he heard martial Dao realm, he was stunned. Right now, he couldn't control his own martial soul, so what he wanted most was to raise his realm level as fast as possible. He didn't care about life or death, and was ready to fight. Kui Hui was still worried that his wounds hadn't healed, but his heavily injured body had already recovered, and his weak limbs were now teeming with new cells. She had nothing to worry about. With that, he turned and set off, leaving Kui Hui to chase after him, thinking to herself, "Damn, did this guy eat some kind of immortal pill or something? How is he so strong?" The next day, at the 9 Yang Spirit Gathering Array, Wei Xuan-kun, wanting to monopolize the place, had slaughtered all of his fellow disciples. In the end, only the high-level demonic beast was left to deal with. This thing looked like a furry Dr. Hank from the X-Men who had just busted out of his cage. Not far away, Qin Yun's group had also arrived. Cui Hui pointed to the area, surrounded by a blue aura that was their destination. Chattering away without paying attention to her surroundings, she just rushed forward, unfortunately stepping on something uneven that was still a little warm. When she looked down, she realized it was a human corpse and they were all from the academy. This was getting tense. It was unclear who had come before them and cleaned house so thoroughly. Cui Hui guessed, could the guardian demonic beast have done this? But when they got closer, they saw the guardian beast was already dead, frozen stiff, with its mouth hanging open and its body pierced with several holes. Noticing a yellow piece of paper on the beast's corpse, Cui Hui walked over to pick it up. What was it? Her college acceptance letter. The only one with a clear head right then was probably Qin Yun. He recognized it as an explosive talisman at a glance and immediately yelled for her to throw it away. But it was too fast, too furious. The talisman had already activated. With a massive boom, smoke and dust filled the air. Luckily, Qin Yun had managed to scoop up Kui Hui and dash away, or there would have been a shower of her bits and pieces right there. Just then, a figure emerged from the dust cloud. She wondered who it could be, and was about to run when Kui Hui recognized him. It was Wei Xuan-kun. What the hell was he doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be hunting down Qin Yun? Besides, after killing so many people, the academy would surely not let him off. Wei Xuan-kun just sneered. Well, if it isn't teacher Kui Hui. He said it didn't matter. The spiritual energy in the gathering array would belong to them. All that mattered was that no outsiders knew what happened. With that, he whipped around towards Qin Yun and threw an attack talisman. Qin Yun's body was immediately engulfed in a burst of fire. But it was no big deal. This guy was a master of the fire element. A little flame like this couldn't even singe a single hair on his body. It was nothing. Seeing that his opponent was completely unharmed, Wei Xuan-kun followed up with a bit of lightning, but Qin Yun gathered the flames from before into a fireball in his hand, instantly blocking the few lightning bolts his opponent threw. A dozen question marks popped up over Kui Hui's head. Wasn't his martial soul supposed to be Shockwave? How did he know fire-based martial arts too? On the other side, after realizing Qin Yun had a fire martial soul, Wei Xuankun stopped throwing fire talismans. This time, he pulled out an earth shield talisman to see how that would work, but the earthen wall was like a gnat to Qin Yun. The moment he touched it, it all crumbled to dust. He immediately aimed a punch at Wei Xuankun's chest, sending him flying through the protective light barrier and into the Nine Yang spirit gathering array. Turns out, that was all just a warm-up act. It seemed he had finally met a worthy opponent, because now, he was getting serious. He took out a god possession talisman and slapped it onto his chest. A stream of light shot out from the talisman, enveloping Wei Xuankun. As soon as the talisman vanished, strange characters appeared on his body, and his eyes lit up like car headlights. The light radiating from his body was so intense it pushed back everything around him. Blinded by the dazzling light, Qin Yun quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. His opponent seized the opportunity, shot to his feet, and threw a punch right at him. Qin Yun had no time to dodge at all, crashing to the ground and creating a molten crater. Wei Xuankun moved in to deliver the final blow, but was stopped by Kui Hui's silk ribbons. After all, the guy had saved her life several times, and right now, he posed no threat to Wei Xuankun. Wei Xuankun had no idea whose side she was really on. Cui Hui was just trying to buy more time. She told the old man to get out of here, but he just thanked her and said he'd handle it himself. This only provoked Wei Xuankun further, who called him arrogant while also apologizing to Kui Hui. From the very beginning, he had hidden his true identity from her, but at this point, there was no reason to hide anymore. He ripped off his disguise. Kui Hui, who was already in a difficult position, was now even more conflicted, only able to stand there and watch the two men. Wei Xuankun had searched high and low for him to no avail, never expecting to find him without even trying. His enemy was right there in front of him. Although the tremor martial spirit would cause a backlash, Qin Yun had no other choice. He had to go all out. A thick, black aura erupted from his body, realizing his opponent possessed two martial spirits. Wei Xuankun grew even more excited. He pulled out a stack of spirit talismans and, with a wave of his hand, formed them into a sword. Neither of them held back now. They channeled their spirit energy and charged at each other, creating a massive vortex. A pillar of light flashed from within the Nine Yang spirit gathering array. A cloud of dust and debris quickly settled, revealing a deep, dark pit in the center of the formation. Cui Hui sat at the edge of the pit, hopelessly calling out Qin Yun's name, unsure if he was dead or alive. But what she didn't know was that there was a hidden space right beneath the spirit gathering array. Wei Xuankun had already made his escape, smugly assuming that after a fall like that, not even Qin Yun's bones would be left. And yet, Qin Yun wasn't dead. In fact, while exploring the area below, he stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. At the end of the cave, a purple light emanated, which he guessed was the pure spirit energy source of the array. As he got closer, he saw a person sitting there in meditation. The immense spirit energy of the Nine Yang spirit gathering array was all coming from this very spot. Looking at the person's memorial tablet, he was shocked to see the name Lin Binglian, the founder of the Flowing Spirit Martial Academy, who had been missing for nearly 1,000 years. This senior had used her own remains to serve as the array's core. Next to her was a box. Seeing it, Qin Yun hesitated for a moment. It didn't feel right to open someone else's belongings, but then he told himself, just a little peek won't hurt, and proceeded to pull out the box and open it. Inside was a letter, a jade slip, and a ring. Qin Yun read the letter and realized this person wanted the jade slip delivered to the Blue Xiao Marshal King at the Blue Spirit Star Palace. The payment for the job was inside that storage ring. He was a bit confused. She left the reward right there? Wasn't she afraid someone would just take the ring and run without keeping their promise? This senior Lin Binglian was way too trusting, but that's okay. She was lucky enough to run into our man Qin Yun. This guy was as honest as they come, except for that whole disguising his identity thing. If he could make it out of here alive, he would definitely play messenger and deliver the goods for her. As for that reward, well, it was basically his anyway, so he might as well see what was inside. With that, he poured his spirit energy into the ring, and in the next moment, an entire chest overflowing with spirit medicines appeared, blinding him with its brilliance. These were all top-grade spirit medicines, each vial worth a fortune. Qin Yun had really struck it rich this time. With this many spirit medicines and the dense spirit energy in this place, he was certain he could quickly break through to the 6th level of the martial body realm. For the next 2 days, he popped pills and cultivated relentlessly, finally reaching the 6th level of the martial body realm. However, to defeat Wei Xuankun, he had to counter his talismans, so he decided to study the Qi inscriptions in the bamboo scroll left by his grandmaster and learn how to create spirit talismans himself. Qin Yun was confident it wouldn't take long. He sat down, drew a few lines, and figured his first fire talisman was complete. But the next second, the fire talisman blew up right in his face. Luckily, he was still handsome. Looked like he needed more practice. Alright, let's try a lightning talisman. As if getting burned wasn't fun enough, he decided to electrocute himself this time, leaving him extra crispy. What on earth was he doing wrong? He was determined to figure it out. Meanwhile, back at the Flowing Spirit Martial Academy, someone arrived to see Principal Zhang, announcing proudly, "The time limit is up. It seems my son will be #1 again this year." This man was none other than the Qi inscription Grandmaster Wei Yong, Wei Xuankun's father. But Principal Zhang remained impartial. There's still time. It's too early to draw conclusions. The martial gathering had been going on for 7 days, and all the students who were able to return had already gathered. The largest hall of beast cores belonged to Wei Xuankun, while Qin Yun was still nowhere to be seen, making Yang Shiyue extremely worried. Kuei Hui wasn't doing much better. Ever since she found out that the old man was actually Qin Yun, she'd been feeling deeply conflicted. She didn't even seem happy that Wei Xuankun was about to take first place. Just as Principal Zhang was about to announce that time was up, Qin Yun finally returned, carrying a massive storage bag on his back. His appearance shocked everyone, drawing reactions of both joy and anger. The air was thick with tension. The moment they saw each other, Qin Yun and Wei Xuankun greeted one another with scathing remarks. Qin Yun complimented Wei Xuankun on being so impressive, saying he must have stolen all those beast cores to get so many. This made him furious, and he just wanted to shut Qin Yun's mouth for good. He swore he wouldn't let him get away so easily this time. He only backed down when Yang Shiyue intervened. That day, Principal Zhang announced that the Heavenly Master Martial Gathering had officially concluded. Next, the secretary would conduct the official audit. After the tally was complete, the list of the top 5 participants was announced. In 5th place was Yan Yun from Class 4, with 112 beast cores. In 4th place is Fang Rugang of Class 15, with 149 beast cores. In 3rd is Wang Chen of Class 11, with 176 beast cores. In 2nd place is Qin Yun of Class 9, with 270 beast cores. And in 1st place is Wei Xuankun of Class 7, with 806 beast cores. Hearing this, Grandmaster Wei's face beamed with pride. That's my boy. However, that wasn't the final result. The true champion is Qin Yun. The massive discrepancy in the number of beast cores immediately filled Wei Xuankun with suspicion. While he had a higher quantity of cores, Qin Yun possessed one supreme grade beast core, the core of a spirit beast. According to the tournament rules, that single supreme grade core was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary beast cores. Wei Xuankun refused to accept it. He must have cheated. A spirit beast is as strong as someone in the martial Dao realm. There's no way a 4th level martial body cultivator could defeat one, but perhaps he should thank him. It was Wei Xuankun's attack that knocked him into the 9 Suns spirit gathering formation, allowing him to break through to the 6th level of the martial body realm. By now, Wei Xuankun's blood was boiling. He wanted to tear Qin Yun into 100 pieces. Just as he was about to cause a scene, Grandmaster Wei stepped in to stop him, offering his congratulations to Qin Yun instead. A true hero emerges from the young generation. You live up to your reputation. Today is the first time I've had the pleasure of meeting you. I'd like to invite you to a celebratory banquet this evening. Before Qin Yun could respond, Yang Shiyue accepted on his behalf. My disciple and I will be there on time. Knowing that going there was no different from a sheep walking into a tiger's den, he questioned his master. This was far too dangerous. Yang Shiyue understood that Grandmaster Wei was a treacherous snake. If they didn't go, he would surely resort to even viler schemes to deal with Qin Yun. At that point, they'd be completely on the defensive. She comforted him. If it truly gets dangerous, I will protect you. Hearing this, Qin Yun was deeply moved. He was then presented with his prize, the Heavenly Master Token. This token granted him 3 entries into the Heavenly Master Pool for cultivation, and he was even allowed to bring someone with him. He wasn't sure who to bring, and figured it was best to just go alone. But before he could give it much thought, Yang Shiyue had already decided for him. This time, I'll go with you. And with that, she grabbed him and dragged him straight to the Heavenly Master Pool. The warm spring water soothed her muscles and bones, causing Yang Shiyue to let out a continuous stream of pleased sighs. An embarrassed Qin Yun asked his master to keep it down, wondering if she wanted everyone to know they were here. It had been a long time since Yang Shiyue had visited this place. With her cultivation showing no signs of advancing, she seemed a little overexcited. Qin Yun just felt it was inappropriate. Shouldn't men and women bathe separately? But then, she offered to scrub his back for him, telling him not to be shy. Just as he was about to move away, she suddenly closed in on him, asking, "Do you feel your whole body getting hot? Is there a surge of heat rising from within you?" A bit panicked, Qin Yun pushed his master away, but he immediately had to apologize because it was just as she had said. It felt as if every meridian in his body had been cleared. With the tempering complete, Yang Shiyue stood up. "Now, let's go see what that Grandmaster Wei is really planning." They later arrived at the banquet as promised. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Grandmaster Wei officially began the feast. Grandmaster Wei announced that tonight's banquet also had distinguished guests from the distant imperial city. One was Duke Yan, the great General Yan. This man was Yan Zhongming's grandfather, and also one of the people who had stolen Qin Yun's spirit veins all those years ago. Grandmaster Wei raised his cup, thanking Qin Yun for giving him face by attending. Qin Yun returned the gesture, saying he was being too kind. "We are all members of the Hualing Martial Academy. Your ability to craft talismans is a source of pride for the academy. Of course, I had to come." At that moment, Duke Yan spoke up, telling Grandmaster Wei, since he was a child, that boy was taught by a demoness. Even though we took his 4 spirit veins, we still let him cultivate his demonic arts. That's the only reason he has achieved what he has today. He's just a little demon, unworthy of a toast from you. Wei Xuankun chimed in. If he wasn't practicing demonic arts, how could he have possibly defeated a spirit beast to get a supreme grade core? Yang Shiyue came to his defense. He has never practiced demonic arts. I personally gave him the techniques he studied, and the rest he won from the class battles. Duke Yan stubbornly insisted that he was a demonic cultivator, tarnishing the reputation of the Hualing Martial Academy and making them a laughingstock to other nations. But Yang Shiyue retorted, "What if I sent several thousand people to spread rumors everywhere that Wei Xuankun practices demonic arts? Before long, everyone in this country would believe he really is a demonic cultivator. Rumors are baseless." Feeling that Yang Shiyue had a point, Grandmaster Wei turned to Qin Yun and asked for his opinion. Qin Yun decided not to hide it anymore and said, "I coincidentally learned how to craft talismans." Everyone was stunned to hear this, thinking he must be joking. To craft talismans, one must first become an inscription master. Becoming an inscription master isn't something that can be done in a year or two. Qin Yun was so young that it was hard for anyone to believe. Qin Yun just chuckled and said he was merely lucky. Duke Yan then proposed that he compete against another talisman master to prove his skills. If you can truly craft a talisman, it will prove your innocence. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yun agreed. Even Yang Shiyue had to warn him to watch his mouth and not make empty boasts. And so, Wei Xuankun stepped up to challenge Qin Yun. Right before, Grandmaster Wei quietly told his son to be careful during the duel. "That's enough, let's not create bad blood between us." But up in the stands, Duong Tianjue was egging Tan Van on to hit him even harder. She promised she'd take him to the hot springs to celebrate afterward, which left Grandmaster Wei looking rather flustered. Them, going to the hot springs together? As for the rules of the match, both sides would use the cinnabar and yellow paper in front of them as materials to draw talismans. Each person had to create 4 types of attack talismans: wind, lightning, water, and fire, and then use the created talismans to attack their opponent. The winner would be decided by the best of 4 rounds. If it was a 2-2 tie, the loser would be the one whose talisman could not withstand the opponent's. If one side failed to create a talisman in time and was hit by the opponents without being able to dodge, that would also count as a loss. With that said, Grandmaster Wei signaled for them to begin creating the first talisman, the lightning talisman. In terms of speed, Tan Van was clearly no match for Wei Xuankun, and he lost the first round almost instantly. It looked like he needed to find another way. The second round, drawing the violent wind talisman, went a little better. He managed to finish drawing it and threw it straight onto the ground. Duke Yan looked on with contempt. He'd even messed up and thrown his talisman on the ground. But that very move blocked Wei Xuankun's talisman. This time, Tan Van wasn't hit directly, but Wei Xuankun was still faster, so Wei Xuankun won the second round as well. Moving on to the fire talisman round, Wei Xuankun gritted his teeth, determined to turn his opponent to ash this time. On the other side, Tan Van knew his own fire talisman couldn't possibly stand up to Wei Xuankun's. His only option was to use the method recorded in the bead the Grand Preceptor had left him. He could infuse his own martial spirit into a talisman, and its power would increase based on the strength of that martial spirit. He then infused his vibration martial spirit into the paper and threw it towards the massive fireball from Wei Xuankun's talisman. He scoffed in disdain. How could that tiny little flame Tan Van threw possibly stand a chance? But the very next second, he would regret it. The small but mighty flame instantly pierced through the giant fireball and shot straight towards Wei Xuankun, knocking him right off the stage. Nobody could believe that Tan Van had defeated Wei Xuankun without using demonic arts. How had his power suddenly increased so much? Wei Xuankun was now unconscious, making it impossible to proceed with the match. Duong Ti Nuyet quickly shouted that everyone had seen it. Tan Van clearly hadn't used any demonic arts, but Duke Yan still refused to believe it. He argued that while Tan Van might not be cultivating demonic arts, it didn't mean he was blameless. The Grand Preceptor's fate was a direct result of his indulgence. Regardless, Duong Thi Nuyet was determined to make them apologize to Tan Van today. If they didn't admit their mistake, she would make them crawl out of the Hualing Martial Arts Academy. Knowing that no one there was a match for her, Duke Yan had no choice but to back down. Grandmaster Wei also had to step in to calm her down, assuring her that General Yan would certainly give her a satisfactory response. Duke Yan proposed that he would apologize to Tan Van, and on top of that, offered 100,000 crystal coins to appease her. With that many crystal coins, Tan Van could buy plenty of cultivation resources. Back at the dormitory, Duong Thi Nuyet warned him not to go out alone. After this, Grandmaster Wei and Duke Yan would surely resort to even dirtier tricks to get back at him. He had to cultivate within a range where she could sense him at all times. Meanwhile, in the palace, the Empress received news that Tan Van was cultivating inscriptions and could now create talismans, having become a novice talisman master. But they weren't too concerned about Tan Van anymore. All they had to do now was wait for the imperial father-in-law to reach the martial Dao realm, and the Qin Empire would be theirs. They could find an opportunity to deal with Tan Van later. For now, the most important matter was arranging the marriage between the Crown Prince and Xiao Yuelan. After consuming many spirit elixirs, Tan Van felt his origin energy multiply, and it seemed like he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Just then, the Grand Steward of the Inscription Palace, Duan Qian, personally came to see Tan Van. It looked like his destiny was about to change. He was there to award Tan Van his certification as a novice talisman master, which came in the form of a medal. With this medal, he could stay at the main inscription palace anytime, commission the palace to sell spirit talismans for him, and get the latest news on subjects that interested him. Tan Van was worried that as a student of the Hualing Martial Arts Academy, he wouldn't be allowed to join the inscription palace. However, the inscription palace managed the promotions and demotions of all inscription masters in the world, so a formal membership wasn't required. The Grand Steward promised to guide him personally whenever he visited. Tan Van took the medal back to show it off to Duong Ti Nuyet. She felt that with this, he wouldn't have to worry about Grandmaster Wei and Duke Yan anymore, as they would never dare to offend an inscription master. Tan Van was shocked. The inscription masters were that powerful? Even the Empress's people wouldn't dare touch them? Duong Thi Nuyet explained that the organization had existed for nearly 10,000 years, with branches scattered across 3 empires and several nations. Unbound by any imperial authority, it was an incredibly mysterious organization. As long as he made a name for himself in the Inscription Palace, he could get their help to seek revenge on the Empress later on. Coincidentally, Duong Thi Nuyet had to leave for a while to handle some things, so she told him to go to the Inscription Palace to train and improve his talisman crafting skills. The next day, on his way to the Inscription Palace, Tan Van was ambushed by Yan Zhongming and his men. They even used a soul suppression bell, a spirit artifact, to trap him. Hey, if you combine this with the soul-suppressing mace, you can turn anyone trapped inside into a pile of meat. One of them approaches with the soul-suppressing mace, about to strike the giant bell. But in that moment, a sonic wave pierces his body. Fresh blood pours out as he dies from internal injuries. That move looks a little familiar. Turns out, it's an acquaintance. Jianglang has arrived just in time. Jianglang makes a badass entrance, calling them out for being cowards, using a spirit tool to ambush Qin Yun instead of fighting him head-on. Yan Zhongming is furious. He doesn't get why this guy is helping Qin Yun, so he starts screaming, trying to use the Empress's name as a threat. He warns that if they dare to touch him, they'll face immediate consequences. But Jianglang sticks to his usual slogan, "Dead men tell no tales." The guy with Yan Zhongming is so scared he could crap his pants. He knows this Jianglang is a psycho who won't let him go, so he tries to make a run for it. But Jianglang isn't just some nobody. With a flick of his wrist, a sonic wave hits the guy in the back. He only has time to let out a single scream before he's dead too. Yan Zhongming desperately tries to negotiate, offering to split the reward money and even mentioning he'd gain the Empress's favor, but all he gets for his trouble is a fist to the face, leaving him unable to fight back. Qin Yun punches a hand right through the bell, and in an instant, the soul-suppressing bell shatters to pieces. A few pathetic, low-grade spirit tools were supposed to trap Qin Yun. Yan Zhongming's grandfather is way too cheap. He should have at least given him a mid-grade spirit tool for the job. Jiang Long laughs from the side, figuring he worried about Qin Yun for nothing. Qin Yun wonders why this guy is here, and, more importantly, why he helped him. Turns out, Jiang Lang was nominated by his academy to study at the mysterious Mark Palace and was just passing through. He only stepped in because he didn't like the look of those guys. With that said, he finishes off the barely conscious Yan Zhongming. Qin Yun doesn't understand why he did that. Jiang Lang explains that if the guy is dead, the Empress will just assume Qin Yun was the one who killed him. But he also gives a warning. Being merciful will only get you killed. For example, he could just walk up behind Qin Yun and stab him in the back. Qin Yun tells him, if he wants to kill him, then just do it. But if he wants to go to the mysterious Mark Palace together, he has to agree not to kill people randomly, or else he shouldn't blame him for being unfriendly. Jiang Lang just laughs again. If he killed him now, where would he ever find such a promising rival in the future? He reluctantly agrees not to kill indiscriminately, unless his opponent attacks first. Watching Jiang Lang walk away, Qin Yun mutters to himself that this guy is a total psycho. Meanwhile, long after they've left that same spot, Xiao Yuelan arrives. Discovering the three bodies, she immediately suspects that Qin Yun was the one who did it. Could it be true that he's really cultivating demonic arts? The reason Jiang Lang is heading to the mysterious Mark Palace, despite not knowing how to create mysterious marks, is because the Azure Star Palace is currently descending upon the Tianqin territory, and only the mysterious Mark Palace has the right to enter it. Talented disciples from all nations are heading to the surrounding mysterious Mark Palaces, including Qin Zhongfeng, known as the #1 genius of Tianqin, a master at the 7th level of the martial body realm. Just the mention of his name gets Jiang Lang excited to kill the guy, which makes Qin Yun, who is walking beside him, seriously question his sanity. Finally, they arrive at the mysterious Mark Palace. There's also a hidden dragon martial arts tournament being prepared here, so a competitive guy like Jiang Lang naturally wants to join. However, you have to participate as a team of at least 3 people, and there are only 2 of them. Jiang Lang immediately wants to just grab some random person to fill the spot, leaving Qin Yun wondering what scheme he's cooking up now. He reluctantly admits he doesn't want to team up with this guy. Over on the other side, Xiao Yuelan has also arrived. To find out if Qin Yun is truly practicing demonic arts, she conceals her face, disguises herself, and proposes to join Qin Yun's group. She even guarantees she can help them get into the top 3 teams. Having just met, Qin Yun is suspicious as to how she knows his name. She quickly explains that his fame has spread throughout Tianqin, and the story of him defeating Wei Xuankun has even reached the Tianshao nation. The moment Jiang Lang sees her, he recognizes that she's a master at the 7th level of the martial body realm and also wants to team up with her. Hearing him say she's at the 7th level of the martial body realm at such a young age, Qin Yun is genuinely surprised. He turns and asks Jiang Lang what cultivation level he's at. Who would have guessed he's at the 7th level too? That makes Qin Yun's cultivation the lowest of the 3, which gives him a pretty bad feeling. After that, they decide to form a team, but Jiang Lang warns her that if she has any ill intentions, he'll chop her into 100 pieces. Xiao Yuelan has also recognized Jiang Lang by his infamous reputation. He's killed quite a few young masters from the Tianshao Empire, and sooner or later, they'll settle the score with him. On the other side, Jiang Lang seems proud, surprised that he's so famous in the Tianshao Empire, making Qin Yun have to remind him that it's an infamous reputation, not a good one. Geez. The 3 of them then proceed to register, receiving 3 nameplates. The Hidden Dragon Martial Arts Tournament will officially begin in 3 days, at which point they'll use these plates to check in. It's only then that Qin Yun remembers he hasn't asked for the young lady's name. Xiao Yuelan introduces herself as Meng Feiling from the Tianshao nation. With nothing else to discuss, she excuses herself, saying she'll find them on the day of the tournament. Watching her leave, Qin Yun suddenly remembers that they don't have a place to stay either and have no idea where to go. Jiang Lang shows him the talisman badge he has, which allows them to stay at the mysterious Mark Palace for free, and even electricity, plus 3 meals a day were covered. Then, they were led to an incredibly luxurious room. Qin Yun thought he'd walked into the wrong place. Was this place really free? But this was the special privilege of a talisman master. And that wasn't all. You'll find this metal to be extremely useful later on. As for Jianglong's accommodations, Qin Yun was curious where he'd gone. Turns out, he didn't have a medal, so he was piggybacking on their group to eat and sleep for free. He had no choice, really. He was just a student, and renting a room outside was crazy expensive. Just then, he told Qin Yun he had some business to take care of and would be back late. Right away, Qin Yun smelled something fishy. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Qin Zhengfeng had received news that Qin Yun had come to participate in the martial arts tournament. Qin Zhengfeng figured he was also aiming for the Azure Star Palace. Just a one-yang spirit meridian, and he's already this ambitious. Master Wei was also there, warning Qin Zhengfeng that Qin Yun had cultivated to the 6th level of the martial body and couldn't be underestimated. His own son had been severely injured by him and was still unconscious. He begged Qin Zhengfeng to avenge him. Qin Zhengfeng smirked sinisterly, already plotting how to capture Qin Yun and take his remaining spirit meridian. If he could absorb that guy's spirit meridian, he would possess the 7-yang spirit meridian. Then, he would be invincible on this continent. He suddenly ordered everyone to leave, saying he had something to attend to. It turns out, he had sensed a little rat eavesdropping from the rafters and invited him down for a chat. And wouldn't you know it, it was Jianglong, who had climbed up there at some point. The moment Jianglong got back to the room, he collapsed on the doorstep, startling the snoring Qin Yun awake. Thinking it was a thief, he was about to beat the crap out of him, but on a closer look, he saw it was a familiar face and hauled him onto the bed to treat his wounds. He had no idea who could have beaten him this badly. Could he have gone after Qin Zhengfeng? In any case, he had to treat his injuries first. He randomly grabbed a vial of spirit medicine from his storage ring, not even sure what it did, and just started pouring it down his throat. It'll probably be fine. Gulp. Whoa, Qin Yun was a little too forceful with that pour. At this rate, if his injuries didn't kill him, choking would. Luckily, the medicine worked unexpectedly well. After just a small sip, Jianglong shot upright and started cursing out Qin Yun before mentioning that bastard Qin Zhengfeng's name. Qin Yun was curious. Their cultivation levels were clearly the same, so how did he end up beaten this badly? Jianglang explained that they were both at the 7th layer of the martial body realm, but Qin Zhengfeng possessed the 6-yang spirit meridian. With his current strength, he couldn't even block a single one of the Crown Prince's moves. Qin Yun was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Zhengfeng to have fully integrated the spirit meridian he'd stolen from him so quickly. Absorbing each other's spirit meridians could only be done between blood relatives, which made Jianglong feel the imperial lineage was truly heartless. Qin Yun also found it ridiculous that all his enemies were his own brothers and sisters. As they were lamenting Qin Yun's fate, they suddenly sensed a murderous aura. Just as they realized the danger, a red figure leaped out of nowhere, landing with a boom that shattered a large section of the courtyard. Looks like the inscription hall is going to have to pay for repairs again. The red-haired man looked at the two of them and said, "You're both here. How perfect. I am Mingjong of the Fiery Blade, and I've come on orders to take your heads." A flame was already in Qin Yun's hand, ready to strike as soon as he named his master. "Qin Zhengfeng sent you, didn't he? Just as I thought." The man claimed that dying by his hand would be their honor. Hearing this, Qin Yun scoffed openly. Did this guy really think he could take on both of them alone? But from behind him, Jianglong announced, "I'm seriously injured. I can't fight. You'll have to carry the team on this one." Qin Yun, who was just posturing a second ago, was left speechless, completely screwed over by his teammate. That Mingjong guy didn't give them time to chat, immediately lunging forward to attack. Qin Yun rushed out using his Mystic Sun technique, barely dodging the blade. If he hadn't, he would have been sliced in two. Still, it was a close call for his pants. He only brought one set of clothes on this trip, and that bastard had already torn a piece off. At this rate, if he didn't die from getting beaten in the tournament, he'd die of embarrassment. Seeing him frozen in place, the guy sneered, "Let me put you out of your misery." Wait, what's going on? Why isn't he dodging? Instead, Qin Yun shot a fist straight into his chin, sending him flying. He couldn't understand how he'd blocked the attack so easily. Turns out, Qin Yun wasn't scared at all. He was just pissed off about his ruined clothes. It was going to take him half a day to patch them up now. Jianglong, still calm and collected, stood behind him with his arms crossed and said, "The Crown Prince knows where we are. We can't stay here any longer." Qin Yun had no idea where this guy was planning to go, but he had a mischievous look on his face. He continued, "Obviously, we're going to our other friend's place, and we all know who that friend is." Over in the inscription hall's female dormitory, Xiao Yuelan was relaxing in the bath. She was just worrying about Qin Yun and that pervert, and the moment she thought of them, they burst through her door. How in the world did these two knuckleheads find her room so quickly? And they had the nerve to shamelessly barge into a girl's room. So rude. Xiao Yuelin was so startled that before they could even say hello, she smashed a chair right in their faces. While they were wincing in pain, Xiao Yuelin managed to get dressed and put on her mask, then turned around to give them a piece of her mind. After nodding for a while, he finally asked why they were here, and Qin Yun explained awkwardly that Qin Zhengfeng had found their hideout, and he wanted to crash here for a bit. The moment she heard they wanted to stay, Xiao Yuelin cursed them out again, calling them a bunch of perverts. Jiang Lang also spoke up, using the upcoming Hidden Dragon martial arts tournament as an excuse, saying if they stayed together, they could watch out for ambushes from rivals, and would be much safer. With no other choice, Xiao Yuelin told them to go to the East Wing, but they were on their own for food. They were incredibly grateful, but they never expected the East Wing to be a woodshed without so much as a bed. Every 10 years, the legendary Azure Star Palace descends upon the world. Lan Xiao, the founder of the Star Palace, selects the most gifted individuals from the academies to pass down the true path of martial arts. The most brilliant disciples from all the major academies gather at the inscription hall to compete for a chance to enter the Azure Star Palace. This year's Hidden Dragon martial arts tournament will be presided over by Duan Qian, the general manager of the Tianqin branch of the inscription hall. The purpose of this tournament is to decide who gets to enter the Azure Star Palace, but participants will compete in a team-based format. The type of competition for each match will be decided by drawing lots. Therefore, only a team that can master all categories has any hope of making it to the end. It's not just about martial strength. There's also talisman crafting, weapon forging, and alchemy, even cooking spiritual food and testing cultivation knowledge. In short, this tournament will test the comprehensive strength of each team. Relying on brute force alone won't be enough to earn a spot in the Azure Star Palace. After the general manager announced the rules, he signaled for the tournament to officially begin, but then passed the mic to the referee and commentator. She pointed towards the massive energy screen above the stands, explaining that the drawing of lots would be completed automatically. Teams wouldn't need to draw themselves. After a moment, the system produced the results. 3 Profound Academy versus Aurora Academy. The competition format, a martial duel. Aurora Academy had been a rising star in recent years, and their team captain this time was rumored to be a master at the 6th level of the martial body realm. They sent out 4 members for the match, but their opponent, 3 Profound Academy, sent only 1. Seeing this, the Aurora Academy team felt utterly insulted. While the other teams had already started competing, Qin Yun's team was still sleeping in, forcing an infuriated Xiao Yuelin to rush back and drag them out of bed. Qin Yun even had the nerve to complain that it was her fault for making them sleep in a woodshed. The ground was so cold and hard that they couldn't fall asleep until dawn. His snarky comment made her snap around and glare at him. So you're saying being late is times my time's fault? Qin Yun quickly stammered that he didn't mean it like that. Jiang Lang was also worried that if their team was drawn for the first round and they missed it, they'd be instantly eliminated. But Qin Yun was calm because he didn't really care. So what if they missed it? His only goal was to study inscriptions anyway. Hearing Qin Yun give up so easily, Xiao Yuelin grabbed him and tried to fire him up. Your father and your wife are waiting for you to save them. The Grand Tutor is waiting for you to clear his name. That's why you have to enter the Azure Star Palace. You have to become stronger. Qin Yun just stared blankly, wondering when he even got a wife. But behind him, Jiang Lang snickered and said, "Did you forget this punk got dumped by his fiancée?" Xiao Yuelin whipped her head away as if to defend her point. Maybe his fiancée had some unavoidable, tragic reason. This actually made Qin Yun think, because he always assumed the engagement was just a whim of their parents, and that neither he nor his fiancée had any intention of marrying. Just as they arrived at the competition area, the Aurora Academy team had been beaten to a pulp. The black-robed man from 3 Profound Academy used a move identical to Jiang Lang's to finish off the other team's barely conscious captain. Recognizing the technique, Qin Yun was stunned. Who would have thought this guy was Jiang Lang's older brother, Jiang Feng? Years ago, Jiang Feng was already at the late-stage 7th level of the martial body realm. By now, he had likely broken through long ago and joined the 3 Profound Academy. It seemed their path to victory now had a major obstacle. 3 Profound Academy was the #1 academy in Tianqin, yet they only sent out 1 person to compete. The others must be even more terrifying. Now, the second match was beginning. The format, a cooking competition. The next 2 teams were the Flower Spirit Martial Academy and the Green Scale Academy. As both teams walked onto the stage, the Green Scale Academy was already looking down on them. They figured a group like Qin Yun's couldn't possibly know how to cook. This was an easy win for them. The red-robed guy even boasted that he was a Tianqin special grade chef, and running into him was just their bad luck. On the other side, Qin Yun assigned cooking duty to Jiang Lang, while he would be in charge of chopping vegetables. It sounded simple, and he was pretty confident in his blade skills. But Xiao Yuelan immediately warned him that this match wasn't just about cooking. Something unexpected is going to happen soon. You'll have to use your full strength. In fact, you'll have to go all out. So what exactly was going to happen in this match? The ingredient the two teams had to prepare was the pupa of a dark armor bug. The dark armor bug is a third-tier spirit beast, and its outer shell is incredibly tough. To prepare it, one not only needs exquisite culinary talent, but also powerful martial skills to break through its outer shell. As expected, this competition wasn't simple at all. The red-robed chef called for the pink-robed girl to toss him a cocoon. With a powerful swing, he brought his knife down on it, but the thing that cracked wasn't the cocoon's shell. It was his knife. He put all his strength into it, but the shockwave alone made his hand throb in pain. When it was Qin Yun's turn, he couldn't break it either. Seeing his opponent fail just like he did, the man in red celebrated inwardly, thinking they might get a draw out of this. But when the announcer declared that both would be eliminated if they failed to break the cocoon, his hopes sank like a stone. That meant it was all up to Qin Yun. He couldn't risk revealing his vibration martial soul, so he cleverly concealed it within his fire martial soul, combined it with his profound yang art, gathered all his spirit energy into his palm, and unleashed one final, devastating strike. Asterisk, slice, asterisk. The cocoon was split perfectly in two. The tender, jiggly pink flesh inside was revealed. It was done. The two standing beside him couldn't help but stare in awe. They had completely changed their opinion of him. Qin Yun sliced the tender meat into pieces and handed the rest to Jiang Lang. Thankfully, Jiang Lang was a skilled cook, and they easily cleared the round. But despite their victory, they had to be more vigilant, because the crown prince would now be watching. He would definitely pull some dirty tricks in the next round. Qin Yun wasn't too worried. His attitude was, bring it on. And just as expected, on the other side, Qin Zhengfeng was already making his move, secretly meeting with General Manager Duan Qian. He wanted the man to rig the drawing so that the Flower Spirit Martial Academy would have to fight the Three Profound Academy. At first, the manager still had some integrity and refused to let him interfere with the tournament. The prince threatened him. Aren't you afraid of offending the Heavenly Qin Empire? Hearing this, the man burst out laughing. A measly little empire like that meant nothing to him, so the prince brought out a mysterious man in black to threaten Duan Qian instead. He recognized the man in black instantly, shocked that this person would team up with the Heavenly Qin Empire to meddle in the rules of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts Tournament. But this man reminded him that his goal wasn't the Hidden Dragon Tournament itself. What he was truly interested in was the Inscription Palace. The man in black then confronted Duan Qian, but the manager was easily defeated. The Inscription Palace was now under the control of this man in black. They weren't worried about causing such a disturbance. Once General Manager Duan Qian was eliminated, no one would be left to threaten them. The man in black smirked triumphantly. Sooner or later, the entire continent's Inscription Palace would fall under the control of his Blue Star Palace. Not long after, in the high-class dormitories, the sound of something shattering echoed through the halls. Jiang Feng was furious when he learned that someone had secretly changed the rules to force them into a direct confrontation with the Flower Spirit Martial Academy. It was obvious they wanted to use the Three Profound Academy to get rid of Qin Yun, while the Empress sat back and reaped all the rewards. She was treating them like pawns in her game. A voice from the shadows told Jiang Feng not to get worked up. The person who changed the rules wasn't just the Empress. There was someone behind her that they couldn't afford to provoke. Jiang Feng was indignant. Does a martial artist's honor mean nothing anymore? Just then, a woman stood up and spoke. Forget about honor for a second. I just can't believe your little brother and my older sister are on the same team as Qin Yun. Did my sister really think no one would recognize her just because she's wearing a mask? How ridiculous. I want to know why your idiotic little brother and my foolish older sister teamed up with that piece of trash. Who would have thought that Qin Yun's group would keep running into family reunions everywhere they went? At that exact moment, Xiao Yuelan and Jiang Lang both sneezed. I think someone's talking trash about us. The next day arrived quickly. The first match of the day was the Three Profound Academy versus the Flower Spirit Martial Academy in a team battle. The crowd below was incredibly excited. They couldn't believe they'd get to see the Three Profound Academy crush another opponent so soon. The two teams began to walk onto the stage. As soon as they met, one of them offered a sarcastic greeting, "Long time no see." Seeing that the girl was looking at Xiao Yuelan, Qin Yun turned to her. You two know each other? Xiao Yuelan knew it was her younger sister, Yue Mei, but she denied it immediately. Never seen her before in my life. The Jiang brothers were also having a loving reunion. The mere thought of killing his older brother was enough to get Jiang Lang excited. Jiang Feng even called his younger brother the disgrace of the family. Jiang Lang had abandoned their family to join the Flower Spirit Martial Academy and had even killed several clan elders who tried to stop him. His crimes were unforgivable, which is why Jiang Feng was determined to hunt him down to the ends of the earth. All in all, this dramatic opening promised a spectacular fight. The rules of the match would be decided by the two team captains. Qin Yun gave Jiang Feng full authority to set the rules. Thrilled by this, Jiang Feng proposed a round-robin style fight. Best 2 out of 3 matches wins. As for the order, first up would be the 2 girls from each team. The second round would be a showdown between the Jiang Lang brothers. And as for the guy in the hat, he was interested in Qin Yun and wanted to fight him. Qin Yun had no idea who this guy was or why he was so interested in him. Jiang Feng just told him he'd find out soon enough. With that, they both agreed to proceed. After learning she had to fight Yue Mei, Xiao Yuelan became anxious and hesitant. Yue Mei, on the other hand, was thrilled. The last time they had fought was 4 years ago. Xiao Yuelan only wanted to fight until a winner was declared, not wanting to hurt her younger sister, but Yue Mei refused to be seen as the weaker one and was determined to go all out to prove to their parents that she had finally surpassed Xiao Yuelan. The moment Yue Mei activated her spirit energy, everyone in the crowd below was stunned. It was the rare purple gold martial soul. She had already reached the 7th level of the martial body realm, and with a single move, she unleashed her violet flame ray of Xiao Yuelan's attack. Even though she had reached a higher realm, she was still far too weak, leaving way too many openings. Xiao Yuelan had given her a warning shot by crushing Yue Min's necklace, but since she insisted on fighting to the bitter end, Xiao Yuelan had no choice but to put her little sister to sleep. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuelan lunged forward like the wind, punched Yue Min in the gut, and struck her pressure points, knocking her out instantly. Xiao Yuelan was the victor of round 1. After discovering his teammate was Xiao Yuelan, Qin Yun wondered what kind of trouble she was in to have joined forces with him. But Xiao Yuelan just said she'd explain later, and that they should focus on the tournament. In the second match, the 2 Jiang brothers exchanged a few words before their duel began. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate to point his blade at Jiang Lang, but his brother was equally skilled, using a sonic wave to rip his older brother's cloak to shreds. Jiang Lang knew his brother wasn't using his true strength and started to taunt him, saying that if he didn't fight with all his might, he would die by his hands. Of course, Jiang Feng didn't hold back either, telling him not to regret it. In a flash, Jiang Feng's robes were torn apart, revealing his toned physique. Let your big brother teach you some manners. The powerful aura radiating from Jiang Feng forced even Jiang Lang to retreat. Jiang Feng raised his hand, which transformed into a giant sword, and ruthlessly slashed down at Jiang Lang, who couldn't react in time and was nearly split in 2. At that moment, Qin Yun couldn't let Jiang Lang die. Disregarding his own life and the potential punishment for interfering, he rushed forward to block the powerful attack. In an instant, he was captured by a man in black. You dare disrupt the martial arts tournament? How bold! In his haste, Qin Yun had revealed his Zhendong martial soul, giving the man the perfect excuse to frame him for using demonic arts and punish him severely. Qin Yun, not understanding what was happening, defiantly argued that only the overseer had the right to punish him. What right did this man have? To his surprise, the man revealed he was Kun Xing, the Grand Elder of the Blue Star Palace. Of course, he had the absolute authority to punish the overseer, let alone him. Then, without another word, he ruthlessly sentenced him to the Heavenly Punishment Tower to repent for 10 years. However, he still had a chance to escape. Ancestor Lan Xiao had established a rule. If you could escape on your own, you would regain your freedom. Kun Xing made an example of Qin Yun, warning that anyone else who interfered with the tournament's order would suffer the same fate. Xiao Yuelan's world crumbled. All her hope was now lost. With him exiled, it meant she would be forced to become the wife of Crown Prince Qin Zhongfeng. Jiang Lang, however, still believed that Qin Yun was incredibly strong and would find a way to escape soon enough. After getting rid of the nuisance that was Qin Yun, Qin Zhongfeng was ecstatic. Trapped in the Heavenly Punishment Tower, it was only a matter of time before he starved to death. Still, he wondered why Kun Xing didn't just kill Qin Yun outright. Wouldn't that have been faster? Kun Xing had his own plans. With so many eyes on them during the tournament, he couldn't act recklessly. Besides, throwing him into the Heavenly Punishment Tower was practically a death sentence anyway. Qin Zhongfeng was just worried that the cunning Qin Yun might have hidden 10 years' worth of food on him, meaning he might actually be released, which would be a disaster. Kun Xing, however, was supremely confident that Qin Yun would never escape because there was another, extremely powerful person in there who wouldn't let him survive for more than 10 days. The very person he was thinking of would be the one to help Qin Yun escape the Heavenly Punishment Tower. Meanwhile, Qin Yun began to explore the tower. The place was filled with skeletons, like a mass grave, with not a single living soul in sight. Just as he was lamenting not bringing more food and water, he suddenly heard someone crying. Following the sound, he spotted the silhouette of a woman. But when she turned around, what the hell? What kind of freakish, octopus-like monster was this? Gnawing on a bone with tentacles everywhere, Qin Yun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Whoa, I'm not a mermaid. What do you want with me? Suddenly, a powerful fist flew out of nowhere and caved the monster's face in, sending it straight to the afterlife. Qin Yun looked to see who had saved him and saw a tall, imposing figure with a scruffy beard who looked like a seasoned old-timer. The man told him not to wander around, as this place was extremely dangerous. He then walked over to the monster and ripped off its tentacles. To Qin Yun's surprise, the man was making it his dinner, but it turned out that when grilled, the fresh meat was incredibly delicious. He explained that he survived in here by eating these monsters. At first, it was a bit hard to stomach, but he got used to it over time, and the taste wasn't bad. Even more shocking, this man had been here for 300 years. Qin Yun guessed his cultivation must be at the martial Dao realm or higher, but the man revealed that his cultivation had been crippled, which was why he couldn't break out of the tower. Despite his tragic circumstances, he spoke of it with a cheerful demeanor. With his current cultivation, there was no way Qin Yun could get out. As he was anxiously trying to figure out a plan, the man told him to fill his stomach first. You can't achieve anything on an empty stomach, so he reluctantly took a piece of the octopus and ate. Someone imprisoned in here for so long must hold a grudge against the Blue Star Palace. He could definitely have useful information about the Blue Star Martial King. Qin Yun decided to try and get some information, but as soon as the man heard that name, he flew into a rage and grabbed him by the neck. Who sent you to find the Blue Star Martial King, and what is your purpose? The man refused to let go until he heard that Qin Yun had been sent by Lin Binglian to deliver something. Little did he know, this was the very person he had been looking for. 300 years ago, he was severely injured after failing his final breakthrough in the Star Sun scripture, leaving him with only a fraction of his power. When he finally came out of seclusion, he was ambushed by a treacherous disciple who destroyed every meridian in his body. That traitor wanted to get his hands on the Star Sun scripture technique, so instead of killing him, he imprisoned him in this sky punishment tower for 300 years. As time passed, his wounds healed, but he lost all his cultivation. Now, his strength is only at the initial stage of the martial path. He's a shadow of his former self, unable to escape the sky punishment tower. After hearing Lin Xiao's story, Qin Yun took out the jade slip and handed it to him. Lin Xiao asked if he wasn't afraid he was an imposter, handing it over so directly. Qin Yun figured that since the man was trapped here with no way out, he was willing to take the risk. Lin Xiao thought he was just a naive kid and proceeded to check what was inside the jade slip. Inside, he was shocked to find all the techniques he had personally taught Binglian. She had recorded everything and hidden it within. This was Binglian's message of hope, praying that he could restore his cultivation and return to lead the Blue Star Palace. But keeping this memento would only deepen his sorrow for Binglian. After all, he was the one who had created every technique within it. Taking a liking to Qin Yun, he gave the jade slip to the boy instead, saying it would be a great help to him. He explained that it was impossible to cultivate in this prison, unless he had an array brimming with spiritual energy or high-grade spirit medicines to restore his power. Spirit medicines? Not a problem. Qin Yun was practically a walking treasury of high-grade spirit medicines and could easily solve this issue. He took out his entire reward and gifted it all to Lin Xiao, which made the old man laugh heartily. This kid truly had a righteous spirit, just like him. After that, he wanted to take Qin Yun as his disciple, but since the boy already had a master, they decided to become sworn brothers so he could pass on the Star Sun scripture. He transferred a wisp of his primordial spirit force into Qin Yun's own primordial spirit, helping him comprehend the spiritual laws and vastly increasing his ability to grasp the secrets of the Star Sun scripture. In the time that followed, Lin Xiao used the spirit medicines to enter closed-door cultivation, while Qin Yun diligently practiced the Star Sun scripture outside the tower. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuelan had been captured by Crown Prince Tai Zhengfeng. He was trying to force her into marriage, telling her to forget all about Qin Yun. He taunted her, saying that a man locked away in that tower was as good as dead. All Xiao Yuelan could do was endure through her tears, clinging to the hope that one day, Qin Yun would return and save her. Sometime later, just as Qin Yun mastered the Star Sun scripture, Lin Xiao emerged from his seclusion, having restored his youthful appearance. However, he had only recovered a fraction of his true power. To defeat the traitor, he'd still need another 10 years of secluded cultivation. If he went out now, the traitor would hunt him down mercilessly. Even with their combined strength, they were no match for him. Their first goal was just to get out of this place. After that, all they needed to do was conceal their auras. Escaping was now surprisingly simple. Lin Xiao just tapped lightly on the wall, and an exit leading to the outside instantly appeared before them. The next problem was how to get through the lightning-filled sky outside. Lin Xiao turned and asked Qin Yun if he knew how to fly. The only flying he'd ever done was on an airplane. He couldn't actually fly himself. Lin Xiao said that was easy enough, he'd just drag him along. And just like that, Lin Xiao effortlessly stepped onto the air, pulling Qin Yun behind him as they soared straight towards the Blue Star Palace. The flight was a bit long, leaving Qin Yun dizzy and feeling like he was about to puke his guts out. Lin Xiao just commented that it was because his cultivation level was too low. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao realized he'd be recognized in his current form, so he decided to transform back into a child. Qin Yun was at a loss for words. The imposing older brother from a moment ago was now even smaller than him. Lin Xiao told him that once his mastery of the Star Sun scripture was complete, he too could control his physical form at will. But shouldn't a 1,000-year-old monster like him have a white beard? Turning into a kid was just too bizarre. Putting that aside, Qin Yun asked how they were supposed to get inside. Lin Xiao explained that, besides recruiting from major academies, the Blue Star Palace also accepted rogue cultivators who had proven their strength. However, rogue cultivators had to pass a strict test, but even if they failed, bribing their way in with a few bottles of Qin Yun's high-grade spirit medicines wouldn't be a problem at all. It suddenly dawned on Qin Yun that this Lin Xiao was seriously corrupt. No wonder his own disciple had usurped him. With that, they headed to the Star Spirit Hall to register. A woman named Su Ru was there, snoring at her desk. When she saw them, she shot them a look of disdain, scoffing at Lin Xiao for being a kid. This made Lin Xiao scowl in anger. He retorted that the examination rules that he personally created never had an age limit. She stubbornly insisted that it was Great Elder Kunxing's new rule, no kids allowed, period. That is, until Qin Yun took out a bottle of high-grade spirit medicine. Her eyes lit up, and her attitude did a complete 180. Afterwards, she led them to a large drum and explained that the test was very simple. All they had to do was lift the giant mallet and strike the star spirit drum to pass. Qin Yun went first. The mallet felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He couldn't even swing it. But then he activated his Quake Martial Soul, boosting his strength, and leaped into the air to strike the drum head-on. Seeing that he possessed a Quake Martial Soul, Su Ru was intrigued. It seems you really can't judge a book by its cover. As they say, you can't judge a book by its cover. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, he didn't even bother with a mallet. He simply drew back his fist and aimed for the center of the drum. An ear-splitting boom ripped through the air as the drum exploded into splinters. The terrifying force of Lin Xiao's punch didn't stop there. It tore a 100-meter-long trench straight through the ground. Talk about an easy game. Lin Xiao intentionally revealed his power to get fast-tracked directly into the inner sect for training, which would allow him to get close to the Star Palace's upper echelons and punish the traitor. Qin Yun had no choice but to go along with Lin Xiao's plan. After that, they both passed and officially became disciples of the Star Palace. A woman named Su Ru asked for their names and where they came from. Qin Yun gave his real name, saying he was from the Qin Empire. Lin Xiao quickly followed suit, claiming to be his younger brother, named Qin Xiao Yun. She didn't seem to have any questions and assigned them to their respective masters. As expected, Lin Xiao qualified as an inner sect disciple and was admitted to the Heavenly Palace under the guidance of Lin Xiao, the Western Palace Master. As for Qin Yun, while his aptitude wasn't bad, he still didn't meet the standards for the inner sect. She said she would arrange an outer sect master for him. But who would have guessed? The master she was talking about was herself. On the other side of things, Kunxing went to inspect the Heavenly Punishment Tower. Discovering a hole in the wall, he immediately guessed that Lin Xiao had escaped. He ordered the Western and Eastern Palace Masters, Yang Pan and Shui Yihui, to return and tighten security. If the tower was broken, Qin Yun had probably escaped too, but he went inside to confirm it just in case. Meanwhile, Su Ru had accepted Qin Yun and taken him to a training room, giving him a few instructions. But the moment she walked out the door, a sinister smile spread across her face as a wicked plan formed in her mind. Qin Yun was so young, yet his power was extraordinary. It had been a long time since she'd found such a rare talent. It looked like her own cultivation was about to reach another level. He would become the perfect furnace for her training. She would absorb his vibrational primal energy for her own use. Inside the room, Qin Yun didn't notice anything unusual, but he couldn't help but feel a sudden chill run down his spine. In the following days, she only fed him nourishing meals, without teaching him any techniques whatsoever, which made him suspicious. Ignoring Suru's instructions, he started wandering around the Star Palace and unexpectedly ran into Xiao Yuemin, who was also there. Seeing that he'd escaped the Heavenly Punishment Tower, Xiao Yuemin was genuinely impressed, admitting that she had underestimated him before. She told him that after he was locked up, Xiao Yuelan had been brought to the Star Palace by Qin Zhengfeng and was now being held captive in the Heavenly Palace. As for Jiang Long, he was being hunted by his older brother, and his current whereabouts were unknown. Hearing that Xiao Yuelan was imprisoned, Qin Yun was desperate to go save her, but Xiao Yuemin urged him to calm down, reminding him that her sister was now Qin Zhengfeng's fiancée and wouldn't be harmed. She told him he should just give up. The two of them were never going to work out. But his engagement to Xiao Yuelan was never officially broken. Now, she was being held against her will by Qin Zhengfeng's forceful tactics. There was absolutely no way he would just stand by and do nothing. Xiao Yuemin realized he was a man of his word. No wonder her sister couldn't stop thinking about him. She then asked what he was even doing in the Blue Star Palace, only to find out he was an outer sect disciple under Suru. This left her completely stunned. How could he not know what kind of person Suru was? Everyone in the entire Heavenly Palace knew of her evil reputation. She specifically preys on highly talented new students, taking them on as disciples. But her goal isn't to pass on her techniques. It's to absorb her disciples' primal energy to cultivate her own demonic arts. It's said she's already drained over 100 of her own disciples dry. Hearing this was like being struck by lightning to Qin Yun. Horrified, he asked, how could the Star Palace let her get away with this? But as it turns out, the rule in the Star Palace is that as long as you have power, you have status. They don't care if you cultivate demonic arts. The moment she's no longer useful to the Star Palace, someone will eventually deal with her. Qin Yun realized that in this place, if you were strong enough, you could truly do whatever you wanted. So, how could he get into the Heavenly Palace? Seizing the opportunity, he asked Xiao Yuemin for a way in, knowing she was now a disciple of the refining pavilion in the Blue Star Palace. Moved by his devotion to her sister, Xiao Yuemin agreed to help. She said that if he could escape from Suru's grasp, she would recommend him to the refining pavilion. If his refining skills were good enough to be noticed by someone from the Heavenly Palace, and he was accepted as an inner sect disciple, he'd be able to enter. But Xiao Yuemin warned him. First, he had to survive Suru. They agreed to meet again in 3 days. Just like before, Suru brought a nourishing soup for Qin Yun, originally planning to keep him around for a few more days. However, she had already sensed his suspicion, so this time, when he wasn't looking, she struck without hesitation, knocking him unconscious and dragging him to her secret chamber. Seeing him hanging from the rack, she couldn't stop licking her lips in anticipation. Tonight, you'll be all mine. But the moment her hand touched him, his heightened sensitivity to physical contact instantly jolted him awake. He didn't know what the cuffs were made of, but he couldn't channel his true energy to break them. She saw him trying to use his vibrational power to escape, but just warned him that it was a waste of effort. Those cuffs are made from Xuan metal. Unless you burn them with fire, they are absolutely unbreakable. She had no idea she'd just given Qin Yun the most crucial piece of information, and she certainly had no idea that Qin Yun possessed a dual martial spirit, and one of them was the fire martial spirit. Just as she wrapped her hands around his neck, intending to make him a part of her, a blaze of fire erupted from all over Qin Yun's body. This startled her, forcing her back as the flames instantly incinerated the cuffs, freeing him. Seizing the chance, he used his fire cloud steps to flee the secret chamber. Ziru never expected him to possess dual martial souls, which only made her more intrigued. Truly a gift from the heavens. She followed the trail of spiritual energy he left behind, as expected of someone so young and naive. Running away, only to head straight back to his own room, she entered and saw him hiding under the blankets, completely bewildered. What on earth was he playing at? She ripped the blanket off, only to find a dummy in his place, covered in talismans. By the time she realized she'd been tricked, it was too late to react. The talismans exploded. Hiding from a distance, Qin Yun watched and thought to himself, using so many explosive talismans should have blown that psycho to bits. But he never imagined that because she'd absorbed so much spiritual energy, she was completely unharmed. She emerged from the rubble, furiously lunging toward Qin Yun, ready to annihilate him until not even dust remained. Qin Yun pulled out a spirit talisman and threw it at her. She scoffed, Just one? That's not gonna hurt me. But she immediately sensed something was wrong. A bolt of lightning struck her, but it still wasn't enough to kill her. This finally gave Qin Yun the chance to use the Star-Yang true scripture that Lan Xiao had passed down to him. She watched in astonishment as he began radiating streams of colored light. How could this look just like the legendary technique of the Lan Xiao martial king? Instantly, the Star-Yang true scripture completely crippled her cultivation. Qin Yun was shocked by its immense power. Exactly 3 days later, Qin Yun met with Xiao Yuemin as promised. He recounted what happened, a little worried about having crippled Ziru's cultivation, and wondered if the people from the Star Palace would come looking for trouble. Xiao Yuemin told him not to worry. The Star Palace wouldn't care about someone whose cultivation had been destroyed. As for recommending him to the weapon refining pavilion, she asked if he even knew how to smith. This turned out to be a problem for him. If he didn't know how to smith, then there was nothing to be done. As it happened, the weapon refining pavilion was short a janitor, so that's the job he had to take for now. Qin Yun never in his wildest dreams imagined he'd end up reduced to sweeping floors. This was even worse than being at the Hualing Martial Academy. Xiao Yuemin just left him there and ran off somewhere, assuming he'd be able to learn smithing on his own. Although he had no one to guide him, the bead left to him by the Grand Master contained techniques for weapon refining, so he could study it himself. Just as he was wondering how to start learning, someone called out to him. Seeing he was the only one idle, she offered to make him her assistant, saying she could teach him a few smithing techniques in return. Hearing he'd get to learn weapon refining, he immediately agreed. He couldn't believe his luck. A moment later, she finally asked for his name. She was Qi Meilian, a weaponsmithing master. The moment she heard he possessed a purple gold fire martial soul, her eyes lit up. You see, a fire martial soul is the most suitable for smithing, and his was even purple gold grade. She had truly struck gold this time. She led him to her private forging room. Inside, the sweltering heat radiated from a large forge. The most crucial step in weapon refining is shaping the materials, so forging iron is a fundamental skill. In a few days, the weapon refining pavilion would be holding its midterm exam. The test was to smelt spirit iron, and to smelt high-grade spirit iron, you couldn't rely on just one person. She had originally just wanted to find any random assistant to add charcoal to the forge, never expecting to find someone like him with a purple gold martial soul. His job now was to use his fire martial soul to control the temperature and help her forge a 10,000 jin block of steel down to the size of a kitchen knife. She handed him a book on basic weapon refining so he could read up on fire, tempering. They would officially start tomorrow. Watching her back as she left, he thought to himself, she just skimmed through it. I should definitely read the whole thing. However, no matter how much he read, he couldn't understand a word of it. It was better to just learn from the bead the Grand Master gave him. The strange inscriptions inside it contained detailed records on smithing. He decided to start by learning fire, tempering, and forging. The key to forging was to channel one's own internal energy into the steel block, then shape it into spirit iron, brimming with spiritual energy. Luckily, his second martial soul was the vibration martial soul. Even though he had just started learning, he wanted to try it out on the steel block Qi Meilian had left behind. He told himself his senior sister probably wouldn't mind. First, he used his fire martial soul to heat the steel block. Then, he channeled the power of vibration into the hammer and slammed it down onto the steel. After a long while, he had forged the 10,000 jin block down to 1/5 its original size. But this was still a long way from the size of a kitchen knife. He continued forging like this until the next morning. When Qi Meilian arrived, she found that he had already forged the steel block down to the size of his palm. Seeing the unhappy look on her face, Qin Yun quickly said his hands were just itching to try, and if the steel block was valuable, he would compensate her for it. However, the supply of steel wasn't limited, so it was no big deal. She assumed that since the steel wasn't forged by a master, it couldn't be spirit iron. It's too ordinary to be used for weapon refining, and with that, she threw the piece of steel away, without a second thought. After that, Qi Meilian began to show him what real forging looked like, making him heat a new steel block while she worked to broaden his horizons. Model. Qin Yun was curious. Why are we forging in a private room? What about the others? Qi Meilian explained, while hammering steel. The artifact pavilion has 30 forging rooms. Every artificer is tested in their own private room. Once you're done, an instructor comes to grade your work. He thought to himself, if this is a test, her forging speed is way too slow. 4 hours later, she finally finished and showed it off to Qin Yun. This times is a perfect piece of spirit iron. She snapped her fingers to call the grading elder over. After a while, someone finally arrived. Elder Wu was surprised that Qimelian had improved so quickly and was already done. Holding Qimelian's spirit iron, he felt it wasn't half bad, probably reaching the level of a mid-grade spirit iron. And with that, the evaluation was over. But as he was about to leave, he happened to see the lump of steel Qin Yun had made, which Qimelian had tossed aside. He stared at it intently for a moment before asking, "Where did that piece of spirit iron come from? Why is it here?" Elder Wu's eyes lit up, his loud voice startling Qimelian into a fearful stammer. At that moment, Qin Yun honestly admitted that he was the one who made it and that it had nothing to do with Qimelian. Hearing this, the elder still couldn't believe it and asked him again. Seeing that the boy's answer was firm, he became ecstatic and exclaimed, "This piece of spirit iron is a masterpiece among masterpieces," leaving both Qin Yun and Qimelian completely stunned. They were bewildered. How could he sense such powerful spiritual energy from that discarded piece of junk? Even he would have to forge with his full strength to achieve this level of quality. He asked who had taught the boy refining, but was shocked when he said he'd never actually refined anything before. He'd only learned a few techniques from Qimelian. Hearing this, Elder Wu was even more impressed. For someone so young to have mastered such an advanced forging technique, truly, the younger generation was formidable. He offered to take the boy with him to the Heavenly Palace Artifact Pavilion, an offer that left both of them in shock. He, Wu Tianxing, was the third elder of the Heavenly Palace Artifact Pavilion. If the boy agreed, he would take him on as his personal inner sect disciple. Of course, this was the moment Qin Yun had been waiting for, but he still made one request, that Qimelian be allowed to come with them to the Heavenly Palace Artifact Pavilion. The elder burst out laughing. "I thought you were going to ask for something difficult. That's a simple matter." After he left, Qimelian cried tears of joy, running over to hug Qin Yun and thanking him profusely. Entering the Heavenly Palace had been her dream since childhood, and it was finally coming true. But really, he was the one who should be thanking Qimelian. She was the one who didn't look down on him for being a janitor and accepted him into the artifact pavilion. 2 days later, they arrived at the Heavenly Palace, where Elder Wu was already waiting to lead them inside. The Heavenly Palace was like an island floating in the sky. Qin Yun worried, "I don't know how to fly. How are we supposed to get up there?" Elder Wu reassured him not to worry, that the Heavenly Palace had a teleportation array to take them up. In fact, attempting to fly up on your own would result in severe punishment. A beam of light then appeared and enveloped them, instantly teleporting them up to the Heavenly Palace. Elder Wu said, "From this day forward, I am your master. If anyone gives you trouble, just drop my name." The place was truly magnificent. Even the dormitories were enormous. Seeing how incredible Qin Yun really was, Qimelian had already changed how she addressed him, now calling him senior brother. "It's so wonderful to be with you, brother Qin Yun. From now on, I hope you'll teach this little sister more about your refining techniques." Seeing her act like this, Qin Yun could only think, "I'm screwed." Being stuck with her, how long could he possibly keep his secrets hidden? Meanwhile, over with Lan Xiao, upon arriving at the West Palace, he'd already beaten all the senior disciples to a pulp. The other guys were terrified, wondering where this kid came from. How could someone so young possess such a high level of cultivation? The West Palace Master, Yang Pan, however, was ecstatic. Bringing Lan Xiao here was definitely the right move. He took the boy as his own disciple, intending to use Lan Xiao to crush the East Palace. Lan Xiao humbly replied that his skills were still lacking and that the palace master was too kind. The master told him that tomorrow, the East and West Palaces of the Azure Star Palace would select their most outstanding new disciples to compete in the dueling hall. Grand Sect Master Kunxing would also be there to observe. The moment he heard Kunxing's name, Lan Xiao knew his chance for revenge had arrived. He immediately decided to represent the West Palace in the fight. The next day, the East Palace sent out a disciple at the 9th level of the martial body realm. His brawny physique was a stark contrast to Lan Xiao, who was still in the body of a small child. Seeing Lan Xiao step into the arena, Shui Yihui of the East Palace scoffed openly. Kunxing double-checked with Yang Pan. "Are you sure this arrangement is wise?" Yang Pan was resolute, expressing complete confidence in his disciple. Lan Xiao had barely finished his greeting when the big oaf tried to stomp him flat, but he had gravely underestimated Lan Xiao. He blocked the massive foot with just one hand, even taunting, "Is that as hard as you can stomp?" No one could believe such a small body could hold so much power. Lan Xiao was already bored with the big guy and decided to stop playing around. He drove his fist into the man's heel, sending him flying into the ceiling. Seeing Lan Xiao down his opponent with a single punch, Kunxing asked for the boy's name. Yang Pan's voice boomed with pride. "That's my disciple. His name is Qin Xiao Yun. At the mention of that name, Kunxing immediately recalled Qin Yun, the fugitive who escaped from the heavenly punishment pagoda. He asked Lan Xiao if he had any connection to him, but before Lan Xiao could even speak, Yang Pan cut in, model. It's just a coincidence, that's all. Lam Tio dropped the act and muttered to himself. The person connected to him wasn't just Qin Yun, but also the one he feared the most. Kon Han couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? Immediately after, Lam Tio continued, repent for what you have done. With that, he gathered a palm strike and aimed it straight at Kon Han. The people standing there could only watch in astonishment as the elder was swallowed by the flames. Is that brat insane? When the smoke cleared, Kon Han's robes had been blown away. Kon Han stepped out, and unexpectedly, was a woman. It's been 300 years, and your power has faded, Lam Tu. She regretted not pulling the weed out by its roots all those years ago. If Lam Tio had recovered his full strength, that last attack would have surely killed her. Lam Tio replied, it has been a long time. This one has missed you dearly. Palace Master Lam Tu? Hearing the name Lam Tu, the two other palace masters were utterly shocked. Lam Tu gritted his teeth and cursed. You three traitors, today I will clean up my own house. Tui Ingihoi hurriedly ordered all disciples present to capture Lam Tio immediately, but none of the disciples wanted to make a move. That was ancestor Lam Tio. How could they possibly raise a hand against him? Seeing that the disciples were all useless, the two palace masters had no choice but to join forces and charge forward themselves. Truly overestimating yourselves. Two mere lackeys dare to attack me? Lam Tio simply formed a palm strike, expanding it into a shield that sent both of them flying. Lam Tio's eyes fell on Kon Han. Let's not waste any more time. We settle this grudge in this next move. After that, both sides unleashed their ultimate attacks, and a blinding light erupted from within the hall of battle. The sheer force created an earthquake so powerful that even Qin Yun felt it from his location and ran out to see what was happening. After 300 years, Kon Han had become vastly superior. On top of that, Lam Tio had not yet fully recovered his cultivation and was stuck in the body of a child. He was no match for the current Kon Han. Taking advantage of the chaos that had engulfed the hall of battle, Lam Tio managed to escape. The moment he got out, he ran right into Qin Yun. He had no idea why the kid was here, but he grabbed him and started running. Kon Han also emerged from the rubble, determined not to let Lam Tio escape this time. She commanded her disciples to scour the entire area until he was found. Back with Qin Yun, he saw Lam Tio's wretched state. What in the world happened? Lam Tio coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, making Qin Yun worry. But Lam Tio said he was fine, and couldn't help but ask why Qin Yun was also at the Heavenly Palace. Qin Yun explained everything, then guessed that Lam Tio must have found Kon Han and fought him, which was why he ended up in this condition. Lam Tio admitted that he had gravely underestimated Kon Han, lamenting his lack of power. If not for that, he would have dealt with that witch long ago. An idea sparked in his mind, and he asked Qin Yun if he had his storage ring with him. Qin Yun, who always kept it on him, immediately took it out to show Lam Tio. Lam Tio said that his current aura was too powerful, and Kon Han would definitely be able to detect it. His only choice was to hide inside the storage ring and heal. Right after, Lam Tio shrank himself down and hid inside the storage ring. Qin Yun thought to himself that the ring contained many spiritual medicines, which should be enough to help Lam Tio recover. Just as Lam Tio vanished inside, the two palace masters arrived. They were completely baffled. Lam Tio's aura was clearly in the area just a moment ago, but now it had suddenly disappeared. If they couldn't even capture one injured man, they knew they would face a terrible fate at Kon Han's hands. They decided to split up and continue the search. Seeing that the two had left, Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, wanting to head back first and figure things out later. Who would have thought that Qimei Lian would also come running? She said someone had come to inform them not to wander around. A powerful intruder had attacked the Heavenly Palace, but was defeated by the Great Elder and was now on the run. All the elders in the Heavenly Palace were now frantically searching for that person. Qin Yun wanted to confirm. The Great Elder. Is her name Kon Han? Qimei Lian, still unaware that the intruder was the legendary ancestor Lam Tio, proudly proclaimed, Elder Kon's power is immeasurable. She is the #1 master of the Blue Star Palace. That fugitive didn't know his own limits, daring to pick a fight with the Great Elder. He was basically asking for death. Lam Tu, hiding in the ring, overheard their conversation, and his voice echoed out, You rotten girl, what did you just say? Next time, I'll definitely chop that witch Kon Han into 100 pieces. Not only was Qimei Lian startled by the voice, but Qin Yun was as well. Qimei Lian frowned. Why do I hear a child's voice? Qin Yun calmly told her she must be hearing things. then used the excuse of being tired to head back to his room. Qin Yun was bewildered. Did I really mishear things? Maybe I should go see a doctor. Once he was back in his room with the door shut tight, Qin Yun dared to ask Lam Tuo if he could hear them from inside the ring. Lam Tuo's voice echoed in Qin Yun's mind. He was using a spiritual link from inside the storage ring to communicate. No one on the outside could hear them. He was severely injured right now. If Qin Yun were to run into danger, he wasn't sure he could get out in time to save him. Because of that, you need to raise your strength quickly to ensure your own safety. Lam Tuo began to mentor him, saying, I will now teach you how to craft a high-grade spiritual weapon. Right now, you fight with your bare hands. You need a proper weapon. So, let's forge a high-grade spiritual weapon, the giant Spirit King sledgehammer. Qin Yun was shocked to realize that Lam Tuo actually knew artifact refinement. Of course, Lam Tuo knew. After all, he was the one who taught him everything about artifact refinement, and he had specifically warned him not to let anyone know he was his teacher, not even that girl from earlier. When forging the giant Spirit King's scepter, he had to be completely alone. So, Qin Yun followed Lam Tuo's guidance. He successfully forged the giant Spirit King's scepter, but holding it in his hand, he had no idea what it could do. Lam Tuo explained that it was a high-grade spirit weapon. He was only to use it in a life-or-death situation. Using it openly would attract the attention of powerful experts, putting his life in grave danger. But before Lam Tuo could even finish his warning, Qin Yun was already eager to test its power. He raised the scepter high and slammed it down on the forging table. At first, nothing happened. Then suddenly, a blinding light erupted, and an explosion engulfed the entire room. The blast also completely vaporized Qin Yun's clothes. Lam Tuo tried to stop him, but it was too late. All he could do was scold him for using it so recklessly. He hadn't even had the chance to pass on the mental incantation for the scepter yet. With tears streaming down his face, Qin Yun quietly apologized. After that, buck naked, he went to Qin Yun's room. She was asleep, but woke up to the noise, thinking some kind of pervert had broken in. But it was just Qin Yun. She screamed, "What do you think you're doing, standing there naked? I'm not mentally prepared for this." Qin Yun reassured her, "You've got it all wrong." He explained that he'd been careless during his training and accidentally burned up all his clothes. He was hoping she could help him borrow a new set. Hearing that, her eyes went even wider. He could burn up his clothes just from training? Since it was already late at night, she told him she'd have to wait until morning to get him some clothes, which meant he had to stay naked all night. Heh. The next day, Qin Yun went to the Sky Palace and bought him a new, much nicer outfit that fit him perfectly. It cost her a steep 5,000 spirit coins. She definitely got ripped off. The merchants there are nothing but scammers. Just as Qin Yun was lamenting the cost, Elder Wu arrived. He told them the artifact pavilion had been destroyed last night. Hearing this, Qin Yun was shocked. Who would dare cause such a scene inside the Sky Palace? Elder Wu continued, explaining that a powerful expert had attacked Grand Elder Kun Xing at the dueling hall. But the Grand Elder defeated the attacker, who then fled in an unknown direction. He suspected this person was still hiding somewhere within the Sky Palace. He figured it was probably the same person who destroyed the artifact pavilion. He asked if either of them had heard anything strange last night. Qin Yun just smiled awkwardly. With their low cultivation level, how could they possibly detect the movements of such a powerful expert? Elder Wu thought that made sense. An expert with strength on par with the Grand Elder wasn't someone they'd be able to notice. Just then, he mentioned that Xiao Yueme was looking for him. Back in the present, Xiao Yueme was searching for Qin Yun below the Blue Star Palace. She finally found out that he had already gone up to the Sky Palace. She couldn't help but be surprised. He clearly knew nothing about artifact refinement, so how did he get selected by the Sky Palace's prestigious artifact pavilion? It was truly a miracle. But when Qin Yun finally met up with her, he was furious. "You were the one who ditched me to sweep floors at the artifact pavilion, so why are you suddenly looking for me now?" She just smiled apologetically, saying she had been busy with something important at the time. That's why she'd forgotten all about him. She came looking for him today because of something urgent. She'd found the place where Zhao Yuelan was being held captive. Hearing this, Qin Yun got agitated and demanded to know, "Where is she? Tell me." Xiao Yueme pushed him back, telling him to calm down. Xiao Yuelan was currently imprisoned in the Tiangqi Forbidden Land. They needed to head there immediately to rescue her. Qin Yun started to get suspicious. "The two of you never seem to get along. Why would you suddenly want to save your sister? What are you really after?" Xiao Yueme didn't bother hiding her true intentions. She needed to retrieve something extremely important from the Tiangqi Forbidden Land, and for that, she needed a partner, someone with high combat strength to go along with her. That way, he could rescue his precious sister, while she could grab what she came for. Qin Yun sneered. He knew she was up to no good, but he agreed to go with her anyway. Afterwards, Qin Yun went to Elder Wu to ask for some time off. Qi Malian, who had been standing nearby and overheard everything, rushed out, crying and clinging to him. That woman who came for you today. I can tell just by looking at her that she's bad news. She begged him to be careful. Qin Yun gently reassured her. I'll be on my guard around her. Don't you worry. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xiao Yumei let out a sneeze, feeling like someone was just talking trash about her. When Qin Yun got back, Xiao Yumei calmly gave him more information. While investigating the Tianqi Forbidden Land, she had managed to offend the Crown Prince of Tianqi, a man named Qi Yu. It was highly likely that he would try to have them assassinated on their journey, so she warned Qin Yun to be careful. It all clicked for Qin Yun, and he angrily raised his voice at her. So you pissed someone off and needed a bodyguard, and that's why you came looking for me? If you're hiding anything else, you better tell me right now so I can mentally prepare. She tried to calm him down again, admitting it was her fault. As a consolation, she promised that once she obtained the soul refining art, she would make a copy for him. Just then, Lam Tia communicated with Qin Yun telepathically, telling him to agree immediately. He absolutely had to get his hands on that soul refining art. Hearing this, Qin Yun accidentally spoke his thoughts out loud. If even a powerful expert like you values it so much, it must be something really amazing. Xiao Yuemei, who was standing right next to him, heard everything. She had no idea who he was talking to. Qin Yun quickly covered, saying she must have misheard him. The Tianqi Forbidden Land is located to the northeast of the Blue Star Palace, about 3,000 miles away. The journey would take them an entire month. Qin Yun wondered, why would Qin Zhengfeng imprison Xiao Yuelan in such a remote place? Xiao Yuemei explained, it's because he wants to perform a soul-refining technique on her. My sister swore she would rather die than marry that man, so he took her to the Tianqi Forbidden Land, intending to use a soul-refining technique to brainwash her into willingly marrying him. After hearing this, Qin Yun wanted to teach that Qin Zhengfeng a lesson, and asked how Xiao Yuemin had gotten on the wrong side of the Tianqi Empire. He didn't even have to ask to see her rage boil over. She had killed the man he'd sent with the marriage proposal. So, he sent a master to capture her, forcing her to flee to the Tianqi Forbidden Land to find the soul-refining technique and increase her own strength. Who the hell did that guy think he was? Proposing to her. To make it worse, her own half-brother, Xiao Yanglong, sold her out to Qi Yu, all for 10 cities and some pathetic excuse for brotherly love. She swore that once she mastered the soul-refining technique, she'd cut both of them into 1,000 pieces. Hearing her laugh, Qin Yun couldn't help but think she was a terrifying woman. Just then, Lan Xiao warned him of an extremely strong killing intent approaching, likely from someone nearing the Martial Dao realm, and told them to run. But it was too late. The person had already caught up to them. Now, their only option was to fight. The murderous aura shot down like a rocket, crashing into the ground with a boom. A blue-haired woman emerged from the crater. She was the master sent by Qi Yu to capture Xiao Yuemin. Just as Xiao Yuemin confidently declared she could take her, Qin Yun warned that the woman was on the verge of entering the Martial Dao realm, which completely shocked her. I'm surprised you could see through my cultivation, the blue-haired woman said. You've got a sharp eye. For that, I'll give you a painless death. Qi Yu wouldn't want to see another man standing beside Lady Yuemin. After all, Xiao Yuemin remained defiant, believing that as long as the woman didn't dare to kill her, they could eventually wear her down. The blue-haired woman raised her hand, and a stream of water flowed out, forming a water orb that completely engulfed Xiao Yuemin. Qin Yun rushed forward to save Yuemin, but the woman blasted him back with a powerful jet of water. In that moment, Qin Yun thought it was all over. But then Lan Xiao revealed that his problem wasn't just a simple injury. He needed to go into a long period of secluded cultivation to recover. He told Qin Yun not to call upon him unless it was an absolute emergency. This news left Qin Yun feeling even more helpless. Is this really the best time to go into seclusion? But Lan Xiao simply replied, it is, annoyed by his muttering. The blue-haired woman grew impatient and launched several more water orbs at him. Suddenly, an old man appeared out of nowhere, right in front of Qin Yun. Be careful, boy, he said, before blocking the blue-haired woman's attack. Xiao Yuemin seemed to recognize the man. Isn't he from the Hualing Martial Academy? The blue-haired woman sensed trouble. This old man had neutralized her killing blow with just one hand. He might be even more formidable than the great elder Kun Xing. Realizing Qin Yun had such a powerful backer, she decided it was better to retreat and report back for now. Looks like you got lucky this time. She ceased her attack and immediately withdrew. The water orb imprisoning Xiao Yuemin fell to the ground with a thud. As Qin Yun rushed to catch her, the old man suddenly grabbed his arm. It was only then that Qin Yun remembered to thank him. The old man introduced himself as Qin Yonghe, his great-grandfather, which made Qin Yun immediately suspicious. He told the old man to stop joking. His great-grandfather's name was Qin Shingzhen, who was also the shortest reigning emperor of Tianqin, having passed away at just 37. The old man then handed him a piece of hide. Qin Yun examined it for a moment and realized this beast hide belonged to a very powerful monster. It had been treated with a special, complex method, making it impervious to blades and immune to fire and water. Moreover, judging by the cut marks, it must have come from an enormous beast. The hide was made of several pieces pressed together, with traces of carved spirit runes where they joined. He asked the old man what it was. The quality of this beast hide was so incredibly high that he couldn't even carve a single spirit rune onto it with his own tools. The old man praised him, saying he was truly a genius in inscription and smithing, and decided not to hide anything from him. This is a small part of a map. Hearing this, Qin Yun was stunned. What kind of map would be made from such rare and precious materials? Its surface was a uniform color with no visible markings, which meant they must have been hidden using a special technique. The old man continued, explaining that the map was inscribed with dark runes, which he still hadn't been able to decipher. 40 years ago, Qin Yun's father had given him this map. Qin Yun had to ask again, "Are you really my great-grandfather?" The old man explained that he had ventured into the Yunlong mountain range long ago, where he nearly lost his life and was trapped for decades. He was eventually rescued by the headmaster of the Holing Academy, who happened to be passing by, and was later trained to become the new headmaster. Since he had already reached the martial Dao realm by then, he had no lingering attachment to imperial power, so he stayed to cultivate in peace and never returned to the palace, even changing his name. Qin Yun's eyes widened in shock. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" It turned out he had a powerful backer in the academy all along, his great-grandfather. The old man continued his story, explaining that when Qin Yun's father was studying at the Hualing Martial Academy, he recognized him but agreed not to reveal his identity. While trying to break through to the martial Dao realm, his father suffered a cultivation deviation and was severely injured. Qin Yun finally understood why his father had always seemed so distant and uncaring. It turned out his father could barely even save himself. He asked the old man, "Where is my father now? How is he doing?" He learned that his father was still in seclusion, recovering from his injuries. The old man wasn't sure if he would ever fully recover. "It's good that you can finally understand your father," he said. The incident years ago, when Qin Yun's cultivation was crippled, had also caused his father immense pain, only making his injuries worse. Now, the old man hands him a piece of the map. "This was always meant to be yours. Years ago, your mother met your father because of this very beast hide, but it was also the reason she lost her life. This map is called the Immortal Burying Map. It fell from a star, landing next to a small mountain village. When it hit the ground, it split into 4 pieces. As fate would have it, your mother and 3 other women were washing clothes by the river, and each of them kept 1 piece. After the star fell, it caught the attention of the 3 great empires. They immediately sent people to the small village. That's when your mother met your father, and for them, it was love at first sight. Back then, your father was still the crown prince. Despite all objections, he was determined to marry her. The other 2 women who found pieces of the Immortal Burying Map were also taken away by the crown princes of the Tianqi and Tianxiao empires. Those 2 are now the emperors of their respective nations. The woman who went to the Tianxiao Empire didn't have a bad fate. She became a noble consort. But her story was similar to your mother's. She passed away right after giving birth. As for the woman who went to the Tianqi Empire, she wasn't so lucky. She became a palace handmaiden and died not long after having her child. Qin Yun asked, "What about the last woman?" It turns out, that woman was his own grandmaster. He worried, "Don't tell me the grandmaster was cursed and died too?" The old man shook his head. "No, not that. The master wasn't cursed, but it seems he was still affected, which gave his enemies the chance to frame him for practicing demonic arts." Qin Yun finally understood everything. The old man comforted him. "Your grandmaster will be fine. After all, he managed to avoid the curse. He's probably just recuperating somewhere right now." Qin Yun asked, "Does this mean I have to find the other 3 pieces of the beast hide?" The old man nodded. The woman who went to the Tianxiao Empire was the mother of Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemin. The woman who became a handmaiden in the Tianqi Empire gave birth to Qi Meilian with the Tianqi Emperor. She entrusted her piece of the beast hide to me long ago. Upon learning Qi Meilian's identity, Qin Yun's jaw dropped. The old man felt sorry for poor Qi Meilian, who was always thinking of Qin Yun when he couldn't even remember her, and flicked him on the head to jog his memory. But then again, he said he was incredibly proud to have a great-grandson like him. The rest is up to you now. I have to go scout the Cloud Dragon mountain range." Having just met his great-grandfather, Qin Yun was a little sad to see him go, but then it hit him. His grandpa had been an academy headmaster for so many years, he had to be filthy rich. He subtly hinted, asking if there was anything else he wanted to give him. The old man let out a huge laugh and handed him a pouch. Inside were 50 purple crystal coins, equivalent to 50,000 crystal coins. What an amazing grandpa, right? Qin Yun took the pouch, unsure of how to properly thank him. They talked for a long time, until dusk fell. Qin Yun's grandfather recounted that when the world was first formed, 9 magnificent suns appeared in the vast sky. They gave birth to the 9-sun spirit Qi, which nourished all living things and created the 9-sun continent, the land where they now lived. The old headmaster once said that discovering the secret of the 9 suns would grant a person unparalleled power. However, with his current strength, that was an impossible task. At present, they were in the 9 Desolates, a remote corner of the 9-sun continent. This place had very little spirit Qi and resources, which severely limited their ability to grow stronger. Therefore, one had to cross the treacherous Cloud Dragon mountain range to reach the Martial Desolate, a place where martial arts flourished, to find a chance for a breakthrough. The boy worriedly told his great-grandfather to be careful in the Cloud Dragon mountain range, only to get a knock on the head for it. "Your great-grandpa is more than strong enough. You think I need you to worry about me? You, on the other hand, should worry about yourself. You want to help Xiao Yuelan, but now you're traveling with Xiao Yuemin. Be careful, or they'll call you a scumbag." But what else was he supposed to do? After that, the two said their goodbyes. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemin found an abandoned house to rest and take shelter for the night. The moment Xiao Yuemin found a spot to lie down, she was out like a light. She only woke up after Qin Yun finished cooking a pot of stew and had to poke her with a stick to rouse her. Xiao Yuemin sat up, rubbing her eyes, and unconsciously called out, "Auntie, is it time to eat?" "Who are you calling auntie?" "I'm Qin Yun, your big bro." His sudden serious tone startled her, making her blush. She brought the bowl to her lips and took a sip of the stew venison simmered with vegetables. The flavor was incredible, delicious, down to the very last drop. She never thought he'd have a talent like this. Qin Yun put on a cool facade, though he couldn't believe the first woman he ever cooked for was her. She blushed and turned away, whispering to herself that he wasn't at all what she had imagined. Qin Yun couldn't quite hear her and asked, "What did you say?" Startled, she blurted out, "The Tianqi Empire is backed by the Cloud Dragon mountain range, and the Tianqi Forbidden Grounds are to the northwest, a little more to the west." The clueless Qin Yun thought, "Oh, so that's what she was talking about." Xiao Yuemin quickly changed the subject to her aunt, who she said was very jealous. "Back then, my aunt was under a lot of pressure and wasn't allowed to get married. Now, if she sees me eating food you cooked, traveling all alone with you, she'll probably be absolutely furious." Qin Yun burst out laughing. "Your aunt's name is Xiao Shuangqin, right? Being single for that long, her personality must be pretty unstable." Xiao Yuemin giggled along with him, adding, "Don't you dare say that to her face, or she'll definitely give you a serious beatdown." Their conversation suddenly turned cheerful and easy. Morning came before they knew it. The next day, Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun continued their journey, flying low in the sky toward the Tianqi Forbidden Grounds. Xiao Yuelan controlled a flying sword, while Qin Yun moved using his fire cloud tassel. Although their speed was slower, it was incredibly stable, smooth, and consumed very little spiritual power. Xiao Yuelan explained to Qin Yun about the soul-refining mad demon, a notorious fiend from many years ago. According to rumors, he cultivated a wicked art that allowed him to transplant another person's martial soul, and he could even extract someone's martial soul to strengthen his own. According to the historical records of the 3 great empires, the soul-refining mad demon had committed countless atrocities and deserved to be executed. However, the Tianqi kingdom had kept him alive for this long, clearly intending to force the mad demon to hand over his soul-refining art. Qin Yun shared that he had once heard teacher Yang mention a special drug that could induce hallucinations, causing the user to spill all their secrets. He suspected that Qi Yu might possess this kind of pill and was using it to torture the soul-refining mad demon, forcing him to reveal the secrets of the soul-refining art. "We've been discovered." Qin Yun realized several people were approaching them. "Run!" Qin Yun immediately dashed forward. Xiao Yuelan was right behind him, constantly scanning their surroundings. She discovered their pursuers were all at the 7th level of the martial body realm and possessed superhuman speed. A moment later, they saw a stone chamber up ahead. More than 10 people were outside, and among them was Qi Yu. The two landed under the cover of dense trees and carefully moved forward. Xiao Yuelan saw the person in front and suddenly cried out, "Auntie!" Who knew her aunt was here too? Someone suddenly yelled, "It's Qin Yun, get him." The group of more than 10 people was completely shocked to see Qin Yun here as well. Seeing this, Xiao Yuelan rushed out, spreading her arms to stand in front of Qin Yun and block them. "What right do you have to capture him?" Xiao Xuanqin advised. "Yuelan, you're safe now. Why are you still with him?" She suddenly noticed the aura of golden bone qi on Xiao Yuelan. Could it be, "You've entered the 7th level of the martial body realm?" The crowd stared at them with murderous intent. A young man standing among them was Qi Yu, his face gaunt, pale, and filled with a sinister look. He was furious that Qin Yun had ruined his good time with Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan stated firmly, "On our way here, Qin Yun helped me with my breakthrough. So auntie, you will not lay a hand on him." When her attempts at persuasion failed, Xiao Xuanqin showed no more mercy and decided to attack directly. Xiao Xuanqin waved her fair, slender hand, sending out a flash of blue light, intending to bind Xiao Yuelan. Seeing the situation turn bad, Qin Yun quickly threw out several fire talismans, which erupted in a violent blaze. He then used the chaos to make a mad dash forward. "Let's go." Qin Yun sprinted toward the door of the stone chamber. Most of these people were at the 9th level of the martial body realm. Naturally, they weren't afraid of Qin Yun's fire talismans. They quickly dispersed, forming a large circle and trapping him inside. Qi Yu roared with a vicious tone, "Qin Yun, instead of staying obediently at the martial academy, you ran all the way out here to die for a woman. Xiao Yanglong hates you so much. If I kill you, I'm sure he'll be overjoyed." Qin Yun had no idea why Xiao Yanglong was suddenly being brought into this. Xiao Yuelan was still further back, bound by Xiao Xuanqin, and struggling desperately. Her voice filled with rage as she warned Qi Yu, "If you dare lay a hand on Qin Yun, I swear I will get my revenge." Qi Yu looked at Xiao Yuelan, enveloped in the blue light, and clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Panic flared in Qi Yu's heart. Xiao Yuelan had reached the 7th level of the martial body realm at such a young age. That kind of potential was as terrifying as Xiao Yuelan herself. It was entirely possible she could reach the martial Dao realm by the time she was 20. There were only a handful of martial Dao realm experts in the entire Tianqi Empire. If he made an enemy of a future martial Dao expert, the entire empire could be doomed. Seeing Qin Yun surrounded and in grave danger while she was powerless to help, Xiao Yuelan was overcome with fury. She warned Xiao Xuanqin, "You're siding with that bastard Qi Yu. I was wrong about you, auntie. From now on, I want nothing to do with you." Xiao Xuanqin truly hadn't expected this. She had watched Xiao Yuelan grow up, yet here she was, protecting Qin Yun with such fierce devotion. This only made her more determined. She struck out directly with her palm, hitting him. His body couldn't react in time and was sent flying backward, through the door of the stone chamber. Unintentionally, the door was pushed open, and he fell right inside, after which the stone door immediately slammed shut. Qi Yu laughed coldly with satisfaction. "Qin Yun is now locked inside the Tianqi Forbidden Grounds. Except for my royal father, no one can let him out. If you want to save him, go beg my father yourself." Xiao Yuelan was enraged. Her voice turned ice cold, her eyes filled with merciless light. "Xiao Xuanqin, get the hell out of my sight. I never want to see you again." Xiao Yuelan struggled, knowing she couldn't beat the people here, and wanted to quickly mount her sword and fly away. Of course, Xiao Xuanqin understood Xiao Yuelan's personality. Seeing the deep-seated hatred in Xiao Yuelan's eyes, she knew that from this day forward, she would be despised. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she quickly urged Xiao Yuelan to calm down. But Xiao Yuelan had reached her limit. She didn't want to hear another word from her aunt and shrieked hysterically, "Shut up!" Everyone around them was dumbfounded, because in their eyes, she was the aloof, cold young lady. They never imagined she would say such words. At those vile words, Qi Yu was about to make a move, but he stopped the moment he heard Xiao Yueman's tone. He also wanted to completely annihilate Qin Yun, but he couldn't do it in front of Xiao Yueman, so Xiao Xuanqin had reluctantly suggested they kill her too to avoid future revenge. Xiao Xuanqin glanced over and said, "You saw it yourself. I accidentally knocked Qin Yun into the forbidden area. Yuemin is furious now. She's always been obedient since she was a child, but I've had it with her this time. The only thing to do is take her back to the Tianxiao Empire and have someone keep an eye on her." After that, Xiao Xuanqin hurriedly chased after Xiao Yuemin. Now, Qi Yu had also earned her resentment. He turned and blamed everything on Qin Yun. Keeping Xiao Yuelan around was just a pretext for him to obtain the soul refining technique. But now that Qin Yun had been knocked into the forbidden area, the soul refining maniac inside would have company and wouldn't cooperate with him anymore. An optimistic man suddenly spoke up. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Qin Yun can never get out of there now. Qin Yun was too great a threat to them. He was highly valued by the Qin Palace, and with their backing, he could have caused a great deal of trouble in the future. Qi Yu was still worried. The soul-refining maniac had been locked in there for over 200 years, tormented by loneliness. They originally could have negotiated with her to hand over the soul-refining technique, but now that she had someone to cure her loneliness, the plan was likely ruined. At the east gate of the Blue Star Palace, Xiao Yanglong paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, waiting anxiously. He was the older brother of Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemin, and the one who most wanted to see Qin Yun in his grave. Before long, young Shi Yue slowly approached. She openly showed her coldness and disgust towards Xiao Yanglong. Xiao Yanglong suppressed his rage. If it weren't for Yang Shiyue's incredible talent, he would have already forced a wedding and made her his. Yang Shiyu spoke first, her voice cold. Showing her lack of goodwill towards Xiao Yanglong, she asked, "What is it?" He had called her here this time to inform her that Yuemin had gone missing. He knew that besides her aunt, Yang Shiyu also cared for Yuemin. Now that she'd had a falling out with her aunt, things had gotten serious. Qin Yun was knocked into the Tianqi forbidden area, and because of this, Yuemin flew into a rage. "Aren't you worried she'll cause even more trouble?" These words made Yang Shiyu's gaze tremble. She sighed and said, "Qin Yun has already ended up like this. Why do they still cling to him and refuse to let go?" After speaking, she bowed her head, her heart heavy, and turned to leave, leaving Xiao Yanglong to clench his fists so tightly, his heart was practically bleeding with hatred. "Qin Yun, a nobody like you dares to influence the people around me. It's a good thing you've been knocked into the Tianqi forbidden area. Otherwise, I would have made you suffer a fate worse than death." Meanwhile, after entering the forbidden area, Qin Yun finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the 4 hazy walls around him, he quickly sat up to survey his surroundings, and upon recalling what happened, he realized he was really inside the Tianqi forbidden area. And what's more, there was even a bed and bedding here. Suddenly, from the darkness, an old woman leaning on a cane emerged. It scared him half to death. The old woman had a few wrinkles on her face, and with a kind smile, she walked to the bedside. She introduced herself as the soul-refining maniac, guilty of heinous crimes. She had once helped many people from the Qin Empire. She helped them obtain incredibly powerful martial souls, but they were ungrateful traitors. After her husband died, they tried to force her to hand over the soul-refining technique. When she refused to the death, she was thrown in here. Qin Yun also shared his own circumstances. He was framed by treacherous officials, dethroned as the crown prince, and even had 4 of his spirit veins ripped out. But they relentlessly plotted to have him killed. During a conflict with someone else, he was knocked into this place. As he spoke, he suddenly realized he'd been gravely injured by a 9th-level martial body expert, but he was completely unharmed. As it turned out, the old woman had treated all his wounds. She explained that she was the one who had saved him. She also showed interest in Qin Yun's martial soul, noting that it had potential but also hidden dangers. She believed that his falling into this place was a blessing in disguise. She became angry on his behalf. "Those wicked people actually ripped out your spirit veins." She asked, "How old were you then?" Qin Yun gave a bitter laugh and said, "I was 10 at the time. It's all in the past now. Having a cultivation at the 6th level of the martial body realm now isn't too bad." Hearing this, the old woman felt even more sympathy for him, telling him he must remember those people, eliminate them one by one. That kind of villain must never be forgiven. Seeing how kind the old woman was, Qin Yun grew bold enough to ask about the rumor that she extracts other people's martial souls. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't asked, but the things she used were all ownerless martial souls or beast souls. She had never extracted anyone's martial soul. Originally, she was one of the 4 great imperial concubines of the Qin Empire. When the emperor passed away, the Empress, fearing she would vie for the throne, killed her 2 children and tried to force her to hand over the soul-refining technique. "If my children had been given a proper death, I might have cooperated with them." Qin Yun lowered his head, recalling the books he had read. He confirmed that there was indeed such a period in the history of the Tianqi Empire. Qiao Ruiwen, one of the 4 concubines, conspired with her son to usurp the throne, and so, they were executed. No one knew that the soul-refining maniac and that concubine were one and the same person. The old woman also revealed that she used the soul-refining technique to keep her soul agile and her martial soul from decaying. It allowed her to live for a very long time. But the situation with the martial soul inside your body is very special. You yourself should understand your current martial soul model. All of his power is concentrated in his arm. If it gets chopped off later, he's basically useless. He wanted her help to move his martial soul and inner core to his dantian. She immediately shot that down, asking, "Move it to the dantian? For what?" Instead, she would move Qin Yun's vibration martial soul and inner core into his heart. The flame martial soul would remain dormant in his left arm, not move to the dantian. This was to save room for a third martial soul. This was the absolute best position to accommodate a third one. The vibration martial soul was being moved to his heart. The heart is a vital organ, and with the protection of the vibration inner core, it would no longer be so easily damaged. After that, Qin Yun lay down and cooperated as the old woman began the transfer of his vibration inner core. It was originally inside his flame inner core, and trying to force it out caused him excruciating pain. His vibration inner core was separated from his flame inner core, and, under Granny Qiao's control, slowly moved toward the center of his body. Qin Yun slowly asked if his flame inner core was dormant now, and if he needed to fuse with an extremely powerful martial soul to awaken it. The old woman said gravely, "That's right. And that martial soul must be powerful enough, otherwise, it will destroy both your flame martial soul and your flame inner core. You're lucky you ran into me. If you had just recklessly searched for a martial soul on your own, the consequences would have been catastrophic." Very quickly, Qin Yun felt a mighty energy enter his heart. Granny Qiao wiped away her sweat, smiling as she said, "If you hadn't cultivated the Xuanhuang Heart Sutra, I wouldn't have dared to help you with a move like this. Only the Xuanhuang Heart Sutra could accept the vibration inner core. Even a normal Diamond Heart Sutra wouldn't have been able to handle it. It would have definitely shattered. The heart is the crucial hub that circulates energy in the body. Fusing the vibration inner core meant that its vibrational power could be sent to any part of his body in an instant, protecting him. Qin Yun hurriedly thanked the old woman. After the transfer was complete, Qin Yun asked Granny Qiao about what kind of power was preventing them from escaping the underground palace. Granny Qiao explained that there was an incredibly powerful formation in this place that created a barrier enveloping the entire palace. You could only get in from the outside, you couldn't get out from the inside. Qin Yun tried to use his spiritual power to probe it, but was unsuccessful. He realized this place was even more fortified than the Heavenly Punishment Tower. After exploring for a bit, Qin Yun left the room and discovered a long tunnel with many branching paths, leading in different directions. Granny Qiao had been here for over 200 years and knew the underground palace like the back of her hand, explaining to him that there were 109 stone chambers below. The largest one was octagonal, then there were 36 fairly large square chambers, and the other 72 chambers were all small and round. As they walked along the dark corridor, Qin Yun asked Granny Qiao, "All these years, were you able to absorb spiritual energy without any issues?" Granny Qiao confirmed that she could, and had even broken through to the martial Dao realm right inside this underground palace. She also noted that the spiritual energy here seemed more special than what was outside. Qin Yun had also just sensed that the spiritual energy here was almost on the level of inner energy, but it was incredibly pure. He remembered that he couldn't absorb spiritual energy outside the Heavenly Punishment Tower, but here in the Tianqi Forbidden Land, he could. However, his spiritual force couldn't get out. He hypothesized that the Forbidden Land needed to consume a massive amount of energy to maintain its powerful barrier, so it must have a large spirit-gathering formation to collect spiritual energy from all directions. Qin Yun guessed there must be a large-scale spirit-gathering formation to pull in spiritual energy from all around. This formation was likely connected to each of the giant trees outside, using them to accumulate power. And this wasn't just a wild guess, because Qin Yun could sense the essence of plants within the spiritual energy here. Granny Qiao didn't know much about inscription formations, and couldn't help but be impressed seeing how knowledgeable he was. Qin Yun revealed that he was a junior inscriptionist. Hearing this made Granny Qiao so happy, she said she might just get to see the sun again. Qin Yun explained that this Tianqi Forbidden Land had one huge flaw. While the Great Spirit Gathering Formation was supplying energy to the barrier, it was also pouring a massive amount of spiritual energy into the underground palace. At this point, he finally took out the giant Spirit King hammer that he'd been hiding for the past few days. It was time to use it. Qin Yun used the giant Spirit King hammer to smash violently against the wall, unleashing the dragon-slaying downpour technique. The strange thing was, his attack didn't create any sound waves at all. It was completely absorbed by the wall. Seeing this, Granny Qiao sighed. That's just how it is. No matter how much force you use, it still gets absorbed. But, since you're an inscriptionist, learning the soul refinement technique is the best way forward. She then reached out and patted his head, She didn't have any children or grandchildren of her own, and feeling that he was a good kid, she wanted to pass on her knowledge to him. Qin Yun's face lit up with excitement. He then remembered that Granny Qiao had been here for a very long time without eating any delicious food, so he took out lots of fresh fruit, meals, and even some beast meat. Despite having lived for hundreds of years, Granny Qiao was still sharp as a tack and only looked to be in her 50s or 60s. However, her snow-white hair and eyebrows made her seem older. The dull life down here only made her age even more. Granny Qiao was incredibly grateful to Qin Yun and eagerly began to enjoy the delicious food. Qin Yun shared a similar fate with Granny Qiao, having been caught up in power struggles. This was why they bonded so quickly. They developed a mutual understanding. While eating, Zhao Ruwen began to pass on the soul refining technique to Qin Yun. A few days passed, and Qin Yun had completely memorized the soul refining technique. Zhao Ruwen had spent many days and nights explaining it over and over. Forgetting it was practically impossible. Zhao Ruwen sat on a swing chair that Qin Yun had crafted from wood he kept in his storage space. "Little Yun, if we ever get out of here, I'll take you to the soul-guiding star peak." Qin Yun was munching on an apple, his mouth full. His interest was immediately piqued. The soul-guiding star peak? What kind of place is that? Zhao Ruiwen explained that it was a mystical place. Built on a mountaintop by the blue Xiao martial king, it housed a grand formation. Activating this formation could summon a star martial soul. Although the star martial soul is the weakest of the heaven-bestowed martial souls, it has a much higher chance of being awakened. Your fire martial soul is dormant. Only by fusing with a heaven-bestowed star martial soul can you fully awaken it. Hearing this, Qin Yun's heart burned with impatience. He wanted nothing more than to escape this godforsaken place as soon as possible. Qin Yun explained that he had many enemies on the outside and needed to lay low. He told Zhao Ruiwen about his childhood, how his mother had arranged his engagement to the princess of the Tianxiao Empire. After Qin Yun was framed, the Tianxiao Empire decided to marry the princess to the new crown prince instead, with the engagement ceremony set to take place in the next 2 or 3 months. He didn't even want to snatch the princess back as his wife. He just had a feeling that Xiao Yuelan held no ill will toward him. Rumors on the outside claimed that Xiao Yuelan despised Qin Yun, even saying her cold and heartless personality was a result of being forced into the engagement as a child. Many people saw Qin Yun as a stain on Xiao Yuelan's life and assumed she wished him dead, but he himself felt the complete opposite. Zhao Ruiwen sighed. The problem was, they couldn't get out. If they could, they would go to the soul-guiding star peak immediately to fuse him with a star martial soul, which would undoubtedly cause his strength to skyrocket. He might even smoothly break through to the 7th level of the martial body realm. But to get out, the barrier's energy had to be completely depleted. Qin Yun thought carefully, then his face lit up with joy as he quickly explained his plan. That's it. The barrier's energy has to be depleted, so we'll just steal the barrier's energy for ourselves. If they could disrupt the energy balance within the underground palace, they'd have a chance to escape. Qin Yun rushed to the largest octagonal stone chamber. The room was over 10 meters wide, incredibly spacious. Qin Yun took out numerous stone slabs and spread them across the floor, forming the 9 Sun Spirit Gathering Array. He planned to use this 9 Sun Spirit Gathering Array to hijack the barrier's energy. This place was the nerve center, controlling the automated energy flow of the entire palace. If he could just throw this place into chaos, they would have their chance to escape. Seeing his absolute confidence, Zhao Ruwen felt a surge of excitement herself. She had been trapped here for so many years that she had nearly given up all hope. But now, that hope was rekindled in her heart. Qin Yun finished setting up the 9 Sun Spirit Gathering Array, activated it, and stood in its center. He released his mental energy to better sense the 9 Sun spiritual qi. The array began to absorb a massive amount of it. Qin Yun channeled it all into the formation to make up for its energy deficit, while also absorbing a large portion himself to temper his own body. After several hours, Qin Yun's plan began to work. The barrier started to weaken. The walls shook violently, a clear sign that the barrier was severely affected and could no longer absorb energy as it used to. The massive octagonal chamber trembled so intensely it felt like it could collapse at any moment. Qin Yun could feel the barrier crumbling and knew they were about to escape the Tiangqi Forbidden Land, but that also meant the patrol guards from the Tiangqi Kingdom would be here any second. Zhao Ruiwen focused her internal energy. She created a protective shield around herself and Qin Yun. It seems in a moment, I'll have no choice but to use the ancient forbidden art of Ancestor Lan Xiao. It can call down a meteor, but using it will drain me completely. It will take a long time to recover. Zhao Ruwen moved her lips, chanting an incantation. Powerful energy surged from her body, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Qin Yun looked up and saw a colossal rock appear in the sky. Grandma Jiao was truly a master strategist. Qin Yun had been imprisoned in the Tiangqi Forbidden Land with the soul-refining maniac for a long time. If Qin Yun was found alive, he would definitely be suspected of having learned the soul-refining technique. Ever since the Blue Star Palace appeared, meteors had fallen from time to time, but none had ever been this massive. Therefore, people wouldn't think too much of it and would just assume it was a random occurrence. That way, no one would investigate further. In fact, those who hated Qin Yun would be even more convinced that this was divine punishment for both Qin Yun and the soul-refining maniac. The energy erupting from her body grew even more intense. Weakly, she grabbed Qin Yun's hand. "Hurry, run! This place is about to collapse. We're not going to last much longer." In the sky, a searing wave of heat was crashing down. The trees below burst into flames, turning the ground into a sea of fire. Qin Yun hoisted her onto his back, activated his fire cloud steps, and flew away at top speed. A deafening explosion ripped through the sky as a meteor slammed into the earth, unleashing a searing shockwave like a giant boulder dropped into a calm lake. It stirred up a violent blaze that spread in every direction, engulfing the massive forest that spanned thousands of miles. Qin Yun flew through the air. He was engulfed by the scorching heat. This forbidden art was as terrifying as a natural disaster. Qin Yun carried the unconscious Zhao Ruwen on his back. His heart pounding with terror, he continued flying north, searching for a mountain peak where Grandma Jiao could rest, and he could figure out what to do next. Seeing Zhao Ruwen so terribly weakened, Qin Yun called out worriedly, "Grandma, wake up." Zhao Ruwen struggled to open her eyes. She said, "Grandma's fine. I just need to rest for a while. Just being able to see the sun again makes me happy." She told him that once he recovered, he should head to the martial wasteland. She urged him to go to the soul-guiding star peak, saying that bringing her along would be an inconvenience and she wouldn't be able to recover quickly anyway. All the people she knew from the 9 families of Tianqi were dead and gone. She had no attachments left in this world. After a reluctant farewell to Zhao Ruwen, Qin Yun flew to a mountain peak and headed north. He wondered if he could even make it to the wedding ceremony. Looking northward, he saw a bright star. It was the North Star. The North Star had a slight bluish tint. It was the brightest star in the northern sky and very easy to spot. He landed on the ground and rested in the forest. That night, he silently prayed that the soul-guiding star peak would help him obtain a heaven-sent martial spirit. Suddenly, in the dead quiet of the deep forest, the sharp bark of a dog rang out. Qin Yun immediately froze, using a technique to completely conceal his aura and hiding behind the dense foliage of a large tree. Not far away, 3 dogs as massive as oxen, their eyes glowing a menacing red, were carrying 3 large men on their backs. They were relentlessly sniffing the ground, heading straight toward Qin Yun. With a jolt of alarm, Qin Yun realized these were hunting dogs. He carefully held his breath, trying not to make a single sound or movement. A masked man spoke up. "Did that bark mean it found something?" Scarface replied, "Everyone's dogs are around here. You think only one of them found something?" The bald man tried to reassure them. Maybe his dogs just got a sensitive nose, that's why it barked. Scarface reminded them that they were guarding a supreme-grade spirit iron mine, a rare and important type of ore, so they needed to be careful. The masked man complained, "That damn West Palace. Hundreds of slaves have already died, and they still haven't sent replacements. We've mined so much spirit iron ore, but they haven't sent anyone to collect it. Never mind that it's just piling up here. Now we have to stand guard over it too." Overhearing the men's conversation, Qin Yun was stunned to learn that there was a spirit iron ore mine here. Spirit iron ore only needed to go through a simple refining process to become spirit iron. A place with spirit iron ore was incredibly important, and that wasn't even mentioning that this was supreme-grade spirit iron ore. This patrol team was made up of 5th-level martial body cultivators. Qin Yun estimated that, with his current strength, dealing with them would be difficult. After the patrol left, Qin Yun continued to follow them from the shadows. A short while later, Qin Yun heard a chaotic din, filled with the crack of whips, the screams of slaves, and the curses of overseers, and the sound of children crying. These sounds painted a picture of the chaotic and brutal scene unfolding below. In a moment, he was perched on a high tree branch, looking ahead. A massive pit, several hundred meters wide and over 10 meters deep, lay before him. The bottom of the pit was filled with hard rock. Down there, countless able-bodied men were in shackles, ranging from young adults to the middle-aged. Their bodies were covered in a patchwork of purple and black welts from being whipped. But what horrified Qin Yun the most was that next to these men were so many children. They ranged from just a few years old to their early teens, all of them tied up. The slaves were being forced to mine the hard rock. If they didn't work, they and their children would be beaten. Hearing those sounds, Qin Yun was filled with rage and indignation. He silently cursed those animals from the West Palace. They were clearly working these slaves to death just to mine the ore. Qin Yun couldn't suppress his fury and resolved to take action. He carefully observed the entire mining area. He discovered there were only 3 6th-level martial body cultivators, and they were all old men, resting comfortably inside a building. He decided to start with them. Qin Yun formulated a plan of attack, changing into a set of black clothes and quickly crafting talismans from animal hide. The immobilization inscription could be used to create immobilization talismans, which weren't difficult to make. They would be more than enough to deal with the overseers. To handle the slave drivers on the mounds, he would use the slumber talismans he got from Ruiwen. If their mental fortitude wasn't strong enough, then one hit from a slumber talisman would knock them out for several hours. As time passed, Qin Yun looked at the sky and thought to himself, "Dawn is in an hour. I have to deal with them before the sun comes up." Qin Yun silently slipped into a small room. He found a woman being bullied and forced to drink alcohol. He carefully opened a window. Qin Yun struck instantly, knocking one martial artist unconscious. He then vaulted onto a table and swiftly moved forward, slapping a slumber talisman onto the bald man's head. Thanks to the woman's distraction, he had saved one talisman. The last man, still unaware of what was happening, was hit by Qin Yun's divine spirit strike, a lightning-fast punch that knocked him out cold. Then, he took off his outer coat and draped it over the woman. She started to thank him, but he cut her off. Quiet. He handed her 2 talismans, a body-fixing talisman, telling her to stick it on the other 2 guys, then continue to play along while he went to save the others. She did as he said, and also told him that each wooden room had an underground tunnel. Everyone had been tricked into doing hard labor, and she begged him to help them. Qin Yun changed into a set of blue robes and immediately climbed out the window. He then subdued all the West Palace disciples and their dogs, rescuing everyone. An enraged old man explained that the Blue Spirit West Palace had claimed they were recruiting martial artists and would allow them to bring their children into the West Palace. But they never expected to be tricked and brought here. Qin Yun told them not to worry, that the hounds and the West Palace disciples were all under his control, and that they should leave quickly. Many of them were deeply grateful to Qin Yun. They felt they could never truly repay his kindness. The supreme-grade spirit stone ore wasn't much, but they told him to take it all. They warned him to be careful when confronting the Blue Spirit West Palace. They were incredibly vicious. Qin Yun told them to be careful on their way out as well. He couldn't leave these guys alive. He had to finish things here before he could leave. Furthermore, he said it was best to report this matter to the Pattern Inscription Hall. Only they could stand against the Blue Spirit West Palace. Back at the West Palace, a young man suddenly rushed in to report to Xiao Yanglong and Xiao Xuanqin that at the supreme-grade spirit stone mine, all the disciples standing guard had been slaughtered, and the entire place had been burned to the ground. Their initial assumption was that the culprit was Xiao Yuemin. She and Qin Yun were very close, and after his disappearance, everyone predicted that Xiao Yuemin would seek revenge for him. Ever since the Heavenly Qi Forbidden Land was destroyed by a meteorite, Xiao Yuemin had gone on a vengeful rampage against those around Xiao Yanglong. In the Heavenly Xiao Empire, many officials with good relationships with Xiao Yanglong had been assassinated in their own manners by extraordinarily powerful martial artists. This caused the princes and nobles of the Heavenly Xiao Empire to live in constant fear and anxiety. They felt helpless, as the culprit was the princess of their own empire. Xiao Yanglong was the head disciple of the West Palace and was in charge of many affairs. When he heard the news, he slammed his fist on the table in a rage, grinding his teeth. Who else could it be but that damn brat? He swore he would capture her. Xiao Xuanqin was also helpless. She had originally wanted to beg for Yuemin's forgiveness, but it seemed things were destined to end badly for her now. The only option left was to continue searching for Xiao Yuemin. The news of the Blue Spirit West Palace's mine being destroyed completely shattered the palace's reputation. Xiao Yanglong, who was in charge of the mining operation, had to take full responsibility for the aftermath. This made him hate Xiao Yuemin even more. In reality, the one who did all this was Qin Yun. He was currently in the Cloud Dragon mountain range, heading north toward the soul-guiding star peak. After many days of continuous travel, Qin Yun pushed deeper into the northern part of the mountain range. Finally, he reached an area with dozens of steep mountains rising from the ground, towering tens of thousands of meters high. Zhao Ruiwen had once told him that at night, if he stood to the south and waited for the North Star to appear, he could determine the location of the soul-guiding star peak. It was dusk now, so Qin Yun had no choice but to wait patiently. The 9 suns gradually sank below the horizon, night fell, and the stars began to glitter in the dark sky. Qin Yun stood to the south, looking up at the northern sky, and spotted the North Star appearing right above the peak of one of the mountains. That's the one. Qin Yun rejoiced silently. He quickly activated his fire cloud steps and shot into the air, heading straight for the soul-guiding star peak. Qin Yun soon saw many crude, circular pillars. These pillars were definitely arranged according to some kind of formation. There was certainly a grand array here, but since no one had maintained it for years, it was covered in dust and overgrown with all sorts of weeds. Qin Yun decided to play janitor, using all his strength to tear away the vines. After a few hours of cleaning, an octagonal, bagua-shaped plaza was revealed at the center of the peak. The crude, cylindrical pillars were arranged in a specific pattern across the plaza. Qin Yun looked closely at the ground and discovered countless intricate lines, all of which were incredibly complex pattern inscriptions. He had no idea what kind of pattern inscriptions these were, and felt completely baffled. Lan Xiao was currently in seclusion, so he wouldn't hear him even if he tried to call. How much time did Lan Xiao even spend setting up such a massive array? He walked to the center of the formation, sat cross-legged on the ground, and released his mental energy into it. Instantly, he could feel the array slowly beginning to activate. The grand array began to frantically absorb mental energy. Qin Yun looked around in shock and saw that the circular pillars above were also gradually condensing into a halo of light. It was absolutely unbelievable. Qin Yun couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the sheer majesty and power of the formation. He sat within the array, closed his eyes, and quietly began to cultivate. He circulated the Star-Sun Heart Sutra to refine his spirit. Lan Xiao was actually still watching him, and even he had to admit, the boy was incredibly smart. Without realizing it, Qin Yun felt as if he had sunk into a vast sea of stars. Then, as time passed, he drew near a blue ball of fire. As he got closer, he was horrified to realize it wasn't a ball of fire at all, but a blue sun radiating an immensely powerful heat. The terrifying thing was that this blue sun was impossibly massive. Standing before it, Qin Yun felt as small as a single grain of sand. His consciousness continued to press forward. Deep inside the blue sun, he was shocked to find a giant wolf sleeping soundly. He tried to awaken the beast with his consciousness, but failed. After the attempt, Qin Yun's consciousness immediately left the blue sun and began to move swiftly through the vast galaxy, overwhelmed by the countless giant suns of different sizes and colors. What shocked Qin Yun was that most of these suns were thick with a deathly aura, and the spirits that once existed there seemed to have vanished or died. He was lost in thought. Countless similar suns existed in the darkness. It was just that they were so far away from us that we could only see them as tiny, twinkling points of light. He wondered what mysteries lay within the 9 suns of their world. Many solar systems had at least 2, 3, or even 4 suns. All of them orbited each other, but the 9 suns he knew were a rare sight. Moreover, they rose and set in unison without orbiting. It seemed the Starwind soul-guiding formation could help people enter the galaxy to find a suitable martial soul. As Qin Yun journeyed through the endless galaxy, emotions surged within him, and his desire for power grew even stronger. Only by tempering himself through such arduous trials could he uncover the mysteries of this galaxy. He headed toward the spiral center of the galaxy, for that was where the light was brightest, symbolizing even greater suns. At the very center of the spiral galaxy was a colossal black sphere, so dark it was nearly impossible to see. Qin Yun could only make out these giant suns because they were orbiting the black sphere. These suns all emitted powerful light, but they couldn't illuminate the black sphere. Any light that touched its border was distorted and devoured. The entire massive spiral galaxy revolved around this black sphere, a testament to its immense power. Although the black sphere was enormous, it was incredibly small compared to the entire spiral galaxy, like a tiny speck in the vortex. However, it could influence the entire galaxy to orbit it, demonstrating its extraordinary power. Qin Yun's entire being trembled as his consciousness grew unstable. An unprecedented feeling of terror flooded his body and soul. It was as if he himself was being completely devoured. This is bad. If my consciousness is consumed, I'll lose myself forever. Qin Yun screamed internally, his will resolute. He absolutely could not let fear shake his heart. Whatever it was, the more it terrified him, the more he wanted to conquer it. Qin Yun's consciousness was being rapidly consumed, so he quickly activated the Stellar Sun Heart Scripture to stabilize his mind. Gradually, The part of his consciousness being devoured by the black sphere began to break free from its powerful pull. Qin Yun felt his consciousness leave the dark sphere, and then an explosion went off in his head, causing excruciating pain. The headache didn't last long and gradually faded. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already daylight. He was shocked, wondering what had happened. The surrounding pillars were completely destroyed, and beside him, Lan Xiao was cooking a meal. Turns out, Lan Xiao told him he'd been out for a whole month, forcing Lan Xiao to appear just to keep him safe, which interrupted his own secluded training. He felt like he'd grown a bit over the past month. Lan Xiao explained that he was still young and his body was developing, then handed him a bowl of soup and told him to drink up. For the last month, if he hadn't gone out to find medicinal herbs and food, there's no way you could have grown at all. It's unbelievable. He had been sitting in the Grand Formation for a month, but it felt like only an hour had passed. Qin Yun recalled in astonishment. His consciousness drifting through the galaxy felt like a dream, and he couldn't help but shudder, especially when he remembered that terrifying black sphere. He asked Lan Xiao if he had obtained a star martial soul. Previously, his vibrating inner core had also been a black sphere, but its surface reflected light, unlike this thing. Lan Xiao pointed to his left arm, where his fire martial soul lay dormant. Your third martial soul is right here. You have to use your spiritual force to activate it. Using just your primordial spirit power alone won't be enough to trigger the power of this inner core. With that, Qin Yun activated his inner core's power. He quickly discovered the wonder of this new force. It could change the weight of objects. For example, a rock that weighed 100 pounds could be made to weigh 1,000, or as little as 1 pound, after being affected by this power. Lan Xiao believed this weight-altering ability would grow stronger as Qin Yun's cultivation level increased. Besides, this power didn't just change weight, it had other properties as well. If you circulate it on the surface of your body, anything within range of its power will be completely suppressed, as if it were dragged to the bottom of the ocean. Qin Yun was overjoyed. He tossed aside the 100-pound rock he had just lifted, marveling at Lan Xiao's vast knowledge. He thought that if he covered himself with the vibrating inner power, it would be like having 2 layers of shields protecting him. If his 2 inner cores could also fuse into one, his inner power would become much, much stronger. He summoned a flame in his palm, and Lan Xiao immediately said, "That's a top-grade Black Sun martial soul. You should be thanking your lucky stars." He then added that he'd come out for an important reason, to help him step onto the true path of a martial artist. At the 7th level of the martial body realm, Qin Yun, now at his peak, could rapidly absorb the 9 yang spirit qi into his body, continuously supplying energy to his Black Sun inner core. It released the Black Sun fire, which flowed through his bone meridians and into his very bones to temper them. This was the best time for a breakthrough. By his estimation, it would take about a month. This time, he could handle things on his own. So Lan Xiao went back into seclusion with peace of mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Qin Yun opened his eyes, his body radiating a faint golden aura. This was golden bone qi. He had finally broken through to the 7th level of the martial body realm. His 16th birthday had just passed, and Qin Yun clenched his fists. He felt he was now strong enough to attend the engagement ceremony of Xiao Yuelan and Qin Zhengfeng. Lan Xiao had long since gone into seclusion, but had left him a note. He had seen the supreme-grade spirit iron in his storage ring and figured he would likely reach the 7th level. 150 caddies of supreme-grade spirit iron and 150 caddies of beast bone glue were placed into the furnace inside the storage ring for forging. With this, he was certain he could forge supreme-grade bone steel. And of course, he planned to add multiple spirit inscriptions to make the supreme-grade bone steel even more powerful. After reaching the 7th level of the martial body realm, Qin Yun felt even more driven and confident in his own strength. Qin Yun looked at the mace he had spent over a month crafting, feeling immensely satisfied. It had gone so smoothly. In reality, he didn't know that this giant Spirit King's mace already ranked as a high-grade spirit tool because of the incredibly complex spirit inscriptions on it. Coupled with the supreme-grade bone steel material, this mace was in no way inferior to any other high-grade spirit tool. A month might seem like a long time, but for a typical inscription master, forging a mid-grade spirit tool could take anywhere from 2 or 3 months to an entire year, sometimes even half a year. If Qin Yun had only carved low-grade spirit inscriptions, he could have crafted the spirit tool much faster. After successfully forging the mid-grade giant Spirit King's mace, Qin Yun had turned into a wild man, his body reeking. He needed to find a place to bathe, and suddenly remembered that the engagement ceremony for Xiao Yuelan and Qin Zhengfeng was in 20 days. Afterwards, he found a spot to wash up, then hurriedly left the soul-guiding star peak, heading straight for the Heavenly Qin Imperial City. He changed into a different set of clothes along the way. The main gate of the Heavenly Qin Imperial City had been expanded. The two massive iron doors, each over 10 meters high, were wide open. Previously, the city gate only opened a single small door over 10 meters high, and people entering or leaving had to answer questions from the guards and even pay an entrance fee. Now, everyone could come and go freely without paying any fees. Qin Yun was now much taller and more robust than before. After many days under the sun on the soul-guiding star peak, his skin had become tan. He looked incredibly strong and masculine. Having survived many life-and-death battles, his handsome face had sharpened. He exuded an air of maturity and stability. Wherever he went, many young women couldn't help but steal glances at him with admiration. Walking down the street, Qin Yun overheard a lot of shocking news from the past few months. The news that worried him the most was about Xiao Yuemei, who had apparently become a ruthless killer to avenge Qin Yun. She had killed nearly 100 disciples from the Blue Spirit West Palace and various noble families of the Heavenly Qin Empire. Some smaller families had even been wiped out entirely. All these families had good relationships with Xiao Yanglong. This was an immense loss for the Heavenly Qin Empire. The people were living in fear because of Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yun approached two young women who were discussing the matter. Seeing how handsome he was, they eagerly competed to talk to him. Word had spread that Xiao Yuemei had offended Xiao Yanglong. Now, for some unknown reason, she had been brought to the Heavenly Qin Imperial City. They still didn't know how she would be dealt with, but it was highly likely she would be executed. However, many people spoke well of her. After all, the people she killed were all evildoers. Qin Yun leaned in close to thank one of the girls, causing her to blush endlessly, but deep down, he was filled with worry. The fact that Xiao Yuemei was captured and brought to the Heavenly Qin Imperial City was clearly part of another scheme. It was highly likely they wanted to use Xiao Yuemei to pressure Xiao Yuelan, forcing her to obediently go through with the engagement. Xiao Yuemei possessed the mirror martial spirit. On their journey, she had mentioned that she couldn't use her mirror martial spirit to replicate a powerful martial spirit for her sister. She could only replicate Xiao Yuelan's violet gold fire dragon and starlight martial power. In other words, Xiao Yuelan had a third martial spirit, and it was so powerful that Xiao Yuemei's mirror martial spirit couldn't replicate it. The dragon martial spirit was a type of beast spirit. A dragon is a heavenly beast, so it's considered a heaven-gifted martial spirit. Xiao Yuelan possessed a violet gold grade, heaven-gifted martial spirit, a starlight power martial spirit, and a mysterious black martial spirit. Could it be that the heavenly lion star constellation had granted her this miraculous opportunity? Qin Yun's mind raced, filled with doubts. Little Malian's martial spirit was surely not simple either. He hoped she could keep it well hidden. Qin Yun headed towards the west of the Imperial City, toward the Inscription Manor. The Inscription Manor in the west of the city was usually quiet, but recently it had become much livelier. As Qin Yun stepped into the main hall of the Inscription Manor, he saw Duan Qian just about to leave. He immediately called out, "Elder Duan!" Duan Qian jumped, startled, and looked over at the door, stunned for a moment before realizing that Qin Yun was still alive. With the destruction of the Tiangqi Forbidden Land, everyone had assumed Qin Yun was dead. Duan Qian was no exception. He had been deeply saddened by the news. Qin Yun walked up to the astonished Duan Qian. Duan Qian grabbed Qin Yun's hand, felt its warmth, and confirmed that he was, in fact, alive. He pulled Qin Yun into a secret room inside. Upon entering the city, he had also heard many people speaking of him with regret. Duan Qian pinched Qin Yun's back and let out a hearty laugh. "This kid's got some damn good luck. You're much taller and stronger than before." Qin Yun quickly asked, "You must know about what happened to Xiao Yuemin, right? Yuemin is definitely under heavy guard. Please, you have to help me rescue her. I'll definitely repay you in the future." Duan Qian's smile vanished as he said seriously, "Don't you talk to me about repayment. Last time, when those men in black and Qin Zhengfeng's subordinates faked their deaths to escape, I managed to survive. I've already made up my mind to help you." Qin Yun was overjoyed. It was truly wonderful that Grandpa Duan had managed to come back from the brink of death. He said that recently, Xie Wufeng, Murong, and Huo Zhong had been selling him the corpses of demonic beasts in exchange for crystal coins, hoping to find a way to rescue that girl, Xiao Yuemin. "Those guys can give you some help. I've arranged to meet with Wufeng and the others tonight at our spot. If nothing goes wrong, the scout I sent out will return by nightfall. Then we'll know the exact details of Xiao Yuemin's imprisonment." Qin Yun had originally planned to act alone, but knowing he had the support of Xie Wufeng and the others, he felt a wave of relief, the immense pressure lifting. He smiled and handed him a bag of crystal coins, asking him to pass it on to Xie Wufeng and the others as a token of his gratitude. Duanqian took the bag of coins, not forgetting to add a warning. Among the guards watching over Xiao Yuemin, there will definitely be Martial Dao Realm Masters. With your current strength, you absolutely cannot fight them head-on. Moreover, due to my status, I can't intervene directly. However, I will provide you with clues and help you prepare a thorough plan. Qin Yun nodded, fully aware that this was an incredibly difficult mission. Yuemin is actually a very good person. The fact that she went on a killing spree has a lot to do with me. I was just lucky to have survived. This time, I will definitely save her. Duanqian, feeling that the boy was loyal and righteous, placed a hand on his shoulder and added, "You need to be well prepared to face the powerful forces that will try to stop you. They will undoubtedly try to connect you with the soul-refining mad demon incident. For now, go inside and rest. Wait for my news." He returned to the familiar room, recalling how young Shiyue had guided his martial arts training right here. Lost in his thoughts, Qin Yun closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. That evening, there was a sudden knock on the door. Qin Yun opened it to find an old man who, before he could even ask, told him to follow. Following the old man, he arrived at a secret underground chamber. He didn't see Duanqian, only a woman who was already waiting. It was Meng Feling, a slender beauty in a light purple dress, her every move alluring and captivating. Qin Yun wondered to himself, Meng Feling. Yuelan disguised herself as her before. Meng Feling leaned in close to his face and asked, "Have you heard my name before?" She considered herself an old acquaintance of both Yuemin and Yuelan, and since old Xie and the others were here to help you, she decided to come along. "You don't seem very welcoming, do you?" He quickly laid on the flattery. "Not at all. How could I not be thrilled to have a 7th-level martial body master join us?" Just then, 3 men walked in. One was Huo Zhong, burly and dressed in coarse gray clothes, with a simple, kind face and a shiny, bald head. Another was Murong Darren, resplendent in a blue and gold robe, holding a glittering folding fan. A sparkling jade pendant hung from his hip, and his silver belt was encrusted with precious diamonds. His entire outfit was extravagant and flashy. Right behind him was a handsome man in white, with a cold expression and only one arm. It was Xie Wufeng. He briefly introduced them, saying they all knew about his situation. Qin Yun was incredibly grateful and said with a smile, "Thanks to Grandpa Duan's good fortune, I'm able to join forces with you brothers, to rescue Xiao Yuem." Xie Wufeng's face was grave as he said in a low voice, "No need for formalities. We all know Xiao Yuemin. It was only a matter of time before we made a move. Brother Yun, for the time being, it's best we keep the fact that you're alive a secret. If you want to attend the engagement party, that's not a problem. We'll arrange for someone to protect you, which will make you even safer." Meng Feling added in a sweet, pouty voice, Right. And there's Zhuo Chuan, the Grand Elder of the Inscription Palace. I heard he was really upset when he got the news you had died." Murong Darren chuckled. "I've already looked into it. They'll all be there when the engagement party is held." Xie Wufeng frowned as he looked at Qin Yun, realizing he had cultivated a golden bone and had already entered the 7th level of the martial body realm. Qin Yun couldn't help but admire Xie Wufeng. Even Meng Feling couldn't see his cultivation level, yet Xie Wufeng had spotted it with a single glance. He nodded and said, "Yeah, I had a lucky breakthrough." This left Murong Darren utterly astonished. He was the only one who wasn't at the 7th martial body level, but he still felt that with 3 7th-level masters on their side, their chances of rescuing Xiao Yuem were much better. Just then, Duanqian arrived. He revealed that Xiao Yuemin was being held at the Xiao Yu Mountain Manor, inside the Xiao Yu Tower. This villa is in the northwest part of the Tianqin Imperial City, more than 10,000 meters from here. The location is actually to their advantage. Xie Wufeng was a bit skeptical. "She's really at the Xiao Yu Villa?" He thought Xiao Yuemin was being held at the Tianxiao Tower. The Tianxiao Tower is the largest estate in the Tianxiao Empire, much bigger than the Xiao Yu Villa. Duanqian unfolded a map to show them. The Xiao Yu Villa has fewer people, making it easier to observe, but the Tianxiao Tower has too many people coming and going, which would be a nightmare for surveillance. Especially during this period, members of the Tianxiao royal family are all staying at the Tianxiao Tower. They're hosting prestigious families, so the flow of people is even more complicated. The red circles on the map are all watchtowers for the Xiao Yu Villa. On the surface, it looks like a resort for the disciples of the Tianxiao royal family, but it's actually an investigation branch set up by the Tianxiao Empire in Tianqin Imperial City. Its main purpose is to gather all sorts of intelligence. It also has warehouses used to store items from underground transactions, so security is extremely tight. From what he knew, there was at least one martial Dao realm expert stationed inside, along with several 9th-level martial body cultivators. The watchtowers are guarded by more than a dozen people in total, with the Xiaoyu Tower being the most heavily defended, with about 7 people. Meng Feiling was confident she could fly in unnoticed. Xie Wufeng looked at Qin Yun and asked, "How will you sneak in? Are you confident?" Qin Yun just needed to use his dark yang martial soul to perfectly blend into the darkness of the night, so he nodded with great confidence and said, "Don't worry, it's not a problem." Xie Wufeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Good. When the time comes, Senior Meng and I will go in and be responsible for distracting the 9th-level martial body cultivators and the other small fry. Meanwhile, Murong and Huo Laosan will be responsible for using fire talismans to set a few important warehouses on fire near the Xiaoyu Via. That should draw a group of people away to put them out." Qin Yun frowned and asked, "Then how do we deal with that martial Dao realm expert?" He hadn't expected old Xie to be so calm and flexible, paying attention to small details and assigning roles based on everyone's strengths. This was a friend worth making. Duan Qian suggested using the soul-scattering powder. He'd heard that a black market hidden in the Lin Ying Tower in Tianqin Imperial City would be holding an auction selling the soul-scattering powder. Qin Yun also knew about the soul-scattering powder. It was a king-grade spirit rank elixir, a type of powder. If this powder hit someone, even a martial Dao realm expert would be left completely dazed and at your mercy. Because of its powerful effects, the soul-scattering powder was considered a banned drug. He took a deep breath and said, "Is this for real? I can't believe someone would dare to put the soul-scattering powder up for sale." Duan Qian nodded. "Actually, this underground black market is run by the Qin Yun Pavilion. The auction is in 5 days. It will require a lot of crystal coins, but I'll do my best to help you all." Meng Feiling had been clinging to him this whole time and wouldn't let go, forcing him to use strong measures. With the plan set, Qin Yun immediately returned to his room to create hypnosis talismans and immobilization talismans. His talisman crafting skill had improved to the point where he could create mid-grade spirit talismans, ensuring they would be effective against stronger martial artists. Xie Wufeng and the others gathered at the Qin Yun Pavilion to wait for the auction to begin. As soon as they got the soul-scattering powder, they would act immediately. 5 days passed. Duan Qian sent someone to participate in the auction, highly confident that they would acquire the soul-scattering powder. However, right after the auction began, news arrived. The seller of the soul-scattering powder had suddenly withdrawn from the auction. Duan Qian sighed. The seller decided not to sell it anymore. Perhaps he was worried about being investigated. This just got complicated. The plan had hit a dead end. Since they couldn't buy the soul-scattering powder, they had to find a new solution. Meng Feiling said, "It's a good thing he didn't buy it, or there would have been huge trouble." This was a trap. Someone wanted to use the Qin Yun Pavilion's black market to sell the soul-scattering powder, and then use that as a pretext to move against the pavilion. The others were stunned by this information. The person who refines the soul-scattering powder has some history with her Meng family. Her father and grandfather are both in the Imperial City right now. She happened to overhear them talking. It seemed they had also just learned of this conspiracy. Duan Qian never expected someone would try to plot against the Qin Yun Pavilion. This is most likely the work of the Blue Star Palace and the West Palace. He decided to return and investigate further. After Duan Qian left, Meng Feiling lowered her voice to reveal a crucial piece of information. She knew who currently had the soul-scattering powder. She was afraid that Manager Duan wouldn't let them take such a risk, which is why she couldn't say it in front of him. Qin Yun urgently questioned her. "Who has the soul-scattering powder? We have to get our hands on it." Meng Feiling explained, "My grandfather told me that the soul-scattering powder is currently in the hands of a woman at the 9th level of the martial body realm, who also holds a high position in the Tianxiao Tower. The only person who fits that description is Xiao Xuanqin. I heard that Xiao Xuanqin gathered all the materials to refine the soul-scattering powder and requested that person's help to make it." Murong Daren wondered aloud. "So what does she want to use the soul-scattering powder for?" Qin Yun suddenly remembered the incident at the Tiangqi Forbidden Land. Xiao Xuanqin and several others were there. It's possible they want to use the soul-scattering powder on Qiao Ruiwen to force the secrets of the soul-refining technique out of him. Wu Feng argued that there was no way they could get the soul-dissipating blade from Xiao Xuanqin through normal means. Their only option was to steal it. Even though their chances of success were slim, it was worth a shot. Hearing this, Qin Yun shot to his feet, knocking Meng Feiling over backward. "All right, let's prepare to move out now." Qin Yun then took out a stack of spirit talismans and handed them to Xie Wufeng. They had hypnosis talismans, paralysis talismans, fog talismans, and fire talismans. The fog talismans could release a vast, dense cloud of mist. This would temporarily prevent any enemies from sensing their presence. Qin Yun explained how to use each type of talisman and the precautions they needed to take. After a moment, Xie Wufeng began to assign tasks. As the oldest and most experienced, he was naturally the one in command. Meng Feeling was to take care of the watchtowers. With so many talismans in hand, it wouldn't be a problem. He and Brother Yun would infiltrate the Xiaoyu Tower, while Murong and third brother Huo were responsible for throwing the fire talismans into the storage warehouse. To the people of the Xiaoyu Villa, that warehouse was extremely important. They would definitely rush to put out the fire first. After thoroughly discussing the plan, the group left the inscription palace. They knew full well that if Duan Qian found out what they were planning, he would certainly try to stop them. That's because the Xiaoyu Tower housed powerful martial Dao realm experts who they couldn't possibly face head-on with their current strength. Night fell over the Tianjin Imperial City. The sky was pitch black, without a single star or sliver of moonlight to be seen. Even with bright lanterns illuminating the streets, the desolate areas of the city remained shrouded in darkness. Qin Yun's group, all clad in black robes with their faces covered, stealthily approached the high walls of the Xiaoyu Villa. On Qin Yun's signal, they split up to carry out their tasks. Third, Brother Huo and Murong moved toward the large warehouses at the base of the high wall. Meng Filing soared into the air, vanishing into the night as he infiltrated the Xiaoyu Villa. Qin Yun and Xie Wufeng hovered cautiously in the air, waiting a moment after Meng Feeling went in before following. Inside, the Xiaoyu Villa was eerily quiet and dark, with only a few faint lights flickering within the vast garden. All sorts of trees and plants grew in thick patches. Qin Yun and Xie Wufeng moved furtively through the garden, heading for the Xiaoyu Tower. The Xiaoyu Tower was a 5-story pagoda, completely unlit and barely visible in the dark of night. As Qin Yun and Xie Wufeng emerged from the garden, they could see that the guards in the watchtowers had all been put under by Meng Feiling's hypnosis talismans. Thanks to Meng Feiling's swift work, the few watchtowers near the Xiaoyu Tower were also neutralized without a hitch. Taking advantage of this, Qin Yun and Xie Wufeng easily approached the base of the tower. Using his spiritual energy, Qin Yun scanned the inside. The first floor was empty, with no people and no traps. Confirming it was safe, Qin Yun carefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. If he accidentally made a sound, he could use his spiritual energy to suppress it. The first floor was pitch black and completely empty. There was nothing there at all. The two were stunned. They had assumed the Xiaoyu Tower was just a warehouse. They thought it would be filled with countless precious items. But when they reached the second floor, it was also empty. They continued up to the third and fourth floors, but found nothing. Every single level was completely bare. Finally, they reached the fifth floor. It was as dark as ink, just like the floors below, but a powerful aura was emanating from within. The aura of a 9th-level martial body expert. Who goes there? A voice boomed from the darkness. It belonged to an old man. Qin Yun immediately threw a handful of spirit talismans. Xie Wufeng saw Qin Yun unleash a massive amount of them, but instead of rushing forward, he drew his life-bound sword, holding it defensively in front of him, while simultaneously releasing his ultimate spiritual energy. Because it was so dark, they needed to use their spiritual energy to sense what was happening around them. The 9th-level martial artist was about to attack, but was overwhelmed by the sheer number of mid-grade talismans, which left him dazed. A powerful force bound his body. Although he could still move, his speed was drastically reduced. In the darkness, Qin Yun sensed Xie Wufeng silently gliding past. Arg! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. It was the cry of the 9th-level martial artist. Xie Wufeng took out a luminous pearl, illuminating the 5th floor. The old man was lying on the ground, though he wore thick armor. It was no match for Xie Wufeng's terrifying life-bound sword. Xie Wufeng looked around anxiously, his brow furrowed. "We're too late," he said. "Xiao Yuemin isn't here. She was probably moved not long ago." They walked over to another table, covered in complex patterns, where a single key rested on its surface. Could this be the key to the treasury? Xie Wufeng reached out to grab it, but Qin Yun quickly pulled him back. "Be careful, it's a dangerous formation." Then, he summoned his giant spirit king mace and smashed it violently into the table. The table shattered, releasing a blast of bone-chilling air that made them both shudder. The entire Xiaoyu Tower began to tremble slightly. "This is bad. That racket is probably going to draw everyone here. The tower's about to collapse. We have to get out of here now." Xie Wufeng snatched the black key and rushed to the wall. He slashed a massive hole with his sword, and he and Qin Yun flew out. All around them, a crowd of people spotted them in the air. Just as they were about to attack, A frantic shout echoed from below. Fire! Fire! The warehouses are burning down. The entire southern part of the Xiaoyu villa was engulfed in a sea of flames. The fire raged, thick smoke billowing everywhere. Murong, Darren, and Huo Zhong had successfully set several large warehouses ablaze. The guards in charge of the warehouses, worried about the precious goods inside, all scrambled to put out the fire. Only 3 8th-level martial body cultivators gave chase to Qin Yun and Xie Wufeng. Qin Yun tossed a few fire talismans behind him, slowing the cultivators down. After that, they quickly flew out of the Xiao Jade Manor, and the remaining guards didn't pursue them. At the inscription palace, the high-ranking Duan Qian saw the towering flames from tens of thousands of meters away and immediately guessed that Qin Yun and his friends had made their move. These little rascals. To think you'd make a move behind my back. You all are so reckless. Seeing his little cubs return safely, all while looking so innocent, Duan Qian suppressed his anger, feeling much more relieved. Qin Yun chuckled and said, "See, we're perfectly fine, aren't we?" "Oh, right, Grandpa Duan, Yue Mei isn't in the Xiao Jade Tower. She's been moved somewhere. Can you help us investigate?" Duan Qian was a bit surprised, so she was moved. It's a good thing she was moved. Otherwise, the Xiao Jade Tower would have definitely been guarded by a martial Dao realm expert, and you all might not have made it back. He could investigate further, but they absolutely could not go stir up more trouble. Rescuing little Yue Mei would now be even more difficult. Plus, since they had already tipped their hand, he might not even be able to find out where she was. Duan Qian gave them a stern warning, then hurriedly left the inscription palace. The group went to Qin Yun's spacious room. Disappointment was written all over their faces as they sat in silence. Xie Wufeng broke the heavy atmosphere, taking out the key they'd found in the Xiao Jade Tower. This key was kept in the Xiao Jade Tower and under guard. It definitely isn't something simple. Qin Yun took the key, scanned it with his mental energy, and nodded. This key was placed on another table that was covered in inscriptions. It seems to be a place where it gathers energy. While they were discussing this, Meng Feeling was happily enjoying Qin Yun's bed. He had to remind her to be serious. Meng Feeling suddenly mentioned that her grandpa once said the Xiao Jade Manor was a yin land. It's incredibly cold and dark all year round, perfect for storing things like demon beast meat. Xie Wufeng pondered for a moment before speaking up. A key that gathers yin energy. It's probably used to open a tomb. Could this be the key to the Heavenly Zhao Imperial Mausoleum? Hearing Xie Wufeng's speculation, Qin Yun and the others were utterly shocked. Hua Laosan exclaimed, "The Heavenly Zhao Imperial Mausoleum? That must be the burial place for the heroes of the Heavenly Zhao Empire. To be buried in the Imperial Mausoleum without being a member of the royal family, you would have to be someone who made immense contributions to the Heavenly Zhao Empire." Murong Darren's eyes gleamed with mischief as he suggested, "That Xiao Yanglong from the Heavenly Zhao Empire is so detestable. How about we go dig up his ancestors' graves?" Hearing this, everyone burst out laughing in agreement. However, Xie Wufeng believed they needed to discuss it more carefully. First, they had to confirm if the key could actually open the Heavenly Zhao Imperial Mausoleum. Second, they would need to be at least at the 8th level of the martial body realm to deal with the potential dangers. Furthermore, once the Heavenly Zhao Empire discovers such an important key is missing, they'll definitely send even stronger martial artists to guard the mausoleum. Xie Wufeng deduced, if she's not at the Xiao Jade Manor, then Xiao Yue Mei was most likely moved to the Heavenly Xiao Tower, inside the Heavenly Xiao Manor. Normally, anyone can come and go from the Heavenly Xiao Manor. You can enter the Heavenly Xiao Tower to drink, eat, or stay there. But recently, there have been restrictions on entering the Heavenly Xiao Manor. You need 1 million coins, but that's not a problem. Qin Yun decided to scout it out at night. I need to find out exactly where Yue Mei is being held. At night, I can merge with the darkness, making it relatively easy to sneak in. Besides, I can spot formation traps. Before he could even agree, Meng Feeling volunteered to disguise him, to avoid being recognized by the experts at the Heavenly Zhao Tower and letting them know you're not dead. After being skillfully disguised by Meng Feeling, Qin Yun was transformed into a devastatingly beautiful woman who could captivate anyone. You had to praise Meng Feiling's disguise skills. She not only changed his facial features, but also skillfully gave Qin Yun a full, seductive figure. However, his gait was still a bit awkward, not quite as natural as a real young woman's. At dusk, Qin Yun left the inscription palace and headed to the Heavenly Xiao Tower by himself. Thanks to his beautiful appearance and elegant aura, Qin Yun easily attracted the attention of the guards. They blatantly teased and flirted with him. Qin Yun skillfully responded with shy smiles and graceful gestures. The guards were completely smitten. To establish his identity as a wealthy patron, Qin Yun took a glittering purple crystal coin from his storage pouch. The mere possession of a spiritual storage item was enough to convince the guards that Qin Yun was a distinguished guest. After all, not just anyone could own such a rare item. Thanks to this, Qin Yun easily walked into the Heavenly Jiao Manor and approached the Heavenly Xiao Tower without any trouble. Qin Yun didn't forget to glance back at the guards, flashing a mischievous smile that left them utterly starstruck, as if their hearts had just been stolen. It was enough to make them want to divorce their wives. Luckily, no one realized that Qin Yun was a man disguised as a woman entering the Heavenly Tower. Qin Yun couldn't help but wonder if Yue Man was truly here. With no solid leads, he decided to find Xiao Xuanjin. Hoping to gather some information, he found a late-night party at the Heavenly Tower in full swing, bustling with spectacular artistic performances. Lively conversations and resounding laughter filled the air. Qin Yun skillfully blended into the vibrant atmosphere. He helped himself to plenty of free food and drinks, yet no one came to bother him. But soon after, Qin Yun quickly became the center of attention. A wealthy, noble guest, intrigued by this mysterious beauty's identity, approached him to strike up a conversation and offer a drink. The man seemed like an upstanding gentleman, so Qin Yun decided to try and get some information from him, but he was dead wrong. The guy started getting handsy all over, making Qin Yun scream internally. Just then, another woman walked by, actually looking at him with envy. Seriously? Just because her assets are a little bigger? Qin Yun forced himself to hide his annoyance and continue the conversation. The man introduced himself as Zhang Ziyu, saying he was curious to see such a beauty here alone. Qin Yun told him his name was Liu Zhaoqi. He claimed he was actually here looking for his older cousin. She knew a man here and hadn't been home in days. Zhang Ziyu replied, "My dear Zhao Zhao, if you're this beautiful, your cousin must be even more stunning. I've been here for 5 or 6 days now. Can you tell me what she looks like? Perhaps I've seen her around?" Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yun asked Zhang Ziyu about any beautiful women he had met recently. After all, his cousin was likely using a fake name to get in here. As he spoke, he silently swore to himself that he would beat this major pervert to death when he got back. "If you're describing an exceptionally beautiful woman," Zhang Ziyu said, "then you might as well check the Rose Pavilion. I heard from some servants that a new beauty just moved in over there, but guests aren't allowed to come and go as they please. I wonder if that could be the cousin you're looking for." Qin Yun really took a huge loss this time, getting groped by that pervert Zhang Ziyu for so long. If he didn't find a clue, it would have all been for nothing. After some searching, Qin Yun finally arrived at a quiet, small tower. In the middle of the Heavenly Mountain Villa, the place was surrounded by a garden of brilliant roses, creating a romantic and peaceful atmosphere. Qin Yun decided to use the mystical power of his Black Sun martial soul to envelop his body, merge with the shadows, and approach the tower. Just then, a patrol team passed by, forcing Qin Yun to quickly hide in the bushes. Luckily, he wasn't discovered. Using his spiritual energy, Qin Yun gently floated up, opened a second-floor window, and slipped inside. Qin Yun hid in the room and began to explore the floor. He couldn't shake the feeling that the thickness of the walls wasn't quite normal. Could there be a secret room hidden in the walls? He moved cautiously, listening for any sound to determine if anyone else was in the tower. Suddenly, a sound from outside the room startled Qin Yun. He quickly leaped up onto the ceiling beams. He hid himself high above and concealed his aura. The door opened, and a beautiful woman walked in. It was Xiao Xuanjin. Xiao Xuanjin wore a simple but elegant white dress, which accentuated her graceful and noble beauty. Every movement, from the lift of her hand to the placement of her foot, exuded elegance and grace. Her beautiful, oval face was etched with fatigue. She gently began to remove her dress. It was only then that Qin Yun realized this was a bathroom with a small tub. "You degenerate. I can't look anymore." Qin Yun's nose started bleeding as he squeezed his eyes shut, his mind in total chaos. A series of images danced in his head, and his eyelids itched with the desire to open. Because his mind wasn't focused, Qin Yun accidentally leaked a bit of his aura. But Xiao Xuanjin was, after all, a 9th-level martial body practitioner, and she trusted her instincts completely. She frowned in thought. Then, she gently waved her hand toward the ceiling beams, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. "I'm screwed!" Qin Yun screamed internally. The next moment, he was swept up by the internal energy and knocked into the water. Xiao Xuanjin was startled too, just catching a glimpse of the person falling. It looked like a beautiful woman, and she prepared to launch another attack. However, a wig floated to the surface of the water. Then, an incredibly familiar person stood up. Her face was filled with shock. "Are you a man or a ghost?" A moment ago, Xiao Xuanjin hadn't seen anyone on the beams, and more importantly, she believed Qin Yun was dead, which is why she was so stunned to see him again. Moreover, she felt immense regret over Qin Yun's death, fearing that he had become a vengeful ghost coming back to get his revenge on her. Qin Yun grabbed Xiao Xuanjin's hand and placed it on his chest, letting her feel for herself. Now, she was half convinced, half doubtful. The touch felt incredibly real. She wondered, "Are you really a ghost?" Qin Yun gave a bitter smile, claiming he was a ghost who couldn't move on because of too much unfinished business. "If I can't get closure, I'll be stuck in this state forever, never able to reincarnate." She thought he was mocking her. She explained that she wasn't thinking straight back then and never expected to knock him into the forbidden area, which also ended up harming Xiao Yueman. He looked at her with a sincere expression. "Miss Xiao, I came here to save Yueman. Please, just tell me where she is." "Where is Yueman?" Xiao Xuanqin's face was filled with sorrow. She let out a faint sigh and whispered, "Just a few hours ago, Yueman was definitely here, but now she's been taken into the Tianqin Imperial Palace. No one can save her. Even if she was still here, she'd be guarded by martial Dao realm experts. No one could get near her." Suddenly, Qin Yun sensed powerful auras, speeding toward the small building, heading straight for the bathroom. He realized they were here for Xiao Xuanqin. Before he could figure out what was happening, Xiao Xuanqin shoved his head underwater, just as he expected. Two people, a middle-aged man and an old man, smashed through the window and appeared in the bathroom. Xiao Xuanqin coldly demanded, "It's you. What do you want?" Hiding beneath the water's surface, Qin Yun concealed his aura and sensed the intruders, and was utterly shocked. He recognized the aura of one of them as Grandmaster Wei. The other was the man who was there when he was cast into the Tianqi Forbidden Land. While he didn't recognize this old woman, her aura was the strongest, clearly a martial Dao realm warrior. "Xiao Xuanqin, the Dao soul powder is still in your hands. You can hand it over now," Grandmaster Wei said, with a sinister grin. Xiao Xuanqin scoffed, a cold sneer on her face. The Dao soul powder was something she had earned. Why should she hand it over to them? If she had to, it would be for a fair price. Ming Filing had said there was a high chance the Dao soul powder was with Xiao Xuanqin, and it turned out to be true. The old man spoke up. "According to the agreement, we were supposed to use the Dao soul powder to uncover the secrets of the soul refining technique. Now that the Tianqi Forbidden Land is gone, the Dao soul powder must be destroyed." Xiao Xuanqin's voice was ice cold, laced with fury. "The Dao soul powder is something I poured my heart and soul into obtaining. I won't just hand it over to anyone." The old man laughed coldly. "Let me be honest with you. The crown prince and the ministers are worried you'll try to rescue Xiao Yueman. So they sent us to retrieve the Dao soul powder. If you don't comply, they'll make this public and declare it a forbidden drug. You should know the consequences," Grandmaster Wei added smugly. "By then, you'll be just like Qin Yun, a demonic woman cursed by everyone. However, if you know what's good for you and hand over the powder, we can grant you a clean death." Xiao Xuanqin burst out laughing, her furious laughter echoing through the room. The great crown prince, plotting against her like this. This is to be expected. For his own gain, he'd even sell out his own sister, let alone an aunt like me. Qin Yun sighed internally. Shocked by Xiao Yanglong's ruthless cruelty, he couldn't believe the man would kill his own aunt. The old man barked coldly. "If you're going to be so stubborn, then don't blame us for being merciless." Grandmaster Wei chuckled perversely. No. A beauty like this? Why not let me enjoy myself with her first? Such a waste. Otherwise, Grandmaster Wei's words enraged not only Xiao Xuanqin, but also Qin Yun, who swore the man wouldn't lay a single finger on her. Xiao Xuanqin's face twisted with fury. She suddenly flicked her hand, releasing a large cloud of white powder. The powder quickly filled the room, enveloping the two men. "Grandmaster Wei, damn it, it's the Dao soul." "Powder!" the old man yelled in terror. Grandmaster Wei had already thrown several poison needles, which pierced Xiao Xuanqin's body. The old man struck Xiao Xuanqin with a palm strike, sending her flying back. Hit by the blow and pierced by the poison needles, her entire body went limp. Grandmaster Wei and the old man sat on the ground, unable to move, but they could still speak. "Don't worry. The Dao soul powder is a forbidden drug, but it's not fatal. We just have to wait for the effects to wear off. But that bitch was hit by my poison needles. She's dead for sure." From under the water, Qin Yun's arm shot out, throwing a talisman that blew away the Dao soul powder. The old man cried out in alarm. "What's happening?" Qin Yun leaped out of the water, a hero saving the damsel in distress. "What else?" He walked over to Xiao Xuanqin. Her skin had turned black, and her body was weak and helpless. She was clearly, severely poisoned. He recognized the poison immediately. It was the same one used on Ding Tianchun and his son. It required the colorless fruit to cure. He remembered the Grand Preceptor had left him one. He quickly took out the colorless fruit and put it in Xiao Shuangqin's mouth, then circulated his internal energy, guiding the fruit's power throughout her body. Seeing this, Grandmaster Wei asked in shock, "The colorless fruit? Who are you? How do you have something so rare?" While underwater, Qin Yun had washed off his disguise and fixed his hair, revealing his true face. He grinned. "Who am I? I'm Qin Yun, your granddaddy. You forgot. Your granddaddy already? You're supposed to be dead." Grandmaster Wei was terrified. The old man's face also changed at the name, fear written all over it. After eating the colorless fruit, the color returned to Xiao Xuanqin's face, but she was still very weak. So Qin Yun draped his coat over her. He raised one hand and sent Grandmaster Wei flying into a wall. Then he stepped out of the pool. "If scum like you can live peacefully, how could I possibly be dead? Not only am I not dead, but I'm going to make you pay for your crimes." Grievously injured, Grandmaster Wei raged, completely and utterly helpless. Qin Yun frowned and questioned Wei Xuankun, asking if he was the one who taught his son to use women to cultivate his evil arts. On the outside, the old man looked righteous, but in reality, he was just a lecherous old demon. Did he also want to cultivate that demonic technique with Xiao Xuanqin? They called him a demon for cultivating demonic arts, but it turns out they were the real demons all along. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. It was time to teach them a lesson. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Yun placed his hand on Master Wei's abdomen, causing him to scream in terror. "My platinum fire, martial soul." He watched in horror as his own platinum fire martial soul was being ripped from his body. The old man beside them was utterly horrified by the sight, realizing that Qin Yun had mastered the soul refining art. Qin Yun took out a bead and sealed Master Wei's martial soul inside it. With his martial soul torn from him, Master Wei was left in a half-dead state, screaming, tragically, enduring immense pain. He looked at Qin Yun with fear in his eyes and begged, "Qin Yun, I was just caught up in the moment. I was going to harm that woman to practice the soul refining art. Please, save me." The old man turned pale as a ghost, every drop of blood draining from his face as he trembled uncontrollably. Both Master Wei and this old man were at the 9th level of the martial body. With the backing of the West Palace of the Blue Spirit Star Palace, they had a chance to enter the martial Dao realm. But now, with their martial souls ripped out, they were completely and utterly ruined. Standing behind them, Xiao Xuanqin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. If they hadn't been so merciless with her, they wouldn't have met such a fate. They truly got what they deserved. She looked at Qin Yun, remembering how he'd pretended to be blind to trick her and had even planned to peep on her while she bathed. A flush of shame and anger rose within her, but now that he'd saved her, deep down, she had already forgiven him. The old man trembled as he asked in a terrified voice, "How? How did you survive? Even someone in the martial Dao realm wouldn't have easily survived that." Qin Yun stepped in front of the old man and admitted that he was the one who released the soul-refining demon. After she was freed, she summoned a giant meteorite that destroyed the Heavenly Qi Forbidden Land. That way, all that scum would believe the two of them were dead. The old man's legs gave out and he collapsed to the floor, horrified to learn that the soul-refining demon was still alive and could summon a meteorite. The old man cried out in anguish, "She's an elder of the Heavenly Xiao Empire. You can't take her, martial soul." Then, he desperately called out to Xuanqin, "Quick, talk him out of it." But from the very beginning, Qin Yun had no intention of stopping. The martial soul burst forth from the old man's abdomen, shining brightly. It was a platinum lion soul. Just as the dark spots from the poison on Xiao Xuanqin's face began to fade, they started spreading again. She called out to Qin Yun in a panic, "I think there's another poison in my body." Master Wei's eyes fluttered open as he smiled weakly. "That's another one of my poisons, Xiao Xuanqin. You're finished. Come down to hell with me, ha ha ha." His laughter grew more and more maniacal, until Qin Yun, fed up, slapped him across the face, silencing him for good. The other old man was barely breathing, but he still managed to curse Qin Yun. "You have the soul-refining art. You want to snatch everything for yourself. You won't have a good end. You're going to die a horrible death." After that, Qin Yun dealt with the old man, tossing their bodies into the furnace to be burned. Then, he rushed over, picked up Xiao Xuanqin, and gently placed her on the bed. Not only was it on her face, but a black energy was now visibly moving beneath Xiao Xuanqin's skin. It was as if a black smoke was seeping from her entire body, a truly bizarre poison. Xiao Xuanqin looked at Qin Yun with eyes full of despair. Forcing herself to sit up, she said the poison she was afflicted with contained internal energy. The poison has already spread throughout my body. There's no hope now. Just kill me. If you ever meet Yue Min and Yue Lan in the future, please tell them I'm sorry. Qin Yun quickly interjected. My black sun internal energy has a powerful suction. I might be able to draw this poison out, and I won't get poisoned myself. Auntie Zhao, please forgive me if I overstep my bounds. I'm only doing this to save you. Xiao Xuanqin didn't want to, but she had no other choice. She could only close her eyes. I understand. If you can really save me, what does any of that matter? Then, she removed her inner clothes, allowing Qin Yun to use his spiritual energy and divine control art to pull the poison needles from her chest. He combined his divine control art with his black sun internal energy to create a special suction force, guiding the poison out of her body. Because the poison had spread everywhere, Qin Yun had to move his hands all over her body to draw it out. This meant he occasionally came dangerously close to touching her skin, an act that could be seen as deeply disrespectful to a woman. After more than an hour had passed, Qin Yun saw that Xiao Xuanqin's face had regained its rosy complexion. Seeing signs of life return, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He went back to the table and took a gulp of tea, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he thought to himself, that was way too close. Although he had technically seen everything, he had tried his hardest to focus his mind and be careful not to touch her body. Just then, a recovered Xiao Xuanqin got out of bed and walked over to him to express her thanks. Qin Yun tried his best to look sincere, but he didn't dare to look her in the eye. Auntie Xiao, I, Qin Yun, swear to the heavens that I was completely focused on detoxification just now. I didn't have a single impure thought about you. She scoffed. Oh, really? Weren't you the one who planned on peeping on me in the bath earlier? I didn't. Qin Yun was at a loss, unsure how to explain himself. After all, a woman like Xiao Xuanqin, who was over 30 and still unmarried, was undoubtedly a woman of impeccable virtue. This time, he was in deep trouble. Qin Yun was a little worried and stammered. Then I'll be going. You'll probably recover soon, and I'm worried you'll beat me up once you do. Just as Qin Yun was about to leave, she called out softly. Wait! Qin Yun screamed internally, wanting to cry. Asterisk. No way I'm waiting. If I wait any longer, you'll beat me to death. Asterisk. Noticing she was barefoot, Qin Yun took the opportunity to carry her. You're a grown woman. How can you not know how to wear shoes? Auntie Xiao, you should just focus on resting for now. Qin Yun quickly sat down on a chair, not daring to look directly at Xiao Xuanqin anymore. Xiao Xuanqin chuckled softly. I never thought that not only would Qin Yun survive, but he'd also learn the art of soul forging. It seems you and Yue Min are truly a perfect match, always managing to do things that even we adults wouldn't dare. Qin Yun gave a forced smile. His relationship with Yue Min wasn't actually like that, but he was determined to save her. Xiao Xuanqin's voice turned sharp with anger as she scolded Qin Yun. You have the nerve to say that? If you weren't dead, then what were you doing? Only showing up now? If it wasn't for you, Yue Min would never have ended up in this situation. Qin Yun sucked in a cold breath. The air around her solidified, creating an invisible, suffocating pressure. This woman's mood swings were faster than flipping a pancake. Qin Yun explained, the reason Yue Min went around killing all those people wasn't just because of me. The bigger reason was the resentment that had been building inside her for so long. Those old bastards from the Tianxiao Empire, along with Xiao Yanglong, spend all day thinking about how to trade away their own princesses for greater benefits. Yue Min watched with her own eyes as the sister she loved was sold off, completely powerless in her suffering. She was determined to kill, to vent her hatred. You saw it yourself just now. The Tianxiao Empire doesn't see women as human at all. They were even going to give them to that animal, Grandmaster Wei. Who knows what other schemes they're constantly cooking up to sell their people off. Hearing this, Xiao Xuanqin fell silent. Qin Yun scratched his head and continued with a smile. When Grandmaster Wei and his men died, everyone must have thought you were the one who killed them. So, my apologies. Xiao Xuanqin stomped her foot in a fit of pique, pointing at his head. You wretched brat. You think this is funny? Xiao Xuanqin suddenly remembered that Qin Yun possessed the secret of the soul-forging art and let out a sigh. She asked him, you should have hated her back then. You could have killed her. Why didn't you? Why did you save her instead? Qin Yun replied, growing up in the imperial palace, I know exactly how precious family bonds are to the children of royalty. Yue Min cares for you deeply. If she knew I failed to save you, she would have hated me for the rest of her life. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuanqin looked at Qin Yun with a much softer gaze, tinged with a hint of remorse. So he had this side to him too. Xiao Xuanqin stared intently at Qin Yun, her voice serious as she asked, "Answer me honestly. Were you the ones behind the incident at the Zhaoyu mountain villa?" Qin Yun nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Xiao Xuanqin asked again, "Does that also mean the key is in your hands?" "Indeed, it is." He had a feeling the origin of this key was no small matter. Immediately, Xiao Xuanqin moved closer to him, her voice filled with excitement. "That's the key to the Tianxiao Imperial Mausoleum. To enter the Tianxiao Imperial Mausoleum, you must use that key to open the gate. It was also Yue Lan's dowry. Theoretically, whoever marries Yue Lan gets the key." Qin Yun couldn't believe the Tianxiao Empire would use such an item as a dowry. She continued, "Yue Lan has the immortal burying map on her, and that map is intrinsically linked to her mother. Right now, the immortal burying map and Yue Lan have fused. To remove it, you need the blood of Yue Lan's mother, and the mother of Yue Lan and Yue Min is buried in the Tianxiao Imperial Mausoleum." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun trembled with rage, clenching his fists as he paced back and forth. Xiao Xuanqin shook her head. "Yue Min is currently being held captive in the Tianqin Imperial Palace. Are you sure you can rescue her? Breaking into the Imperial Palace isn't easy now, especially after what happened at the Xiaoyu Mountain Villa. The Tianqin Imperial Palace will have definitely increased its security." Hearing that, Qin Yun realized she was right. Although he could fly into the palace, the engagement ceremony was drawing near, and the Tianqin Imperial Palace was already filled with countless powerful experts. Xiao Xuanqin took out a small box and handed it to Qin Yun. "This is the last of my soul-devouring powder. Keep it with you. You can use it when necessary. This box contains the antidote. One pill will make you immune to the soul-devouring powder's poison for 10 days. Qin Yun opened the box, took out a black antidote pill, swallowed it, and asked, "Why did you suddenly pull out of the auction before?" Xiao Xuanqin sighed. "Some people found out I possessed the soul-devouring powder, and Qi Yu was the one who leaked the secret. The Blue West Palace also found out, and forced me to bring the soul-devouring powder to the Qiwen Pavilion's black market auction, using the opportunity to tarnish the pavilion's reputation. But then I learned they were planning to give away the mausoleum key as part of Yue Lan's dowry, and in my anger, I made my move. He was going to use the soul-dissolving powder to rescue Ngiat Man and Ngiat Lan, but it seemed Xiao Yanglong was already on guard. That night, he let Nguat Man leave. It was then Qin Yun understood just how complicated this situation really was. Rumor had it the Tianxiao Emperor's health was failing, and Xiao Yanglong was the one holding all the power in the nation. What could Tianqin have possibly offered to make a man of his strength marry off Xiao Njuet Lan? Xiao Xuanqin shook her head. She didn't know the details either. Right now, the best you can do is get Nuyet Man out. As for Nuyet Lan, she'd probably be happy enough just knowing her sister is safe. However, Qin Yun was adamant about attending the wedding ceremony. His marriage to Nguyet Lan was arranged by the Empress Dowager herself, and no matter what, he had to see it through. He was still in possession of the engagement contract, which was stamped with the blood hand seal of the Tianxiao Emperor. He wanted to see exactly how that man planned to go back on his word. Seeing Qin Yun ignore her advice, Xiao Xuanqin grew a little angry. "Are you crazy? If you cause a scene like that, you'll never make it out alive." She wanted to help Nuyet Lan too, but acting recklessly would mean walking right into their trap. They'd use any excuse to lock you away in a death trap. But Qin Yun's mind was made up. Nothing could change it, so all he could do was thank Auntie Xiao for her concern. Qin Yun then asked her, "Did you originally seek out the Mad Soul Refiner to learn soul refining techniques?" At that, Xiao Xuanqin sat on her bed, hugging a pillow tightly, her eyes filled with helplessness as she let out a weak sigh. "The truth is, there's something wrong with my martial soul. The Mad Soul Refiner has profound knowledge of martial souls. Perhaps only she knows how to fix it." Qin Yun snatched the pillow from her and frowned. "Who told you that?" He was here to help her investigate. After all, he had some experience when it came to restoring martial souls. Xiao Xuanqin was a little skeptical, but then Qin Yun moved to her side and gently placed a hand on her stomach. The touch made her flinch, but she tried her best to remain calm. A blush crept onto Xiao Xuanqin's cheeks. In her entire life, this was the first time she'd ever been in such intimate contact with a man. Qin Yun, however, was completely serious as he examined her martial soul, sending his spiritual energy deep into her dantian. He quickly located her platinum martial soul and could sense its personified state. Her martial soul was dim, as if in a deep slumber, but not quite. It gave off a sickly, lethargic feeling. Pulling his hand back, Qin Yun asked, "How long has your martial soul been in this condition?" Her voice was heavy with sadness. It's been like this for several years now. Right now, I can only roughly tell that it's a platinum-grade martial soul. Its form has completely disappeared. My martial soul's original form was a zither, but now, I don't feel any connection to it. When I play, the magic just isn't there anymore. Qin Yun was like a doctor diagnosing a disease. As far as he knew, if a martial soul failed to receive enough power during a qualitative evolution, it would become weary and sluggish like this, and could even fall into a deep sleep. He then pulled out a shimmering pearl. Inside, it was a powerful gold fire martial soul, a spoil of war he'd extracted from Grandmaster Wei. Qin Yun explained, to replenish a martial soul's energy, the fastest way is to have it devour and absorb another one. Right now, I intend to fuse this newly extracted martial soul into your inner core and let your own martial soul absorb it. I'm confident it will work, but whether you want to try is up to you. Xiao Shuangqin was stunned, her face a mask of disbelief. As she considered Qin Yun's words, she knew that her martial soul's condition was only getting worse. No matter what, she had to restore it. Otherwise, she would never be able to step into the martial Dao realm, and this could be her only chance to save it. Finally, she nodded, placing her trust in Qin Yun, hoping that this dangerous gamble would yield a beautiful result. Following the instructions Qiao Ruyun had given him, Qin Yun gently placed his hand on Xiao Shuangqin's navel. He channeled waves of divine energy into her body. Qin Yun explained, right now, I'm using my spiritual energy to construct a soul gate. Next, I'll build a soul path into your inner core to connect to the martial soul on the outside. Xiao Shuangqin saw sweat pouring down Qin Yun's forehead like rain. A worried voice echoed in her mind. Is something wrong? Why is he sweating so much? The moment that thought passed, she suddenly felt a warmth spreading throughout her abdomen, and a stream of energy flooded into her dantian, bringing with it an incredibly comfortable feeling. Qin Yun quickly instructed, I'm about to start guiding the martial soul inside. Don't resist. As the martial soul entered, she let out a soft moan. She could clearly feel the miraculous changes happening inside her dantian. Qin Yun wasn't just a talented pattern master. He was also a soul refiner with immense potential. As Qin Yun's large hand moved gently, an unusual and very special feeling began to stir in her heart. It's not enough. The power of one martial soul is insufficient. I have to do it again. Qin Yun was drenched in sweat and was clearly exhausted. But Xiao Shuangqin felt the positive change in her own martial soul. She was ecstatic, filled with a new sense of hope. Seeing Qin Yun's exhaustion, she quickly moved toward him to wipe the sweat from his brow. Her delicate, jade-like hands gently swept across Qin Yun's forehead, her beautiful face filled with tenderness and concern. And in that moment, Qin Yun suddenly realized something, that Xiao Shuangqin was completely different from what Xiao Yuemin had described. She wasn't cold and strict at all, but possessed a gentle warmth. Qin Yun rested for a moment, then said with a frown, Thank you. I'm okay. But we're still missing something. They need to continue fusing. The martial soul, inside your inner yuan, has to be reawakened for this to be a success. Xiao Shuangqin was taken aback. We have to do it again? Qin Yun took out another bead, this one containing a golden fire martial soul he had just extracted. She couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, because Qin Yun had completely mastered the art of soul refining. In the future, if he could obtain more martial souls, he could definitely forge even more powerful ones. You have to understand that without knowing the art of soul refining, one wouldn't even know how to preserve a martial soul. This just shows how admirable the art of soul refining truly is. Time passed, and the crucial moment finally arrived. Qin Yun rested for a bit to recover to his peak condition, then continued to help Xiao Shuangqin fuse with the martial soul. Xiao Shuangqin's dantian was spinning rapidly, and the martial soul inside moved in rhythm with its pulse. Inner Yuan spiritual breath. I can manifest my inner Yuan spiritual breath. Xiao Shuangqin couldn't help but sit up abruptly, her face filled with a mixture of shock and joy. Even the barrier preventing her from entering the martial Dao realm had been resolved. Seeing her reaction, he calmly said, How strange. She panted, praising him. Your skills are truly incredible. And you're so kind to others. It's no wonder Yuemin is so attached to you. Thank you for giving her such a precious platinum martial soul. Auntie Xiao, you now need to find a place for secluded cultivation. After you recover your strength, focus your spirit to control and stabilize your inner yuan, so the martial soul can finish fusing. That's when your zither will appear. Hearing this, Xiao Shuangqin looked at Qin Yun with a wistful, speechless expression, but simply hummed in agreement and did as he asked. After that, Qin Yun needed to return to the inscription palace. In truth, he was a little reluctant to leave Xiao Shuangqin. As Xiao Shuangqin was seeing him off, he told her that with her 9th level martial body, she now had a chance to break into the martial Dao realm. This level of strength was enough for her to no longer need to rely on the Tianxiao Empire. Xiao Shuangqin blurted out her thanks to him. She thought to herself that even now, he was still making plans for her future. He really was a good, responsible man. Xiao Shuangqin was still worried. Are you really going to rescue Yuan by yourself? The Tianqin Imperial Palace is heavily guarded right now. She offered to go with him, saying she could at least fight off anyone at the 9th level of the martial body realm. However, Qin Yun persuaded her. If I can't do it, your help would be useless anyway. It's better for you to stay here and focus on your cultivation. Even if I fail this time, I believe there will still be a chance once you break into the martial Dao realm. Faced with Qin Yun's reasoning, Xiao Shuangqin had to agree. She then handed Qin Yun an animal hide scroll and gave him careful instructions. I will be hiding for a while in the northern Cloud Dragon mountain range. When the time comes, you can follow this map to find me. You must be careful with everything. Returning to the inscription palace, Qin Yun unrolled the map to look at it, when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He quickly put the map away. It was the middle of the night. Duan Gan, Xie Wufeng, Murong Daren, Meng Feiling, and Huo Zhong, they heard Qin Yun was back and rushed over immediately. Meng Feiling burst through the door, immediately clinging to Qin Yun and asking, "Did you find out anything these past few days?" She was clinging to him like glue and he couldn't get her off, so he said helplessly, "Yuemin has been moved into the Imperial Palace." Before, Xiao Shuangqin had shared this same worry, which was why she was so uneasy about Qin Yun going to the Tianqin Imperial Palace alone. Qin Yun assured them that he was quite familiar with the palace and would find a way to sneak in and rescue her before the engagement ceremony. Jie Wufeng's group had no other choice but to continue gathering information, hoping to find a useful clue to support Qin Yun. Their limited power meant they could only monitor things from the shadows and wait for an opportunity. Murong, Daren, and the others had uncovered all sorts of shocking news. First was the news that Xiao Shuangqin was a wanted fugitive, accused of possessing soul-scattering powder and using it to kill Grandmaster Wei and a teacher from the Heavenly Qin Martial Academy. This news rocked all 3 empires, striking fear into the hearts of the martial Dao realm experts there. Furthermore, the Tianxiao Empire suspected that Xiao Shuangqin was also the one who attacked the Xiaoyu Manor. Because of all this, the number of guards in the Tianqin Imperial City had increased significantly. The Tianxiao Empire, which had always looked down on women, had now suffered a heavy blow at the hands of one who had even killed a martial Dao realm elder. It was a complete loss of face. All of this was within Qin Yun's expectations. He was filled with confidence and told them not to worry. The Grand Preceptor once told me about a secret path. I can handle this myself. Thank you all for your help these past few days. Seeing Qin Yun's confidence, Xie Wufeng smiled and said, "That's good to hear, but you still have to be careful." Murong Daren then reported the second piece of news. Qin Zhengfeng had broken through to the 8th level of the martial body realm. Meng Feiling also gritted her teeth, remarking that the powers backing Crown Prince Qi Yu were terrifying, especially for letting him grow so much stronger at such a critical time. Duan Gan then asked about Qin Yun's plan. The engagement ceremony? All his people will be there. How are you supposed to get in? Qin Yun confidently assured them that as long as he announced who he was, they would definitely let him into the Imperial Palace for the ceremony. They didn't need to worry about that part. He would meet them inside the palace in 3 days. Late at night, Qin Yun hurried from the Hall of Runes toward the entrance of a secret passage on the other side of the city. This passage ran deep beneath the Qinling River in the imperial capital. Qin Yun reached the bank of the Qinling River and, following the map of the passage, found a crevice hidden by thick layers of moss. This crack was protected by an array that prevented river water from flooding the tunnel. Qin Yun carefully stepped inside. The passage was completely dark. Qin Yun used a luminous pearl for light and saw that the 4 walls were built with sturdy and exquisitely crafted stone bricks. The secret passage connected to several places, including the Emperor's bedchambers, the flower garden, the study, and the Forbidden Palace. Qin Yun considered his options. The Forbidden Palace was in the northwest corner of the imperial grounds, a place used to imprison palace maids, guards, and concubines who had committed serious crimes. He'd heard that even princes and princesses were locked away there. It was very likely Yue Man was being held in that place. At each fork in the path, Qin Yun recalled the Grand Preceptor's instructions and chose his way, then broke into a mad dash. A short while later, he found a thick stone brick. Beneath it, was an opening leading to a storeroom. He lifted it and climbed out. The design of the secret passage was incredibly sophisticated and discreet. Even if someone lifted the brick from above, they would never discover the tunnel below. Darkness shrouded the storeroom. Qin Yun channeled the strange internal energy of his Black Sun martial soul to conceal himself in the shadows. He called this type of power shadow force. As long as there was even the faintest light, he could hide himself perfectly. With that, Qin Yun moved effortlessly through the corridors of the Forbidden Palace, silently searching for Xiao Yueman. The Forbidden Palace was vast, with many separate areas. Standing before a pitch-black alleyway, he began to have doubts. Could it be that Yue Man wasn't being held here after all? Suddenly, two men carrying lanterns approached. Qin Yun immediately went still, making no sound as he hovered silently in the small alley. One man said with contempt, "Xiao Yueman is imprisoned in the Tianzi courtyard. She's just some bratty little girl. Is all this really necessary?" The other replied, "She once killed an expert at the 8th level of the martial body realm. We probably wouldn't last 3 moves against her before she wiped us out. She's strong, sure, but sending a martial Dao realm expert to watch over her? That's a bit of an overreaction." The two men walked away, leaving Qin Yun with his thoughts in turmoil. He was shocked to learn that Xiao Yueman was being held in the Tianzi courtyard, the most mysterious place in the entire Forbidden Palace. That place was protected by numerous arrays, and was normally used only to imprison individuals of immense power. For someone like Xiao Yueman, having a martial Dao realm expert guarding her meant there was absolutely no need to lock her up in a place like that. Although he had never been to the Tianzi courtyard, he thankfully had a vague memory of the Forbidden Palace's layout and recalled its location. The night sky was dark, with black clouds obscuring the full moon, cloaking the entire land in a thick blanket of darkness. Qin Yun approached the main gate of the Tianzi courtyard. The area was plunged in absolute darkness, without a single glimmer of light. At the main gate stood 2 pillars carved with strange patterns, which formed an array. Anyone passing through the gate would trigger the array, creating a huge commotion. However, Qin Yun was able to use his shadow force to merge with the darkness, while simultaneously using his knowledge of runes to slip inside without setting it off. After entering, he immediately sensed the aura of a martial Dao realm expert. So, this place was surrounded by a concealment array. No wonder he hadn't sensed anything earlier. From the courtyard, Qin Yun saw a room with an open window, and the aura was emanating from within. Asterisk, smack, asterisk. A sharp sound, like a hand hitting a face, echoed out. "You little bitch! You killed so many of Longer's best men, and you still dare to insult me? Let's see if I don't just smash that pretty mouth of yours." The speaker was a woman, her voice filled with venom, hatred, and cold fury. To his shock, Qin Yun realized this woman was likely the Empress of the Tianxiao Empire. The Empress of the Tianxiao Empire was not only powerful herself, but also commanded a formidable force. Qin Yun never expected her to be a martial Dao realm expert. Qin Yun finally understood why the Tianxiao Empire wanted to marry off Xiao Yueman and Xiao Yuelan. The two sisters possessed extraordinary talent and stunning beauty. If they weren't married off, they could threaten Xiao Yanglong's position in the future. Furthermore, their mother, when she was alive, was the sworn enemy of the Tianxiao Empress. Therefore, the Tianxiao Empress had secretly incited Xiao Yanglong to marry off Xiao Yuelan at all costs. This way, she could breathe a sigh of relief, getting rid of a princess while also benefiting her son. So cruel. No different from Empress Ye. Xiao Yueman was being beaten repeatedly, but only let out soft moans, knowing that screaming would only bring the Tianxiao Empress more pleasure, so she was determined to endure it. Qin Yun carefully crept to the side of the window, quickly tossed the vial of soul-scattering powder in his hand into the room, and then hid just outside the window. As the soul-scattering powder flew into the room, the Tianxiao Empress shrieked in panic, thinking Xiao Yueman had pulled some kind of trick. Xuanqin must have arrived, because only she possesses the soul-scattering powder. Qin Yun didn't rush in. His opponent was in the martial Dao realm, so he had to give the powder time to take effect. The Tianxiao Empress collapsed to the ground, unable to move. "Is that you, Auntie?" Xiao Yuelan called out weakly. You could hear the choked emotion in her voice. The Tianxiao Empress's voice trembled with fear and anger as she threatened, "Xiao Xuanqin is now wanted by the 3 great empires and the Blue Star Palace. Keep fighting, and you'll die a miserable death." While the powder was still active, Qin Yun entered and quickly stuffed an antidote into Xiao Yuelan's mouth, causing her to cough up blood. Though incredibly weak, Xiao Yuelan's eyes shot open, filled with utter shock when she saw Qin Yun's handsome, mature face. She couldn't believe he was still alive. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuelan, his heart aching as he gently stroked her face. "That's right, Yuelan. I'm here to save you." Seeing that Qin Yun was really alive, Xiao Yuelan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. It was the first time she had cried after all the abuse she'd suffered at the hands of the Tianxiao Empress. She sobbed, "You're alive. Thank God you're alive. I thought I was the one who got you killed." Qin Yun immediately pulled her into an embrace, consumed by guilt. "Don't cry. I'm sorry. I couldn't get here sooner. I'm so sorry I let you suffer. You're covered in wounds. It's a good thing I brought a change of clothes. Here, change into these first." With that, Qin Yun wiped the tears from her face and handed her a new set of clothes. Behind them, the Tianxiao Empress lay sprawled on the ground. When she saw that her attacker wasn't Xiao Xuanqin, but the supposedly dead Qin Yun, she was terrified. You monster, why aren't you dead?" The moment she finished speaking, Qin Yun placed a hand over her abdomen. "The King of Hell let a monster like me live for one reason, to clean house, starting with a demon like you." Qin Yun spoke calmly, then activated the soul-refining technique within his soul extraction art. Realizing his intention, the Empress was horrified. You dare extract my martial soul?" To the side, Xiao Yuelan watched in stunned excitement, realizing Qin Yun possessed the soul-refining technique. Once the martial soul was ripped from the Tianxiao Empress's body, it materialized as a massive, white gold sphere of energy. Qin Yun turned to Xiao Yuelan and asked, "Yuelan, what kind of martial soul is this?" By now, Xiao Yuelan had recovered slightly. She quickly took out the purple martial soul mirror and aimed it at the sphere, creating a replica of the martial soul. With the mirror's help, Xiao Yuelan identified it as the Platinum Giant Spirit Martial Soul. Qin Yun's face lit up. "Perfect. It looks like you'll be able to merge this into your Giant Spirit King Mace." He then sealed her martial soul inside the soul sealing bead. Robbed of her martial soul, the Tianxiao Empress was overwhelmed with agony and despair. She was a master of the martial Dao realm. Losing her martial soul meant losing her source of power. Her internal energy would slowly fade until she was no better than a cripple. "You evil fiend, you'll pay for this." She screamed curses at Qin Yun, but could only watch helplessly. Filled with her own rage, Xiao Yuelan strode forward and stomped on the Empress's face, sneering. "After all your wickedness, you're the one who's going to pay. And isn't this you, paying the price right now?" Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura swept over them. Qin Yun sensed this incredible power, immediately shoved the Tianxiao Empress aside, and finished her off. He then placed her corpse into his storage ring. Qin Yun quickly hoisted Xiao Yuelan onto his back, and, using his shadow internal energy, leaped out the window, dodging the dangerous array, and escaping the Tianzi courtyard. He sensed the aura of a martial Dao realm expert, one that felt slightly familiar. Then it clicked. It was Grand Duke Ye Changchao, Empress Ye's father and the head of the Ye family. The Ye family was a powerful force, and Ye Qingfeng, brother of Empress Ye, had nearly reached the martial Dao realm before Qin Yun killed him. But Empress Ye's father, Ye Changchao, had reached the martial Dao realm long ago and had always coveted the imperial power of Tianqin. Now, it seemed he had finally achieved his goal. Back at the Tianzi courtyard, Ye Changchao surveyed the chaotic scene and the remnants of the soul-scattering powder. He closed his eyes, sensing for something. Being a cautious man, he had previously sprinkled a special aromatic powder of his own creation throughout the courtyard. To avoid detection, he'd used a minuscule amount. Although the scent was faint, he could still distinguish it. When Qin Yun had entered, he had unknowingly been marked by the powder. He left the courtyard and kept moving, completely unaware that Ye Changchao was tracking him. Ye Changchao moved slowly. The scent was so faint that it required time to pinpoint. He also found it strange that the path Qin Yun was taking led not out of the Forbidden Palace, but deeper inside. Carrying Xiao Yuelan, Qin Yun rushed back to the secret passage inside the storage room. He then used his spiritual power to lift the heavy stone slab and jumped into the passage. Xiao Yuelan was relieved to see the hidden escape route. Qin Yun used his spiritual power to slide the slab back into place, sealing the entrance, and continued to race through the secret tunnel. They had only been running for a moment when Ye Changchao arrived, hot on their heels. Qin Yun felt his presence. The terrifying aura of Ye Changchao hunted them from behind, the aura of a martial path realm master, radiating pure rage and murderous intent. It formed an incredibly dangerous, powerful stream of energy. Qin Yun pushed his speed to the limit and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, how did he find us?" Xiao Yuemin asked anxiously, "Are you out of soul-scattering powder? If a martial path expert catches us, we'll never escape." Qin Yun sighed. "It's all gone." He had always thought his fire cloud steps were fast enough, But now, he realized his speed was still far too slow. At his fastest, his fire cloud steps could only cover 70 or 80 meters a second, but the man chasing them from behind could likely cover 200 or 300 meters per second. Suddenly, a powerful wave of internal energy blasted through the secret passage. Qin Yun immediately dove to the ground, pulling Xiao Yuemin underneath him. He shielded her with his own body. Whoosh! The internal force roared through the narrow passage like a tornado. It felt like countless blades slicing into Qin Yun's body. This energy even carried a scorching lightning attribute, tearing at his flesh and causing him excruciating pain. Qin Yun's back was shredded, but he gritted his teeth, his heart filled with bitter resentment. If he'd had just a little more time, he could have escaped the passage and saved Xiao Yuemin completely. Sprawled on the ground, Qin Yun turned his head and saw a gaunt old man standing behind Ye Changchao. The old man's eyes sparked with electricity. His face was fierce, and his clenched fists crackled with lightning that illuminated the dark tunnel. Yi Changchao saw Qin Yun's face and exclaimed in shock, "Qin Yun, you're still alive? Where is Empress Tianxiao's body?" It seemed he already knew Empress Tianxiao had been killed. Qin Yun collected himself and replied calmly, "Don't be in such a hurry. Aren't you curious how I managed to survive? And how I escaped the Tianxi Forbidden Land?" Electricity flashed in Ye Changchao's eyes as he asked, "What kind of trick did you pull? Not only did you get the soul-refining maniac to protect you, but you even managed to escape that place with her?" Qin Yun endured the pain and stood up, speaking casually, "I can't tell you that. However, if you agree to let Yuemin leave here safely, I will hand over the soul-refining art I learned in there." Ye Changchao sneered sinisterly, "You're in my hands now, and you dare to make demands? Do you have any idea that the Empress Tianxiao you just killed was my younger sister?" Both Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemin were stunned. Especially Xiao Yuemin, because Empress Tianxiao was the sixth empress. She was from the Lu family of the Tianxiao Empire, which meant that someone from the Ye family once had a secret affair with a wife from the Lu family, leading to this whole situation. Qin Yun muttered a curse. "The nobility is so damn messy." Ye Changchao raised his hand and laughed coldly. "Xiao Yuemin must remain in our custody. Only then will her older sister obediently marry into our family, allowing us to obtain the immortal burial map she carries. Back then, I drained your spirit veins dry. I never thought that not only would it fail to cripple you, but it would give you the chance to kill my sister. Today, I will kill you with my own hands, and I will make sure to torture you slowly before you die. I'll make you suffer until you spit out the soul-refining art and the high-grade spirit inscriptions you possess." Ye Changchao laughed with savage glee. A terrifying bolt of energy condensed at his fingertip, his entire body crackling with lightning. Just as he was about to strike, Xiao Yuemin rushed forward. She shielded Qin Yun with her body. Qin Yun never expected her sudden move, and it was too late to stop her. At that exact moment, a spear tip suddenly burst through Ye Changchao's chest, and the lightning energy surrounding him instantly vanished. The sneer on his face froze. Behind Ye Changchao, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. It revealed the figure of a handsome, yet fiercely imposing, warrior. This man held a golden spear, which was now piercing through Ye Changchao's chest. His eyes were deep and sharp. A prominent scar on his right cheek left a deep impression. Xiao Yuemin, who was shielding Qin Yun, seemed stunned by the man's overwhelming presence. For a moment, she was speechless. Qin Yun, however, recognized the man. He was incredibly familiar. He cried out in stunned disbelief, "Father!" His voice was filled with a mix of joy, emotion, and excitement. This man was none other than Qin Yun's father, the emperor of the Qin Empire, Qin Long. "My boy, Yun, I knew you weren't dead, ha ha ha." Qin Long let out a booming laugh, genuine and unrestrained, unlike other self-proclaimed kings. While laughing, he sent a swift kick into Ye Changchao's body, flinging him off the spear. Ye Changchao was fatally wounded, his heart pierced. He gasped with his dying breath, "Qin Long, can you broke through? And you found the Dragon King spear?" Qin Long viciously thrust his spear several more times toward Ye Changchao. "Ye Changchao, you people coveted my throne, and I would have just given it to you. But trying to harm my son, that's where I draw the line. Am I right?" Qin Yun quickly came forward and placed his hand on Ye Changchao's abdomen. "Father, wait for me to extract his martial soul. Then we can get out of here and talk." Ye Changchao screamed in exhausted terror, "Qin Long, tell your son to stop." Veins bulged on his forehead, and seeing his panic state, Qin Long couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Do it, Yun." Qin Yun's expression was cold. Years ago, Ye Changchao had a hand in ripping out his spirit vein, so now it was time for him to pay the price. Ye Changchao was completely unable to resist, painfully begging him to stop. He said he would agree to any of Qin Yun's conditions. He could even let Xiao Yuelan marry him. Seeing Qin Yun pull the purple gold thunder martial soul out of Ye Changchao's abdomen, Xiao Yuman quickly took out her mirror martial soul, aiming it at the newly extracted martial soul to replicate it. Qin Long laughed smugly. Well. So this is a rare martial soul. But so what? In the end, didn't it still fall into my son's hands? Qin Yun stored the purple gold thunder martial soul in the soul sealing bead and looked at Ye Changchao's despair and resentment. Old fiend, when you ripped out my spirit vein back then, you never imagined this day would come, did you? Ye Changchao laughed, telling him not to celebrate too soon. The Blue Star Palace would never spare a vile demon like him. Go join the rest of your family. Qin Long roared in fury, raising his hand and viciously slamming a palm into Ye Changchao's head. He finished him off. Witnessing the father's decisive move, the two youngsters were in complete awe. What a badass, Xiao Yueman smiled gently. Uncle Long, you appeared right on time. You were missing for so long before. Could it be you were always hiding in this secret passage? Qin Long nodded and sighed. That's right. A few years ago, I failed a breakthrough and suffered a cultivation deviation. As a result, there were many things I couldn't pay attention to, which caused Qin Yun to suffer so much. Thankfully, he's okay, or I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Xiao Yuman thought to herself that among the emperors of the three empires, Tian Tan, Tian Te, and Tian Tu Qin Long was the youngest. He was also the weakest, which led to the weakening of the entire Tian Tan Empire's strength. In order to turn the situation around, Qin Long was always in secluded cultivation, entrusting all state affairs to his ministers. Unexpectedly, this gave a group of treacherous officials the opportunity to rebel and seize control of Tian Tan. Then, Qin Long suffered his cultivation deviation. His cultivation regressed, and he lost a significant amount of power. Qin Yun was also harmed during that time. Elsewhere, the father and son were catching up. Qin Yun was full of praise, feeling that his royal father had gotten more handsome. What kind of divine skincare product are you using? Qin Long cocked his head and replied wittily, This is all natural beauty, not something you get from cosmetics, all right? Haha. Next, Qin Long pulled out his long spear and wiped the blood off it. Seeing the exquisitely dragon-carved spear, Xiao Yuman asked curiously, Uncle Long, wasn't Tian Tan's Dragon King spear lost? When did you get it back? I heard it's the strongest weapon among the three empires. Qin Long smiled with a hint of bitter helplessness. Turns out, this thing was in my father's hands. Who would have thought he was still alive? After I found him, he passed the spear on to me. That old man is in secluded cultivation all day now. Otherwise, with his support, Yun and I wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. Qin Yun's grandfather was the Grand Emperor of Tian Tan, the headmaster of the Hoa Lin Martial Academy, Qin Yonghe. After he disappeared, the Dragon King's spear was also lost. This was a heavy blow to Tian Tan at the time. Just then, Xiao Yuman suddenly remembered that her sister's engagement was in 2 or 3 days and asked Qin Yun if he was going. Before Qin Yun could answer, Qin Long cut in, Of course he's going. I was involved in arranging the marriage between Yue Lan and my little Yun in the first place. How can they just call it off whenever they please? Qin Long put an arm around Qin Yun's neck and grinned. He knew his son wouldn't be able to just leave that Yue Lan girl high and dry. He'd be going too, so he told him not to worry. Xiao Yuman whispered softly, That would be great. Although she also wanted to go. What if she fell into their hands again? If she became a bargaining chip they could use to control Yue Lan, things would get complicated. If Xiao Yueman didn't appear with Qin Yun, everyone would assume she had been taken away by Xiao Xuanqin. Therefore, Xiao Yuman knew that going with Qin Yun would only cause more trouble. Qin Long urged the two of them to leave the secret passage first. He wanted to stay here and continue his cultivation. Qin Yun had a lot he wanted to say to his father, but now wasn't the right time. He could only lead Xiao Yuman out of the secret passage first. The night at the Qi Pattern Palace was exceptionally quiet. Qin Yun and Duan Qian were in a secret room. Duan Qian was very curious about how Qin Yun had saved Xiao Yueman, but he didn't ask. Because Qin Long would also be at the engagement ceremony, he was worried that if the guests were too powerful, Qin Long wouldn't be able to handle them. So he asked Duan Qian what kind of people would be attending the engagement this time. Duan Qian replied that among the attendees, the martial Dao realm experts from the Blue Star Palace were the strongest. He heard they were also here to investigate the previous incident at the Cloud Dragon mountain range. The Emperor of Tian Te and the Emperor of Tian Tue were also both in the Tian Tan Palace. The other prominent families of the empire were mostly in the imperial city and would enter the palace in the next 2 days. This news made Qin Yun extremely worried. Duan Qian's expression turned grave. About the soul-devouring powder incident from last time, Qin Yun was nearly assassinated by them. This was a debt he would be sure to settle with the people of the Blue Star Palace. He told the boy to rest first, assuring him that during the engagement ceremony, they would have his back and make sure he wasn't harmed. Qin Yun returned to his room and soaked in the bath, replaying the recent events in his mind and feeling a wave of emotion. It was so good to see his father again. Qin Yun closed his eyes, feeling an immense sense of peace. The Qin Emperor, who was thought to be gravely ill, had not only appeared but had also reached the martial Dao realm. But just as Qin Yun closed his eyes, they snapped back open, because he remembered a strange, somewhat familiar scar on Qin Long's right cheek. He suddenly recalled that when he used his inner energy, a similar totem pattern appeared on his own body. Then, looking down at the Heavenly Lion totem on his shoulder, Qin Yun sat in the bathtub with his eyes wide in indescribable shock. In that case, could the scar on his father's face be the dragon totem? After the shock, a wave of joy washed over him. If so, his father's current strength must be immense. He then noticed the wound on his back had almost completely healed. In the secret passage, he'd been struck in the back by Ye Changchao, his skin seared away by the man's terrifying inner power. Duan Qian's medicine was highly effective. Although his back still hurt, the wound had already closed. By tomorrow, there probably wouldn't even be a scar. Early the next morning, Qin Yun took out the giant spirit king's hammer. He could forge Empress Tianxiao's spirit martial soul into the hammer. But for now, he had no idea what to do with Ye Changchao's purple gold thunder martial soul. If only Granny Jiao were here, she might have been able to help him forge that purple gold thunder martial soul into his heavenly lion arm. Obtaining a good martial soul was no easy feat, since those who possessed powerful ones were usually of high status and incredibly difficult to kill. However, most of the martial souls Qin Yun had collected over the past few days were high grade. Of course, if his actions were ever exposed, he would undoubtedly be branded a demon. In the secret chamber, Qin Yun carefully guided the Platinum Giant Spirit Martial Soul into the mid-grade Giant Spirit King's Hammer. Luckily, this Giant Spirit King's Hammer was forged from the highest grade Spirit Iron. Otherwise, it would have never been able to withstand the Platinum Giant Spirit Martial Soul. Qin Yun joyfully gripped the Giant Spirit King's Hammer, then activated the Giant Spirit Martial Soul within it. The hammer suddenly expanded. Originally, the entire weapon, including the handle, was less than half a meter long. After expanding, the handle grew to over a meter long, the head became massive, and its weight increased to 5,000 jin. Now, times was the power of a true Giant Spirit King's hammer. Qin Yun found it was just as easy to shrink the hammer back to its original size, and he was ecstatic. Just then, Duan Qian rushed over. He had just learned something that would likely be a huge blow to the boy, but he had no choice but to tell him. News came from the imperial palace that Qin Long had suffered from a cultivation deviation, sustained heavy injuries, and had already passed away. The announcement was made today so that after the engagement ceremony, Crown Prince Qin Zhengfeng could legitimately ascend the throne. Qin Yun sank into thought, knowing full well that his father wasn't dead and was actually doing fine. He figured that Empress Ye and the others must know that Xiao Yuemei had been rescued, and that Empress Tianxiao and Ye Changchao were still missing. That's why they made such a declaration. Early in the morning in Tianqin Imperial City, every tea house and inn was bustling with activity. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the latest news about the upcoming engagement ceremony. On the crowded streets, martial artists from different nations gathered in groups, chatting excitedly and discussing all sorts of matters. The lively atmosphere spread everywhere. Suddenly, a shimmering golden lion appeared at the city gate, capturing everyone's attention. The crowd immediately guessed it was a puppet beast. Atop the lion sat a handsome Qin Yun, dressed in white, his face bright and his expression resolute. With a confident look in his eyes, Qin Yun knew he had the Duan family to thank for allowing him to return in such a grand fashion. To the roar of the lion, he headed towards the imperial palace gate. Both sides of the road were crowded with martial artists. Many among them recognized Qin Yun, noticing he looked much more mature than the last time they'd seen him. Qin Yun's appearance immediately caused an uproar on the main street. "It's Qin Yun! He's still alive! Is that really Qin Yun? Are you sure?" "Positive. His appearance has changed a bit, but I remember him clearly, especially those eyes, filled with fighting spirit. I'd never forget them. He's 16 years old now, so it's normal for him to look more grown up. But wasn't he supposed to have died in the Tianqi Forbidden Grounds? And he's riding a puppet beast. I remember him being just a low-level inscription master. A few days after Qin Yun was locked in the Forbidden Grounds, that meteorite fell. Don't tell me he learned the soul-refining art from the soul-refining mad demon. If that's true, that's terrifying. Arriving at the main gate of the Imperial Palace, Qin Yun was stopped by the guards. Qin Yun spoke with a steely voice. Staring daggers at the gate guards, he said, "I am the 5th prince of the Qin Empire, Qin Yun. Anyone who tries to stop me will face certain death." The guards also recognized Qin Yun, and they were utterly shocked. They didn't know whether to let him in or not. While they hesitated, Qin Yun commanded the giant silver lion puppet to charge forward. Heading straight for the center of the palace, a clamor of voices echoed from within the great hall. Gathered here were many people of high status and powerful martial artists. The Tianqin Great Hall was massive, easily holding thousands. Yang Xie was seated at a table with members of the Eastern Palace from the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Du Gui and Hu Xingfeng were also sitting nearby. Meng Feiling was leaning in, whispering to them about Yang Xiyue. It seemed she still didn't know that Qin Yun had died and come back to life, so her mood was heavy. She sighed. She had way too many rivals in love. Just as the crowd was at its loudest, someone suddenly ran in shouting, "Qin Yun is here! He's alive!" The entire hall fell dead silent. Meng Feiling, Xie Wufeng, Huo Zhang, and Lord Murong already knew Qin Yun was alive, so they weren't too surprised. Through the grand doors of the hall, Qin Yun appeared, riding atop a lion. His gaze cut across the palace to where Empress Ye and Qin Zhengfeng were seated. When Yang Xiyue saw Qin Yun, the cup in her hand slipped and shattered. Her beautiful, normally cold eyes were now filled with absolute joy. The Empress and Qin Zhengfeng, both dressed in magnificent robes, were sitting on the thrones. The moment they saw Qin Yun appear at the entrance, their faces went pale, and they shot up from their seats, stepping forward. The gossiping crowd was captivated by Qin Yun's appearance, some even wanting a taste of his manliness. Just as Qin Yun dismounted his lion, a young lady dropped her hairpin and asked if he could pick it up for her. The Empress's eyes filled with a cold, dark glare as she shouted, "Qin Yun, what are you doing here?" The ever-dashing Qin Yun smoothly picked up the hairpin and handed it back to the lady, not forgetting to leave her with a few words that made her swoon before turning to answer the Empress. "Have you forgotten? You're the one who promised a year ago that I could be here. Besides, this engagement ceremony wouldn't be very interesting without the 5th prince of Tianqin, would it?" Qin Zhengfeng's face turned black with fury, looking like he wanted to strangle Qin Yun on the spot. The situation was already a mess, and Qin Yun's sudden appearance just made things even more complicated. He threatened Qin Yun in a cold voice, saying he could attend the ceremony, but he was absolutely forbidden from causing any trouble. Qin Yun replied with a smile, "Of course. What kind of person do you take me for?" Qin Zhengfeng growled, "That's exactly the kind of person you are." Empress Ye glared at Qin Yun and snapped, ordering him to dismiss his silver lion and find a seat immediately. After all, in front of so many people, refusing to let Qin Yun in would just make the royal family look petty. Qin Yun recalled his silver lion and was looking around for a place to sit when Meng Feiling quickly called him over. At another table, Duke Yan worried. Qin Yun's strength must have increased dramatically for him to return like this. It's possible he's connected to all the major incidents that have happened recently. The elder from the Inscription Palace, Zhuo Chuan, who was sitting beside him, was calmer. He reminded the Duke not to forget the main event of the day. Once the engagement ceremony is over, it won't be too late to discuss this matter. Elsewhere, Qi Yu grit his teeth and downed his wine, cursing his own bad luck for failing to kill Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked towards the main banquet table where the members of the Tianxiao Empire were seated, including Xiao Yanglong and Emperor Tianxiao. His gaze met Xiao Yuelin's. She had been looking at him earlier, but lowered her head after a sharp reminder from Xiao Yanglong. Qin Yun thought to himself, "She looks beautiful today. But with Xiao Yanglong right there, I'd better not be a jinx." Qin Yun then turned to Yang Xiyue's table, stuck out his tongue, and made a funny face, teasing a small smile out of her. You have to understand, after leaving the Blue Spirit Star Palace, Yang Xiyue rarely ever smiled. But now, seeing Qin Yun, a smile graced her lips once more. Xiao Yanglong glared at Qin Yun and Yang Xiyue, feeling like they were flirting right in front of him. It was one thing for Yang Xie to pretend she couldn't see him, but what infuriated him even more was that some kid, barely in his teens, dared to seduce his fiancée in front of everyone. Lord Murong, with his mouth full of food, reminded Qin Yun that Du Gui and Ho Xingfeng were on their side, so he could relax a bit and eat something first. Seeing him do nothing but stuff his face, Ho Xingfeng couldn't hide his judgmental stare. Du Gui finally spoke up, saying, Besides Qin Yun and Qi Yu, there's also the grandson of the Southern Palace's master from the Blue Spirit, Star Palace, the grandson of the Northern Palace's master, the youngest son of the Eastern Palace's master, and a descendant of the Western Palace's great elder. They all intend to marry Xiao Yuelan. With so many suitors vying for Xiao Yuelan's hand, the betrothal gifts offered are bound to be incredibly enticing. Meng Feeling asked him, "Guess who Xiao Yuelan will end up marrying?" Which made him turn away, flustered. How would I know? From his reaction, Meng Feeling understood that he didn't have feelings for Xiao Yuelan. Then why go through all the trouble to save her? Just then, Duke Yan stepped into the center of the hall and announced, "Everyone here knows that Qin Yun, the former and disgraced crown prince, has a scandalous reputation that has brought great shame upon the Qin Empire. Furthermore, his engagement to Princess Yuelan has made them a laughingstock, damaging the prestige of the Tianxiao Empire. Today, after much deliberation, the Tianxiao and Tianqin empires have decided to wed Princess Yuelan to the Crown Prince of Tianqin. And now, we invite our honored guests to witness their engagement ceremony. Please welcome Princess Yuelan." After completing the engagement ceremony, Xiao Yuelan stood up and boldly declared that she and Qin Yun were engaged first. Furthermore, the marriage contract bears the imperial seals of 2 emperors. I'm sure you all know what that means. The grand hall erupted into chaos upon learning that the old engagement between Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan wasn't just some verbal agreement, but was bound by a blood seal contract. The blood seal contract is the most sacred of pacts. Anyone who breaks its vow is deemed faithless, recorded in the annals of history, and shamed for all eternity. Moreover, these are the seals of sovereigns, affecting the honor of entire empires. All eyes turned towards the Tianxiao Emperor, Xiao Rongshen. Xiao Rongshen was over 50 years old, tall and thin, with a catfish-like mustache. He looked somewhat refined, but lacked the imposing aura of an emperor. Xiao Yanglong, his face filled with anxiety and a hint of accusation, asked Xiao Rongshen, "Imperial father, is this true?" The emperor's gaze was hazy, and his spirit seemed weak. He nodded in acknowledgement. "That is correct." At that moment, everyone believed the rumors about the Tianxiao emperor's poor mental state were true. Qin Yun thought to himself, "It seems the Tianxiao emperor has been set up too. Otherwise, he would have rushed to deny it, not confirm it for Xiao Yanglong." Duke Yan quickly interjected. "We've long heard that the Tianxiao emperor suffered a cultivation mishap that damaged his spirit and muddled his memory. Therefore, his words cannot be fully trusted. Unless we see the engagement document with our own eyes, we cannot confirm this engagement was decreed by the former emperor and empress. The marriage contract must still be in their possession. However, they never brought it up, nor did they present it to the court officials. I fear this is all just empty talk with no proof." Xiao Yanglong quickly tried to placate Yuelan. He knew she was deeply resentful because of what happened to Yuemin, but told her she couldn't turn such a serious matter into a joke. Just then, Qin Yun stepped in front of Xiao Yuelan and took out a yellowed piece of paper bearing 2 large seals. Zhuo Chuan, the Grand Elder of the Pattern Inscription Palace, spoke up to explain. "Before us are indeed the imperial seals of the Tianxiao and Tianqin emperors. The inscription style is consistent with our palaces. You should know that the Pattern Inscription Palace has branches in many nations, and we have signed blood seal contracts with various emperors for cooperation." Zhuo Chuan had been invited by Duan Gan and held considerable status and influence. With this evidence, those who wanted to arrange Xiao Yuelan's marriage didn't dare to cause any more trouble. Xiao Yuelan also let out a sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't have to marry Qin Zhengfeng. Meanwhile, Qin Zhengfeng slammed his hand on the table in fury. Just then, Elder Luo of the West Palace spoke up, suggesting, "If we just burn the contract, it will become void." He reminded Qin Yun, "Your inner core has been shattered, and your spirit veins are damaged. Although you possess a few high-grade spirit patterns, they are nowhere near enough to change your tragic situation. Why don't you just hand that contract over to me?" Xiao Yanglong quickly added, "If Elder Luo can acquire the marriage contract, the Tianxiao Empire can negotiate Yuelan's remarriage. Marrying her to your nephew would be an excellent choice." Xiao Yanglong's proposal made Qin Zhengfeng and the queen glare furiously at him. They never imagined that Xiao Yanglong would so quickly decide to marry Xiao Yuelan off to the Grand Elder of the West Palace's nephew. At this, Elder Luo stroked his long, white beard and laughed heartily. "If we can really make a deal, my betrothal gifts will certainly not be small." These so-called betrothal gifts were nothing more than the price to buy Xiao Yuelan. Elder Luo looked at Qin Yun and continued, "Even if you married Xiao Yuelan, she would never be happy. Besides, You don't have the strength to control her. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun, waiting for his answer. Qin Yun replied loud and clear, I'm not selling. Seeing Qin Yun refuse, Xiao Yuelan's expression softened slightly. Elder Luo just chuckled coldly and offered a price, 7 million crystal coins. Everyone was secretly astonished and impressed. The West Palace was truly wealthy, throwing out a figure like 7 million crystal coins without even blinking. But Qin Yun's answer remained firm, not for sale. Xie Wufeng and the others all knew about the good relationship between Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemin, so they believed Qin Yun would never sell. Murong Darren suddenly cut in. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemin were supposed to be the perfect match, and now he wants to marry the older sister too? Does that mean the beautiful sister flowers of Tianjiao will both fall into Qin Yun's hands? Whoa, now that's times a priceless treasure. A true paradise on earth, saying if it were him, he wouldn't sell for any amount of money. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but stand up and get lost in their thoughts. They imagined the scene of Xiao Yueman and Xiao Yuelan, two peerless beauties, living together with Qin Yun, one in his left arm, one in his right. Such a pleasure truly couldn't be bought with money. At that moment, Xiao Yanglong's eyes were filled with murder. He stood before Lord Murong, but Lord Murong just laughed and continued, so what if his inner yuan is crippled and his spirit veins are weak? Both of Qin Yun's beautiful wives are blessed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled martial arts. Hearing this, Xiao Yanglong grew even more frustrated and roared. He ordered Lord Murong to shut his mouth. In short, no matter what, Qin Yun had made his decision today. Meng Feiling also wanted to join the fun, standing up with a charming smile to show off the storage bracelet Qin Yun had just given her. This item must be incredibly valuable, which proved he wasn't short on spirit coins at all. The fact that Qin Yun gave away a storage bracelet made everyone, especially the many young women present, look at Meng Feiling with absolute envy. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered that Qin Yun was an inscription master, capable of crafting storage spirit artifacts. How incredible. Elder Luo was no longer as composed as before. He frowned and raised the price. 100 million spirit coins. Are you selling or not? Qin Yun shook his head decisively. Not for sale. Elder Luo continued, raising the price to 150 million. Qin Yun fell into deep thought, and the entire hall went silent, waiting for his answer. 150 million was no small sum. It was enough to buy a great many rare medicinal pills. Elder Luo made a tempting offer, proposing a deal with Qin Yun. He could have countless spirit coins. He promised that with this money, Qin Yun could purchase a massive amount of pills, and with his inscription skills, he might even be able to extend his lifespan to 200 or 300 years. At the same time, he could satisfy all his desires for beauty. He could have as many women as he wanted. After a moment of thought, Qin Yun gave a nod. You're right. I give up on marrying Xiao Yuelan. Hearing this, Xie Wufeng and the others were utterly astonished. Their eyes widened and their jaws dropped as they stared at Qin Yun. Was this part of the plan? Elder Luo laughed and said, only he who adapts to the times is a true hero. He guaranteed that Qin Yun would not regret this decision. Give me the marriage contract, and I will give you the spirit coins immediately. Faced with Qin Yun's decision, Xiao Yuelan was filled with rage and disappointment. She looked at Qin Yun with eyes full of hatred. She said that she had completely misjudged him. Xiao Yanglong was also deeply annoyed that Qin Yun was making money from this affair, but he had no choice but to help Qin Yun. He announced in a loud voice, whoever wants to buy the marriage contract, we will marry Yuelan to that person. Here, only Yang Shiwei understood Qin Yun the best. Qin Yun was absolutely not that simple. Back at the Blue Spirit Star Palace, she and Xiao Yuelan had a very good relationship and often heard Yuelan mention Qin Yun. When news of Qin Yun's death arrived, Yuelan had been sad for a very long time. Seeing Qin Yun act like this now, it would be strange if Yuelan wasn't furious. The bidding began. Qi Yu shouted, 170 million. Instantly, the bidding war erupted. The female elder from the East Palace bid 230 million. Empress Ye couldn't stay out of it either. She was determined to join the auction. She gritted her teeth and coldly shouted, 250 million. Qin Yun, presiding over the auction, casually enjoyed the delicious food on the table. He paid no mind to Xiao Yuelan's gaze, which felt like 1,000 arrows piercing him. In the blink of an eye, the price of the marriage contract soared past 400 million spirit coins. Elder Luo shouted in a deep voice, 450 million. This price silenced everyone, as no one could afford to bid any higher. Empress Ye's head was covered in sweat. Although she wanted to continue, she was powerless to do so. She couldn't possibly raise such a large sum of money in such a short time. Qin Yun wiped his mouth and confirmed, "Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?" The entire hall was quiet, with everyone looking around to see if anyone else would bid, but there was no one. Qin Yun smiled and said, "Congratulations, Elder Luo, on successfully purchasing this marriage contract." He then handed the document to Elder Chuan. Elder Luo finally let out a sigh of relief and agreed, giving Zhuo Chuan a banknote worth 450 million spirit coins. Zhuo Chuan accepted the banknote, checked it for a moment to ensure there were no issues, and then handed it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun felt absolutely blissful, for he was now filthy rich. His smile was even brighter than Elder Luo's. Elder Luo's face was covered with a triumphant smile. He released a spark of flame, burning the marriage contract to ashes, before turning to look at Xiao Yanglong. He was ready to discuss the matter of Xiao Yulan's marriage. Qin Zhengfeng and Empress Ye were the most bitter of all, because today was supposed to be the engagement ceremony for Qin Zhengfeng and Xiao Yulan, and in a flash, she was being married off to someone else. They both glared angrily at Qin Yun. How dare this supposed good brother suddenly appear and ruin their plans? Yang Shiyue saw Xiao Yulan quickly walk towards Qin Yun, worried that she might do something rash. Xiao Yulan exuded a murderous aura, her entire body radiating a blazing energy that plunged the great hall into a dark and tense atmosphere. Everyone looked at Qin Yun, shaking their heads, silently blaming him for going too far by selling Xiao Yulan. She said coldly, "Qin Yun, you dared to sell me off for such a huge profit. You must be feeling pretty damn good about yourself, huh?" Qin Yun suddenly laughed and poked her on the head. He whispered in her ear, "Look at you. What's there to be angry about? I'm not going to sell you off. Don't worry. The real show is just about to begin." This statement completely baffled Xiao Yulan. Qin Yun suddenly revealed that what everyone knew was just an ordinary copy of the contract. That one had 2 or even 3 copies. As long as a single copy remained, the pact was still in effect. This meant the original blood-sealed pact was also signed on 2 pages. Only by destroying all of them would the contract be considered void, which means Xiao Yulan was still Qin Yun's fiancé. As he said this, you could almost hear Elder Luo's heart shattering. Xiao Yanglong's eyes went wide. Qin Yun had actually used a worthless piece of paper to scam them out of 4.5 billion crystal coins. No wonder Elder Luo was devastated. After regaining his composure, the elder roared, "Then where is the other contract? If you can't produce it, you have no way of proving the pact still exists." Xiao Yanglong added, "If neither of you can produce the original agreement, then your engagement is completely null and void." Seeing Xiao Yulan in deep thought, Xiao Yanglong was secretly pleased. He pressed her, "Yuelan, have you ever seen this other contract?" Seeing Xiao Yuelan remain silent, Elder Luo smiled and took the opportunity to persuade her to marry his grandson instead. He praised his grandson's excellence and promised to give Xiao Yuelan a life of happiness and prosperity. Xiao Yanglong was also thrilled at the prospect of gaining a powerful and wealthy brother-in-law. He believed this would be a mutually beneficial marriage for both families. Xiao Yanglong laughed. "Elder Luo, from now on, we'll be family." Elder Luo promised that, although they'd spent over 4.5 billion on the contract, their family's wealth was immense, and the betrothal gifts would certainly not disappoint him. Seeing them getting ahead of themselves, Qin Yun decided to join the fun by taking out the remaining contract and handing it to Xiao Yulan. When he saw that pact, Elder Luo's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Impossible. Qin Yun had 2 copies of the contract in his hands the whole time. He instantly realized that from the very beginning, Qin Yun had intentionally lured them into a trap. 4.5 billion crystal coins, gone, just like that. They had been utterly and completely played by Qin Yun. Xiao Yanglong was also furious, but tried to stay calm to handle the situation. He ordered, "Yuelan, hurry up and burn that contract at once." However, Xiao Yuelan stood her ground. She declared that her marriage was her decision to make, and no one had the right to interfere. Xiao Yanglong tried to persuade her. "Don't be so willful. Do you really want to marry a piece of trash like Qin Yun? You just saw how despicable he is. He not only laid a hand on Yuemin, but he also attacked Qi Melian from the Qin Empire. He even lusts after his own teacher, Yang Shiyu. You should know better than anyone that because of your engagement to him, your own reputation has suffered greatly." Xiao Yanglong's words displeased Qin Yun, but he didn't argue back. Instead, he just smiled at Yang Shiyu. Some people agreed with Xiao Yanglong and began to criticize Qin Yun, but others still supported him. They thought he was taking the joke too far. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Xiao Yulan fell into a contemplative silence. Satisfied with the effect he'd created, Xiao Yanglong continued, telling Xiao Yuelan that he knew she was just using Qin Yun to escape danger and would kick him to the curb once it was all over. When she didn't respond, he turned to mock Qin Yun. You don't really think she wants to marry a good-for-nothing like you, do you? You don't have an inner Yuan martial soul, just a single spirit vein. You have absolutely no future. Qin Yun remained silent, not reacting to Xiao Yanglong's words. Xiao Yanglong urged Xiao Yuelan to hand over the contract, promising her a better life if she married into the Western Palace. Xiao Yuelan firmly refused, her voice rising. Xiao Yanglong, you need to find your own way out of this mess. Stop using me to trade for your own benefit. Why don't you just marry him yourself? Then you can enjoy all the wonderful benefits on your own. Xiao Yanglong's face darkened. He resorted to using to threaten Xiao Yuelan. He reminded her that only if she agreed to marry Elder Luo's grandson could live a life free of worry. People in the room began to whisper. They were all shocked by Xiao Yanglong's actions. He'd actually sunk this low, using Xiao Yueman to threaten Xiao Yuelan. Compared to Qin Yun, he was clearly far more despicable. The royal family was truly full of filth. Qin Yun continued to remain silent, not reacting to Xiao Yanglong's words. Frustrated, he turned back again. Qin Yun, haven't you figured it out yet? The two Xiao sisters are just using you. He advised him to just write a letter, annulling the engagement. Break up with Xiao Yuelan, and I'll give you another 4.5 billion crystal coins. Suddenly, Xiao Yuelan drew her sword and pointed it at Qin Yun's throat. Xiao Yuelan said decisively, if you agree to write that letter, you are looking down on me. To me, that is a humiliation. And anyone who humiliates me must die. Xiao Yuelan's cold and murderous words silenced everyone in the grand hall. Qin Yun took a step back, pushing the tip of the sword aside. All right, this is your call. I have no objections. Xiao Yuelan's voice lowered. Xiao Yuelan, she was really something else. To keep the promise she made to her mother as a child, she had to marry him. A promise is a promise. What's said must be done. Unlike some people who would sell anything for personal gain, Qin Yun suspected he'd misheard, trying to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He then asked Xiao Yuelan if she really wanted to marry him. Xiao Yuelan's answer was incredibly firm as she tightened her grip on her sword. Yes, marry me or die. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuelan, taking in her cold, domineering beauty and her sharp aura. Everyone was waiting for his answer. Meng Feiling felt like her heart was broken, while Xie Wufeng's group sneered that Xiao Yuelan clearly had no taste. It was a classic case of some having all the luck, while others have none. No one could understand what was so great about Qin Yun. Had he put a spell on Xiao Yuelan or something? They also couldn't understand why Qin Yun wouldn't want Xiao Yuelan, a woman so beautiful and talented. Many gifted young men dreamed of marrying her. Qin Yun didn't know what to do. He really just wanted to happily pursue the person he actually liked. If he agreed to marry Xiao Yuelan now, he would have to take responsibility. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He suddenly claimed he was already in love with another woman, thinking Xiao Yuelan would surely be too embarrassed and agree to cancel the engagement. I don't care. Even if you're good to 2 other women, you're marrying me today. Xiao Yuelan's words left Qin Yun speechless. Seeing how determined Xiao Yuelan was to marry him, Qin Yun decided to just throw caution to the wind and start talking nonsense. It's not just 2 women. I even have a kid who's old enough to call me dad, Qin Yun said with defiant arrogance. Everyone silently scorned him. How could he cheat on so many women and still dare to talk about love and loyalty? What a joke. Xiao Yuelan's eyebrow twitched slightly, her thoughts unreadable. At some point, she had decided she just wanted to get this over with quickly. So, she drew her sword again, aiming it at Qin Yun's groin. You keep lying. Want me to cut it times off? Her voice turned grim, as if suppressing a seething rage. The situation terrified Qin Yun, but the crowd was delighted, unanimously cheering for her to cut it off. Qin Yun trembled with fear. He understood. That thing was more important to him than his own life. He forced a smile, advising Xiao Yuelan to think carefully before making a decision, because he wasn't worthy of her. However, Xiao Yuelan was unmoved. She coldly declared that even if Qin Yun was castrated, he still had to marry her, whether he was alive or dead by the end of the day. As if a cold wind had just blown through, Qin Yun forced a laugh and said, calm down, calm down. If you really do that, then marrying me would be even more worthless. Suddenly, Xiao Yuelan's expression softened considerably, and she changed her mind. But before Qin Yun could celebrate, she continued, if he dared to write a letter breaking up with her now, she wouldn't kill him immediately. She'd castrate him first, then times kill him. The chilling atmosphere sent a shiver down Qin Yun's spine. His mind was a mess. He wanted to cry, but couldn't shed a tear. He let out a helpless sigh and tried to explain. I just feel that being with me will ruin your future. Xiao Yuelan, however, didn't care. If I'm not worried about it, why are you? Make your decision. Break it off or marry me. Those are your only two options. Say one more word and I'll cut out your tongue. Qin Yun felt incredibly wronged. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yanglong had agreed to give him 4.5 billion star coins. If she could compensate him with the same amount, he would agree to marry her. Everyone cursed Qin Yun internally for being so thick-skinned and shameless. Xiao Yuelan's face turned red with anger. How dare Qin Yun bring up money? Was she only worth that paltry sum to him? This is your last chance. If you don't decide now, I will send you on your way immediately. At worst, after I kill you, I'll kill myself. Qin Yun hastily shouted his decision. I'll marry you. I'll absolutely never leave my wife. Seeing Qin Yun, who was about to escape the engagement, get forced back into it, both Xiao Yanglong and Elder Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Yanglong quickly spoke up, telling Qin Yun to think it through. You can't keep a woman you force into marriage. You should know that better than I do. Xiao Yuelan snapped at Xiao Yanglong. Don't assume everyone is as shameless as you, only thinking of using others. When she was a child in the palace, she was often bullied by the princes from powerful clans. Then one day, the Tianqin Emperor and Empress, along with a young crown prince, Qin Yun, and the Grand Preceptor, came to visit. On that day, Qin Yun drove away all the bullies who tormented her, and was severely injured protecting her. Qin Yun was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe she still remembered. Xiao Yuelan continued, explaining that because Qin Yun had saved her as a child, she had respected, admired, and loved him ever since. Later, thanks to the Grand Preceptor's teachings, her constitution improved, allowing her to practice martial arts normally and achieve what she has today. When she found out that Qin Yun was to be her future husband, she wasn't conflicted in the slightest. She even promised her mother that she would become a good wife to him. Everyone listened in silence to Xiao Yuelan's confession, all of them completely stunned. No one had ever imagined that Xiao Yuelan had held feelings for Qin Yun since they were children. After hearing this, Xiao Yanglong, he clenched his fists, not saying a word. For the longest time, he and Xiao Yuelan had been rumored to be a perfect match. But now, Xiao Yuelan was declaring her deep feelings for Qin Yun, leaving him utterly humiliated. He could no longer claim that Xiao Yuelan was just using Qin Yun. Xiao Yuelan continued. Furthermore, the star fairy diagram I carry was a gift from my mother. It has nothing to do with your Tianshao imperial family, so don't even dream of getting it. The star fairy diagram was one of Xiao Yuelan's most prized possessions, which was why the West Palace was willing to spend 4.5 million crystal coins just for the marriage contract. Xiao Yanglong's voice was dripping with menace. If you stubbornly insist on marrying him, don't blame father for disowning you. You should know that with father's power, crushing Qin Yun would be no trouble at all. If the Tianshao Emperor, Xiao Yingshen, were to recklessly make a move here, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. And right now, Qin Yun had seriously offended the West Palace, Empress Ye, and the Tiangxi Empire. If Xiao Yingshen attacked, only Duan Qian and Zhua Chuan could possibly stop him. Xiao Yuelan just scoffed with contempt. She looked towards Qi Yu and Qin Zhengfeng and said, Qin Yun isn't worthy of me? Then are these guys worthy? None of them can even beat me. What the hell are they? Her words were like 1,000 arrows piercing through Qi Yu and Qin Zhengfeng. The humiliation. Qi Yu couldn't accept it. He was the crown prince of Tiangxi and had reached the 8th level of the martial body realm before he was even 20. Besides, Xiao Yuelan had only just broken through to the 8th level herself. How much stronger could she be? And so, he believed he could defeat Xiao Yuelan and confidently challenged her. If he defeated her, she would have to marry him. Seeing her about to step forward, Qin Yun quickly stopped her. He thought it would be disgraceful for Qi Yu to fight a woman, and suggested he fight in her place while she watched from the sidelines. If she had already said she would only marry him, then he would absolutely not let her marry anyone else. Qi Yu took off his formal robes, revealing a tight-fitting light yellow outfit underneath, perfect for fighting. He smirked. This was exactly what he wanted. Once he destroyed Qin Yun, he could marry Yuelan fair and square. Xiao Yanglong shouted at Qin Yun, thinking he was just making a scene. Your opponent is Yuelan. Qin Yun disagreed, stating that he was at the 7th level of the martial body realm, and beating a guy who just barely reached the 8th level was no problem at all. Besides, Yuelan was already considered his fiancé. If he couldn't even handle a guy trying to steal his wife, how could he show his face in the future? So if you want Xiao Yuelan, you have to get through me first. Everyone in the Grand Hall was shocked when they saw Qin Yun release a powerful surge of golden bone qi. What astonished them even more was that Qin Yun had been able to conceal this aura within his body, completely undetected. Even Xiao Yuelan, who was standing right next to Qin Yun, hadn't sensed a thing. Zhuo Chuan frowned, sensing Qin Yun's aura, and exclaimed, "This isn't ordinary golden bone qi, it's Xuanhuang golden bone qi. It seems cultivating the Xuanhuang Heart Sutra has benefited you in every aspect." Xie Wufeng doesn't have a martial soul either, only 2 yang spirit veins, but his dual cultivation is terrifying. When he wields his life-bound sword, his strength can even match someone at the 8th level of the martial body realm. So, looking down on him, just because his spirit veins were stolen, only proves how ignorant they are. Qi Yu stepped into the center of the arena and said to Qin Yun, "If you can't even defeat me, then don't even dream of marrying Yuelan. You are not worthy." He also demanded no weapons, spirit talismans, or puppets could be used. Qin Yun just smiled confidently and agreed. In the stands, many thought Qin Yun was being incredibly arrogant, since Qi Yu was the crown prince of Tianqi. At the Xuan Grade Martial Academy, he was one of the few top experts. A nobody like Qin Yun thought he could defeat him. Besides, he had no inner yuan, so in every respect, he was no match for Qi Yu. A portly, middle-aged man laughed with confidence, stating that even if Qin Yun had just reached the 8th level of the martial body realm, he still couldn't defeat his son, Qi Yu. That man was the Tianqi Emperor, Qi Minghai. Inside the ring, Qi Yu looked at Qin Yun with complete disdain. He suspected Qin Yun was using some dark arts to bewitch Yuelan, and had also enchanted Qi Melian to the point of obsession. Not only that, he sneered that Qi Melian was born from a maidservant and must have an inherently promiscuous nature, even if she was decent-looking. Qi Yu's disgusting words caused many in the hall to join in, mocking Qi Melian, because they were obsessed with social status. They would never welcome a child born from a mere maidservant. Qi Yu continued to slander Qi Melian as a slut who threw herself at men all over the Star Xuan Martial Academy. These words made Qin Yun's blood boil, his fists clenched so tightly that the cracking of his knuckles echoed through the hall. Qi Melian had been bullied her entire life, but had always maintained her pure heart. Such a wonderful girl was being hurt, time and time again, by trash like Qi Yu. He thought of the pure Qi Melian and her radiant smile. Qin Yun could no longer suppress his rage. He swore that he would make Qi Yu pay a devastating price for what he just said. Qin Yun glared at Qi Yu, his eyes as cold as death. A chilling, murderous aura poured off him as he growled in a low voice, "Go on, say that again. Keep talking. You might not get another chance to say it later," Xiao Yuelan said, her voice filled with anxiety. "Qin Yun, get down from there, now. Let her teach him a lesson." Qi Yu sneered smugly, as a pair of golden maces suddenly appeared in his hands. Qin Yun watched, expressionless. So, Qi Yu wasn't using a normal weapon, but his martial soul. He possessed a pair of weapon-type martial souls, something Qin Yun didn't have. This was the gap between them. Though his past experiences had made Qin Yun more composed, Qi Yu's words still managed to enrage him, making him almost lose his mind. Seeing that things were getting serious, Zhuo Chuan started the match. Qi Yu laughed arrogantly, confident that he could put Qin Yun on the ground in just 3 moves. He gripped the pair of golden maces and shot towards Qin Yun, swinging them with immense force. Qin Yun stood motionless, without even blinking, as if completely lost in a deep rage. Just as Qi Yu approached and raised his maces to strike, a powerful wave of spiritual energy burst forth. Qi Yu screamed in agony. The golden maces in his hands trembled violently as 2 blinding golden lights shot out from them. Everyone was stunned. Qi Yu's martial soul had exploded, and he was severely injured. Before he could even process what happened, a fist came flying at him. Qin Yun roared, his fist filled with golden bone energy, as he slammed it into Qi Yu. "This punch is for little Melian." Qi Yu groaned in agony, his mouth beaten completely out of shape. The Heavenly Qin Emperor, who had been casually drinking wine, shot to his feet and rushed to the side of the stage. Qin Yun roared fiercely again, launching another punch that smashed into Qi Yu's nose. This punch is for little Melian's mother. Each of Qin Yun's punches unleashed his endless fury, the relentless, frenzied sounds echoing across the arena. The Heavenly Qin Emperor, tormented by the sight of his son's suffering, ran to the base of the stage but was stopped by the barrier. Unable to break through, he roared helplessly. "Zhuo Chuan, what kind of dark magic is this? Open the barrier now." Zhuo Chuan replied casually, "The match isn't over. I can't remove the barrier. We'll have to wait until they're finished." Because Qi Yu had insulted Qi Melian and her mother, Zhuo Chuan felt no pity for him. In fact, he thought Qin Yun's beatdown was magnificent. The Heavenly Qin Emperor's eyes were red with anxiety, completely clueless as to what was happening. He screamed, "Qin Yun, stop." Qi Yu, who had been certain of his victory, was now being brutally beaten in the blink of an eye, turned into Qin Yun's personal punching bag. Not only the Heavenly Qi Emperor, but Yang Shiyue and Xiao Yuelan also stared with wide eyes and open mouths at Qin Yun. Yang Shiyue felt immense pride for her disciple. Qin Yun roared, "I'm giving you one chance. Answer me. Will you ever dare to bully senior sister Malian again?" From left to right, his two fists relentlessly hammered Qi Yu. To the onlookers, it was as if countless fists were raining down on him. You could hear the sound of his bones cracking. There wasn't a single part of his body left unscathed. When he couldn't take it anymore, he finally managed to groan out his surrender. Qin Yun immediately retracted his fists. Zhuo Chuan also quickly dispelled the barrier, allowing the Heavenly Qi father and son to reunite. Qi Yu sobbed, his mouth full of blood. "Father, my dual martial souls. They're gone. My inner core is destroyed. I'm finished." The Heavenly Qi Emperor trembled as he held the dying Qi Yu. He glared at Qin Yun with eyes filled with hatred as a tidal wave of killing intent washed over him. He couldn't understand what trick Qin Yun had used and was determined to kill him. "You still don't get it? Let Du Gui explain it to you." Qin Yun has reached the mastery level of the divine annihilation technique. He can materialize his spiritual sense into energy, using his mental power to form spiritual energy and attack the soul itself. For Qi Yu to use an immature martial soul to block the spiritual attack of a divine annihilation master, of course, his inner core would be destroyed. That was the height of foolishness. Lord Mirong laughed out loud. Qi Yu really loved to show off, so much so that everyone knew he had dual martial souls. Now he's run into a real monster. Ha ha ha. He was too arrogant, like an egg trying to smash a rock. It's a miracle from the heavens that he's even still alive. Being mocked so openly, the Heavenly Qi Emperor was furious. He looked at Lord Mirong with eyes as sharp as daggers. "You, in the green robes. I'll remember you." The Heavenly Qi Emperor roared, adding another name to his kill list. Lord Mirong thought to himself, "Oh, crap, I'm just an NPC." Then he went right back to chuckling. After sending his people to carry Qi Yu away, the Heavenly Qi Emperor remained at the arena, waiting for the next person to challenge Qin Yun. Xiao Yanglong looked towards Qin Zhengfeng and asked, "Crown Prince of Heavenly Qin, do you wish to compete with Qin Yun?" Lord Mirong quickly interjected. He wouldn't dare. He doesn't want to end up a crippled dog like Qi Yu. He did a lot of dirty deeds to become Crown Prince, and he's about to ascend the throne. If he gets crippled here, oh well, what a shame. Qin Zhengfeng hadn't wanted to go on stage, but after being provoked like that by Lord Mirong, he couldn't refuse. Besides, he had lost to Qin Yun several times before. Moreover, if he defeated Qin Yun now, his prestige in the Heavenly Qi Empire would soar. The old ministers would support him even more. Qin Yun's current fame completely overshadowed Qin Zhengfeng. You have to remember, he was supposed to be the center of attention at today's wedding. Therefore, he could only use his strength to reclaim his prestige. Qin Zhengfeng took off his royal dragon robe, wanting to make one thing crystal clear to Qin Yun. His destiny to become the crown prince of Heavenly Qin was written in the stars. Defeat him, and the engagement to Princess Yue Lan is sealed. Qin Zhengfeng stepped forward. In the arena, his face was dripping with arrogance. He was going to make Qin Yun understand, once and for all, that he was utterly unworthy of Xiao Yue Lan, and yet, Qin Yun completely ignored him to show off for Yue Lan. The fact that they were acting all lovey-dovey right in his face was making him furious. Qin Zhengfeng looked at the calm Qin Yun, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. He said hastily, "Qin Yun, you're at the 7th level of the martial body, while I'm at the 8th. I don't want people saying I won unfairly, so I'll allow you to use whatever weapon you're best with." He spoke with great magnanimity, drawing a gleaming, long sword that shone with a green light. One look and you could tell its quality was extraordinary. Someone in the crowd whispered, recognizing it as the wind sword that Qin Zhengfeng had obtained from the southern palace. It was a high-grade spirit weapon. So Qin Zhengfeng suggested a weapon duel, but his own weapon was a top-tier spirit weapon. Qin Yun didn't flinch. He also took out his giant Spirit King hammer, which was only a mid-grade spirit weapon, but considering its overall power, it could be considered a high-grade spirit weapon. When Qin Zhengfeng saw Qin Yun take out the giant Spirit King hammer, he smiled smugly, feeling that the azure wind sword in his hand was far superior to Qin Yun's hammer. High above, a wicked smile played on Empress Ye's lips, her eyes filled with a cold killing intent as she signaled for Qin Zhengfeng to kill Qin Yun. The barrier was up. On Zhuo Chuan's command, the match began. Qin Zhengfeng possessed 6 yang spirit meridians. But his martial soul had always been a mystery. Qin Yun didn't know much about Qin Zhengfeng, so he chose a defensive strategy from the start. To observe his opponent's strength, Qin Zhengfeng was eager to defeat Qin Yun and immediately rushed towards him like a gust of wind. The sword in his hand thrust forward with the momentum, its blade glowing as it transformed into dozens of swords that flew at Qin Yun. They came from all directions like a sword formation, making it impossible for him to dodge. Qin Yun hurriedly swung his giant spirit king hammer, spinning in place. At the same time, he activated his tsunami skill, unleashing waves of visible shockwave energy. Qin Yun's tsunami skill, channeled through the giant spirit king hammer and amplified by the power of his golden bones, erupted into powerful shockwaves. The dozens of swords from Qin Zhengfeng were all blown away, left hovering in midair. To everyone's surprise, they weren't illusions. They were real swords. Xie Wufeng saw the secret. Qin Zhengfeng's sword contained a storage space within it. It held many other swords that could be released at any time. The crowd instantly understood. Lord Murong noted that this kid's sword was truly something else, and his swordsmanship was also quite advanced. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Qin Zhengfeng once again controlled the sword formation, maneuvering the blades to pressure Qin Yun, but he didn't dare get too close. He had already witnessed the terrifying power of the tsunami skill in close combat. Qin Zhengfeng realized that Qin Yun wasn't using any internal energy either. He was only using the power of his golden bones. Therefore, he concluded that Qin Yun had no inner yuan. To have cultivated to this level, he must be relying entirely on his spiritual power. So, he figured, all he had to do was protect his head and martial soul. If he could avoid the spiritual attack, he'd be fine. Following his analysis, he used the inner force of his 8th level martial body to form a protective layer that moved beneath his scalp. This allowed him to envelop his martial soul with inner force, protecting it from attack. Qin Zhengfeng sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, veins popping on the back of his hand. It was as if a massive amount of power was being contained within. He swung his sword, unleashing a huge wave of brilliant, snake-headed sword qi that flashed like lightning. It rushed towards Qin Yun, the sword qi blending with lightning to create a terrifying force. Xie Wufeng exclaimed in shock. That's a thunder sword martial soul. Seeing the lightning sword qi bearing down on him, Qin Yun was too stunned to react, frozen in place. The lightning sword qi engulfed Qin Yun, letting out a deafening explosion as golden electric serpents danced all over his body. It left him paralyzed, a searing heat spreading through him. Qin Zhengfeng let out a loud laugh, but he didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he unleashed another wave of sword qi. This time, it was concentrated into a single golden electric serpent, aimed straight at Qin Yun's dantian, followed by a resounding boom. Qin Yun was sent flying, crashing hard against the transparent barrier on the wall. The crowd witnessing this roared with cheers. Qin Yun's skin was bright red and scorching hot, with smoke rising from it, as if he could be burned to a crisp at any moment. Qin Zhengfeng cautiously launched another bolt of lightning sword qi to attack Qin Yun from a distance. This time, Qin Yun raised the giant spirit king hammer and met the wave of sword qi head-on. Qin Zhengfeng was utterly shocked. He had already used his 2 strongest attacks. But not only was Qin Yun not down, he seemed to be completely unharmed. Qin Zhengfeng continued to unleash several more streams of lightning sword qi, but every single one was completely absorbed by Qin Yun's giant spirit, king hammer. The surrounding crowd was stunned by the power and the mysterious ability of the giant spirit king hammer. Even Zhuo Chuan couldn't understand how the hammer could do that. He guessed that Qin Yun must have secretly modified it himself. Furious that he couldn't beat Qin Yun, Qin Zhengfeng charged in for a direct assault. He continuously unleashed powerful sword strikes, creating sparks of electric serpents that flew everywhere. Qin Yun tried his best to dodge, but was still hit by the stray electric sparks, causing his body to go numb. As Qin Yun struggled to block his furious assault, Qin Zhengfeng sneered. Had enough fun. It's time to end this little game. Qin Zhengfeng let out a roar, swinging his sword in a powerful slash toward Qin Yun's right hand, aiming to destroy the giant spirit king mallet in his grasp. Qin Yun hastily channeled his Black Sun inner energy into the giant spirit king mallet to defend himself. The sword and mallet collided, erupting in a blinding flash of light and a deafening explosion. The brilliant flash left everyone dazzled and disoriented. The Great Hall of Heavenly Qin shook violently, dust filling the air. When the light faded, Qin Yun's clothes were in tatters, his skin cracked and bleeding. The giant spirit king mallet had been knocked from his hand, landing far away. Everyone was utterly stunned by Qin Zhengfeng's terrifying power. Ho Jingfeng exclaimed in shock. That's the Ye family's thunderclap sword arts, a low-tier earth-rank martial art. Qin Zhengfeng has already reached the minor mastery stage. Zhuo said in a panic. How is that possible? You can't easily execute a low-tier earth-rank art without reaching the 9th level of the martial body realm. Xiao Yanglong was inwardly astonished. Qin Zhengfeng's reputation was truly well-deserved. He had mastered an earth-rank martial art, a feat few could achieve. One must understand that earth-rank arts are far more precious than those of the mystic rank. Even ancient texts don't record many of them, and only those who reach the martial Dao realm can hope to study them properly. Qin Zhengfeng stood tall, longsword in hand, and sneered coldly. Qin Yun, you need to learn your place. He'll give you one more chance. Obediently write a letter divorcing your wife, and abandon Xiao Yuelan immediately. The situation grew desperate. Xie Wufeng sent a mental transmission to Qin Yun, urging him to surrender. Yang Xie also screamed out in worry, telling Qin Yun to stop fighting to save his own life. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuelan simply looked at Qin Yun, saying nothing. But Qin Yun refused to yield. He wiped the blood from his mouth and smirked, asserting that the martial art Qin Zhengfeng was using was not one of the secret techniques of the Heavenly Qin imperial family. It was clear that he and his mother were not valued by the emperor father at all. Qin Zhengfeng's expression suddenly darkened. He declared, "You have no idea. The martial arts of the Heavenly Qin imperial family are nothing but child's play for the weak. Today, I'll show you just how powerful the techniques I learned from the Ye family truly are." Hearing Qin Yun's words, Qin Zhengfeng suddenly became savage, lunging right in front of Qin Yun. In his hand, the high-grade spirit sword aimed straight for Qin Yun's chest. "Brother Yun!" Huozhong suddenly yelled out a warning. Anyone could see that with a single thrust of his sword, he could kill Qin Yun. Without the giant Spirit King mallet in his hands, Qin Yun had absolutely no way to block this strike. Qin Yun thought this was the end. Just as Qin Zhengfeng's sword was about to pierce Qin Yun, the unexpected happened. Qin Yun's left arm suddenly erupted in fierce flames, revealing a majestic and powerful heavenly lion totem tattoo. The tattoo radiated a powerful aura that struck fear into all who saw it. Qin Yun suddenly opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar was so powerful it left everyone around him with ringing ears, completely stunned. The sonic wave created by Qin Yun's roar slammed into Qin Zhengfeng, blasting him back dozens of meters. He staggered, unable to keep his footing, his ears ringing and his mind reeling. His inner energy was also severely disrupted, making it impossible for him to effectively use his martial arts. Qin Yun let out a sigh of relief. Damn, I almost made Yue Lan a widow. To think, in a situation like this, Qin Yun was able to awaken the second martial art from the Heavenly Lion Totem, the Heavenly Lion's heaven-shaking roar. Qin Yun swung his left arm, creating a phantom lion's claw that looked incredibly sharp. It was the first time Qin Zhengfeng had ever seen such a thing, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Qin Yun mobilized the Heavenly Lion's dragon claw, executing the 6 forms of the wind slasher. The razor-sharp claw tore through the air, creating a terrifying shriek as if it could shred anything in its path. Qin Yun launched a ferocious assault, leaving deep claw marks gouged into the ground. Qin Zhengfeng tried to dodge, but still had several strands of his hair severed. If that claw caught him, it would be all over. The most terrifying part was that Qin Yun's phantom claw was as hard as a blade, clashing with Qin Zhengfeng's high-grade spirit sword, and creating the ear-piercing screech of metal on metal. Qin Yun continuously unleashed the 6 forms of the wind slasher at a dizzying speed, and each attack grew stronger than the last, until Qin Zhengfeng could no longer defend himself and was covered in wounds. The horrifying power of this martial art was like that of a crazed lion on the attack, exuding the aura of a primeval beast with boundless strength. Qin Zhengfeng saw Qin Yun panting heavily and knew that using this technique must have consumed a great deal of his energy. He flashed a sinister smile and charged forward to attack. However, he never expected a powerful wave of spiritual force to suddenly wash over him. It's the spirit-gathering kill. Seeing Qin Zhengfeng's consciousness fall into a daze, Qin Yun knew he had succeeded. He ended it with a palm strike to Qin Zhengfeng's abdomen, simultaneously activating the soul-refining technique to extract Qin Zhengfeng's martial soul. In a daze, Qin Zhengfeng felt an excruciating pain racking his martial soul. He let out a blood-curdling scream before passing out completely. Qin Yun seized Qin Zhengfeng's martial soul, storing it away for the time being. He held it in his dantian, following Zuochuan's countdown. The match was over. Victory belonged to Qin Yun. The moment the barrier fell, Empress Ye rushed in to check the state of Qin Zhengfeng's dantian. However, the instant her spiritual energy touched him, her face turned horrifically pale. Empress Ye trembled, her voice a mix of sorrow and rage. His martial soul is gone, his inner yuan has scattered. She suddenly glared at Qin Yun, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she roared, "Qin Yun, I will kill you." At the same time, she ordered Duke Yan to charge forward. So much for a fair duel and accepting defeat, it was all just empty words. In a flash, Duke Yan lunged at Qin Yun. He raised his left arm. "Bring it on. I'll kill every last one of you that comes at me." Qin Yun's arm suddenly expanded, erupting with violent lightning and fire, which condensed into the head of a ferocious, roaring lion. The lightning fire lion head shot from Qin Yun's palm, straight towards Duke Yan. The majestic lightning fire lion head roared as it clashed violently with Duke Yan's palm strike. The collision created a scorching blast wave that sent everyone nearby flying, engulfing the entire grand hall. Even Duke Yan, who had reached the 9th level of the martial body realm, was knocked back several steps, spitting up fresh blood. Suddenly, Empress Ye lunged forward to attack Qin Yun, but Qin Yun had been wary of her from the start. He swiftly threw a punch into Empress Ye's abdomen, shattering her inner yuan to pieces. Just then, Xie Wufeng and Du Gui rushed to Qin Yun's side to check on his injuries. Zhuo Chuan and Ho Xingfeng quickly subdued Duke Yan, preventing him from attacking again. Lord Murong hurried to retrieve the giant spirit king's mace for Qin Yun. When he grabbed the mace, he was shocked by its weight, and couldn't help but curse inwardly at how heavy it was. Empress Ye shrieked, "Qin Yun, you destroyed the crown prince's martial soul and inner yuan. I'll make you wish you were dead." Qin Zhengfeng had regained consciousness, and he was now so filled with despair that he could barely hold on. Although Qin Yun was injured after blocking Duke Yan's attack, his wounds weren't too severe. He realized his celestial lion arm was even more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. Seeing Qin Yun get back on his feet, Empress Ye shouted, "Qin Yun, you still dare to lie and say you haven't cultivated demonic arts? You have no inner yuan, so how could you possibly possess such immense power?" Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. A moment ago, a celestial lion totem appeared on his arm. The celestial lion totem. That's the inheritance of the ancient celestial lion. How did he obtain it? Another person expressed their shock. All eyes immediately turned to Qin Yun's arm, searching for the celestial lion totem. After getting a clear look, many of the elders recalled the legends of the celestial lion totem and understood everything. Anyone who bathes in the celestial lion pond and is chosen by the celestial lion totem will gain such power. No wonder his martial arts are so terrifying. It turns out they were all inherited from the celestial lion totem. When he arrived riding that puppet lion, he must have used totem inscriptions to craft it. The elders buzzed with discussion, their faces filled with astonishment. After their initial shock wore off, most of them began to show signs of jealousy. Qin Zhengfeng and the Empress stared blankly at the chaotic scene in the grand hall. Qin Yun had taken everything good from him, but then he remembered he still had one last trump card. A smug sneer spread across his face. "Qin Yun, your mother's remains are still in my hands. If you want them back, then leave Xiao Yuelan." Empress Ye suddenly threw her head back and laughed maniacally, adding her own threat. "Ha ha ha, that bitch's worthless bones would be best fed to the dogs. If you don't want to see that, you'll do as the crown prince says." The entire hall fell dead silent. Xiao Yuelan scoffed coldly, thinking that the 3 crown princes of the 3 empires were all cut from the same cloth, only knowing how to threaten people with their mother's remains. Qin Zhengfeng ignored Xiao Yuelan, focused only on using this threat to get the biggest possible reward from Qin Yun. He also demanded that Qin Yun give him all 4.5 billion crystal coins he had, as compensation for the damage caused. He was certain that in the end, Qin Yun would lose, and he would be the biggest winner. Qin Yun was so furious, his entire body trembled. The great hall was completely silent. Everyone stared at Qin Yun, waiting to see if he would obey Qin Zhengfeng's demands. At that moment, Xiao Yuelan walked to his side and quietly urged him to write the annulment letter. Even without the marriage contract, she said, "I will only ever be your wife in this lifetime." Gently wiping the blood from the corner of Qin Yun's lips, Xiao Yuelan gave him a look full of love and trust. Qin Yun's gaze was firm as he looked at Xiao Yuelan. He stroked her hair, their foreheads touching. "Yuelan, don't worry, you are mine, and you will always be mine." Qin Zhengfeng, helped to his feet by Empress Ye, had a look of pure triumph on his face. He laughed gloatingly. "Ha ha ha, enough with the sappy words. Write the annulment letter. Today's engagement ceremony is still valid. So what if you inherited the celestial lion totem, Qin Yun? So what if your spiritual power is strong? In the end, you're still just a toy for me to play with." But just as Qin Zhongfeng was laughing, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the hall. Immediately after, a streak of golden light flashed, shooting towards Qin Zhongfeng, piercing through his body and flinging him high into the air. Qin Zhongfeng was pinned by a gleaming golden spear to a massive pillar, not dead, but left in agony. Agonized struggles and blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the Great Hall. Every master in the martial Dao realm felt that terrifying aura and stared in horror at the golden dragon spear. It was the inherited mystic weapon of the king of Tianqin. Qin Long's younger brother, who was colluding with the Ye family, was the first to cry out in terror. A man in brilliant golden armor entered from the hall's main door, his features sharp, his entire being radiating an aura of absolute authority as he slowly walked to Qin Yun's side. The newcomer was none other than Qin Long, the man believed to have perished 2 days ago, yet here he stood, healthy and brimming with vitality. Xiao Yanglong swallowed hard. He had always thought Qin Long was incredibly weak and only dared to bully Qin Yun because he knew Qin Long was injured. How the hell was he not dead yet? And he's even reached the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun beamed with pride. His father always knew how to make a grand entrance. Qin Long glared at the violently trembling Empress Ye and said coldly, "You bitch. I bet you never expected me to return alive, did you? Years ago, when I suffered a cultivation deviation, you conspired with treacherous officials to harm Zhao Yun and the Grand Preceptor, and then you tried every trick in the book to kill me. And as for that dog, Yi Changchao, did he really think he could usurp my Qin family's position? I've already taken his head." Empress Ye collapsed to the floor, her body going limp. Trembling, she pointed at Qin Zhongfeng, who was pinned to the pillar, and shrieked, "He's your son. Are you going to kill your own son?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Long unleashed a palm strike towards the struggling Qin Zhongfeng, shattering the entire pillar along with him. Everyone in the Great Hall was stunned into silence. Qin Long had actually killed his own son in front of so many people. Qin Long, you're ruthless. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cub, yet you wouldn't even spare your own flesh and blood. Empress Ye was stunned for a long moment before bursting into wretched sobs, her cries filled with the terror of knowing she could not escape death. Qin Long was cold, not even sparing a glance for the Empress crumpled on the floor. "Did you think I didn't know? Both Qin Zhongfeng and Qin Feng are descendants of the Ye family, brought here to pose as my sons. My only biological children are Qin Yun and Qin Tianyi." Everyone's judgmental gaze shifted to Qin Tianyi, who was still busy eating. The crowd couldn't help but sigh as they pieced it together. If Qin Zhongfeng had successfully ascended the throne, the entire Tianqin Empire would have belonged to the Ye family. Their scheme was truly brilliant. Afterwards, Qin Long ordered the demon-suppressing king, Li Mengjia, to round up the Ye family conspirators, lock them in the sky prison, and deal with them slowly. The demon-suppressing king and the others from his clan acted swiftly, apprehending Empress Ye and the Duke of Yan. The treacherous old officials were also captured. The Qin prince was there as well. Although he was Qin Long's blood brother, he had secretly conspired with the Ye family. Qin Long knew about this too. Seeing the look in Qin Long's eyes, the Qin prince frantically bolted for the main gate. But after just a few steps, a single palm strike from Qin Long sent him flying, coughing up blood. Even the once arrogant Xiao Yanglong had become much more cautious, mainly because Qin Long's strength was immense, and he wielded the Dragon King spear. Xiao Yanglong calmly suggested they continue with Yue Lan's marriage selection. Just as Yue Lan said earlier, whoever can defeat her will earn the right to marry her. There are still some handsome young men from the Blue Spirit Star Palace waiting to challenge her. Qin Long agreed, as it didn't matter much to him anyway. Qin Yun had just been injured by the Duke of Yan and wouldn't be able to fight again for a short while, so the next matches would have to be handled by Xiao Yuelan herself. From the West Palace, a handsome young man stepped onto the martial stage and loudly proposed that Xiao Yuelan fight without weapons, using only their fists. He wanted to see if he was truly worthy of her. Xiao Yuelan calmly walked onto the stage and signaled for Zhuo Chuan to raise the barrier. Xiao Yanglong said with a smile, "This is the grandson of the West Palace's elder Luo Yan. His cultivation is at the 8th level of the martial body realm. He possesses 6 yang spiritual veins and is on the verge of breaking into the 9th level." The West Palace elder added with a grin, "Princess Yue Lan, Luo Yan, is far better than Qin Yun." Qin Long heard this and found it utterly ridiculous. After Zhuo Chuan shouted begin, Luo Yan attacked with confidence. His footwork was like lightning, and in an instant, he was beside Xiao Yuelan, throwing a powerful palm strike. His fist carried a purple-gold flame that resembled magma as it shot straight towards Xiao Yuelan. Zhao Yuelan flicked her hand, sending out a wave of internal energy to block the magma flame, but when her energy collided with it, the flame suddenly exploded. Elder Luo laughed heartily and said, "That is a low-grade Earth-rank martial art, the Flame Star Burst. That boy Luo Yan has only just started learning it, but his grasp is not bad." The other disciples of the Blue Spirit Star Palace looked astonished. They had only just learned that Luo Yan had begun studying an Earth-rank martial art. As the smoke gradually cleared, a smug smile appeared on Luo Yan's face, as if he had already won. "Don't worry, even if I cripple you, I'll still marry you." All he cared about was the Burial of the Immortals map on Xiao Yuelan. If she were seriously injured, it would be even better for him, as he could easily suppress her. When the flames completely vanished, Xiao Yuelan was still standing perfectly in place, completely unharmed, injured in the slightest. What shocked everyone even more was that despite the ferocious explosion, Xiao Yuelan hadn't moved a single step. Xiao Yuelan flicked her finger, and a tiny fireball shot out from its tip. In the blink of an eye, the fireball struck Luo Yan's shoulder. It hit him with a crisp crackle and erupted into a patch of flames. Luo Yan was sent flying, screaming in agony. He crashed to the ground, and though the flames on his body died down, to everyone's horror, one of his arms had vanished. Yanair. The smile on Elder Luo's face vanished, and he cried out in panic. Xiao Yuelan walked over to Luo Yan and looked down at him with contempt. For someone like him to even think of marrying her, he must be dreaming. Luo Yan knew he couldn't beat Xiao Yuelan and hastily shouted that he surrendered. Elder Luo glared at Xiao Yuelan with eyes that could kill. After the barrier was removed, an old man from the Eastern Palace hurried onto the stage and stood in front of Xiao Yuelan. This old man was the master of the Eastern Palace, Shui Yihui. "Old Luo, save your grandson first." Shui Yihui shielded Xiao Yuelan, snorted angrily, and rushed to check Luo Yan's injuries. His expression turned grim. Luo Yan's internal energy and martial soul were both severely damaged, on the verge of shattering completely. However, Elder Luo was a martial Dao realm expert, after all, and was able to quickly stabilize Luo Yan's condition. Zhao Yuelan wasn't scared in the slightest, taunting Elder Luo so fast that even Shui Yihui couldn't stop her. "He was planning to cripple me just now, so why can't I fight back? If that's the case, what's the point of this martial arts competition? A guy like him has no talent, just a big mouth, always acting like he's the best in the world." Elder Luo immediately flew into a rage, roaring, "You damn brat! Shut your mouth." Shui Yihui added with a smile, "Old Luo, Xiao Yuelan is already at the 9th level of the martial body, a level higher than your grandson. He really is inferior to her. She already showed mercy just now. Otherwise, your grandson would have been dead long ago. Yang Shiyue's talent is truly terrifying. In just another year or two, she might even step into the martial Dao realm." Just thinking about it made Qin Yun a little worried. He'd be completely crushed by her in the future. Xiao Yanglong was also in disbelief, staring at Xiao Yuelan with sweat beading on his forehead. Now, basically no one else dared to challenge her. It seemed only Qin Yun had benefited, while the other factions were secretly glad they hadn't suffered any losses. However, Elder Luo of the Western Palace had suffered the heaviest blow. First, he was tricked out of 4,500,000 star coins by Qin Yun. Then, his own grandson was severely injured. This brought a sense of glee to the other 3 star palaces. The marriage between Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan was now decided. Guo Qing, the vice dean of the Tianxuan Martial Arts Academy, stepped forward. They now needed to discuss another matter. Qin Yun had been cast into the Tiangqi Forbidden Land. Although it was an accident, he still spent many days with the soul-refining mad demon, and it's highly likely he obtained the soul-refining technique. The Tiangqi Emperor also chimed in urgently. Back then, the soul-refining mad demon had nearly destroyed the entire Tiangqi Empire. He was terrifyingly powerful. Even though this was the border of the martial emperor's domain, everyone here was from the orthodox martial path. Today, with the esteemed leaders of the Blue Star Palaces present in this sacred arena, they had to resolve this matter properly. Qin Long, who had been dozing off during Yuelan's match, heard his son being slandered and immediately roared, "Nonsense. Without proof, no one is to suspect my little Yun." The Tianqi Emperor was also a bit wary of Qin Long, because the Yulong Wang spear in his hand was an incredibly fearsome, profound weapon. It was because Qin Long was here that without solid evidence, they couldn't do anything to Qin Yun. The elder of the Northern Palace came forward with a hearty laugh to recruit Qin Yun to cultivate in the Northern Palace. They could offer him incredibly generous terms. Although the Southern Palace had previously been allied with the Ye family and had a good relationship with them, they also highly valued Qin Yun's status as a Heaven's Pride totem master. Therefore, the The southern palace elder also stepped forward, pushing the northern palace elder aside, wanting to recruit him as well. And he promised even better conditions than the northern palace. The western palace also wanted to fight for Qin Yun, but their conflict with him was too great, so there was no way Qin Yun would ever join them. Elder Luo of the western palace, standing to the side, yelled at the other two elders, "What are you fighting over? Just because he awakened a heaven's pride totem doesn't mean the totem is alive." Shui Yihui explained to Qin Yun that the most important part of inheriting a totem is the totem soul within it. If there's no totem soul, then the totem is dead. This is not a good thing and will greatly affect your future. For example, it will devour your soul force and make it difficult for your own soul to advance. Elder Luo pointed at Qin Yun. If it's a dead totem, you must sever that arm, or you'll become a soulless madman because of it. Shui Yihui took out a transparent octagonal stone and placed it directly on the Heaven's Pride totem on Qin Yun's shoulder. This is a soul-testing stone. Qin Yun channeled his energy, making the totem appear. If the Heaven's Pride totem contains a totem soul, the stone will glow. The stone was held against him for a long time, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Seeing the soul stone show no reaction whatsoever, Elder Luo couldn't help but laugh heartily, just as he thought a completely worthless brat. After learning that Qin Yun didn't possess the Heavenly Lion totem, the other faction's attitudes toward him changed in an instant. Elder Nan Gong spoke with a cold indifference, advising him to just stay and cultivate at the Star Xuan Martial Institute, before turning her back and walking away. Elder Beigong also announced that entering the North Palace required passing an assessment. In just a moment, their previous warmth had turned to ice, leaving Qin Yun feeling absolutely awful. To everyone else, this was completely normal, because losing the Heavenly Lion totem meant Qin Yun no longer had any value to be exploited. He might even go crazy, which is why the South and North Palaces could turn on him so quickly. "Qin Yun," said Shui Yihui, "while the East Palace can't offer you any amazing conditions, at least we won't be as greedy for benefits as some people. If you want to come, you're always welcome." Qin Yun then asked Shui Yihui about the strange pattern sect in the East Palace and expressed his desire to give it a try. At the mention of the strange pattern sect, Shui Yihui's expression shifted, and the elders of the other two palaces looked slightly surprised. Shui Yihui sighed. "The East Palace's strange pattern sect is called the Genius's Hell. Whoever goes in, dies. Although it holds many powerful inscription legacies, for many years, no one has managed to pass the trial." Qin Yun thought to himself, "If I can pass the trial and become the sole heir of the strange pattern sect, then my status would be equal to the masters of the four palaces." As if reading his mind, Xiao Yulan pinched him back to reality, telling him not to even think about it. She didn't want to be a widow. She told Qin Yun to just be good and cultivate in the East Palace, promising to reveal the secret of the immortal burying map she carried. Even if he couldn't get into the strange pattern sect, Shui Yihui said, "Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan, when you find the burial place of the immortal bones, if your strength isn't enough, I can accompany you." Hearing this, the elders from the South and North Palaces were filled with silent regret. They felt they shouldn't have treated Qin Yun so coldly. Qin Yun forced a smile and said, "Actually, I was planning to go to the Star Xuan Martial Institute first. Xie Wufeng told me that Teacher Dugi there can teach me the essence of martial arts through soul power." Hearing this, Xiao Yuelan muttered under her breath, complaining about how he could be so heartless as to leave his new wife to go cultivate at another sect. She told Qin Yun that he had better break through to the martial Dao realm first and solve the problem of the Heavenly Lion totem. Otherwise, since the martial Dao realm focuses on the soul, the Heavenly Lion totem will have a huge impact on you. Qin Yun just ruffled her hair again. "Thanks for your concern. How about tomorrow? I'll take you somewhere." After so many years, Qin Yun had now been officially restored to his position as Crown Prince. He was dressed in the magnificent and splendid attire of the Crown Prince, woven from the finest silk and embroidered with exquisite patterns. On his head, a shining phoenix crown affirmed his noble status within the imperial palace. Everywhere Qin Yun went, he was greeted with respectful bows from everyone, all of whom addressed him as His Highness, the Crown Prince. Although happy to have his status restored, Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had wanted to celebrate with his big brother Lan Xiao, but he had suddenly left without a word. Beside Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan was eagerly waiting for him to take her to the secret place he had promised. She even secretly wondered if Qin Yun was finally going to take her on a date. Take her on a date? Yeah, right. Who would have guessed that Qin Yun would bring Xiao Yuelan to a garden in the Emperor's living quarters, and only after making sure no one was around, lead her into a large well. There was a mechanism on the wall of the well, and pressing it revealed a secret room. Xiao Yuelin wasn't the least bit surprised, because this kind of secret passage was very common in the imperial palace. After entering the secret passage, Qin Yun took out a luminous pearl to light the way. It was only then that he revealed to Xiao Yuelin that Yue Min was safe and had been rescued by him and was now in the strange pattern palace. Hearing this news, a radiant smile bloomed across Xiao Yuelin's face, dispelling all her previous worries and anxieties. Then, Qin Yun told Xiao Yuelin the entire story of how he rescued Xiao Yuemin and what had happened with her aunt, Xiao Shuangqin. To think that her aunt Xiao Shuangqin had almost been in danger as well. Xiao Yuelin let out a soft sigh. My own royal father was also being controlled by Xiao Yanglong and Empress Tianxiao. It's a good thing you killed that wicked woman first. Otherwise, things would have gotten even more complicated. However, her joy quickly gave way to jealousy. Xiao Yuelin pouted, her eyes filled with grievance. She questioned the relationship between him and Yue Min, interrogating him about the number of young girls he had wronged, including Yang Xie. Qin Yun avoided her gaze and explained, there isn't a single one. When I was at my lowest, it was teacher Yang who helped me, so I like her. But it's not the romantic kind of like. Qin Yun's explanation didn't fully convince Xiao Yuelin, which only made her more annoyed. Qin Yun expressed his concern that Yang Xie was engaged to Xiao Yanglong, wondering if Xiao Yanglong had used some trick to threaten her. Xiao Yuelin snapped, stating that regardless, Yang Xie was now Xiao Yanglong's fiancé. If you want her, you'll have to work for it yourself. Qin Yun tried to explain with a smile. Don't misunderstand. In my eyes, Yang Xie, you're just a junior disciple to me. However, if our master is truly being forced by Xiao Yanglong, then you absolutely must save her. Qin Yun knew his explanation hadn't fully convinced her, but he didn't want to make her any angrier. He reiterated that Yang Xie had helped him a lot, and he wanted to save her if she was truly being forced. Xiao Yuelin thought for a moment, feeling his reasoning made perfect sense. Her anger subsided, and she nodded, saying, don't worry, they won't be getting married that quickly. She suggested that Qin Yun use this time to train and increase his strength. Qin Yun's heart unexpectedly skipped a beat at the sight of Xiao Yuelin's beauty, which was so different from her usual cold demeanor. Right now, she was wearing a simple outfit that exuded elegance and gentleness, and the soft smile on her jade-like face made her even more captivating. Qin Yun realized that Xiao Yuelin and Xiao Yuemin had something in common, a cold exterior hiding a warm heart, and a hidden beauty within. Both girls had to grow up under difficult circumstances, so they were forced to act strong to protect themselves. Qin Yun took out his mother's immortal burying map and spread it on the ground for Xiao Yuelin to see. Xiao Yuelin also took out a smaller immortal burying map that her mother had given her. Both immortal burying maps gradually grew to the same size. Surprised, Xiao Yuelin shared that her mother had told her there were 3 other maps. She never expected one of them to be in Qin Yun's possession. He also revealed that another one was with little Mei Lian. He had asked Grandpa Duan to return it to her. At the mention of Qi Mei Lian, he couldn't help but let out a self-reproaching sigh. It was because of him that Qi Mei Lian had to watch her mother's remains be destroyed, right before her eyes, powerless to do anything but endure the overwhelming grief. Both Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelin felt a deep sympathy for Qi Mei Lian. Xiao Yuelin sat down next to Qin Yun and patted his shoulder comfortingly. You've already killed that Qi Yu. Little Mei Lian will definitely be very happy. As Qin Yun unconsciously reached for Xiao Yuelin's hand to thank her, their eyes met, and they both shyly looked away. He quickly changed the subject, speculating that the final immortal burying map was most likely in the hands of their Grand Master. But possessing an immortal burying map wasn't necessarily a good thing. Although the mothers of Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelin, and Qi Mei Lian had all obtained the maps and entered the imperial harems of 3 different empires, they also lost their lives because of them. At that moment, Qin Yun took out the key to the Heavenly Zhao Imperial Mausoleum that he, Xie Wufeng, and the others had acquired. Taking the key, Xiao Yuelin was relieved. She had heard rumors about the attack on the Xiao Wu Tower and had been worried that her aunt was involved. She handed the key back to Qin Yun, suggesting they explore the Heavenly Zhao Imperial Mausoleum together once they were strong enough. It's said that the place holds countless treasures. After taking the key, Qin Yun asked Xiao Yuelin with great curiosity, what kind of deal did Qin Zhengfeng and his cronies offer that made Xiao Yanglong willing to sell out even his own ancestral tomb? Xiao Yuelin explained that they had promised to give Xiao Yanglong 2 of the Heavenly Qin Empire's most valuable ore mines. That way, Xiao Yanglong would have more star coins for his cultivation. Qin Yun realized that Qin Zhengfeng had a grander scheme for the place where the immortal bones were buried. The man didn't just want to seize Qin Yun's immortal burying bones, he was also after his powerful purple gold dragon martial spirit. Qin Yun took out a soul-sealing pearl, then focused his spirit and drew a small piece of metal, glowing like pure gold, from within his body. This was the Golden Thunder Sword martial spirit that he had taken from Qin Zhengfeng. Qin Yun gently placed the martial spirit into the soul-sealing pearl. He realized that the martial spirits of Qin Zhengfeng and the others were actually pathetic, just golden grade. No wonder they needed so many star coins for cultivation. Seeing the Golden Thunder Sword martial spirit in Qin Yun's hand, Xiao Yuelan was utterly astonished. "Don't tell me you've actually mastered the soul refining technique?" He explained that during their fight yesterday, he had quickly extracted Qin Zhengfeng's martial spirit the moment he knocked him unconscious. Xiao Yuelan gently pinched Qin Yun's cheek, chiding him playfully. "You're so reckless. What would you have done if you'd been caught?" Qin Yun stroked her hair. "All my secrets were leaked by those gossiping old fools in the Eastern Palace. Otherwise, no one would know I have the immortal burying map and the purple gold dragon martial spirit. I hid them very well. Even a master with powerful spiritual energy like Teacher Du doesn't know my inner core is still intact." Hearing Qin Yun's explanation, Xiao Yuelan felt much more at ease. With all necessary matters discussed, Qin Yun pulled her outside with him. In the Heavenly Qin Grand Hall, Qin Long decided to hand over all matters within the Imperial Palace to the demon-suppressing king. The demon-suppressing king was Meng Feiling's grandfather, and he had a close relationship with Qin Yun. Qin Long had already secretly notified the demon-suppressing king and arranged for his men to come to the palace, so the takeover was swift and smooth. Xiao Yuelan gave her a friendly smile. "Sister Feiling, I hear you. Xie Wufeng and the others are all at the Star Xuan Martial Academy. From now on, you'll have to help me keep an eye on Qin Yun. Don't let him go around chasing every girl he sees. You can count on it," Meng Feiling said with a laugh. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was thick with tension, making Qin Long secretly signal for Qin Yun to watch his back. "Good luck, kid." Shui Yihui then spoke up, saying he would take Yuelan back to the Eastern Palace. The only reason he'd stayed behind was to return with Xiao Yuelan. Back at the Blue Star Palace, Qin Yun had to thank him silently. He couldn't bear the terrifying gazes of those women any longer. Although the Imperial Palace was where Qin Yun had lived since childhood, it had been under the Empress's control for many years. Qin Yun didn't know of any safe place in the palace to rest, so he decided to head to Qiwen Hall. And so, Qin Yun made his way there. In the room, he found only Duan Qian and Xiao Yuemin, who were recounting the events at the Tianqin Grand Hall. Qin Yun playfully pinched Xiao Yuemin's cheek. He announced, "Your sister, she's okay now." Xiao Yuemin waved her hand as if it were nothing, but she couldn't hide her worry. They had just been talking about it, but they were actually more concerned about whether Qin Yun's injuries were severe. By now, Qin Yun had changed into a set of blue clothes and was treating his own wounds. He said it was nothing to worry about, and that he'd be fully recovered after one night. He promised that once everything here was settled, he'd take her to find Auntie Xiao. Xiao Yuemin nodded and gave a charming smile. "Even though you'll be my brother-in-law someday, I'll still treat you like my own big brother. You're so much better than that bastard Xiao Yanglong." Qin Yun took out a soul-sealing pearl, which contained the golden lightning sword martial soul, and explained to Xiao Yuemin. He told her he'd taken it from Qin Zhengfeng. Qin Yun smirked and said that at dawn tomorrow, she should come with him into the Imperial Palace. There were plenty more martial souls waiting for them to harvest. Overjoyed, Xiao Yuemin took out her small mirror and duplicated the golden lightning sword martial soul. Then she too gave a wicked grin. "This is perfect. Hehe." After a night of rest, Qin Yun was completely recovered. Early in the morning, he was woken up by Xiao Yuemin, and together they headed for the Tianqin Imperial Palace. By the time they arrived, the sun was already high in the sky. Warm golden rays shone down upon the entire palace, painting it with a magnificent and majestic beauty. Inside the Tianqin Grand Hall, Qin Long was gazing across the empty hall, lost in memories. Xiao Yuemin approached him from behind. "Uncle Long," she called out. "Little Yuemin," Qin Long replied cheerfully. Xiao Yuemin asked in a low voice, "That day, I saw my royal father. Can he still be saved?" Qin Long shook his head. "He's nothing but a puppet now, and I have no idea what kind of dark arts that bitch Empress Ye and her son Xiao Yanglong used on him." Xiao Yuemin sighed angrily. Who told him to dote on Xiao Yanglong so much? He didn't have a single shred of caution. Qin Long placed a hand on Qin Yun's shoulder. "Let's put that aside for now. We need to deal with those traitors first. I've already taken care of the dungeon guards." Qin Long led Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemin into the forbidden section of the palace and toward a dungeon. All the guards inside had been sent away by Qin Long. The only ones left were Empress Ye's group, the captured and imprisoned rebels. Bound by special chains, they were unable to use their internal energy and had absolutely no chance of escape. Seeing Xiao Yuemin, Empress Ye shrieked in horror. "Xiao Yuemin, why aren't you dead yet, you little bitch?" Xiao Yuemin shouted back at Empress Ye. "You're just as disgusting as the Empress of the Tianxiao Empire. She's dead now, and you're next." Qin Yun walked forward without a word, placed his hand directly on Empress Ye's abdomen, and a moment later, she began to scream in agony. Beside her, the Duke of Yan watched, stunned, his heart filled with sheer terror. Because he could see it, Qin Yun was extracting her martial soul. Empress Ye realized he was doing the same to her. At that moment, Qin Yun noticed she also possessed a golden lightning martial soul. He then infused the martial soul into the soul-sealing pearl. The Duke of Yan looked toward Qin Long, who was standing at the entrance, and began to beg. He cried that he knew he was wrong, and that he'd be willing to be locked up for the rest of his life. But Qin Long's face remained impassive, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Qin Yun then proceeded to extract the martial soul of the Duke of Yan. Empress Ye and the Duke of Yan were both stripped of their martial souls. They were left completely crippled, as if half their life force had been torn from their bodies. The Ye family was utterly finished. Only now did they finally understand the pain and the despair that Qin Yun had to endure when his spirit veins were stolen from him at the age of 5. Qin Long spoke with an icy tone. He said that this was a fitting punishment for what they had done. Not executing them was already a great act of mercy. The Duke of Yan wailed in despair and fear, cursing Qin Yun, calling him a soul-devouring demon. Qin Yun was filled with rage, remembering what the Duke of Yan and Empress Ye had done to him all those years ago when they ripped out his spirit veins. He wanted them to slowly savor the same kind of suffering he had endured. Qin Yun drew his ghost head saber, ready to deliver their punishment. Xiao Yuemin wanted to join in, so she took out the poisoned needles that Qin Feng had once given her. I heard Empress Yi gave these to him for self-defense. Upon seeing the poison needles, Empress Yi was so terrified that she fainted on the spot. It was clear that even she was deeply afraid of this particular poison. Qin Long stopped Qin Yun, saying, "They don't have long to live anyway." This was truly a case of the wicked getting what they deserved. Thinking back, if Qin Long hadn't escaped into that secret passage, the Empress would have likely used those same needles to torture him. After everything in the Imperial Palace was settled, Qin Long sent Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemin back so they could focus on their cultivation. However, Qin Yun looked worried and asked, "Is there some hidden danger about to emerge?" Qin Long's expression immediately turned grim. He let out a heavy sigh. According to news from the demon-suppressing king, a horde of vicious demonic beasts in the Cloud Dragon mountain range was about to break through the Cloud Dragon Pass. When that happens, they will destroy all 3 empires, including the Tianqin Empire and many other smaller nations. Realizing the danger, Qin Long had ordered the entire national treasury to be used to fortify the defenses of the 10 major cities and 50 medium and small cities of the Tianqin Empire. Once the massive horde of demonic beasts invades, the areas outside the city walls will become incredibly dangerous. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei were extremely worried because they knew Xiao Xuanqin was hiding in the Cloud Dragon mountain range, the very place the beast horde was about to attack. They frantically tried to find out the exact time the horde would arrive so they could rescue Xiao Xuanqin in time. Qin Long didn't know the exact time either, only that the beasts had just crossed the river and would arrive shortly. The other cities were already reinforcing their defenses day and night. Worried for Xiao Xuanqin, Qin Yun quickly told Qin Long he wanted to go to the Cloud Dragon mountain range to save her. A round trip to the mountain range would take 3 days. Qin Long offered to go with them to ensure Qin Yun's and Xiao Yuemei's safety. Having made their decision, they immediately left the Imperial Palace, exited the Imperial City, and headed for the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Xiao Xuanqin's hiding place was a cave on a mountain within the range, but not too deep inside. When they arrived, they saw no signs of the beast horde and felt a sense of relief. Very quickly, they found Xiao Xuanqin. Seeing Xiao Yuemei, Xiao Xuanqin couldn't help but burst into tears, moved and relieved, as she had worried Qin Yun wouldn't be able to save her. Later, she also learned about Xiao Yuelan's engagement and was overjoyed, especially knowing that Yuelan had escaped Xiao Yanglong's control. Because Xiao Xuanqin had suffered from having her soul scattered, her reputation had been affected. However, Qin Yun didn't care about that at all. He suggested that Xiao Xuanqin come to the inscription palace in the Tianqin Imperial City and arranged for her to cultivate there. Xiao Yuemei also stayed with Xiao Xuanqin, which meant Qin Yun could visit them often. Hearing this, Xiao Xuanqin quickly thanked Qin Yun. Under the starry night sky, Qin Yun and Qin Long sat at the cave entrance, grilling meat. Qin Long spoke up. Do you know if his dragon totem was obtained from the Dragon King Lance? Qin Yun just chuckled. Unfortunately for you, yours is a dead totem. Qin Long shared. My totem is extremely strange, unlike any of the common types. Therefore, it's impossible to say if it's alive or dead. I've had this dragon totem for many years, but still haven't been able to comprehend the martial arts hidden within it. In this brilliant world of the Nine Suns, there are all sorts of hidden martial arts, mysteries, and great doubts. What we humans have grasped is just a small fraction of this world. Qin Yun nodded in agreement. To them, the Blue Star Palace was full of major figures, but in the martial wasteland, they were just small fries. So, what they said wasn't necessarily true. Qin Long looked up at the starry sky and slowly began to explain. The martial wasteland is vast and ancient, filled with countless sects and martial kingdoms. The nations there are known as martial kingdoms. Their rulers are all powerful and terrifying martial kings. Just then, Xiao Yueme and Xiao Xuanqin, seeing them talking, came over to listen. Xiao Xuanqin explained the sect ranking system in the martial wasteland to Qin Yun. In the martial wasteland, there are sects known as spirit rank sects. For example, the Blue Star Palace. These sects don't have a martial king. They only have experts at the spirit martial realm guarding them. That's why they're only classified as spirit rank sects. If a sect has a profound martial realm martial artist, it's called a profound rank sect. Above the profound martial realm is the martial king realm. A sect with a martial king realm martial artist can develop into a martial kingdom. However, some sects don't want the burden of becoming a cumbersome martial kingdom, so they maintain their status as a sect. These are called king rank sects, and they are also incredibly powerful forces. Even powerful martial kingdoms have to show some deference to the ancient king rank sects. Qin Yun listened patiently to this information about the martial wasteland. His heart stirred with emotion. Compared to the martial wasteland, their Blue Star Palace was nothing. Qin Long laughed heartily, encouraging Qin Yun to work hard, saying that one day they could go to the martial wasteland. The Star Profound Martial Academy was located very close to the Cloud Dragon mountain range and was protected by a powerful defense system. Therefore, there was no need to worry even if beasts attacked. It was nighttime, and as Qin Yun flew through the air, he could see the lake below, as calm as a mirror, reflecting the beautiful starry sky. Arriving at the gate of the Star Profound Martial Academy, Qin Yun took out the token that Yuelin had given him, proved his identity, and walked inside. Just as Qin Yun was about to enter, Du Gui, who had been waiting for him for a long time, appeared. He cheerfully announced that they had already prepared a room for Qin Yun inside a tree trunk. Additionally, Du Gui revealed that little Malian was also cultivating here, and that Qin Yun would get to see her tomorrow morning. Du Gui and Qin Yun chatted for a bit before he went back to rest. As the sun rose, Qin Yun walked out of his room and found Qi Meilian sitting in the hall. Her long braid hung down her chest, her face filled with excitement. Seeing Qin Yun alive and well, she joyfully threw herself into his arms. Brother Yun, you've gotten so much taller. Now that we've met again, don't call me senior sister anymore. Qin Yun gave a shy smile at that. It was his fault for not recognizing her. Qi Meilian had heard about Qin Yun from Meng Feeling, and right now, the entire Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy was buzzing about him. Qi Meilian flashed a brilliant smile, full of life and optimism, just happy that he was safe and sound. She was especially impressed that he had fiercely taught Qi Yu a lesson. Since she was a child, Qi Meilian had been constantly bullied and endured all sorts of humiliation. And yet, despite all the hardship, she still kept her innocent and pure spirit, something truly precious. Seeing that radiant smile coming from the bottom of her heart, Qin Yun couldn't help but admire her. But suddenly, Du Gui appeared with a grim expression. He brought urgent news. Qin Yun felt a sense of dread and immediately asked if the demonic beast horde had arrived. Du Gui nodded. They had appeared sooner than expected, catching the major cities off guard before they could prepare their defenses. Fortunately, the 10,000 Star Lake offered some natural defense, protecting the surrounding area. But Qin Yun worried for the lake's safety. The lake was bottomless, and its waters were freezing, but the demonic beasts could fly. So if hundreds of millions of them attacked at once, the 10,000 Star Lake would be in grave danger. He pictured the major cities being surrounded by countless demonic beasts, and a chill ran down his spine. Du Gui reassured Qin Yun, telling him the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy would be sending its students out to fight against the ferocious horde. Qin Yun was tasked with preparing for the coming battle. Understanding the weight of his responsibility, Qin Yun resolved to learn how to carve mystical runes into a martial soul to forge a powerful one for his heavenly lion arm. After Du Gui left, Qin Yun immediately went into his room and took out a soul-sealing pearl that contained a low-grade silver fire martial soul. He released the silver fire martial soul from the pearl and took out his carving knife, ready to inscribe the spiritual runes onto it. The soul-refining art described in detail how to carve runes onto a martial soul, a process similar to creating talismans or refining artifacts. But the key difference was fusing the martial soul and the runes during the carving process. Qin Yun tried for over half a day, but failed every time. The main problem was that he had no base to carve the runes on, so they couldn't adhere to the martial soul. A martial soul is like air. You can't just carve on it directly like you would with a talisman or an artifact. This made inscribing runes onto it an incredibly difficult task. Despite his constant failures, Qin Yun didn't get discouraged. Instead, he started looking for a solution. Based on my observations, my mysterious martial soul seems to have an incredibly powerful regenerative ability. Maybe I can split off a piece of this martial soul to use as a vessel and combine it with my blood soul power to solidify the spiritual runes. This was the only way Qin Yun could think of. He acted at once, using a technique from the soul-refining art, to split off a piece from his own black martial soul. He braced himself, imagining the intense pain it would cause. But in reality, he felt nothing. To Qin Yun's delight, the regenerative ability of his black martial soul was truly extraordinary. It could quickly replenish the portion he had just split off. Overjoyed, Qin Yun proceeded to fuse his blood soul power into the martial soul. Then, he carefully used his carving knife to draw the demon-suppressing spiritual rune onto the silver fire martial soul. Miraculously, the blood soul power released from the knife adhered completely to the martial soul without dissipating. Qin Yun cheered inwardly and continued carving with intense focus. Inscribing a spiritual rune onto a martial soul was an exhausting, time-consuming process. It took Qin Yun an entire day and night to finally finish inlaying the demon-suppressing spiritual rune onto the silver fire martial soul. Qin Yun wiped the sweat from his brow. He was exhausted, but ecstatic about his success. A martial soul inlaid with a rune could not only be fused into a person's body, but also into a weapon. Qin Yun took the demon-suppressing spiritual rune and the fire martial soul and refined them into his spirit crystal saber. He told himself, I need to get my hands on more spiritual runes. The spirit crystal saber is a divine power spirit tool. It's the best weapon for dealing with demonic beasts. And just like that, it was done. But his black martial soul was incredibly strange. He couldn't reveal its existence yet, so he had to do his best to hide it using his spiritual power and his heavenly lion arm. I have to make my heavenly lion arm even stronger. Qin Yun already had a plan. He would fuse a sufficiently powerful martial soul into his heavenly lion arm, and Ye Chang Chao's violet gold thunder martial soul was the perfect candidate. The heavenly lion totem originally had a fire attribute, so it was imperative to inscribe fire runes on it. Since the violet gold thunder martial soul also had a fire attribute, fusing it with the heavenly lion arm would have a higher chance of success. At the same time, he would add a metal rune as well. His heavenly lion arm was incredibly powerful, perhaps when refining the metal rune. It could reach a high enough temperature to shatter his opponent's weapons. After several days of hard work, Qin Yun finished carving 2 profound spiritual runes onto the violet gold thunder martial soul. He felt an immense sense of pride, having succeeded after 9 grueling days. Now, time to fuse the martial soul. This should go smoothly. Qin Yun directed the violet gold thunder martial soul to fly into his heavenly lion arm. Afterward, he fell into a deep sleep, recovering his strength after so many exhausting days. When he finally opened his eyes, he found Du Gui standing before him. Back at the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy, all the students were training relentlessly. Everyone was on edge, knowing the beast horde would cause immense destruction when it invaded the human world, making it impossible for people to live their lives freely. Meanwhile, Qi Meilian also rushed back to cultivate. For the great empires and major powers, protecting their mineral resources was also incredibly important. When the beast tide hits, the most powerful demonic beasts are certain to claim the ore veins for themselves. Everyone was curious about what was causing the sudden surge in the number of demonic beasts. Perhaps humanity was simply too weak to fully explore the Cloud Dragon mountain range and find the root cause. As Qin Yun and Du Gui were talking, a shrill screech suddenly pierced the air from outside. They rushed outside and saw a gigantic vulture with 2 heads and a body stretching 20 to 30 meters, soaring through the sky on its massive wings. Ho Xingfeng and several other martial Dao realm experts from the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy immediately took to the skies, attacking the 2-headed vulture. Instantly, the sky exploded with all kinds of brilliant internal energy, creating vibrant streams of power that engulfed the 2-headed vulture and stained the heavens above the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy red. Qin Yun felt the immense power of the martial Dao realm masters, his heart filled with awe. But what stunned everyone was that after being bombarded by so many martial Dao realm masters, the giant 2-headed vulture only lost a few massive black feathers before it fled in a panic. The appearance of the giant 2-headed vulture was a clear sign that the beast tide from the Cloud Dragon mountain range was drawing near. The flying demonic beasts would likely arrive first, while the ones on the ground would need more time to get here. Du Gui landed from above and reported this to Qin Yun. The roots of this great tree in the treasure tree forest run deep. We need to create a passage from the student dorms to the area beneath the roots. It'll be much safer there. Ho Xingfeng, his face grim, said, "Vultures also travel in flocks. We're worried that more of these 2-headed vultures will show up, so we need to raise the defensive barrier immediately to stop any aerial attacks." Qin Yun nodded in agreement and then moved from his current spot down to the area beneath the tree's roots. Down there, Qin Yun began practicing various martial techniques. Thanks to his golden bones, his body could withstand much fiercer impacts, allowing him to elevate his skills without fear of injury from their sheer power. He couldn't help but worry about the situation back in the Heavenly Qin Imperial City. The entire empire bordered the Cloud Dragon mountain range. If the beast tide attacked the surrounding cities, the mountains would quickly be overrun. As Qin Yun was training in a hollow beneath the roots, he heard the rough voice of Huo Zhong calling out to him. He hurried outside and saw Xie Wufeng, Murong Daren, and Huo Zhong standing before the great tree. Qin Yun threw on a gray robe, stepped out of the hollow, and smiled when he saw them. "Boss Xie, what brings you guys here?" Seeing Qin Yun drenched in sweat, Xie Wufeng could tell he'd been training hard. He told him they had come to say goodbye. Qin Yun was confused and furrowed his brow. "Where are you going? Don't tell me you all failed some exam at the academy?" Murong Daren chuckled. "Of course not. How could an exam like that possibly trip us up? We're preparing to go to the Blue Star Palace. Their masters were all chosen to go to the Blue Star Palace, so we have to go with them." Xie Wufeng nodded. The Blue Star Palace is in a rush to raise its overall strength, so it's lowered its requirements to recruit teachers and students from the 3 great Xuan-level martial academies. Huo Zhong laughed and said, "Qin Yun, you're not the only one who gets to go to a special place, you know. I'm not just going to one of the 4 palaces, but someplace even better. Besides the 4 palaces, the Blue Star Palace also has a Blue Sacred Palace, which is run by the Grand Palace Master himself. And inside that sacred palace is a Beast Martial Palace. My master and Murongs are taking us there to train." Xie Wufeng added that they would go with their master to the Blue Sacred Palace and become Blue Sacred Spirit apprentices. "Once you're done training here, you can come and meet us there." After saying his goodbyes to Xie Wufeng, Murong Daren, and Huo Zhong, Qin Yun returned to his cave beneath the great tree's roots. Qin Yun could feel the tense, fearful atmosphere hanging over everything. Thick, dark clouds blanketed the sky, and lightning flashed as if wanting to destroy everything in its path. He went to find Du Gui, who told him with a grave expression that the beast horde was moving faster than expected. It had already crossed the Cloud Dragon River, flattening every mountain and forest in its path. Qin Yun then asked for his advice on how to spend the 450 million crystal coins he had to buy items that would aid his cultivation. He didn't know much about these things, which is why he came to ask Du Gui. The old man introduced him to a rare medicinal liquid called Diamond Spirit Marrow, which forms naturally and is then refined by late-stage martial realm experts. Soaking in Diamond Spirit Marrow would aid Qin Yun in his cultivation. Du Gui explained, "You've just entered the 7th level of the martial body realm, the Golden Bone stage. In the early phase, you focus on cultivating the golden bones. In the later phase, you use the diamond bone marrow within them to temper your martial soul, forging it into a diamond martial soul. That is the 8th level of the martial body realm, and this stuff is the most expensive item in the Xuan Point shop. Normally, you'd need to have a certain number of Xuan points before you could even buy it with crystal coins. To buy the Diamond Spirit Marrow, you need 2 billion mystic points, and then you have to spend another 1 billion mystic points and 1 billion gold coins to exchange for it." When he learned the exorbitant price of the Diamond Spirit Marrow, Qin Yun was crestfallen. "Doesn't that make what my master said completely useless? How come the Star Xuan Martial Academy has so many Xuan points? Dugui reassured Qin Yun that the Diamond Spirit Marrow was exclusively for students of the academy. He said that once the beasts arrive, the academy might set up hunting grounds for them, allowing students to earn a massive amount of Xuan points. Suddenly, the sky trembled violently, with a blinding flash of lightning and a deafening clap of thunder that startled both Qin Yun and Dugui. Massive hailstones began to rain down, each one like a small mountain, slamming into the ground and snapping countless ancient trees in the surrounding area. Countless huge chunks of ice, some several meters high, appeared everywhere. Many buildings within the Star Xuan Martial Academy were also destroyed by these colossal ice blocks. Dugui frowned, his expression grave as he looked up at the lightning-filled sky. It seems like there's something up in the clouds. I sense the aura of an ice martial spirit and a water martial spirit, and a lightning martial spirit, too. Just then, a barrier suddenly activated, preventing the hailstones from falling inside the academy. But the heavy storm continued to rage outside. The water in 10,000 Star Lake was gradually starting to overflow. Following Dugui's shout, Qin Yun looked up at the sky, filled with dark, stormy clouds. The black clouds churned even more violently. Suddenly, a colossal flying lizard burst forth from within them. The black lizard had a pair of wings, its body covered in black scales, and its two large hind legs ended in razor-sharp claws. The black lizard's wingspan was about 20 to 30 meters, resembling that of a giant bat. It flapped them powerfully, supporting its massive body as it hovered in the sky above the Star Xuan Martial Academy. From high above, it spewed streams of white, cold air, instantly transforming the rainwater into gigantic blocks of ice. The ice blocks fell onto the Star Xuan Martial Academy's barrier, only to be disintegrated and deflected. "You beast! Get the hell out of here for me!" A resounding roar of fury echoed from within the Star Xuan Martial Academy. A figure shot out. It was a white-haired old woman who soared into the air, passed through the barrier, and viciously whipped the monster across the head. The crack of the whip sounded like a thunderclap that shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire area to tremble. At the same time, a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the entire academy. The monster hovering in the air roared in fury, sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Then, it flapped its wings and fled. That old woman is insanely strong. Qin Yun's eyes widened as he watched the figure slowly descend. That's our headmaster. Of course she's strong. Dugui chuckled to himself, now feeling much more at ease. The rain gradually subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky reappeared. The starry sky once again stretched over the Star Xuan Martial Academy, and the oppressive cloud of fear lifted along with the storm. In the center of the academy stood a tower dozens of stories high, its top glowing brilliantly. Seeing it, Dugui told Qin Yun that the headmaster was summoning all the teachers and that he had to go to a meeting. "If you get bored, just go take a walk around the central district." Qin Yun nodded, then left the grove of protected trees and entered the inner courtyard area of the Star Xuan Martial Academy. The central district had many public places like a martial arts arena, a library, a Xuan point shop, a star coin shop, and many others, making it a rather lively area. Despite the recent hailstorm, this area was completely undamaged because the shopkeepers in charge were powerful cultivators themselves, capable of fending off the giant falling ice blocks. Some people were even making use of the chunks of ice. All you had to do was crush it up, pour some fruit syrup over it, and you could make some delicious shaved ice. The areas that were destroyed were mainly student dormitories and tree root dwellings, so all the students had fled to the inn area here. Qin Yun made his way to the Star Xuan Library. It was a 9-story, square stone tower that looked incredibly sturdy. The library housed countless books. Each bookshelf was encased in a special type of glass that could record its surroundings. Anyone who intentionally damaged or stole books would be instantly discovered and face severe punishment, possibly even expulsion from the Martial Academy. The library was extraordinarily vast. As Qin Yun stepped inside, he was immediately overwhelmed. Qin Yun asked for directions and found out where the section on martial spirit knowledge was. He then went up to the 3rd floor, walked to the back area, and found a bookshelf filled with books about martial spirits. Qin Yun quickly skimmed through the pages. Thanks to his powerful spiritual energy, he could read an entire page in the blink of an eye. He memorized the knowledge he read while searching for the information he needed. The books on martial spirits here documented countless types, each with its own unique characteristics and abilities. He became completely engrossed in this treasure trove of knowledge, losing all track of time. Qin Yun read through hundreds of books on martial spirit knowledge and let out a small sigh of relief. His mysterious martial spirit was called the Nether Sun Martial Spirit. It could release a mystical, dark inner energy, break down energy, and absorb it rapidly. The dark inner energy also allowed its user to hide within the shadows. On top of that, its most devastating feature was its ability to unleash the powerful nether sun fire. This flame could melt through anything in an instant. The more he understood his martial spirit, the calmer Qin Yun became, realizing it could be a massive help in his artifact refinement. Qin Yun left the library, lost in thought as he walked down the road. When he returned, he found Dugui already waiting for him, looking ready to smack him one. When Dugui saw Qin Yun return, he chewed him out, assuming he'd been off chasing girls and had only just bothered to come back, which forced Qin Yun to explain himself. Afterwards, he took out a card and handed it to him. This is a crystal Xuan point card. Just put a drop of your blood on it, and you can use it for your training trials. The beast hunt is about to begin. The academy needs to capture magical beasts for research. You can find teammates to hunt with in exchange for Xuan points. Qin Yun accepted the card, suddenly feeling a pang of regret that Xie Wufeng and the others had just left. If they were all here, they could form an incredibly powerful hunting party. However, the only person he knew here was Meng Fei Ling, so he decided to find her. Qin Yun found Meng Fei Ling at a high-rise tavern called Xingyu Tower, which was decorated with incredible splendor. He knocked gently on the door and called out, "Sister Fei Ling, it's me, Qin Yun." Before long, someone came to open the door. Meng Fei Ling was wearing a loose, purple nightgown. She flashed a charming smile and quickly pulled Qin Yun inside. Qin Yun was pulled into what he saw was a relatively small room, suitable for just one person. The room was immaculate, with everything arranged neatly and exquisitely. Qin Yun sat down, looked around, and remarked, "Even though it's a bit small, it's incredibly refined." Meng Fei Ling let out a soft sigh. "What can I do? My treehouse room was destroyed, wasn't it?" As she spoke, she slipped off the loose purple robe, revealing a flawless, sizzling hot figure and graceful curves. Seeing Qin Yun blush slightly, she giggled and said, "What are you so nervous about? I'm wearing something underneath." She put on her armor again, tied up her hair, and changed into a pair of sturdy leather boots, which added a heroic and somewhat dashing air to her charm. Meng Fei Ling said with a smile that she knew Xie Wufeng and the others weren't around, and that he had come looking to form a team, so she had already picked out teammates for them. They were both martial artists at the 7th level of the martial body realm, a married couple named Brother Li and sister-in-law Li, who were descendants of the Meng clan. After the four of them gathered, they would head to the Xuan Point store. Meng Fei Ling quickly found Brother Li and sister-in-law Li. They were both wearing light, ash-gray combat armor and had ordinary, simple features. They greeted Qin Yun with warm smiles on their faces. Since they were both disciples of the Meng clan, they saw Qin Yun as a crown prince, someone of noble status. Since they were people Sister Fei Ling trusted, he immediately gifted them 2 storage bags. He took out 2 storage bags, crafted from beast hide, with enough space to hold 100 small elephants. A single drop of blood was all it took to bind it to an owner. Brother Li and sister-in-law Li were completely stunned by Qin Yun's generosity. They never imagined he would give them such precious magical storage bags. Right there in the street, they took turns thanking Qin Yun. Brother Li suggested they first head to the Xuan Point store. That way, they could look at the list of available goods, calculate the Xuan points they'd need, and then they would help him earn them. Brother Li's cultivation was close to the 8th level of the martial body realm, and he frequently went out to hunt vicious beasts, so he had a wealth of combat experience. The Xuan Point store was enormous, a massive, square building constructed from stone bricks. It measured over 100 meters in both length and width. Inside, the Xuan Point store didn't display its goods in the usual way. Instead, the walls were lined with numerous bookshelves filled with product catalogs. Qin Yun picked up a book and began flipping through the pages. He saw many things that astonished him. They even sold Xuan pills, which required 10 billion Xuan points and 1 billion star coins. Magical storage artifacts were also for sale, costing 5 billion Xuan points and 5 million star coins. They were so lucky he had gifted them the storage artifacts. Brother Li gave a wry smile. The only way to get Xuan points is by doing missions. This system forces many students to do a lot for the martial academy. It indirectly earns a massive amount of star coins, which keeps this academy running. Suddenly, an old man in a white robe with neat, short hair walked into the hall. His appearance radiated energy, and his bright eyes emanated authority. He was an incredibly stern-looking old man. Brother Li explained, "This is the new vice president of our martial academy, Xia Yuan. He must be here to announce something important." Everyone in the hall immediately fell silent and turned their eyes toward Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan announced in a loud voice, Based on the discussions at the Star Xuan Conference, the Martial Academy has decided to purchase a large quantity of magical beast crystal cores. The beasts' bodies will be used for research. Instantly, the already crowded mission hall became even more chaotic. Students huddled together to hear the announcement, buzzing with excited chatter. A 7th-tier beast's crystal core could be exchanged for 10,000 Xuan points, while an 8th-tier core was worth 1 million. A 9th-rank demon core can be exchanged for 5 million. Spirit demon beasts are the same level as spirit beasts, equivalent to demon beasts of the martial Dao realm. The demon spirit core of this type of spirit demon beast can be exchanged for 50 million mystic points. In addition, any demon beast egg can also be exchanged for 50 million mystic points. Because the Martial Academy was buying beast crystal cores in bulk, students no longer needed to accept specific missions. They just had to go out, hunt magical beasts, collect their crystal cores, and bring them back to exchange for Xuan points. After a discussion, Qin Yun's group of 4 decided to set out to hunt magical beasts. Qin Yun and his teammates traveled to 10,000 Star Lake, looking down at the tranquil surface. Suddenly, they felt that this beautiful lake had become incredibly terrifying tonight. Brother Li didn't rush ahead, but instead stopped to observe. He looked at the footprints on the lakeshore. He walked around, examining the chaotic mess of magical beast tracks. The size of the beasts wasn't too large. The largest was only about the size of an elephant. He identified tracks from a 2-headed vulture and a draconic lizard, both of which were spirit magical beasts. Model belonged to the lord of a region and wasn't easy to encounter, so they could proceed with peace of mind. Although most magical beasts have low intelligence, they are incredibly united, and they are very obedient to their leader, so if our heroes encountered a pack, they could only retreat. Their goal this time was to find magical beasts that had strayed from the herd, or those that had gone out to hunt. Following the tracks, Qin Yun and his teammates followed Big Brother Li, walking and resting intermittently as they tracked the magical beast. It had to be said that Big Brother Li was incredibly experienced. Even when the tracks were a chaotic mess, he could still distinguish them. He could tell which magical beast they belonged to. Before long, they were far from 10,000 Star Lake. Qin Yun looked ahead. If he remembered correctly, there should be a small town up front. The people there must have already evacuated to the larger cities. They had to keep moving. After more than a couple of hours, a small town appeared before their eyes. From a distance, they could see the small town was in a state of chaos. Many houses had been destroyed. This small town was located near the Star Martial Academy, so it was relatively bustling and had tall buildings. When Qin Yun passed through before, it hadn't been like this. Suddenly, Big Brother Li's expression darkened, and he said in a low voice, "There's a magical beast inside. But I'm not sure how many. Her martial soul was an eagle, and if she obtained an eagle totem, her strength would be significantly enhanced." Qin Yun released his silver lion puppet and entered the small town. Soon after, he discovered a 3-eyed wolf, its entire body ash gray. It was 3 meters tall, hiding behind a large building. "We've been spotted! Prepare for battle!" Qin Yun exclaimed, and hurriedly controlled the silver lion puppet to flee. The silver lion puppet fled at a very high speed, but the wolf quickly gave chase. The wolf roared and leaped forward. It knocked the silver lion puppet to the ground, then opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit into the puppet's neck. In just a few seconds, the silver lion puppet's head was bitten clean off. Qin Yun and his team all stared blankly. This magical beast was truly too ferocious. His silver lion puppet was crafted from very precious materials, yet it was destroyed in just a few attacks. The power of these magical beasts was truly terrifying. Qin Yun gritted his teeth, then made the silver lion puppet self-destruct. The puppet's self-destruction created a powerful explosion that sent the 3-eyed wolf flying. Big sister-in-law Li drew a bow and leaped onto a rooftop. She drew the bowstring and condensed her diamond internal energy into an arrow. After pulling the bow taut, the string vibrated and the arrow was released. It flew over 1,000 meters at an astonishing speed and struck the 3-eyed wolf's head. However, the 3-eyed wolf was incredibly fierce. Despite being covered in blood, it remained extremely aggressive, letting out a terrifying roar. Qin Yun signaled for big sister-in-law Li to fire 3 more arrows. This served to distract it. Seizing the opportunity, Big Brother Li rushed forward, swinging his 3-section staff and striking the wolf's head. Immediately after, Meng Filing also took out her long whip and continuously lashed its body. The wolf was being beaten relentlessly, and it couldn't turn the tables. At this moment, Qin Yun also charged in swinging his giant Spirit King's mace, shouting, "My turn." But he was called back by Meng Filing, because the 3-eyed wolf had already stopped breathing. This is the crystal core of a level 8 magical beast. It can be exchanged for 1 million Xuan points. The bones and hide aren't bad either, but since magical beast corpses are everywhere, they aren't worth much, Big Brother Li said. There was only one magical beast staying in this small town. Next, we can only go to that place. Qin Yun heard the cryptic words, but already realized where he meant. At this, Big Brother Li looked guilty and quickly said, "That place isn't what you're thinking of. I meant First Town." Big sister-in-law Li immediately pinched Big Brother Li's ear. "What's this place you two are talking about?" First Town was originally a small village, but after extraordinary development, it became an enormous town. However, this place lacked sturdy city walls and was not under the jurisdiction of any empire or small kingdom. At the same time, it was far from major cities and powerful martial academies. Therefore, First Town became an ideal place for magical beasts to live and thrive. Qin Yun and his companions decided to go to First Town to check out the situation. After traveling for 2 days, they reached a large mountain and saw First Town from a distance. Looking from above, First Town appeared vast and endless, with countless rooftops packed closely together. Outlaws from various countries gathered here, as well as clans that had failed in their power struggles within empires. After the magical beast hordes appeared, many people in First Town thought they could stand against them. In the end, they all became food for the beasts. While observing, Meng Failing spotted 6 people entering First Town at an extremely fast speed. It seemed Qin Yun's group not only had to face the formidable strength of the magical beasts, but also other beast-hunting squads. Big sister-in-law Li's face showed a hint of excitement. Looking at that other squad, she confirmed that her own group was no pushover and wouldn't be easy to deal with. After resting, Qin Yun and his friends entered First Town. The moment they stepped inside, they could smell the thick scent of magical beasts in the air. The surrounding scenery was completely devastated, with many buildings destroyed and traces of fierce battles everywhere. Among them was the Hall of Worldly Sorrows, which Big Brother Li and Qin Yun had been thinking about earlier. Passing by a sign that read, "Countless beauties await you," Big sister-in-law Li finally understood what kind of place it was, and she gave Big Brother Li an earful. As they walked along the desolate streets of First Town, Qin Yun and his group noticed many tracks that the magical beasts had left behind. They moved cautiously, observing their surroundings. Big sister-in-law Li finally understood what kind of place it was and gave Big Brother Li an earful. As they walked along the desolate streets of First Town, Qin Yun and his group noticed many tracks the magical beasts had left behind. They moved cautiously, observing their surroundings, wary of any potential dangers. To avoid any ambushes, they traveled for half a day, moving deeper into the First Town. Li, with his keen senses, detected the presence of 5 8th-rank demonic beasts hiding up ahead. Qin Yun used his spiritual power to scan the area and confirmed Li's findings. He was secretly impressed by Li's perception. Even with his own powerful spiritual energy, he would have struggled to detect those beasts without focusing intently. Qin Yun proposed a strategy to divide and conquer, taking out the demonic beasts one by one. Li agreed and laid out a specific plan. His wife would use her bow and arrow to attack from a distance, drawing the beast's attention, while Qin Yun and Meng Failing would seize the opportunity to eliminate the disoriented creatures. If anything went wrong, they were to flee immediately. The area was crawling with demonic beasts, so they weren't afraid of failing this one attempt. As long as they escaped unharmed, they'd still come out ahead. Li was extremely strict in his instructions to Qin Yun and Meng Failing, worried that the 2 youngsters would be reluctant to give up the opportunity and refuse to retreat. Qin Yun and Meng Failing both promised to remember Li's words. With the plan set, the group advanced towards the tall buildings ahead. Li's wife soared into the air to survey the surroundings, immediately spotting 5 massive demonic wolves, each 2 to 3 meters long, charging out. Quick as a flash, she drew her bow and fired 5 arrows in under 2 seconds. The arrows, empowered by her diamond internal strength, flew with incredible force, all striking the demonic wolves precisely in the head. Caught by the surprise attack, the 5 beasts howled and collapsed to the ground. Qin Yun silently marveled at the power Li's wife wielded with her bow. He suspected her martial soul was related to archery, as there was no other way to achieve such a masterful level of skill. Each of them took on 1 demonic wolf. Qin Yun, Li, and Meng Failing charged in with lightning speed. Wielding the giant Spirit King sledgehammer, a high-grade spirit weapon, Qin Yun executed the dragon-forging 6 forms, landing powerful blows on the wolf's head. After just a few hits, the demonic beast fell, Meng Feeling was no less impressive. The long whip in her hand cracked like a storm, sending the demonic wolves flying. In a matter of moments, all 5 8th-rank beasts were completely eliminated by their seamless teamwork. Suddenly, Li sensed something was wrong and urgently shouted a warning to his wife. Qin Yun also noticed a powerful surge of energy hurtling towards them from a distance, aimed directly at Li's wife. Meng Feeling screamed in terror. Li's wife, watch out! A brilliant flash of light shot towards them from afar. Qin Yun realized it wasn't a demonic beast's attack. It was human. In that split second, Qin Yun desperately mobilized all of his spiritual power, enveloping Li's wife and yanking her away from the deadly beam of light. The beam slammed into a distant building, causing it to explode in a shower of shattered bricks and stone. Li's wife landed on the ground, her heart still pounding with fear. Thank you, Qin Yun. Thanks, little Yun. That was too close. Li yelled, Qin Yun, grab the wolf corpses, quick. Whoever's here, they're not friendly. Li's face was cold, radiating killing intent. He would not forgive the person who had nearly harmed his wife. After finishing off the wolves, their group was suddenly confronted by 6 middle-aged men. Their leader was a tall, burly man with silver-streaked hair and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He flashed a cold smile and said to Li, lucky for you, she dodged my attack. Who are you people, and what are you doing here? Li replied in an icy tone, we're from the Star Xuan Martial Academy. Why did you just attack us? You almost hurt my wife. Don't you have a wife? Did your wife not teach you how to treat other people? The middle-aged man glanced at the dead demonic wolves and said angrily, that was a warning. We're here now, so you people get lost. This is our hunting ground. Hand over everything you just killed. All the prey here belongs to us. It was unclear why they were so angry, but it was obvious they were an incredibly arrogant bunch. The middle-aged man sneered, introducing himself as Yin Sheng, a great general of the Tianling Empire. He boasted that his empire was backed by the vice dean of the Lingshuan Martial Academy, and that he'd even had drinks with the vice dean just a while ago. Qin Yun was immediately annoyed. To dare call themselves an empire, they had to have a certain level of national strength, but he had never even heard of this so-called Tianling Empire. Qin Yun felt uneasy. The fact that they called themselves an empire suggested the Tianling Empire had some real power, even if he'd never heard of it. Meng Feeling and the others also realized the Tianling Empire was backed by the Lingshuan Martial Academy. But was that really something to brag about? So what? We've got a prince with us right here. Yin Sheng's words were filled with contempt for the Star Xuan Martial Academy. Scared now, aren't you? Our Tianling Empire was just recently promoted to imperial status. Hurry up and hand over the demonic beasts you just hunted, and we'll let you crawl back to the Star Xuan Martial Academy. Although the relationship between the Star Xuan Martial Academy and the other 2 Xuan-level academies wasn't good, it hadn't reached the point of open hostility. Qin Yun's expression suddenly turned to one of horror. This is bad. A huge pack of demonic beasts is heading this way. This is the territory of a wolf pack, and their wolf king, a spirit demonic beast, is on its way. A spirit demonic beast could only be defeated by those who had reached the martial Dao realm. Hearing this, the faces of Anthang and his lackeys turned pale, thinking Qin Yun was just bluffing. A howl. Suddenly, the sound of a wolf's howl echoed, carrying with it a terrifying aura that washed over them. Anthang was scared, but he still put on a brave face. It's just a little wolf cub, that's all. But since I'm not in a good mood today, I'll spare its life. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and bolted like a madman. His subordinates, their faces drained of color, scrambled to follow him. Elder brother Li also urged, let's go. I can feel a pack of demonic beasts approaching, but he was certain that they weren't in the territory of a demonic beast pack. Qin Yun ran quickly, telling himself that he was the one who led the wolves here. Those guys were all at the 8th level of the martial body realm. The 4 of them were definitely no match for the pack. He'd wait for a chance to settle the score with them later. After escaping the wolf pack, they didn't enter the first shock zone. Instead, they continued to move along the outskirts, searching for other demonic beasts. By dusk, they had taken refuge in a spacious room atop a tall building. Elder brother Li set up a mystic formation around the room to conceal their presence. Mengfi Lin would occasionally fly out to scout the surrounding area. At night, flying through the air was relatively safe, and the visibility was much better. After returning, Mengfi Lin shared her findings. She had just circled the area and didn't detect any other demonic beasts. The wolf pack they had encountered earlier must have been quite weak. They all understood what she meant. The scarcity of demonic beasts on the outskirts indicated that they were concentrated deeper within the first shock zone. The wolf pack might have been injured after losing a territorial battle, forcing them to flee to the outer regions. The center must be filled with the dead, their bodies piled up like food for the demonic beasts. Qin Yun suggested they rest for a bit, then sneak back to assassinate the demon wolves inside. They'd pick them off one by one. Elder brother Li added, "The stronger the demon wolves inside, the smaller their bodies. A 9th rank demon wolf is only about 2 or 3 meters long." They chatted without needing to sleep. Just by relaxing their bodies, they could recover their strength. However, sleeping in such a dangerous place was incredibly risky. As night fell, Qin Yun and the others set out to head back to the area where the wolf pack frequented. The place was filled with tall buildings, some rising over 10 stories high. They moved carefully across the rooftops, gradually approaching the wolf pack's territory. Mong Fai Lin whispered, "Sneaking up on the wolves' territory like this. It's such a thrill. If the demon wolf lord was truly injured, they might be able to take down a spirit beast level demon wolf. And that would be worth 50 million Xuan points." Then, she leaped gracefully from the roof of an 8-story building, vaulting onto the roof of a much taller 10-story building. Elder brother Li also said they should return to the area where the pack appeared and observe for a bit. If there are still several 9th rank demon wolves in the pack, then forget it. It wasn't worth the risk. They believed that with good coordination, they could take down a single 9th rank demon wolf, but dealing with an entire pack was impossible. They finally returned to the area frequented by the wolf pack. From the roof of a tall building, they looked out at another building in the distance. All the wolves are in that building. They're just hiding on the first floor of the storefront. There are definitely none on the upper floors. After observing for a while, they discovered that on the first floor, there was one wolf in each room. They were quite spread out. If they could land a one-hit kill without letting the demon wolf make a sound, they might just succeed in their ambush. It was dark now. Time for their performance. Qin Yun and elder brother Li began to move. They split up, approaching the building from 2 different directions, breaking in through the windows, and carefully making their way down to the first floor using the internal staircases. Qin Yun told elder brother Li to stay up high, while he used his bright sun martial soul and the power of shadows to conceal himself in the darkness. He moved effortlessly down to the first floor. When he reached the source of the aura, Qin Yun discovered it was a 9th rank demon wolf, fast asleep. Its aura was terrifyingly strong, far more powerful than any of the 8th rank demonic beasts he had encountered before. Although it was only about 2 or 3 meters in size, Qin Yun concluded this was a 9th rank demon wolf. As he hesitated, wondering whether to attack, he suddenly noticed numerous deep gashes on the demon wolf's body. It showed that it had fought with other demonic beasts and was heavily injured. Deciding to attack, Qin Yun unleashed his spirit-gathering kill. He condensed a powerful amount of mental energy and launched it at the 9th rank demon wolf's head from a distance. Struck by the sudden attack, the demon wolf's body convulsed violently. However, due to the severe brain injury, it fell into a comatose state. It couldn't control its body, nor could it make a sound. Under the continuous assault, the demon wolf gradually weakened and collapsed. Qin Yun quickly finished it off with a fatal blow. Then, he called elder brother Li over to check. Qin Yun extracted the 8th rank crystal core from the demonic beast's body. It's a bit heavier than the usual kind, not bad. This was his first spoil of war after entering the first shock zone. They continued to move carefully through the building, wary of other demon wolves. Their next objective was to find other injured wolves and take them down to collect more spoils. After more than 2 hours, Qin Yun and elder brother Li had successfully eliminated 10 8th rank demon wolves and 2 9th rank demon wolves. The loot they acquired was immense. This could only be attributed to their good fortune. If they hadn't stumbled upon this pack of injured demon wolves, if they had been attacked by the wolf pack, they wouldn't have stood a chance. What shocked them were the horrific claw marks all over the demon wolves they'd killed, revealing that the pack had fought a far more terrifying enemy, forcing them to flee. Just as Qin Yun and brother Li were about to leave, a group of people suddenly flew across the sky. Since only Meng Fei, Ling, and sister-in-law Li were in this area, and they couldn't fly, Qin Yun and brother Li guessed it had to be Yin Sheng and his cronies. Were they also planning to ambush the wolf pack? Qin Yun let out a cold smirk, took out a lightning talisman, and stuck it to a wall, infusing it with a stream of spiritual energy so he could activate it remotely. Then, he and brother Li carefully moved to the rooftop, where Meng Fei Ling and sister-in-law Li were. The 2 women had been watching them from the roof, ready to strike at the slightest movement. They hid behind the carcasses of demon beasts and observed. A total of 10 people entered the building, including fighters at the 8th and 9th levels of the martial body realm, and even one master from the martial Dao realm. They then split up, placing mid-grade lightning talismans all over the building where the demon wolf pack was resting. It's time to wake up the wolves. Yin Sheng had already realized the pack was here and guessed they'd been driven away by something. He immediately reported back and was praised by the martial Dao realm expert. Then, he and the others headed toward the wolves' den. But as the lingering aura of blood and life spread, the martial Dao master quickly sensed that someone else was there. Yin Sheng angrily guessed it must be the group from the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy, and that they had likely killed most of the 8th and 9th level demon wolves. He was certain they wouldn't dare touch the Wolf King, so he suggested his comrades go straight for it. The old martial Dao master nodded in agreement, but just as they were about to move, a massive explosion erupted from a tall building nearby. Lightning shot out from the building as it completely collapsed. The terrifying blast woke up the entire wolf pack. A furious roar echoed through the dark night sky, carrying the thick killing intent of demon beasts, enveloping an area thousands of meters wide. That's the Wolf King's roar. It must be those bastards from the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy. We need to get out of here, now, Yin Sheng screamed in panic. You had a conflict with that other group. Why didn't you tell us? If we had known, we would have been prepared. The old martial Dao master roared furiously at Yin Sheng before rocketing away. More than 10 people fled in terror, not daring to face the enraged Wolf King. Just as Yin Sheng and his lackeys took to the air, a giant demon wolf leaped high, roaring ferociously as it spat a beam of purple light that struck one man, blowing him into pieces. The howls of wolves filled the air as the entire pack crazily attacked the people flying above. The furious Wolf King continuously unleashed terrifying waves of pressure, locking down the people in the air. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Yin Sheng was utterly terrified and frantically sped up to escape the Wolf King's sensory range. Watching from a distance, Qin Yun and his friends were overjoyed. Serves those arrogant bastards right, and they dared to attack my sister-in-law, Meng Feiling said with a laugh. Brother Li nodded in agreement. This debt with Yin Sheng wouldn't be settled until he was dead. They had already reaped a huge harvest tonight, and seeing Yin Sheng's crew flee in terror was incredibly satisfying. Let's go. We should leave the Wolfpack's territory first. Then we'll talk, Qin Yun said, starting to retreat from the rooftop. Of Yin Sheng's group of more than 10 people, only 6 managed to escape alive. They gathered in a dense forest, their faces looking absolutely dreadful. Yin Sheng was seething with rage. If things had gone smoothly, he could have earned the praise of that martial Dao realm master. But now, because of him, they had suffered such a devastating loss. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, this is all my fault. I will definitely sever the heads of those 4 bastards and bring them back to the Heavenly Wolf Empire." The old martial Dao master roared, "You'd better!" The specific cause of death for our 6 comrades is not to be mentioned to anyone. Just say we were attacked by a pack of demon beasts and they sacrificed themselves. Half of his team had died. If the real reason got out, his reputation would be ruined. Dawn broke. Qin Yun and his friends had reached a safe area. Brother Li sat down to take inventory of their loot. 4 9th-grade demon spirit stones, worth 20 million Xuan points, plus 28 8th-grade demon crystal cores, for a grand total of 46 million. The married couple didn't need these crystal cores, as they had promised to help Qin Yun earn 1 billion Xuan points. Meng Feiling didn't need them either, as she had promised to repay him. Brother Li said, "We're about to enter the 4th zone. If the demon beasts are too strong, we'll leave. We can't go any deeper." It's already not simple. Hearing that her husband wanted to go deeper still, sister-in-law Li gave him a light smack. Meng Feiling soared through the sky, hidden among the clouds, making Qin Yun sigh in admiration. Her eagle martial soul allowed her to fly incredibly fast, far surpassing Qin Yun and Brother Li, and it consumed less internal energy. Thanks to her sharp eagle eyes, she could spot prey from high above, even if they were hiding inside a building. But it was also very dangerous if she encountered a large, flying demon beast. After just a short while, Meng Feiling descended with a look of excitement and announced, "I've spotted an armored beast, a stray iron-armored giant crocodile, possibly a 9th-tier demonic beast. It stood over 30 feet tall, its entire body emitting a powerful aura, clearly a beast with an incredibly strong defense. It held a person's corpse in its mouth." Brother Li got the detailed location from Meng Feiling, and they immediately set out. Soon, they spotted the colossal iron-armored giant crocodile. Qin Yun observed from a high vantage point, suspecting there might be other demonic beasts nearby, but their strength was weak, so they all hid in the buildings, terrified of being devoured by this 9th-tier beast. Sister Lee nodded and volunteered to start the fight. Their strategy was for her to fire arrows from a distance, then Qin Yun and Brother Lee would charge in to attack. As the beast moved, it would be hit by another arrow or two, and by the time Qin Yun and Brother Lee got close, the fight would be much easier for them. Meanwhile, Meng Feling would stay by Sister Lee's side, watching their surroundings and protecting her from attack. Sister Lee's arrows were no ordinary projectiles, so she wasn't worried about them being blocked by the beast's iron armor. She used her diamond inner energy, condensing it into an arrow with a special power. When it struck the target from behind, it would create an incredibly powerful explosion. The iron-armored giant crocodile was hit by 3 arrows in quick succession. It writhed on the ground in agony, just as Qin Yun and Brother Lee arrived, launching a relentless assault. The iron-armored giant crocodile's armor was extremely tough, and it was a 9th-tier demonic beast, after all. Qin Yun unleashed a powerful 6 forms of the dragon forging strike on its head, but he couldn't even pierce its armor. Brother Lee used his 3-section staff, striking the armor with immense force and creating a shower of sparks. The giant crocodile swung its tail with terrifying power, creating a horrifying shockwave that forced Qin Yun and Brother Lee to dodge. The shockwave swept through like a hurricane, demolishing dozens of surrounding buildings, which collapsed in an instant. Dust billowed everywhere. Qin Yun and Brother Lee continued their fierce attack within the dust cloud, coordinating flawlessly. However, they grew anxious that the loud noise would attract even more demonic beasts. Meng Feling and Sister Lee were extremely worried. The area where Qin Yun and Brother Lee were fighting was collapsing, and the billowing dust completely obscured their vision. Within the dust cloud, Qin Yun sensed the iron-armored giant crocodile was nearby and hastily unleashed a continuous barrage of the 6 forms of the dragon, forging at the beast's head. "Now!" Brother Lee shouted. He then combined his 3-section staff into a single long staff and viciously thrust it into the beast's mouth. The staff pierced through its mouth and deep into the iron-armored giant crocodile's body. Brother Lee continuously poured his diamond inner energy into it, destroying the beast's internal organs from the inside, finally killing it. The iron-armored giant crocodile thrashed in intense agony, its swinging tail kicking up a terrifying shockwave that leveled the surrounding rubble and created a massive cloud of dust. Even more buildings crumbled. Everything within a 100-meter radius was flattened by the tail's shockwave. The battle was incredibly fierce, but after a long struggle, the iron-armored giant crocodile finally breathed its last. Witnessing this, Qin Yun was in absolute awe. This was Brother Lee's true power. The crocodile's armor was incredibly tough, an excellent material for forging. Qin Yun collected the iron-armored giant crocodile's head into his storage pouch, then walked out of the thick dust cloud with Brother Lee. Just as Qin Yun and Brother Lee breathed a sigh of relief, a purple beam of light shot from the distance towards Meng Feling and Sister Lee, who were positioned up high. None of them had noticed it. A massive explosion erupted, and the tall building they were on was blown apart, sending huge chunks of rock everywhere. Sister Feling. Sister Lee. It's Yin Sheng. He's used this kind of attack on Sister Lee before. Seeing the destroyed skyscrapers, Qin Yun thought of Meng Feling and Sister Lee, likely killed in the blast, and his heart filled with rage. They took a few deep breaths, trying to remain calm, then flew at top speed into the dust cloud, quickly finding them. They grabbed them and hurriedly flew away from the scene. Another beam of light shot from the distance, followed by another massive explosion. But Qin Yun had moved them just in time. They rushed into an abandoned wine cellar and quickly descended into the deep stone basement below. From above, they could hear constant rumbling. Yin Sheng and his lackeys were relentlessly attacking the surrounding buildings, having lost their targets. Qin Yun took out an animal hide cloak and gave it to Brother Lee. This cloak was inscribed with light runes. It could rapidly heal their injuries. Brother Lee quickly wrapped the cloak around his unconscious wife. Seeing his wife's breathing gradually stabilize, he let out a sigh of relief. Qin Yun also placed a light rune cloak on Meng Feling. Seeing Meng Feling injured and unconscious, Qin Yun's rage became uncontrollable, and he vowed to make them pay for this. Outside, the commotion Yin Sheng's group was making had attracted demonic beasts, and Yin Sheng was terrified of dying. He was nearly killed by the Ling King the night before, but he still had to act tough in front of some low-level beasts, boasting, "How could you possibly stop me? The only reason I left is because my boys told me to fall back." Qin Yun had unleashed his spiritual power and overheard their entire conversation. He realized that, if the crown prince of this new empire had subordinates like these, he must be trash, too. They better hope he never runs into them again. He had already crippled 2 other princes, Qi Yu and Qin Zhengfeng. He wasn't about to be scared of some other punk prince. The light rune cloaks healed wounds incredibly fast, and as long as he had animal hides, Qin Yun could easily craft them. Taking this chance, he also gave a set to Brother Li and his wife. Meng Feeling, though her face was still pale, had already regained her radiant beauty. However, she pretended to be weak, snuggling coquettishly into Qin Yun's arms. Qin Yun knew exactly what she was doing, but was helpless to stop this little minx from taking full advantage of him. Brother Li smiled when he saw his wife had recovered. "I'm so glad you're awake. That was really dangerous just now. This inscription master, Little Yun, is truly incredible. Everyone's injuries were healed by his tamed beast." Forgetting she was supposed to be acting weak, Meng Filing added, "And to think all these injuries were caused by that bastard Yin Sheng, which made her fume." Brother Li suggested they head back first. They'd had a huge haul this time, and they should go back and get more people. That way, they wouldn't have to worry if they ran into a situation like this again. Both his wife and Meng Filing nodded in agreement. Qin Yun thought for a moment, then told them to go on ahead while he stayed behind. He wanted to check out the first zone, thinking he could get inside. Meng Filing immediately jumped into his arms. "No way, it's too dangerous out there." Brother Li and his wife also quickly tried to persuade Qin Yun not to be so reckless. He quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, my reputation isn't just for show." Qin Yun closed his eyes, gathering a large amount of Yin Sheng's aura. He then absorbed it into his body, condensed it into blood soul power, and drew a spirit inscription on a talisman. This spirit inscription was called the Soul Chasing Inscription, an incredibly strange type that could be crafted simply by condensing the target's aura and blood soul power into a single soul-chasing scroll. The soul-chasing inscription could track the location of the person whose aura it held. Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry to enter the first zone. He planned to hunt down Yin Sheng first. Yin Sheng was at the 8th level of the martial body realm, but Qin Yun was confident he could defeat him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could still injure him severely. The moment he was separated from his team, he would strike. Qin Yun was determined to spend his time hunting Yin Sheng until he was dead. Qin Yun quickly finished refining a soul-chasing talisman. After activating it, the talisman began to glow, hovering in the air and moving slowly in a specific direction. He set off immediately. Hearing a commotion in the distance, Qin Yun was secretly thrilled. Yin Sheng must be over there. If he was fighting a demonic beast, he could use the chaos as an opportunity to attack. Qin Yun carefully moved closer to the battle, hiding behind cover and clearly sensing the aura of Yin Sheng's inner force. Besides Yin Sheng, there were 7 other 8th and 9th level martial body warriors. Qin Yun thought to himself, "This Tianling Empire has some real power. It's just a shame their luck is so bad." A horde of demonic beasts appeared right after they became an empire. The Tianlang Empire probably used the demonic beast invasion as a chance to take over a few smaller kingdoms. With the Lingshuan Martial Academy backing them, the other small kingdoms had no choice but to join. Qin Yun moved closer to the intense battle. Yin Sheng and his cronies were dealing with a small pack of demonic beasts, more than 10 8th and 9th rank demon oxen. Their bodies were covered in sharp teeth, and they stood 3 to 4 meters tall, looking like massive buffalo. Could it be a small beast squad that was ambushed by Yin Sheng and his men? Qin Yun, hidden in the shadows, slowly crept closer. This was a perfect chance to test out his high-grade immobilization talisman, with its spirit inscription nourished by diamond inner force. He threw it towards a man nearby. The immobilization talisman activated, releasing a transparent, colorless energy that enveloped him. Instantly, he couldn't move, his face filled with terror. A demon ox roared like a tiger and charged, its horns piercing the immobilized warrior, before it rushed towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun then pulled out a saber and unleashed the 6 forms of the wind slash on the demon ox, slicing it into pieces of fresh meat. Qin Yun had successfully killed an 8th rank demonic beast. He was secretly pleased. The meat quality isn't bad. I'll kill a few more later. I wonder if I can dry this into beef jerky? He then used the same method to deal with Yin Sheng and his men, taking out 4 of them, one after another. Including the demon ox from before, he had collected a total of 3 8th rank and 1 9th rank demon ox. Yin Sheng felt something was wrong. They were supposed to be overpowering the demon oxen, but now they'd lost 4 men. If they kept fighting, they would be completely wiped out. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Yun watched the demon oxen chase after Yin Sheng, and he quietly followed from behind. The demon oxen pursued Yin Sheng and his men for over an hour, before finally stopping. Qin Yun stopped, hiding near the demon oxen, hesitating on whether he should try to wipe out this entire pack. The pack was more or less injured, especially the 9th rank demon ox, which had terrifying wounds all over its body. He counted his remaining immobilization talismans, 12 in total. If I throw 10 at once, I can control all the oxen. If I can't immobilize most of them, I'll have to give up. The demon oxen were still clustered together, not separating. Seizing the opportunity, he took a few deep breaths and threw out 10 immobilization talismans, blanketing the entire pack of demon oxen. The immobilization talismans exploded. All the demon oxen noticed. They tried to move but couldn't, held fast by a strange force. Just as he predicted, the injured demon oxen were weakened and couldn't break free from the power of the immobilization talismans. Qin Yun immediately drew his giant spirit king's mace and charged out, channeling all of his Ming-Yang inner essence, along with lightning and fire, into the mace, creating a powerful diamond inner force. The giant spirit king's mace absorbed the diamond inner force, becoming even more ferocious. Qin Yun unleashed a powerful fifth form of the dragon strike at the 9th rank demon bull. Boom! A raging thunderflame exploded. It pierced right through the bull's head, and the 9th rank demon bull was obliterated in a single blow. Riding the wave of momentum, Qin Yun continuously attacked, launching strikes at the other demon bulls. Every one of his blows shook the earth, creating massive fissures. All of the demon bulls fell to the ground, dead. Qin Yun panted heavily, his heart pounding with excitement. Ah, so satisfying. Just like playing whack-a-mole, he looked at the giant spirit king's hammer in his hand, still finding it hard to believe, even though he hadn't used his full internal energy. But the previous battle had been incredibly intense, forcing him to give it his all. Elsewhere, Yin Sheng didn't see any demon beasts chasing him and wondered if he'd actually managed to escape. Qin Yun collected the demon bull carcasses. The hunt had brought him over 20 million mystic points. He now had around 80 million mystic points from demon beast cores since entering the 3rd zone. Qin Yun kept hearing the distant roars of demon beasts, making him raise his guard, ready to react if he detected the aura of a demon beast. Qin Yun looked at the soul-chasing talisman, which was moving slowly towards the 2nd zone, and hesitated on whether to continue the pursuit. In the end, Qin Yun decided to go for it, but since it was almost dawn, he couldn't use his phantom power. So he quickly found a cellar to craft talismans. With his 7th level martial body cultivation, he couldn't use phantom power during the day. If a demon beast spotted him, it would be extremely dangerous, so he had to hide every day until nightfall. Most of the buildings here had deep cellars for storing food and wine, making it easy for him to find a hiding spot. During the day, Qin Yun hid in the underground room and spent his time crafting spirit talismans. Right now, he was making high-grade beast-subduing talismans. Only these would be able to handle a 9th rank demon beast. But crafting high-grade beast-subduing talismans required a long time, and it consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy. Late that night, Qin Yun heard a noise in the distance that grew louder and louder. Could a battle be happening? Qin Yun thought to himself that Yin Sheng and his cronies might be fighting a beast horde. With that suspicion in mind, he picked up his pace. Earlier, he had released his primal spiritual force to distinguish Yin Sheng's aura. That guy, Yin, was there, along with other martial Dao, realm warriors, and more than just one. After pinpointing Yin Sheng's location, he cautiously approached. Yin, Sheng and several other warriors were battling a few hound-like demon beasts. These hound demons stood about 3 meters tall, with sleek, muscular bodies. They had spiky tails several meters long that could retract and whip out with deadly flexibility. Suddenly, one of the hound demons swung its massive tail, and the countless spikes on it seemed to condense with energy. After being launched, they exploded. In an instant, a cloud of dust billowed up from the collapse of the surrounding buildings. Yin Sheng threw out a few cyclone talismans to blow away the dust. Qin Yun clutched an immobilization talisman in his hand, but didn't rush to make a move. He wasn't sure if he would succeed, and was worried about being discovered by Yin Sheng's companions. The hound demons were also 9th rank beasts, with an incredibly keen sense of smell. If they found him, Qin Yun would be in big trouble. Right now, he still hadn't found the right opportunity to strike, so he could only continue to observe. While he was focused, Qin Yun suddenly sensed someone approaching. Before he could defend himself, a net was thrown over him, trapping him tightly inside. After ensnaring him, the net began to tighten and shot out streams of electricity, numbing his body. He looked in panic towards where the aura came from and saw a young man in silver armor walking towards him. There was only one reason he'd be here. He was a member of Yin Sheng's group, and he held a high position. "General Yin, I've caught our fish. Ha ha ha," the young man in silver armor said with a laugh. "Crown Prince, why did you come out here? It's too dangerous." Yin Sheng quickly flew over, his face etched with worry. The young man in silver armor was the Crown Prince of the Tianling Empire, Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan grinned smugly. "Look what I caught. This guy was sneaking around behind you. Who knows what he was up to?" When Yinsheng saw Qin Yun's face, he was stunned, then roared in anger. So it's this punk. He's the one who got us attacked by that wolf pack, costing us many of our warriors. Ling Yuan took a closer look at Qin Yun's face and said, in surprise, he's Qin Yun? I've seen his portrait before. This guy is Qin Yun? Yinsheng was startled. He never expected the famous Qin Yun to be right in front of him. Ling Yuan smiled. If he killed Qin Yun, he'd become famous and bring glory to the Tianling Empire. This trip was definitely worth it. Hearing this, Yinsheng also laughed loudly, looked at Qin Yun and said, the crown prince of the Tianling Empire is the grandson of the headmaster of the Lingxuan Martial Academy, the one destined to become a blue saint disciple. He's much stronger than Qin Yun. Crushing the reputation of a renowned genius gave Ling Yuan an incredible sense of he was superior, and the more he fought, the more fired up he got. Don't get cocky, Qin Yun roared angrily, throwing a fire talisman that created a massive blaze. It blazed fiercely, escaping the net. Your pathetic fire talisman can't even burn through my superior grade spirit energy. Ling Yuan laughed heartily, scattering the flames with a single palm strike. Qin Yun stared at Ling Yuan's arrogant, laughing face, gritted his teeth, and unleashed the god-gathering slaughter technique, which flew out in an instant. Ling Yuan collapsed. Qin Yun coolly turned his back. You know, villains always talk too much. When Enthang saw the crown prince fall to the ground, his legs went weak. The crown prince of the Tianluo Empire was dead. Ling Yuan had been too focused on fighting Qin Yun, and with Anthong by his side, he'd let his guard down, even letting out a provocative laugh. With the net no longer under Ling Yuan's control, Qin Yun quickly broke free and threw out a paralysis talisman, freezing Anthang in place. Bound by the paralysis talisman, all Anthang could do was shut his eyes and wait for death. Qin Yun stripped the spirit storage items from Anthong and Ling Yuan's bodies, before hastily fleeing the scene. By the time an elder from the martial Dao realm arrived, he found the bodies of Anthang and Ling Yuan neatly covered, causing him to let out a horrified scream. After resting, Qin Yun took out the storage bags he'd looted from Anthong and Ling Yuan. Since these bags weren't bound by a blood contract, he could freely access their contents. Qin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the magic crystal cores in the storage bags. There were quite a few 8th and 9th grade magic crystal cores. In total, they could be exchanged for over 1 billion mystic points. This must have been their haul from many days in the first town. However, as he was resting, he suddenly sensed movement outside his gate. This feeling was even more terrifying than facing a magical beast. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than magical beasts. People like Anthang, for example. Just then, an old man peeked his head through the door. A gentle voice spoke slowly. This is the place. This man's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial body realm. No wonder Qin Yun hadn't detected him. Wary of the stranger, he didn't give his real name, simply calling himself Yun. Noticing Qin Yun's caution, the old man told him not to be so tense and to just call him Old Tan. He said he was drawn over by a delicious smell. Old Tan smiled and explained that his squad originally had 5 people, but one of them suddenly quit. This left their team's coordination in shambles. Everyone in the squad was at the 9th level of the martial body realm, and he invited Qin Yun to join them. Qin Yun was only at the 7th level of the martial body realm, while Old Tan and his teammates were all at the 9th level. The power gap made him a bit hesitant. Seeing Qin Yun's reluctance, Old Tan practically started begging, confessing that he was really just looking for a teammate who knew how to cook, because the food he cooked for the team was practically inedible. It was all Qin Yun's fault for cooking something so fragrant that the smell traveled for miles. The aroma had also lured Old Tan's 3 other teammates over. Qin Yun then took out some food to share with them. Beaming with satisfaction, Old Tan walked over to Qin Yun's side and introduced the other 3. One was Old Zhu, and the other 2 were his sons, Zhu Da and Zhu All 3 were at the 9th level of the martial body realm. Old Zhu was even on the verge of breaking into the martial Dao realm, making him the strongest in the group. So what was he waiting for? Why not join their squad? Old Zhu also came over to greet him and plead his case. Even though their team didn't have a martial Dao realm warrior, they could still handle spirit-level magical beasts. If he tagged along, he was guaranteed a huge haul. Qin Yun considered it and realized it was a good opportunity, so he agreed to join. Even though Old Tan and his companions were only a team of 4, their strength was immense. If they'd wanted to harm Qin Yun, they would have made their move already, instead of negotiating so peacefully. Seeing him still hesitating, Old Tan suddenly remembered something. He figured a little material persuasion couldn't hurt, deciding to tempt Qin Yun with a valuable item. He took out a jet black metal tube, over a meter long and covered in exquisite patterns. The tube was wide enough to fit a large fist and was crafted from a 9th-grade magic crystal core. It was a king-grade spirit tool called the Spirit King Cannon. The Spirit King Cannon packed immense power, capable of inflicting heavy damage on spirit-level magical beasts. Old Tan handed the Spirit King Cannon to Qin Yun. He told him that this was the key to defeating spirit-level magical beasts. Only someone with strong spiritual power could control it accurately. Qin Yun was completely stunned by the Spirit King Cannon's power and immediately accepted their invitation to join. And just like that, he officially became the team's chef. So, what's on the menu next? Seafood stew? Or maybe some curry? Qin Yun followed Old Tan and the Zhu family out of the building. He looked up at the sky of 9 suns, feeling the dense spiritual energy in the air. He walked cautiously and asked Old Tan, "Is the second zone crowded?" Old Tan explained that while there were quite a few hidden squads in the second zone, you rarely ever ran into them. So many people were gathered here that finding suitable teammates was difficult. Besides, the second zone was a chaotic mix of all sorts. Joining a team with ill-intentioned members could be extremely dangerous. Qin Yun thought to himself, weren't these guys just trying to recruit me for my barbecue? But in reality, since Qin Yun was only at the 7th level of the martial body realm, all alone, and not a local, Old Tan and the Zhu family weren't too worried about him being a threat. Suddenly, Old Tan stopped. He gestured for Old Zhu to scout the surrounding area. They frequently stopped to rest, regulate their condition, and avoid being ambushed by magical beasts. Old Zhu returned from his reconnaissance with news. He'd found a pack of injured magic wolves, with 5 9th-grade beasts and 1 spirit-level beast. Old Zhu described the magic wolves in detail. They had powerful, horse-like bodies, ferocious wolf heads, and razor-sharp claws. Old Tan entrusted Qin Yun with a crucial task: use the Spirit King Cannon to provide combat support. I gave Qin Yun 3 precious cannonballs, each worth 1,000 crystal coins, and told him to aim carefully. They moved to a position about 1,000 meters from the demonic wolf pack, hiding atop a crumbling skyscraper. Qin Yun watched the demonic wolf pack through the Spirit King Cannon. Old Zhou charged forward at top speed, dual-wielding 2 massive blades as he crashed into the pack. He violently hacked at a few 8th-rank demonic wolves. Right after, Zhou Da and Zhou Er also rushed in, their spirit energy flaring. The heavy great swords in their hands moved like flowing water, effortlessly taking down several more 8th-rank demonic beasts. Then, Old Tan charged. He launched a direct assault on the 9th-rank demonic wolf, creating a whirlwind of spirit energy that swept right through it. The 9th-rank wolf roared in fury, spewing a blast of berserk energy in an attempt to summon the alpha demonic beast. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted. It brought with it a fierce gust of wind that blew away a huge chunk of rubble. The alpha demonic beast had appeared. This alpha was also a demonic wolf, but it was far larger than the others. Qin Yun braced the Spirit King Cannon, using his spiritual power to lock onto the alpha's head. Watch this, Qin Yun thought. 2 shells shot from the cannon, whistling towards the alpha demonic beast. From over 90 meters away, the shells flew with pinpoint accuracy, slamming straight into the giant wolf's head, launching it into the air and crashing it into a large building. Qin Yun was stunned by the terrifying power of the Spirit King Cannon. It far exceeded his imagination. If a martial Dao realm practitioner took 2 hits like that, they'd be severely injured, if not dead. The demonic wolf pack was completely wiped out. The 5-person team had successfully eliminated an entire pack of demonic beasts, including an alpha. Afterwards, Old Tan led them into an abandoned, 7-story stone tower. They rested on the top floor. He stood by the window, looking out at the sky, reflecting on how hunting demonic beasts was never easy. It required patience. But what he was more concerned about right now was whether or not the soup Qin Yun was making was ready yet. Qin Yun, on the other hand, was quite patient. Afterwards, they all gathered to count their spoils and split them evenly. Qin Yun received 5 9th-rank demonic crystal cores, equivalent to 25 million Xuan points. The amount of Xuan points Qin Yun received was absolutely massive, especially since he didn't participate in the fight directly. Zhou Da sighed, saying that the demonic beasts they fought today weren't actually that strong. When you get to the first zone, it's much more terrifying. The packs there have at least 2 alphas. Qin Yun had heard that there was a river inside the first and second zones, with its source flowing from the center of the first zone, which greatly benefited the growth of demonic beasts. Zhou Da nodded, confirming, the riverbanks are mostly guarded by powerful demonic beasts and, of course, other human teams. There are a lot of powerful martial artists in the first zone. That river's source is where they gain most of their strength. Suddenly, old Joe shot to his feet and said in a grave tone, "We have company. A squad is headed this way. And one of them is a martial Dao realm warrior." The discovery of this mysterious squad made Joe nervous, knowing for sure that they'd already been detected. With their power level, we can't outrun them, so just stay calm. Can't fight on an empty stomach. Anyway, might as well finish this soup while it's hot. Another squad appeared, also consisting of 5 people. But what was most notable was that they had a martial Dao realm warrior. The 5 of them flew over and went straight to the 6th floor of the abandoned stone tower. What shocked everyone the most was that the martial Dao realm warrior was a young woman. The eyes of Qin Yun and the others were all fixed on her. It wasn't just her status as a martial Dao realm warrior that drew attention. She also possessed a sort of wild beauty. She wasn't what you'd call conventionally gorgeous, but she was incredibly captivating, with healthy, dark skin and long, slender, toned legs. Her upper body was clad in nothing but a short top, revealing her navel and toned abs. Qin Yun had seen plenty of beauties, but this dark-skinned woman, though not the most beautiful, exuded a strange, powerful charm. One of the men spoke up. "We are the Fierce Tiger Squad." Only then did Qin Yun's group pay attention to the people with the woman. Old Tan asked them what they wanted, his heart filled with suspicion and surprise. The other squad had a young and powerful female martial artist, yet she didn't seem to be their leader. The man smiled. "We're here to propose a joint operation to destroy a demonic beast nest. This pack has 2 alphas, and also demonic spirit eggs. There are at least 5 eggs, though we don't know the exact number. In any case, you already know how profitable taking down this nest will be." Old Tan thought it over. A single spirit egg could be exchanged for 50 million Chuan points, the same price as an alpha's crystal core. Even split between 2 teams, that was an incredible haul. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. However, the Fierce Tiger Squad only wanted Old Tan and the others to join, not Qin Yun. They looked down on him. Because he was only at the 7th level of the martial body realm, they thought they'd be getting ripped off if they had to split the loot with him. Old Tan quickly explained. "The Spirit King cannon requires someone with immense spiritual power to control it. I can go out and fight, while Yun handles the cannon. His contribution is equivalent to a martial Dao realm warrior, capable of dealing with one of the alphas. So on what grounds would he not get a fair share of the loot?" Old Joe spoke coldly. "If that's how it is, then we're not joining you. You arrogant pricks, looking down on people. Besides, Xiao Yun's cooking is incredible." The other man then said to Old Tan and his group, "Model." They wouldn't let him fight on the front lines, only operate the Spirit King cannon. They clearly didn't trust him one bit, telling the old man he should think it over carefully. If he didn't join them, he'd likely miss the chance to get his hands on a magical beast's spirit egg. Having just joined the squad, Qin Yun was deeply moved that they valued him so much. In truth, he was also eager to team up with the Fierce Tiger Squad. If he could obtain a magical beast's spirit egg, the benefits for him would be huge. He didn't want Old Man Dam to miss out on such a great opportunity, so he urged him to just join them. He insisted it was a rare chance and that he would wait for them to come back. Old Man Dam's face hardened, his voice turning cold. "You're a member of this team. I absolutely will not leave you behind alone." The woman spoke up. "We can't tell what you're capable of just by looking at you, so they want you to show us a few moves." Since it had come to this, Qin Yun decided not to hide his skills any longer. He revealed that he was actually a rune master who could craft talismans, specifically a mid-grade paralysis talisman capable of controlling an 8th-rank magical beast. This meant they could focus all their attention on the remaining 9th-rank beast, while he handled the other one with ease. Old Man Dam and the others were stunned. They couldn't believe the young man standing before them was a rune master. In a place like the first town, rune masters were incredibly valuable, and those who could craft talismans were even rarer. Only the biggest squads could afford to support a rune master, making them the core of any top-tier team. "Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? No wonder your cooking is so good," which had absolutely nothing to do with anything. The woman narrowed her eyes with a grin, her interest piqued. "If that's true, how can you prove it?" He didn't need any elaborate proof, just a simple sentence. He said, "My name is Qin Yun." This left everyone even more stunned. The legendary young man, whose fame had spread in all directions, was standing right in front of them. Old Man Dam took a deep breath. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed that Crown Prince Qin Yun of the Qin Empire, the legendary young rune master himself, would come to such a dangerous place. Just by revealing his true name, he had completely won over the Fierce Tiger Squad, who immediately invited him to join. At that point, they all rushed to reintroduce themselves properly. The woman's name was Lan Fengjin. She had also met the squad by chance on the road. Despite her tough, almost masculine appearance, she was an incredibly warm and passionate person. Qin Yun had never heard her name before, but he figured he'd have a chance to learn more later. A girl like her undoubtedly had an extraordinary background. The two teams began to get acquainted. A few days later, the group cautiously approached a massive mountain villa. As they neared the pack of magical beasts, Qin Yun could feel an incredibly powerful aura. He climbed onto a building far enough away for the Spirit King cannon to have a clear and accurate shot. Qin Yun's mission was incredibly difficult. Among the pack were two spirit beasts, and he had to use the Spirit King cannon to critically wound one of them. Lan Fengjin would deal with the other one. Da Shan and Old Man Dam moved closer to the beast pack's territory. Da Shan let out a loud shout. They had already thoroughly discussed their strategy beforehand and knew exactly how to coordinate. Both teams charged into the horde of magical beasts at top speed. At the same moment, from the building overrun by the pack, the earth-shattering roars of the beasts echoed out, shaking the very ground. From his perch on the tall building, Qin Yun looked through the scope of the Spirit King cannon and saw red figures bursting out from within the villa's walls. These magical beasts were all incredibly agile, their bodies covered in thick, red fur. These things were terrifying. They looked like close combat types with extremely tough defenses. From within the villa, a roar like that of a ferocious ape erupted. Suddenly, a massive black magical beast climbed onto the roof, furiously beating its chest with both hands and unleashing a shockwave that enveloped the entire estate. So this is the spirit beast? It looks like it's completely unscathed. Qin Yun immediately aimed the Spirit King cannon at the beast, which stood several meters tall. The Spirit King cannon shuddered as it fired two shells. They struck the beast's head in an instant, and the powerful blast sent it flying off the roof and crashing to the ground. At that same moment, another giant, red ape-like beast appeared, this one looking even more ferocious. Lan Fengjin breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the beast on the roof get blasted away. With one spirit beast taken down, the remaining one was hers to handle. As soon as it appeared, the red beast charged toward Lan Fengjin, but she had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Just as Qin Yun settled in to watch the fight, he was shocked to discover that the black magical beast he'd blasted off the roof wasn't dead. The beast let out a furious roar, and its terrifying aura sent a wave of panic through Lan Fengjin, Old Man Dam, and the others. Old Man Dam and Da Shan were especially shocked. They had been certain the Spirit King cannon had finished off the black beast, never expecting it to survive a direct hit like that. Immediately, Lan Fengjin signaled for him to keep attacking the black one. Qin Yun had 2 shells left. He quickly aimed the cannon and fired again. Struck from behind, a massive hole was blown through the black beast's chest, and its body finally collapsed, dead for good. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Lan Fengjin, now more at ease, refocused on her fight with the red beast. After the black beast fell, the red one flew into an even greater, maddened rage. It lunged forward, attacking ferociously. The long horn on its head suddenly shot out beams of red light at Lan Fengjin. In response, Lan Fengjin swung her battle axe, hacking into the beast's body multiple times. Each blow landed deep, yet the beast refused to go down. From a distance, Qin Yun watched Lan Fengjin's brutal fight. The red demonic beast was just too damn strong. Even after so many axe blows, it was still bursting with energy. Sister Lamb's axe couldn't even break its bones, only tear its flesh. Qin Yun was growing desperate, terrified. The loud commotion would attract other beasts. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed out, and to everyone's horror, another monster appeared out of nowhere, charging straight for Lan Fengjin. Old Man Tan saw it and screamed, "Da Shan, didn't you say there were only 2 spirit beasts? Now there are 3. Da Shan looked ashamed, admitting he hadn't scouted the area properly. Now they were facing 8th and 9th rank beasts, far more powerful than they had ever anticipated. To make matters worse, Qin Yun's side was out of ammunition. They couldn't split up or retreat. They were completely trapped. Seeing how dire the situation was, Qin Yun decided to take matters into his own hands. He quickly closed in on his target, staying calm as he slapped an immobilization talisman on the 9th rank beast, freezing it in its tracks before leaping down. The once clear blue sky was suddenly filled with thick, dark clouds as a heavy downpour began to fall. Lan Fengjin sensed a new presence wash over the area. "Be careful," she warned. "There are a lot of people nearby." Her expression was grim as she spoke. The moment the words left her mouth, figures appeared one by one, completely surrounding Qin Yun's group. Over 100 men, all armed to the teeth, their faces cold, and their eyes filled with killing intent. "So, you're the ones who took down the violent blood beast pack, are you? There aren't many of you, and you don't look very strong. yet you managed to wipe out this pack of beasts. I'll admit, you've got some skill." An old man took off his wide-brimmed hat, revealing a completely bald head. He clutched a sharp sickle and sneered. "What do you want?" Lam Fengjin asked coldly. This hunter squad had 3 martial Dao realm experts, and the rest were all at the 9th level of the martial body. Their strength was terrifying. Qin Yun's group stood no chance against them. The bald old man laughed coldly. "The violent blood beasts must have had a few crystal eggs. Hand them over, and we'll let you be. We came a long way for this. We can't just go back empty-handed." It seemed the commotion from their fight had attracted the attention of this hunter party. By the time they'd arrived, the beast pack was gone, leaving only scattered corpses and the lingering scent of the crystal eggs, which they had tracked all the way here. Those crystal eggs were incredibly valuable. No one wanted to give them up, especially Dashan. "Could you give us a moment to think it over?" The second the words left Dashan's mouth, he threw an immobilization talisman towards a spot where there were no martial Dao experts. He had been holding on to one last talisman this whole time. Qin Yun was secretly furious. Dashan and his 4 men then charged, brutally attacking with their weapons to carve a path out of the encirclement. Seeing this, the bald old man roared with rage and lunged toward Lam Fengjin. The other 2 martial Dao experts also rushed Lam Fengjin at the same time. They didn't dare face this mysterious young woman from the martial Dao realm alone, especially not when she was wielding a massive king-grade spirit axe. In an instant, a chaotic battle erupted. Lam Fengjin struggled to fend off the 3 martial Dao elders. Dashan and his men had clearly planned this from the start. They knew Lam Fengjin would hold off the 3 experts, while the rest of their men dealt with Old Man Tan's group. This way, they had a much better chance of escaping. Lam Fengjin and Old Man Tan were both livid. Dashan's actions were a clear betrayal. Old Man Tan whispered to Qin Yun, telling him to find a chance to run. Just as he said that, he saw Qin Yun take out one of the crystal eggs, having no idea what the boy was planning. The moment Qin Yun revealed the crystal egg, the surrounding hunters immediately froze. Qin Yun smirked. It was time for a life-or-death gamble. Then, he smashed the crystal egg hard against the ground. It shattered, releasing a pungent odor that was carried far and wide by the swirling wind. The bald old man's face went dark with pure terror. "Move, everyone, after those 4 who ran. Use your fastest speed." The old man roared in fury, immediately breaking off his attack to chase after Dashan. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. In the dark sky, the storm clouds churned even more violently, with flashes of lightning that threatened to tear the earth apart. Old Man Tan stared at the shattered crystal egg on the ground as black smoke rose from it in wisps, his face pale with horror. As they fled, he scolded Qin Yun. "You foolish boy. The beast inside that egg was a future king of its kind. Because of that, the hatchling from a crystal egg is also an incredibly precious meal for powerful demonic beasts. It releases an extremely potent aura that will attract every powerful monster from miles around to come hunt it down." Qin Yun had already anticipated this, which is why he had so decisively destroyed one of the crystal eggs. Qin Yun and the others had only been running for a moment before they felt the aura of a spirit beast. Suddenly, a colossal shadow passed over the sky. It was a flying demonic beast. Only a flying beast could have arrived so quickly. Old Man Tan urgently shouted for them to hide in a cellar, then quickly ducked into a passage next to an abandoned building. They all scrambled down into the underground room. Old Man Tan took out a luminous stone, lighting up the dark underground room. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. That was just, everyone was incredibly tense. This underground chamber was very spacious, with many smaller rooms. They quickly split up to find rooms to rest in. Lan Fengjin looked around before pulling Qin Yun into a storage room. She took out a stone tablet, explaining that it was a king-grade spirit inscription, containing both light and dark patterns. She wanted to ask him for a favor, to craft this complex spirit inscription into a talisman. She would provide the spirit beast hide for him for the time being. She couldn't tell him what the spirit inscription was for. In short, once he was done, she would give him her magic beast crystal egg as payment. She was about to leave the first town, so she told him to familiarize himself with this set of spirit inscriptions first. As soon as Old Man Tan and his group left, he got right to work on it. She then suddenly brought up Yang Shiyue. Word was that Yang Shiyue had already entered the martial Dao realm. She was curious what his relationship with Yang Shiyue really was. He felt a little uncomfortable, and seriously affirmed that she was his teacher. He had always respected his teacher and would do his best to improve his strength to save her from her suffering, and there was no other kind of relationship. Lan Fengjin then mentioned Si Yanglong with a look of utter disgust. He'd done many evil things at the Blue Spirit Star Palace, and was so cruel he wouldn't even spare his own father. Hearing this, Qin Yun was able to confirm that Lan Fengjin was from the Blue Spirit Star Palace. He asked her which palace she belonged to, the South Palace, East Palace, North Palace, or West Palace. Lan Fengjin smiled and shook her head, saying it was none of them. She was from the Sacred Palace. As it turned out, both young Shi Yue and his wife, Xiao Yuelan, had joined the Sacred Palace. They were both her junior sisters, so there wasn't much she didn't know. As far as she knew, many people had high expectations for him, so she reminded him to keep that in mind. Meanwhile, the area above had grown quiet again, the aura of the magic beasts having completely vanished. Old Man Tan and the others bid Qin Yun farewell, deciding to go on ahead and join a stronger squad. Several days passed, and Qin Yun let out a sigh, having finally succeeded in crafting the superior grade spirit talisman. Lan Fengjin took the superior grade spirit talisman, nodding with great satisfaction. She then took out the magic beast crystal egg and gave it to him as payment. After that, she also prepared to leave this place. Seeing her leave, he was confused, but she turned back to ask, "Don't tell me, a registered disciple of the East Palace like you wants to come back with me?" But he didn't want to go back there just yet. He had his own reasons for staying at the Star Xuanwu Academy. He believed that the inheritance of the Blue Xiao Marshal King was definitely hidden within the inner court of the Star Xuanwu Academy. He just hadn't found it yet. Afterwards, he watched Lan Fengjin's retreating figure and couldn't help but admire how effortlessly cool she was. As soon as Lan Fengjin left, Qin Yun returned to the Star Xuanwu Academy. Du Gui was outside by the Star Sun treasure tree, cleaning up the fallen leaves. Seeing Qin Yun return, Du Gui couldn't help but be overjoyed. News that he had dealt with the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Qin Empire had already spread like wildfire. He hadn't expected it either. Qin Yun recounted what happened, explaining that he had originally intended to kill Yin Sheng, but was captured by the Crown Prince first. The prince wanted to kill him to make a name for himself, so he had no choice but to fight back. Du Gui nodded, saying that it was their personal grudge then. The headmaster had already heard the whole story from Meng Feiling and the others. The Heavenly Qin Empire was in the wrong first by attacking an academy student, so he didn't need to worry about this. The Star Xuanwu Academy would not hand him over, but he still needed to be a bit careful when he went outside. Just then, Qin Yun leaned in and whispered to Du Gui, asking for his help in finding an acquaintance at the Xuan Point store. He wanted to exchange his Xuan Points discreetly. His haul this time was quite large, 7 magic beast crystal eggs. Upon hearing this, Du Gui was so stunned that he dropped the broom in his hand and took several deep breaths. 7 eggs could be exchanged for 7 billion Xuan Points. Seeing one of his students bring back so many Xuan Points made him incredibly happy, and he immediately flew Qin Yun straight to Fan Daidui's place. Before long, Du Gui brought him to a chubby old man. This chubby old man was Fan Daidu, the honorary headmaster of the Star Xuanwu Academy. He was mainly in charge of everything at the Xuan Point store, had a vast network of connections, and was incredibly powerful himself. Fan Daidu invited Qin Yun to sit down with a beaming smile and asked directly, "All right, let's see what big business Du Gui has brought me. Let's see what you've got, kiddo." Qin Yun took out the 7 magic beast eggs. Just this alone was enough to render Fan Daidu speechless with surprise. "How did you manage to get 7 of these eggs? Even a squad led by a martial Dao realm warrior would struggle to find that many." Fan Daidu hurriedly got to his feet and walked over to touch the magic beast crystal eggs. Qin Yun just smiled and said, "It was just a stroke of luck," before asking him for a price. Fan Daidu was extremely excited and began to inspect the eggs. After checking them, he took a deep breath and brought out a golden platter. The total is over 1,110,000. Qin Yun placed his Xuan Point card on the golden platter. Fan Daidu dripped some blood onto the Xuan Point card and the golden platter, then recited some oath incantations, which mainly stated the items and the parties involved in the transaction. After completing the transaction, Fan Dai returned the Mystic Point card to him, reminding him that the Mystic Point Wealth leaderboard would be updated monthly. If he didn't want to appear on the leaderboard, he'd have to spend all his mystic points quickly. He also said that for any similar transactions in the future, Qin Yun could come directly to this VIP lounge, and someone would notify him. Du Gui whispered that he could now exchange for 5 vials of Diamond Spirit Marrow. Any amount of mystic points, less than a full 2 billion, would not be enough for another exchange. Hearing this, Qin Yun was eager to make the trade right away. Pan Dawei took out 5 flasks, each about the size of a small wine jug. He took Qin Yun's Xuan Point card and went through the tedious oath-swearing procedure again to complete the transaction. After the deal was done, Qin Yun was in a hurry to get back and try the diamond spirit marrow, but Du Gui and Pan Dawei dragged him out for a drink. He didn't want to go at first, but then he remembered that Du Gui and Pan Dawei were veterans of the martial academy. He figured he could learn some secrets about the Xuan Martial Academy from them, so he tagged along. Right next to the Xuan Point shop was a fine restaurant opened by Pan Dawei himself, so Qin Yun didn't hold back and dug in without a second thought. Du Gui did the same, forgoing chopsticks and just shoveling food into his mouth with his hands. Du Gui knew this stingy old man rarely treated anyone, and he'd be doing himself a disservice if he didn't eat his fill. Qin Yun finally understood why Du Gui had been so insistent on coming. This was what you call eating like there's no tomorrow, and he had the old fatty to thank for the meal. Qin Yun told them that every time he passed by the Myriad Star Lake, he felt something strange, like there was something terrifying lurking beneath the surface. Pan Dawei's expression suddenly turned serious. He said his own master once told him that there really was something under the Myriad Star Lake. A fearsome dragon bull was sealed there, and their very island was built on its back. Pan Dawei picked up a piece of food, eating quite politely. Du Gui finally swallowed the mountain of food in his mouth and said he'd also heard a legend from his master, that there's some kind of treasure hidden within the Star Sun sacred tree. Pan Dawei sighed softly, saying those were all just legends that could never be proven, because not even they could sneak into the deepest parts of the Myriad Star Lake. However, he'd heard the old headmaster say that the Myriad Star Lake was originally a city that sank to the bottom for some reason. That dragon bull was the guardian beast of the lake. Du Gui couldn't help but shoot a judgmental look at Qin Yun next to him as he shamelessly ordered more food. On one hand, he scoffed, saying he didn't know if those old geezers were just making up stories to fool them. But on the other hand, the Star Xuan Martial Academy was much more peaceful than other academies when the demon beast hordes arrived. So, what was the point of overthinking it? Pan Dawei frowned, reminding them that the most important thing now was for Du Gui to teach Qin Yun the divine control art and the god-slaying condensation technique, so he could quickly become a powerful god-slayer. He added that he'd heard Meng Feeling and her group had already joined the demon-suppressing king's army. They were out eliminating the demon beasts appearing in the Heavenly Qin Empire. He warned Qin Yun not to get left behind. After eating and drinking their fill, Qin Yun and Du Gui returned to the Star Sun sacred tree. Qin Yun took out a large cauldron and placed it in the middle of his secret chamber. Then, he took out a large beast hide and spread it at the bottom of the cauldron. On the hide's surface were spirit patterns that formed an array. Before long, the cauldron was filled with water. Qin Yun then poured the diamond spirit marrow into the large cauldron and jumped in to begin his soak. The diamond spirit marrow had a shimmering golden color, and when poured into the cauldron, the water also turned a brilliant gold. The 7th level of the martial body realm, the diamond bone stage. To break through, he needed to temper his diamond bones, transform his diamond bone chi into a liquid, and evolve his martial soul into a diamond martial soul. Soaking in the diamond spirit marrow could rapidly temper his body, but the process was sure to be excruciatingly painful. 5 days later, the medicinal properties had been completely absorbed. Qin Yun climbed out of the large cauldron, emptied the water, and refilled it to prepare for the next session. He hadn't expected the effect to be so good. He muttered to himself that he was just a hair's breadth away from the 8th level of the martial body realm, but for some reason, all 3 of his martial souls were stuck at a bottleneck, unable to evolve into diamond martial souls. He was just about to go find Du Gui to ask about it when he realized the old man had been hiding behind him the whole time. Du Gui already knew Qin Yun had an issue with his martial souls, so he wasn't surprised. He explained that Qin Yun had reached a critical stage where he needed to comprehend the unity of mind and martial soul. His own spirit had to achieve a spiritual resonance with his martial soul's spirits. Only then could he evolve them into diamond martial souls. He didn't even wait for Qin Yun to speak before continuing his explanation. Once a martial soul evolves, it means it can leave your body and manifest externally, which carries many risks. A martial soul has its own spirituality. You need to guide it. Seeing that Qin Yun wasn't really paying attention, he gave him a light smack on the head. He had something important to announce. Their 3 Xuan-level martial academies would be collaborating with the Blue Star Palace for the sole purpose of cultivating genius students. They were establishing a Heaven's Pride Academy. And because the Star Xuan Martial Academy has the best cultivation environment, the new academy would be located right here. However, this Heaven's Pride Academy would be staffed by instructors from all 3 great Xuan-level martial academies and the Blue Star Palace. Among them, the Heavenly Xuan Martial Academy, the Ling Xuan Martial Academy, and the Blue Star Palace all have beef with you, so you'd better watch your back. Qin Yun decided to go check out the location of the Heaven's Pride Academy. He went back to change into a set of white robes, then rushed over to the west side of the Star Xuan Martial Academy. Headmaster Bai, the former headmaster of the Three Xuan Academy, was standing in the middle of the martial arts field, shouting loudly. He introduced himself as the headmaster of the Heaven's Pride Academy. Headmaster Bai then briefly explained the competitive rules of the new academy. The main purpose of the Heaven's Pride Academy is to nurture elite students. In addition, students here can share cultivation techniques from the Three Xuan Academies and the Blue Star Palace. Furthermore, students of the Heaven's Pride Academy will be able to use their Xuan point cards, their own essence, in exchange for elixirs and cultivation resources at the various martial academies and the Blue Star Palace. Each instructor will teach 4 students. Next, everyone will come to the proving grounds in order to demonstrate their strength. The instructors and students will undergo a mutual selection process. If a student performs exceptionally in the later tests, their instructor will receive a generous reward. Headmaster Bai didn't reveal what that generous reward was, but all the instructors' eyes lit up. It seemed they already knew it was something incredibly precious, something that even experts in the martial Dao realm would covet. One can only imagine how valuable it must be. The first person to be tested was a burly young man named Mak Dung. He came from the Lingshuan Martial Academy, possessed a 4-yang spirit vein, had reached the 7th level of the martial body realm, and had a beast-type golden crocodile martial spirit. With such talent, Mak Dung was considered quite decent. Mak Dung, I also have a beast-type martial spirit, and specialize in cultivating water attribute techniques. Are you willing to become my student? An old man spoke up. He was an instructor from the Tianshuan Martial Academy. Immediately after, another man spoke. While I don't have a beast-type martial spirit, I can have an inscription master design the best spirit tool for you. Judging by the man's robes, you could tell he was an instructor from the Blue Star Palace. Just like that, the instructors began fighting over the students. The same fierce competition erupted for the next few students as well. They were all students with pretty good qualifications. At this moment, a handsome young man stepped forward, his head held high and chest puffed out. I am Tun Cam Hao, 20 years old, 6 Yang Spirit Vein, Platinum Fire, Tiger Martial Spirit, 8th level of the Martial Body Realm, from the Tianshuan Martial Academy. The proving grounds fell silent for a moment, everyone stunned by Tun Cam Hao's incredible talent. Then, the instructors scrambled to compete, making increasingly attractive offers. Tun Cam Hao, I'll give you 1 million star coins, come with me. I'll offer 1.2 million, I'll offer 2 million. They kept raising the price. I offer 10 million star coins. Tu Duanglong's arrogant attitude annoyed the other instructors, but no one dared to challenge him. The fact that he could break into the martial Dao realm before the age of 30 was the source of his arrogance. All right. Then, you will be my instructor from now on. Tun Cam Hao smiled and walked towards Tu Duanglong. Tu Duanglong smirked, took out a bag of star coins, and handed 10 million to Tun Cam Hao. Truly impressive. If all his students are this outstanding, he's guaranteed to achieve great results in the end, and receive that generous reward, so this investment was completely worth it. Next, a series of other highly qualified students appeared one after another. The instructors all made direct offers and fought over them. The students were also very pragmatic. Whoever offered more money was clearly more capable, so they would choose to follow that person. Most of the 8th level Martial Body Realm students had now been chosen. Among them were 2 female students. Now, only one person was left to step onto the stage, a beautiful and graceful girl in a purple dress. With a cool demeanor, she said, I am Tiet Tu Diep, 18 years old, 8th level of the Martial Body Realm. I cannot reveal my spirit vein or my martial spirit. She had a small and delicate frame, but her voice was resonant, neither arrogant nor insecure. Although the instructors didn't know Tiet Tu Diep's martial spirit or spirit vein, reaching the 8th level of the martial body realm at 18 years old meant she was someone they had to fight for. Many of the instructors went into another frenzy of bidding. Tu Duanglong also joined the fray, even offering a price of 15 million star coins. Just as the bidding war was heating up, Lam Fuangcan's voice suddenly cut through the air. Tiet Tu Diep, come with me. I broke into the martial Dao realm at the tender age of 20. Star coins. How crude. I won't use such a rustic method to bribe you. Oh, by the way, I'm a high-level inscription master. Surprise. She was an inscription master too, and a high-level one at that. Qin Yun cursed inwardly. Lam Fuangcan had hidden this from him before, but now she was revealing it so freely. In the end, Tiet Tu Diep chose to join Lam Fuangcan's team. Even though Lam Fuang Can didn't promise them any money, they wanted to be her students. Next up was Hoak Trung's turn. Qin Yun felt a bit worried, unsure if Hoak Trung would pass. Any student not chosen by an instructor would be expelled from this special academy. Seeing Hoak Trung's large and clumsy-looking appearance, the other instructors showed no interest. After all, there were many other, more talented students available. However, a few of the older instructors still wanted to recruit Hoak Trung. Just as Hoak Trung was about to make a decision, Lam Fuang Can suddenly called out, "Hoak Trung, come over to my side." Although Hoak Trung wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't understand why Lam Fuang Can chose him, but he quickly walked over. "Thank you, Lam Fuang Can." The other students were all shocked. Lam Fuang Can had passed over many other 8th level martial body students, but she chose Hoak Trung, who was only at the 7th level. Very quickly, it was Murong Dine Han's turn. The moment he stepped onto the stage, many people began to gossip about him, including who he had clashed with. "I am Murong Dine Han. Martial spirit is a secret. Age is a secret. 7th level of the martial body realm. I am a disciple of the beast, martial palace of the blue sacred palace. The beast martial palace. A quasi-saint apprentice. Kid Murong, you and Hoak Trung are good friends. He's already joined us. I'm making Qin Yun the team captain, so are you in or not?" "Hey Lan Fengjin, want him on your team?" someone asked, adding, "She's already gone," and added Qin Yun to her team without a second thought. "Master instructor, you truly have a sharp eye. Huo Lao-san is also a disciple of our beast martial palace. He's well worth it." Lord Murong laughed heartily. Rushing over to Lan Fengjin's side, Qin Yun got in line behind Lord Murong. It was obvious to everyone that he had joined Lan Fengjin's team. After the instructors finished choosing their students, they divided into smaller groups and selected captains for their teams. No one objected, so Qin Yun became the team captain. Dean Bai called the team captains forward to receive their mystic demon core pearls. These pearls could absorb the power of beast cores. When Sun Jinhao went to receive his mystic demon core pearl, he said to the dean, "Please expel Qin Yun from the Tianxuan Academy. He is an extremely vicious man who just murdered the crown prince of the Tianling Empire. I'm worried he'll bring harm to the other students of the academy." Qin Yun's annoyance was clear on his face. "Are you insane? The crown prince of the Tianling Empire wanted to kill me to make a name for himself. Was I just supposed to stand there and die without fighting back?" Speaking of evil, Instructor Xiao Yanglong is the truly wicked one here. Everyone knows by now that he turned his own father into a living corpse. You all better be careful. He sees you as nothing more than his pet dogs. Xiao Yanglong roared in anger. "Jin Hao, slap him for me. This guy is spouting nonsense and tarnishing my reputation. Don't worry, I've got your back. Hit him." Hearing this, Sun Jinhao took several quick steps forward. His speed amazed the other students, who praised him for it. Just as he raised his hand to strike Qin Yun's face, he suddenly let out a cry of agony. "Get lost!" Qin Yun roared, swinging his celestial master arm and slapping Sun Jinhao right across the face. Sun Jinhao was sent flying several dozen meters, his face completely deformed. Hitting Sun Jinhao was a direct slap in the face to Xiao Yanglong. He couldn't stop it in time and could only roar in fury. "Qin Yun, you are truly vicious. Just you wait and see how I deal with you." Lan Fengjin warned him. "Xiao Yanglong, if you don't want to lose your teeth like Sun Jinhao did, then back off." Unwilling to give up, Xiao Yanglong turned to Dean Bai and demanded Qin Yun's expulsion, claiming that Qin Yun was ruthless and a danger to the other students. However, Dean Bai saw the situation objectively. He had been watching the whole time. He wasn't blind. Xiao Yanglong was the one who instigated Sun Jinhao to attack Qin Yun first. He stated firmly that Xiao Yanglong was clearly looking down on him, yet still expected him to expel Qin Yun. Rebutted by Dean Bai, Xiao Yanglong was in an awkward position, but still tried to convince the other instructors to support Qin Yun's expulsion. If he was determined to get Qin Yun expelled, then Qin Yun would play his game to the very end. He sat down and laid out several storage bags. At first, many people were scornful, wondering why he was trying to sell storage bags at a time like this. The instructors were also surprised that Qin Yun had so many. Some of them didn't even have one. Qin Yun handed a storage bag to Shui Ziye, explaining that his bags were very large and had a blood-binding feature. To celebrate them becoming teammates, he offered to sell it to her for just 5 9th-rank beast cores. She said she only had 3 9th-rank beast cores. Qin Yun still happily agreed to sell the storage bag to Shui Ziye. Out of respect for them being on the same team, he said she could owe him the other 2. Immediately after, he announced, "Today, as long as you oppose Xiao Yanglong staying at the Tianxuan Academy, you are my honored customer." Qin Yun quickly received an enthusiastic response from the crowd. They all understood that Qin Yun was an inscription master, capable of carving precious spirit glyphs. Maintaining a good relationship with Qin Yun would give them easier access to those valuable glyphs in the future. Besides, Xiao Yanglong was a wicked man, willing to harm his own father. No one wanted to be associated with someone like that, especially when supporting him offered no benefits whatsoever and might even lead to them being used by him. They quickly gathered behind him and shouted in unison, "Xiao Yanglong, get out." Xiao Yanglong was completely stunned, unable to believe Qin Yun would dare do such a thing. He could only curse inwardly. Childish. Dean Bai secretly smiled at Qin Yun's cleverness. Xiao Yanglong was so enraged his eyes turned bloodshot. He let out a furious growl before storming out of the Tianquan Academy. Afterwards, Dean Bai announced to the students that in 3 days they would be heading to the Blue Star Palace in the Qin Empire to conduct a beast hunting trial. The students were instructed to prepare thoroughly for the trial and gather at the designated location early in the morning in 3 days. The Tianquan Academy was built with many small, individual buildings for both instructors and students to live in. The scenery was incredibly beautiful and open, making many students find it much more pleasant than their previous living quarters. Qin Yun and his team were assigned to a small building located in the eastern part of the academy's rear courtyard area. This building sat beside a small river, surrounded by vibrant flowers and plants. Not far off stood a beautiful pavilion. Elder Murong remarked that the environment here at the Tianjiao Institute was much better than the Beast Marshal Palace, but lamented that they would only be here for a short time before the trial. Qin Yun, however, was worried that when the time came, Xiao Yanglong would try to pull some kind of trick. After touring the main hall, Qin Yun's group stood around chatting until Lan Fengjin returned. She revealed that the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy was founded by the founder, Lan Xiao, and it was the responsibility of the younger generation like them to help clean the place. Noticing the students were just chatting instead of cleaning, Lan Fengjin took out a wooden puppet and controlled it to sweep the main hall. Xue Ziye was stunned when she saw the puppet. She said it was worth over 3 billion star coins and was produced by the Blue Spirit Star Palace, sold exclusively to the nobility of the major empires, providing them with services meant for showing off. Murong Daren asked Qin Yun to help him craft a puppet of his own, one with a beautiful appearance and 2 special holes. Xue Ziye was curious about the purpose of these holes, but Murong Daren just laughed it off and didn't reveal anything more. After 3 days under Lan Fengjin's guidance, Qin Yun successfully crafted mid-grade bone talismans at an astonishing speed. He handed out several talismans to Huozhong, Murong Daren, and Xue Ziye, enough for them to protect themselves in the upcoming trial. Early in the morning, Lan Fengjin led Qin Yun's team to the training ground within the Tianjiao Academy's inner court. Shocking news reached them. Xiao Yanglong had returned to the Tianjiao Academy, thanks to the intervention of the West Blue Spirit Palace's master. Lan Fengjin warned them to be careful. This time, Xiao Yanglong had brought Sun Jinhao with him for the assessment, and he definitely wouldn't let them off easy. Fighting and conflict between squads were tacitly allowed. The academy would not be responsible for any student casualties, but the squad that took first place would receive a reward of 1 billion Xuan points. All the instructors and students gathered at the training ground and left the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy together. Just as they passed through the main gate, they saw a gigantic plaza with 4 crystal-clear stone blocks, each over 10 meters tall, standing on 4 sides. On the surface of the crystal stones, images of numerous demonic beasts appeared, along with the students. In the plaza, many disciples from the Blue Spirit Star Palace were also watching these images. They could watch the battles between the Tianjiao Academy's student squads and the demonic beasts live. Lan Fengjin and the other instructors were completely astonished upon seeing this scene, especially Xiao Yanglong. He looked annoyed, worried that everyone would clearly see Sun Jinhao attacking Qin Yun. The White Headmaster explained that these images were created by spatial spirit marks. The disciples of the Blue Spirit Star Palace had placed eyes crafted from spatial spirit marks in various locations throughout the mountains to broadcast the images here live. Qin Yun and his team had no idea that so many people would be watching them battle the demonic beasts. They could even hear the sound with perfect clarity. Thanks to Qin Yun's tracking abilities, his team quickly found the tracks of a demonic beast. They were in a desolate gorge. At first glance, it seemed unlikely that any beast would be hiding there. However, Qin Yun could sense the beast's aura. The moment they started, Xue Ziye immediately drew her scythe and took a defensive stance. Although she couldn't sense the demonic beast, she completely trusted her team captain. Back at the Blue Spirit Star Palace's plaza, one of the crystal-clear stone blocks showed the image of Qin Yun's team. Everyone in the plaza was also skeptical about the beast's location. Since they had placed a spatial eye there, a demonic beast was definitely present. Just as everyone was doubting, Qin Yun suddenly moved, swiftly pushing Murong Darren out of the way. At the same time, a black shadow shot forward. "Scatter!" Qin Yun shouted. Huozhong and Shui Ziye heard him and quickly spread out. They also saw what was lunging at them. It was the tail stinger of a venomous scorpion. The size of the stinger alone indicated just how massive this scorpion was. With a loud rumble, a giant monster suddenly burst out of the ground. It was indeed a scorpion, giving Qin Yun's team quite a scare. The terrifying part was that its tail stinger could fly an incredible distance. Like a chain, it could shoot out for dozens of meters at lightning speed. Two pitch-black venomous scorpions emerged from the ground and attacked Murong Darren and Huozhong. "Yun, what's the plan?" Murong Darren yelled, swinging his fan and unleashing several streams of diamond inner energy at the venomous scorpion, but it had little effect. Qin Yun said, "Only close combat can deal any real damage, but getting close is too dangerous. The scorpion's venom is terrifyingly potent, and its stinger is incredibly formidable, making it hard to deal with." Huozhong suggested that he could handle close combat. "How about I give it a try?" "No. Let me test its ass first." Qin Yun controlled his spirit crystal saber and swung it in a single slash, carving a deep hole in the scorpion's rear. He then ordered Huozhong to restrain the scorpion's flailing tail stinger. "Huo, get ready to follow up on your scorpion, and remember, aim for the head," Qin Yun yelled. Huozhong was already prepared and rushed to Qin Yun's side. Qin Yun used his spirit crystal saber to execute the 6 forms of Wind Slicer, slashing at the venomous scorpion's tail. The 6 forms of Wind Slicer was razor sharp, and the surging blade energy instantly enveloped the creature. Huozhong also charged in from the other side. Meanwhile, Shui Ziye and Murong Darren were fighting the other venomous scorpion. Murong Darren acted as a decoy, allowing Shui Ziye to attack. This scorpion tried to whip its stinger out for an attack, but the moment it did, Shui Ziye launched her scythe and sliced off the venomous stinger, robbing it of its most dangerous weapon. Shui Ziye then pressed her attack even more fiercely. Although her scythe was crude, but it was incredibly sharp, easily severing all the venomous scorpion's legs and stinger as if they were straw. The venomous scorpion could only fall to the ground, writhing helplessly and waving its now harmless tail. Qin Yun, witnessing this from the side, thought to himself, "Damn, she's ruthless." After finishing it off, she took out the Xuanzhou demon core. Taking the magical beast's crystal core, Shu Ziye let out a long sigh. That was a really close call. Murong Darren nearly bought the farm. In the Blue Star Palace Square, many people cheered in admiration as they witnessed the victory of Qin Yun's team. That was an 8th stage armored venom scorpion, a magical beast, yet it was taken down in such a short time by a group of kids with 1 8th level and 3 7th level martial bodies. Qin Yun really lives up to his reputation. Their teamwork is great, and their individual skills are all outstanding. Just as they killed the 2 magical beasts, the scent of death attracted other beasts in the area. A horde of beasts arrived swiftly, numbering over 30. They were all dark brown, their bodies covered in dense, sharp spines. Murong Darren screamed, "There's a 9th stage Black Brilliance tiger coming. What terrible luck." In the square, many people screamed in terror upon seeing the Black Brilliance tiger, because not long ago, a student had been eaten by one. They had no choice. They could only fight. After speaking, Qin Yun rushed forward, holding the giant Spirit King hammer in his left hand and the precious Spirit saber in his right. The Heavenly Lion totem tattoo also appeared, with fire and lightning constantly surging from under the skin of his arm. Then, Qin Yun swung the giant Spirit King hammer towards the pack of Black Brilliance tigers, smashing into them one by one. Another one suddenly pounced on Qin Yun from behind. From a distance, Murong Darren unleashed a blast of internal energy, once again knocking it away. Just as Qin Yun took out the Black Brilliance tiger's crystal core and was about to absorb it with the Xuanzhou demon core, Sun Jinhao's group appeared. It was obvious Sun Jinhao and his cronies were here to rob and kill them. In the Blue Star Palace Square, Xiao Yanglong watched this scene and ground his teeth in anger. He wished he could leave the palace immediately to stop Sun Jinhao. Yang Shiyu glanced at Xiao Yanglong, then turned, impatiently, to Shui Yihui and said, "Xiao Yanglong's student is trying to rob someone again. Elder Shui, aren't you going to stop him?" Xiao Yanglong hurriedly denied any involvement. Qin Yun beat up Sun Jinhao before. This is just a personal grudge between them and has nothing to do with me. Even if Sun Jinhao wants to rob Qin Yun, it wasn't something I taught him. They're acting on their own. At this point, with so many people watching, if Sun Jinhao really attacked Qin Yun, even Xiao Yanglong couldn't protect them. Shui Yihui shook his head. The gate is sealed shut right now. It takes time to open. We won't make it. There are too many magical beasts outside. To open the gate, the elders of the 4 palaces must work together. This time, they could only rely on themselves. Finally, Qin Yun's team finished off the pack of Black Brilliance tigers. Shui Ziye had used up too much energy and couldn't recover her strength quickly. Their team was down to the fighting power of one person. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Jinhao launched his attack. Sun Jinhao had been defeated by Qin Yun in front of everyone, causing him to lose all face and become a great source of shame. Every time he remembered it, he seethed with hatred. Qin Yun, today I'll make you wish you were dead. Don't even think about anyone coming to save you out here in the middle of nowhere. Even if you die, it will just look like you were killed by magical beasts. Sun Jinhao laughed maniacally, then ordered his 3 remaining students to charge. A student with an 8th level martial body made a surprise move, swinging his long saber towards Huozhong, forcing him to take a step back. Caught off guard, Sun Jinhao went straight for Qin Yun. He rushed forward, yelling, "Hey, be careful not to hurt Shui Ziye, or we won't have any fun tonight." Hearing Sun Jinhao's words, Qin Yun was filled with rage. He never expected these 4 to be so despicable. Sun Jinhao flew towards him from a distance, like a ferocious tiger on the attack. His pair of fierce tiger fists shot out with an angry roar, stirring up a terrifying aura, but they were blocked by the giant Spirit King hammer. At first, he thought his strength was enough to counter the giant Spirit King hammer, but then he realized something was wrong. Wait, what's on the hammer? It turned out that Qin Yun had managed to pull out an explosive talisman and stick it on the hammer. How does he know this kind of spirit inscription? Sun Jinhao was so dead. Everyone was watching the intense battle inside the crystal viewing wall. They could only see a massive burst of fire, unsure of what happened inside, trying to guess who would win. Xiao Yanglong's expression grew even uglier. After detonating the explosive talisman, Qin Yun charged into the flames, slashing his saber across Sun Jinhao's body and leaving him stunned. Sun Jinhao then screamed in agony, engulfed in the flames. The 6 forms of the slashing wind struck continuously, tearing Sun Jinhao into 8 pieces and burning his body to ash. When the fire died down, Qin Yun was victorious. After defeating Sun Jinhao, Qin Yun threw out an immobilization talisman, binding the man in black who was rushing towards Shui Ziye. With the man in black tied up, Shui Ziye quickly threw her scythe. You can guess what happened to the man in black next. Murong Darren and Huozhong also finished their fights, taking down the 2 young men with 8th level martial bodies. 4 cultivators at the 8th level of the martial body realm, who seemed so powerful, couldn't even stand up to 3 7th level opponents. They ended up dying even faster than a rank 8 demonic beast. The hundreds of disciples and dozens of martial arts masters gathered in the square could only shiver in horror. Those young 8th level cultivators. They're really dead. What a shame. Qin Yun and his friends were far too ruthless. An elder from the Azure West Palace lamented their loss. Lan Fengjin just scoffed. If Qin Yun's group hadn't been ruthless, they would be the ones lying dead right now. Those words completely silenced the elder from the West Palace. After dealing with Sun Jinhao and his cronies, Qin Yun and his friends stopped to rest on the spot. They needed to recover. But at that very moment, a few more uninvited guests arrived. Shui Yihui saw the newcomers and grew furious, recognizing them as the old 9th level martial body cultivators who patrolled the outer perimeter. He demanded to know what they were doing there, but even though no one answered, everyone knew these old men were from the West Palace. There was no doubt they were here to deal with Qin Yun's group. They had likely been watching from the very beginning. Xiao Yanglong was the youngest disciple of the West Palace and held a significant position, so it was certain he had his own faction. It was highly likely these old men were sent by Xiao Yanglong, on one hand, to help Sun Jinhao's group hunt demonic beasts, and on the other, to deal with Qin Yun. Xiao Yanglong's expression grew even darker, but he could only remain silent. In his heart, he silently cursed whoever planned this trial without informing him. Even if Qin Yun had killed those people, it was completely justified. His men had died for nothing. Qin Yun's group never expected that the ones coming to deal with them wouldn't just be other students, but also old masters from the Azure Spirit West Palace. Qin Yun looked at the man in the lead and asked, "Are you guys from the Azure Star Palace? Are you on the same side as Sun Jinhao?" The old man admitted they had been following Sun Jinhao all along, helping them capture and kill demonic beasts. At first, they thought Sun Jinhao's group could easily annihilate Qin Yun's team, but they never expected them to be so capable. Murong Darren chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Yanglong sent you guys, didn't he? The old man let out a loud laugh. You talk an awful lot for a man who's about to die. Qin Yun's spiritual power is almost completely depleted. He knew he was on his last legs, with only a few talismans left to hold them off for a little while. He planned to buy enough time for Murong Darren and the others to escape. Then, he could face his fate without worry. Suddenly, Murong Darren and Huo Zhang stepped forward with faint smiles, as if they had already given up on living. They said, Qin Yun, you're the famous guardian of the flower. We need you to escort Shui Ziye out of here. Leave this to us. Just for once, let me and Huo Zhang be the heroes. Having a friend like you has been a damn honor. Then, they both charged forward in a suicidal attack. Hearing this, Qin Yun was stunned. Are you kidding me? He gripped the giant Spirit King's mace and the Spirit Crystal Treasure Saber in his hands, hating himself for being so weak. If only he were stronger, things would never have come to this. If he ran, Shui Ziye, Murong Darren, and Huo Zhang would surely die. But if he didn't run, all four of them would die here together. After a moment of thought, Qin Yun made his decision. He wouldn't let a single one of them die. Let's go all out. Qin Yun roared, his body erupting with a powerful aura as he charged forward. The lead elder ordered 2 of his men to deal with Qin Yun, while he and the others would handle the remaining 3. He even warned them to try and keep Qin Yun's 3 friends alive, to force him to hand over the spirit inscription. In a fit of rage, Qin Yun pushed all his martial arts to their absolute limit, unleashing one terrifying wave of energy after another. The explosions thundered across the area. Back at the Azure Star Palace. West Palace. What are you waiting for? Open the gates. Lan Fengjin witnessed the scene, her eyes turning red as she screamed. Xie Wufeng had also arrived and immediately applied pressure. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from him and enveloped Xiao Yanglong. If Qin Yun's team died, he would kill Xiao Yanglong right here and now. The Azure Spirit Star Palace finally agreed, and along with 3 elders from the other palaces, they opened the gates. Qin Yun could have escaped, but he chose to stay and fight to the end. Murong Darren couldn't help but blame him. You just had to stay. And look where it got us. Now, we're all surrounded. The lead elder had to admit that Qin Yun was a loyal friend, but there was no escaping now. Regret is useless. He gave Qin Yun time to think. Either he hands over the spirit inscription, or they would start with the girl, Shui Ziye. The other old men cackled with wicked expressions. They would take turns defiling her. In the distance, the disciples and elders of the Azure Star Palace, who saw this, were filled with shame and rage. These 4 old men had disgraced the Azure Star Palace, and now they wanted to violate an injured girl. If those old men couldn't get the spirit inscription from Qin Yun, they would absolutely make Shui Ziye suffer. I'm sorry, Qin Yun said to her. I'm so sorry for putting you in this danger. I swear, I will protect you even if it means my death. Then, Qin Yun shut his eyes tightly, having their own thoughts. They all understood their new master very well. The fact that they were now so uneasy clearly meant Qin Yun wasn't giving them a sense of security. He sincerely begged them to hand over all of their power to him. Although using it might be beyond his limits and cause him severe injuries, he just couldn't bear to watch anyone else die in front of him again. Even if it cost him his life, he had no regrets. The leading elder taunted him. Have you made up your mind yet? Just obediently hand over the spirit marks. But Sir Murong knew that even if they handed them over, they wouldn't survive. Just then, the 3 martial souls sensed Qin Yun's intense will and suddenly erupted with a golden light. Unexpectedly, the 3 evolving martial souls had transformed into the diamond martial soul. Qin Yun's voice rang out. If you want the spirit marks, you'll have to defeat me first. One of his eyes also turned gold. The celestial master's arm suddenly unleashed a torrent of violet gold lightning, connecting with the spirit crystal treasure blade. The diamond martial soul completely enveloped the blade. The leading elder instantly recognized that Qin Yun had successfully cultivated the diamond martial soul and ordered his men to attack at once. The elder next to Qin Yun was just about to make a move when the spirit crystal treasure blade suddenly turned into a bolt of violet gold lightning and pierced through his chest. It then flew towards the second elder, slashing him down. The violet gold thunderfire martial soul, clinging to the spirit crystal treasure blade, was controlled by Qin Yun's powerful mental energy. It struck like violet gold lightning. Not only was it incredibly fast, but its power was also terrifying, piercing through the last elder's head in an instant. In a flash, Qin Yun was already behind the leading elder, sending him flying with a single slash. The sheer, overwhelming power was absolutely shocking. Qin Yun panted heavily, leaning on his blade, a satisfied smile on his face before he collapsed. Qin Yun had single-handedly dealt with 4 ninth-level martial body elders in the blink of an eye. In the Blue Star Palace's plaza, everyone's eyes were wide with shock. They stared, speechless, at the water crystal wall, especially those in the martial Dao realm, who looked as if they had just seen a ghost. He broke through to the 8th level of the martial body realm, and that breakthrough came with the diamond martial soul and the aura of the violet gold thunderfire martial soul. Didn't he only have the violet gold fire martial soul? Perhaps he used the martial soul he borrowed from the celestial master's arms Dantian to awaken a thunder martial soul. The fact that the celestial master's arm, which was thought to be dead, could spontaneously awaken a thunderfire martial soul caused a huge stir among the crowd. But the most terrifying thing was that he was 16 years old, an 8th level martial body, an inscription master with a celestial master totem, and had mastered numerous profound inscriptions. He was a true monster. The Blue Star Palace's west, south, and north palaces, which had previously concluded that Qin Yun lacked a totem soul, were now filled with endless regret. If they had recruited a genius like him, their overall strength would have increased dramatically. Lan Fengjin, who was standing at the main gate, also watched Qin Yun kill the elders, feeling both shocked and relieved. The East Palace's master, a cold old woman, called out to the West Palace master, "Take care of your own house. It's time for you to clean up your own people." The old man, who was the West Palace's master, replied nonchalantly. Although those 4 disciples were a bit out of line, in the end, they were acting in the best interest of the West Palace. Their intentions were good at first. The East Palace master was furious. Regardless, Qin Yun is considered a member of the East Palace. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. As the two of them argued, Shui Yihui had to step in to cool things down. The South Palace master chuckled softly. "It seems someone put those 4 disciples up to it. Aren't you going to investigate this thoroughly?" The West Palace master retorted. "Are you implying that I was the one who ordered them? How could that be?" The other 3 palace masters knew perfectly well that the West Palace master was dodging the issue, as everyone knew it was Xiao Yanglong's doing. Meanwhile, Qin Yun and his group had left the barren mountains and returned to the gates of the Blue Star Palace. Qin Yun was injured and had to be supported by Sir Murong. As soon as they entered, Xiao Yuelan, Yang Xiu, and Xie Wufeng were already waiting for them inside. Having not seen each other for a long time, Xiao Yuelan rushed to embrace him, whispering sweet nothings, completely ignoring Sir Murong standing right beside them. Just then, Lan Fengjin came out and hurried over to Qin Yun, telling him that everyone had seen everything they did. Luckily, she also praised their performance as excellent. Hearing this, Sir Murong felt his ego bruise a little. He had been beaten so badly, and so many people had seen his unflattering image. Shui Yihui also hurried over. Since Qin Yun's martial soul was no longer an issue, he invited him back to the East Palace, saying that after training there for some time, he would definitely be able to enter the sacred palace, become a Blue Spirit Saint disciple, and grow even stronger. The elders of the South and North Palaces also shamelessly chimed in, boldly offering many attractive conditions to persuade Qin Yun to join their side. But Qin Yun rejected them all. What no one expected was for the West Palace master to suddenly walk over. He laughed heartily and said, "Qin Yun, I know you and our West Palace have had some friction, but that was just a small misunderstanding. In terms of foundation, the West Palace is still the most powerful. I also understand you're technically half a disciple of the East Palace. Why don't you consider joining our West Palace? How about it?" The conflict between the Blue Star West Palace and Qin Yun was no small matter. It was shocking that they would be so shameless as to invite him so directly. The conflict between the palace and Qin Yun was far from ordinary. It was astonishing that they would be so brazen as to invite him so openly. What was even more shocking was that Qin Yun intended to join the West Palace. Xiao Yuelan had to confirm, asking if he was actually serious about joining, but he looked dead serious, not like he was joking at all. He said the West Palace was the wealthiest and had the best resources. As long as they gave him the best conditions, he wouldn't mind joining the West Palace. The master of the West Palace gave a single nod. He could join the West Palace anytime, but upon joining, he had to ensure his martial soul was stable. Still, the master was a bit skeptical. He wanted to confirm one more time if Qin Yun had really thought this through. Qin Yun turned to Si Yanglong, his eyes filled with killing intent. It was because he wanted to enter the West Palace to challenge Si Yanglong and take away his title as a high-ranking disciple. Hearing this, Si Yanglong immediately looked down on him. A 35-year-old who couldn't even become a chairman. How could he possibly achieve this in 3 years? He'd have a better chance in his dreams. Even Lord Murong advised him against it. Forcing himself too much could have a negative impact on him. On the other hand, Xiao Yuelan believed that a true man stands by his word. If he couldn't defeat Xiang Long in 2 years, she would kick him out herself. With Xiao Yuelan's support, Qin Yun grew even more confident. He declared that in 2 years, he would join the West Palace, become a disciple, and then challenge Xiang Long. This time, the trial came to an end. Aside from Sun Jinhao's team, which was completely wiped out, the other teams only suffered heavy injuries. No one was killed. Qin Yun's team won, but he didn't feel particularly satisfied. The students and instructors of the Tianjiao Academy flew through the night back to the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy. At noon, as they flew over the Ink Star Lake, they suddenly noticed something. The usually calm Ink Star Lake was rippling today, and what's more, there was no wind. It was incredibly strange. Du Gui recognized it. When the star lake ripples, the 9 suns wane, leaving only the nether sun in the void. This was a prophecy from ancient times. The soulless 9 suns would disappear one by one, and each time a sun vanished, a natural disaster would occur. This would continue until all 9 suns were gone, and finally, the nether sun would appear in the sky. But the nether sun was a black sun that could devour all things. Qin Yun's heart pounded in his chest. Du Gui's words about the soulless 9 suns replaying in his mind. And in his possession was the 9 Yang divine soul from his grand senior sister. Could this disaster be connected to her? The other students and teachers immediately erupted into a panic. Du Gui wondered aloud, could the prophecy be coming true? They couldn't be certain. Perhaps only the gods knew what was really happening. In any case, ripples on the Ink Star Lake. This was not normal. At that moment, everyone was unsettled and filled with anxiety. If the 9 suns faded, the 9 desolate lands would be plunged into darkness. Principal Bai told everyone to hold on for a bit longer and return to the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy first. Back at the Tianjiao Academy, Qin Yun immediately went to his small tower to begin cultivating. The disappearance of the 9 suns and the coming cataclysm. That was something that would happen many years from now. The most urgent matter was defeating Xiang Long within 2 years. Recalling Du Gui's instructions, he knew that to enter the 9th level, he had to condense his inner strength. He also had to continuously release his diamond inner strength. Half an hour passed, and Qin Yun was exhausted. All 3 of his inner cores completely drained. Despite his fatigue, Qin Yun had to take out some demon beast meat to eat. Otherwise, his recovering flesh and bones wouldn't get enough nutrients. Qin Yun thought back with a sigh. Cultivating at full force for half an hour required a full day of rest. No wonder the 8th and 9th levels were such a huge barrier for so many people. He couldn't continue like this. Qin Yun naturally knew that if he relied on this grueling training method, there was no way he could break through in a short amount of time. Suddenly, Qin Yun thought of a way, silently cheering as he planned to set up a better 9 Yang spirit gathering array. He had built one before, but the conditions for making it back then were harsh, so it wasn't the best it could be. Now that he had billions of star coins and many high-grade beast hides, he could definitely create a grand array. Qin Yun went to the main hall and saw Lan Fengjin guiding Huozhong. The 3 of them were cultivating. He invited them to go exchange their Xuan points. His 9th grade demon crystal core could be exchanged for over 200 million Xuan points. And yet, Shui Ziye had just informed him that the 3 great martial academies and the Blue Star Palace had made a new announcement. When exchanging demon crystal cores for Xuan points, one could only exchange a maximum of 100 million Xuan points per year. They didn't lack demon crystal cores, so they limited the exchange. On the other hand, there was no limit on demon beast spirit eggs. Qin Yun cursed inwardly, completely pissed off. He went to find Pan Dawei, wanting to ask him to make an exception so he could exchange for more Xuan points. Pan Dawei sighed, with a troubled expression. He explained that the other martial academies and the Blue Star Palace had found out about his last massive exchange of Xuan points, and now that he was in the Tianjiao Academy, it would be the same no matter which academy he went to. They had all implemented this rule. Part of the reason was that it was targeted at him. Qin Yun could use his storage spiritual tool to quickly obtain a large number of demon beast crystal cores. This meant he could easily earn a massive amount of Xuan points. Many people felt this method would shatter the fairness of the Xuan point exchange system. Most students could only exchange 20 to 30 million at most each year, so it was a difficult situation. Instead of complaining about the restrictions, Qin Yun understood where Fan Daidu was coming from and decided to exchange 100 million Xuan points. Fan Daidu thought for a moment, then let out a helpless sigh. This time, he really couldn't help, but all hope wasn't lost. Fan Daidu told him he could try his luck at the main inscription palace. In addition, he also gave him an inner vigor spirit pill, which was incredibly useful for a martial artist at the 8th level of the initial martial body realm. This was a king-grade spirit pill. For the vast majority of people, after entering the 8th level of the martial body realm, they'd need to release their inner strength to its limit over 100 times to even begin cultivating inner steel. Just mastering the release of inner steel would take at least a year. But with the inner vigor spirit pill, it would only take 10 days to get him through this stage without any negative side effects. Receiving the spirit pill, Qin Yun was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Fan Dai Dui was truly the best to him. Qin Yun decided to go to the inscription palace. He said goodbye to Fan Dai Du, left the Xuan Point shop, and returned to the Tianjiao Academy. 5 days had passed, and Lan Fengjin was still keeping an eye on Qin Yun, but with no results so far. She was worried. He still needed to condense his Vajra inner core by cultivating his inner source. Could Qin Yun really do it in such a short time? Qin Yun was extremely troubled. He needed to condense 3 Vajra inner cores, and for that, he needed more resources. A trip to the main inscription palace was absolutely necessary. Normally, he could have fought in the martial arena to get Xuan points, but after the last trial, no one from the Tianjiao Academy wanted to challenge him. So this time, Lan Fengjin wanted to go with him to the main palace, seeing it as helping out a young inscription master. Hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes lit up, as if he could see a shining path forward. He remembered that Lan Fengjin was a high-level inscription master. It would be a waste not to ask for her help. He then asked her to help him create a large formation. At first, she thought he was looking down on her, ordering her around at a whim, but seeing how he sincerely showered her with compliments, she finally nodded. And with that, they left the Tianjiao Academy and headed for the inscription palace. The main inscription palace was located on the bank of the Cloud Dragon River, atop the highest peak of the Inscription Spirit Mountain. Seen from above, the main inscription palace seemed to float in a sea of clouds, with countless halls and pavilions built upon it. As Qin Yun followed Lan Fengjin through the layers of clouds, he couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking scenery. Lan Fengjin and Qin Yun stepped into the magnificent grand hall. The place was crowded with people who had come to ask the inscription palace for help with inscriptions or weapon refinement, and they all had to wait. Qin Yun was here to meet the esteemed great elder, Zhuo Chuan, to see if he could trade for some necessary medicinal herbs. Lan Fengjin was a high-level inscription master who had passed the Inscription Palace's examination, so she held a high status and only needed to show her high-level Inscription Master badge to meet Zhuo Chuan. The people of the Inscription Palace informed Zhuo Chuan of their arrival and told them to wait. Soon after, they were led to a reception room where Zhuo Chuan was already waiting. Zhuo Chuan knew about the restoration of Qin Yun's martial spirit, and he had been so pleased at the time that he planned to visit Qin Yun at the Star Xuan Wu Academy. Of course, he also knew about Qin Yun challenging Si Yanglong at the Blue Star Palace, and felt that Qin Yun had been a bit reckless. He told him not to rush and said he'd see what kind of medicinal pills he could help him make in a little while. There was also an exchange happening at the moment, where several high-level inscription masters were discussing and researching material refinement. So he told Qin Yun to join if he was interested. He was helping Qin Yun because he had taken a liking to his talent for inscriptions. Of course, Qin Yun was interested, so he went there with Lan Fengjin. The alchemy exchange was held in a large hall on the 12th floor of the Inscription Palace. The participants were all high-level inscription masters from various places who had been invited beforehand. Qin Yun took out his own badge, then glanced at Lan Fengjin's, which was gold. His was only a bronze badge, so he felt too embarrassed to wear it. Bronze was for beginners, silver was for intermediate, and gold was for advanced. He felt it was time to upgrade his badge. People arrived one after another, most of them old men, with only a few middle-aged men and women, and only one young woman, Lan Fengjin. When these people entered, they looked at Qin Yun with a hint of disdain, seeing just a sharp-looking young man. But then, their eyes immediately fell on the golden badge on Lan Fengjin's chest, a high-level inscription master's badge. A young female inscription master, and a high-level one at that, was an incredibly rare sight. Only high-level inscription masters were allowed to sit. The other young people stood on either side of their elders' chairs. Even with plenty of empty seats, they couldn't sit, because those who could sit all had a certain status and were invited guests. A young man saw Qin Yun sitting there calmly and reminded him coldly, "It seems you don't understand the rules here. This is not a seat you're allowed to sit in." Qin Yun glanced at the young man and sneered. "Says who?" The young man's elder heard this and, looking a little annoyed, walked over and added, "Only inscription masters can. Sit in this chair." Qin Yun quickly pulled out his bronze badge and said, "I'm an inscription master too. Now, can you all shut up?" a teenage inscription master. Despite being just a beginner, he was unbelievably powerful. This caused quite a stir in the grand hall. The man hurried to confirm, a teenage inscription master? That can only be Qin Yun. Are you, the famous Qin Yun? That would be me. Qin Yun clasped his hands and greeted the middle-aged man. Zhuo Chuan, the great elder invited me. This shocked everyone even more, because according to the rumors, Qin Yun possessed a huge number of high-grade spirit inscriptions. The young man who had just insulted Qin Yun and his elder both had ugly expressions on their faces, especially that punk. Being ridiculed by another person his age was humiliating, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy towards Qin Yun. He introduced himself as Li Mu and asked for Lan Fengjin's identity. She looked completely unfamiliar to him. He'd never heard of a high-level female inscription master who was so young. Lan Fengjin explained that she came from the Blue Star Palace and had passed her certification in the Martial Wasteland, so it was perfectly normal that they wouldn't know of her. Just then, an old man pulled out a massive thigh bone from a spirit demon beast he'd killed 10 days prior. He bragged about his own strength and the bone's value, claiming it could be used to cultivate a diamond bone. A truly remarkable feat. Another long-bearded elder was unimpressed by the old man's boasting. A broken piece of bone? What's the big deal? He claimed that killing a massive spirit demon beast was the real mark of skill, something that even a king-grade spirit tool might not be able to take down. The same guy who had just criticized Qin Yun called out to him, saying a supposedly great inscription master like him should present something impressive as well. Qin Yun was getting really annoyed. He shot back loudly. Whether I take something out or not is none of your damn business. Why don't you step aside, shut your mouth, and stop meddling? Another old man walked over, scoffing at him as a mere beginner. You don't even belong here. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Lan Fengjin fired back, pointing out this was supposed to be a gathering for inscription masters to share forging techniques, not to show off their hunting trophies. She argued that bragging about spoils of war was pointless, and that even the best materials couldn't guarantee the creation of a good spirit tool. Lan Fengjin's comeback clearly irritated the high-level inscription masters present, but none of them dared to argue with her directly. They were all intimidated because she came from the martial wasteland. Qin Yun silently recognized the true power that came with overwhelming strength. Lan Fengjin wasn't just a high-level inscription master, she was also in the martial Dao realm, forcing even these arrogant old masters to show her respect. The old man tried to save face, explaining that refining a spirit demon beast was incredibly difficult, something only a spirit-level inscription master could handle with ease. He explained that they could use the beast's hide to make a decent weapon, but refining its bones into something usable was considered a nearly impossible task. But with that one statement, he had completely shot himself in the foot. Lan Fengjin mocked them. If you can't even refine it, what's the point of showing off the raw material? Her words made the high-level inscription masters blush with embarrassment, but they still tried desperately to save face. They argued that showing off was normal, and that Qin Yun, a mere beginner, shouldn't even be sitting at the same table as them. That same old man openly showed his contempt for Qin Yun, saying he had no right to be there and was ruining their mood. He even blamed the great elder for inviting Qin Yun. The other high-level masters ganged up on Qin Yun, taking out all their frustration on him. They didn't dare confront Lan Fengjin directly. One of the younger men grumbled. Seriously, what was the great elder thinking? Inviting times him times here. Isn't his martial spirit crippled or something? So what if he has a few high-grade inscriptions? What gives him the right to sit on our level? Lan Fengjin saw what these guys were up to and was about to defend Qin Yun, but he spoke up first. He declared that he wasn't weak at all. In fact, he was stronger than all of them. You're all so shallow and ignorant. My martial spirit recovered a long time ago. Qin Yun then revealed he had reached the 8th level of the martial body realm and could refine intermediate-grade spirit talismans and spirit tools. This made him an intermediate inscription master. He shot a look at the guy who just badmouthed him. You're only at the 6th level of the martial body realm. You should take a good look in the mirror. He told the guy to reevaluate his own abilities before daring to criticize someone else. The inscription masters present were stunned. Since they spent most of their time in secluded research, they were completely out of touch with the outside world. They couldn't believe that a 16-year-old kid could actually reach the 8th level of the martial body realm. However, when they sensed the aura of a diamond martial spirit radiating from Qin Yun, they were forced to accept the truth. This meant Qin Yun could potentially break into the 9th level of the martial body realm before he turned 20, and reach the martial Dao realm before he turned 30. A true martial arts prodigy. Qin Yun then turned his gaze to the old man's skeleton, the very material they had all claimed was impossible to refine. He declared that forging a king-grade bone from a spirit beast's skeleton was perfectly possible for him. Although Lan Fengjin trusted Qin Yun, she worried that his current skill level might not be high enough to pull this off. However, the others, who had no idea what he was truly capable of, grew even more skeptical of his bold claim. Even though Qin Yun was a martial arts genius, refining this material was a matter of the way of the golden inscription, a field these so-called masters considered their own expertise, which only fueled their doubt. They doubted Qin Yun's abilities and assumed he was just bluffing, showing them absolutely no respect. Seeing that they still didn't believe him, Qin Yun proposed a wager. He would perform the refinement right in front of them. If he succeeded, he would get all of their materials, but if he failed, he would have to hand over his precious, high-grade fire spirit inscription. Lan Fengjin didn't try to stop Qin Yun, curious to see if he could actually pull it off. The other inscription masters also agreed, all of them secretly hoping that Qin Yun would fail so they could get their hands on his fire spirit inscription. Just then, Zhuo Chuan walked in, frowning. He advised the inscription masters to drop the bet, worried it would tarnish Lan Fengjin's reputation. Zhuo Chuan also tried to persuade Qin Yun not to act on a whim, because if he lost, the price would be steep. However, Qin Yun was practically salivating. If he could get his hands on the materials these people brought with them, his future cultivation would be so much smoother. So, Qin Yun was determined to go through with the bet. He was a man of his word. Another young man challenged him to set a time limit. What if it takes you a dozen years to finish? Are we supposed to just wait around that long? Qin Yun confidently declared that he could complete the refinement of the king-grade bone power in just 10 hours. Qin Yun's bold declaration left the inscription masters, and even Lan Fengjin, who was considered an inscription genius herself, completely stunned and incredulous. They doubted Qin Yun's abilities, thinking he was just being hot-headed or trying to show off. Although Lan Fengjin was skeptical of Qin Yun's claims, she was also curious what method he could possibly use to refine a king-grade material in such a short amount of time. Despite their doubts, Qin Yun stood his ground and swore he would complete the challenge on time. Seeing Qin Yun's determination, Zhuo Chuan agreed to act as the referee for the bet and ensure its fairness for both sides. To begin, Qin Yun needed king-grade spirit iron, and Zhuo Chuan provided him with a piece about the size of a thumb. Qin Yun took the king-grade spirit iron. After inspecting it, he confirmed that it was genuine, king-grade spirit iron. He was inwardly shocked. This tiny piece weighed several hundred pounds. Qin Yun selected a piece of golden spirit demon beast bone weighing about 10 pounds and asked Zhuo Chuan to cut off a smaller piece of the king-grade spirit iron weighing 20 pounds. Zhuo Chuan used an incredibly sharp knife to shave off a piece of the metal no bigger than a grain of rice, leaving everyone stunned by the blade's sharpness. After receiving the sliver of king-grade spirit iron, Qin Yun took out his forge and the giant spirit king hammer for the elders to inspect. His forge was quite simple, but the giant spirit king hammer drew everyone's attention because it contained a martial spirit that was incompatible with its user. Looking at the giant spirit king hammer, the crowd was utterly astonished when they learned that Qin Yun had forged it himself. Qin Yun placed the beast bone and the king-grade spirit iron into the furnace and began to heat them. Many of the high-level inscription masters started to worry, suspecting that Qin Yun was using his Golden Mountain Fire martial spirit. Could his flame be special, making it easier to smelt the king-grade spirit iron and the demon beast bone? They assumed this special flame was the secret to Qin Yun's success. Not many people possessed the Golden Mountain Fire martial spirit, so they didn't know the specifics of it. They still believed this flame had some kind of wondrous effect. If that was the case, did that mean he'd tricked them? However, they were mistaken. The Golden Mountain Fire was just a cover for Qin Yun's real secret. His most powerful flame was the Nether Sun Fire, a type capable of rapidly breaking down anything. Very few people possess the Golden Mountain Fire martial spirit, so this group didn't truly understand it and just assumed it was incredibly powerful. With Zhuo Chuan presiding over the event, everyone began to lively discuss the secrets of refinement. They chatted amongst themselves while waiting for Qin Yun's results. Every now and then, they would glance over at Qin Yun. 6 hours had passed with him, just heating the forge, and there was no other sign of progress. Many started to think that Qin Yun had already lost. More than half the time was gone. He hadn't even started forging yet, and there wouldn't be enough time left. And here I thought he was some kind of big shot. Turns out, he's all talk. One of the young men muttered sarcastically. Isn't that the truth? The only reason the Grand Elder even looks at him is because he has a high-grade spirit inscription. At the end of the day, he's just a beginner-level inscription master. Even a high-level master craftsman couldn't do this, let alone him. He doesn't stand a chance. It's actually a good thing if he loses. Then we can all get our hands on that high-grade fire spirit inscription. Just as everyone was mocking Qin Yun, he suddenly opened the lid of the forge and pulled out a golden, molten sludge formed from the fusion of the beast bone and the spirit iron provided by Zhuo Chuan. Qin Yun gripped his giant spirit king hammer, channeling the heavenly lion's arm and executing the 6 forms of dragon forging, frantically hammering the golden mass. The group that had been discussing refinement was instantly left speechless. Look, every swing of Qin Yun's hammer was unbelievably powerful, terrifyingly so, and while theoretically possible, no one had ever done it like this before. Very few inscription masters possessed totemic power to begin with, let alone pull off something like this. Perhaps no one had ever witnessed it. Based on this alone, Qin Yun had a bright future as an inscription master. The giant spirit king hammer, combined with the superior grade alchemy inscription, unleashed extraordinary power, striking again and again into the beast bone and spirit iron, creating dazzling flashes of light. He hammered the materials relentlessly, as if he were unleashing dozens of Dragon 6-form forging strikes in a row. By the time the spirit iron and beast bone had fused perfectly, the entire process had taken only 30 minutes. The resulting king-grade bone steel was a pale blue color, as beautiful as a crystal. Qin Yun had successfully forged a king-grade bone steel, only the size of his little finger, but it was an undeniable fact. Even though they couldn't forge it themselves, the high-level inscription masters could tell, just by looking at it, that this was a high-quality king-grade bone steel. Everyone's jaw dropped in disbelief at the light blue bone steel in Qin Yun's hand. Even Lan Fengjin could hardly believe it. Impossible! How could he have crafted that so quickly? He's only at the 8th level of the martial body realm, and he's just a 16-year-old kid. That's right. Great Elder. We don't believe this is real. Have the judges verify this immediately. That little brat isn't even dry behind the ears yet. I refuse to believe he can forge king-grade bone steel. He must have faked it. The residual heat from the king-grade bone steel Qin Yun had forged hadn't even dissipated, and it was so hot that even the most experienced elders cried out in shock. Although they weren't afraid of heat, the temperature radiating from the bone steel was so intense they couldn't bear it. Lan Fengjin smiled proudly and said, "Well, you've all seen it for yourselves. Qin Yun might be a master of metallurgy. We're nowhere near his level. And yet, just a moment ago, some people here were arrogant enough to say he wasn't worthy of sitting with us. Now, it is you who are unworthy of sitting with him. At the very least, you can't forge king-grade bone steel." Qin Yun flashed a brilliant smile, walked around the hall, and began picking up the beast bones from the floor. Seeing their materials being taken by a teenager, the high-level inscription masters were so furious, they looked ready to explode. But whether they accepted it or not, they had to. A 16-year-old boy had forged king-grade bone steel. Zhuo Chuan was also in disbelief. Witnessing Qin Yun's success, he looked at the young man with eyes full of shock and admiration. Although Qin Yun's cultivation level wasn't high, thanks to his golden mountain fire and his masterful forging skills, he had passed the test with flying colors. This was proof of Qin Yun's strength and talent. Realizing his potential, the high-level inscription masters all regretted insulting him earlier. However, they didn't want to bow their heads and apologize. They just watched him quietly, hoping to cooperate with him in the future. Afterwards, Qin Yun thanked Zhuo Chuan for the invitation and asked him to arrange a suitable place for him to rest. Before this, Qin Yun had entrusted Zhuo Chuan with finding and purchasing an origin consolidating spirit pill, a top-tier pill that could help condense a diamond inner core. Zhuo Chuan informed him that the seller wanted 1 billion crystal coins, but Qin Yun only had 700 million. Lan Fengjin gave Qin Yun the 300 million crystal coins he needed to make up the difference. Zhuo Chuan said he would be gone for a few days to meet the seller. He explained it would take a few days because the person lived quite far away, and he told Qin Yun and Lan Fengjin to wait patiently. After Zhuo Chuan left, Lan Fengjin patted Qin Yun on the shoulder, telling him he'd better thank her properly. Qin Yun pretended not to hear and turned to walk away, leaving Lan Fengjin so furious she could have spit blood. Even if she hadn't lent him the money, Zhuo Chuan would have covered it for him anyway. Suddenly, Qin Yun remembered something important. He had previously mentioned wanting to create a great beast hide array, so he suggested they start working on it. Lan Fengjin was also getting a little impatient. She wanted to see what kind of powerful item Qin Yun intended to create. Qin Yun had plenty of hides from 9th-rank demonic beasts and spirit demons. He and Lan Fengjin entered a spacious stone chamber where he took out all the beast hides. The array he wanted to complete was the 9 Yang spirit gathering array. Lan Fengjin looked surprised and asked Qin Yun if he actually knew anything about the Nine Yang Spirit Gathering Array. Lan Fengjin said, "The Nine Yang Spirit Gathering Array has been lost to time. It was originally a very famous formation of the Blue Crystal Palace. It was lost later because of the inscription gate. However, a few martial academies still have Nine Yang Spirit Gathering arrays passed down from ancient times." She was curious where Qin Yun had learned this secret technique. Even the Blue Crystal Palace didn't have it, yet he seemed to have mastered it. Qin Yun revealed that the secret to crafting the Nine Yang Spirit Gathering Array was passed down to him by his grandmaster. Lan Fengjin was even more stunned by this information, as she had never heard of any grandmaster associated with the Blue Crystal Palace. Qin Yun proudly said that his grandmaster was very powerful, very mysterious, and also very beautiful. Lan Fengjin's expression turned serious. "I have to ask you something," she said. "Are you implying that I'm neither mysterious nor beautiful?" Qin Yun, suddenly flustered, quickly changed the subject. He placed the beast hides into the furnace one by one and began crafting the Nine Yang Spirit Gathering Array. He silently admitted that Lan Fengjin and his grandmaster gave him a similar feeling, but he wasn't the least bit afraid of Lan Fengjin. Thinking of his grandmaster, he wished she could see how much he had grown. Qin Yun didn't dare look at Lan Fengjin anymore, afraid of getting distracted. He asked her to help him process the beast hides by using her martial power to nourish them and improve their quality. After 2 days of hard work, Qin Yun completed the creation of one. The square piece of beast hide was just big enough to create a miniature array for one person. Lan Fengjin had no idea he'd taught himself the Nine Yang Spirit Gathering Array. If she had, she would have gladly shared the spirit guiding star patterns with him. Lan Fengjin explained that these patterns are used to craft talismans that can attract falling stars. Inside, these small meteors are vast quantities of rare refining resources, and they have many other significant uses as well. Hearing this, Qin Yun was incredibly tempted. It was truly a fantastic item. He'd heard that not all falling meteors contain these resources, so this was definitely a stroke of luck. She also warned him not to share the spirit-guiding star patterns with anyone, because if the Blue Star Palace found out, she'd have no choice but to flee for her life. Right after completing the deal, Zhuo Chuan rushed over to Qin Yun's residence. He happily announced that the purchase of the Origin Consolidating Spirit Pill had been successful, and, luckily, they still had some in stock. If he had been just a few days later, Qin Yun might have had to wait a year or two to buy one. Qin Yun eagerly took the jade box and opened it. Inside was a golden pill, the Origin Consolidating Spirit Pill. Zhuo Chuan then changed the subject, informing him that after the recent exchange meet, many people were saying he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He told Qin Yun that he knew he was busy, but if he still remembered the high-grade Pattern Master qualification exam, he should start preparing. Although the rules normally required candidates to be intermediate-level Pattern Masters first, Qin Yun's case was an exception since he had already proven his ability to craft a king-grade item. Qin Yun was a little hesitant. An exam? What a hassle. Zhuo Chuan immediately explained the benefits of being a high-grade Pattern Master in the Pattern Hall. They received far more benefits than intermediate-level masters, including safer ways to earn star coins than hunting monsters, the ability to commission the Pattern Hall to find needed pills and materials, and they could even borrow star coins if necessary. Realizing the immense potential of the Origin Consolidating Spirit Pill, Qin Yun asked Zhuo Chuan if the Pattern Hall could help him buy more of them. He hoped to use the pills to quickly transform his 2 remaining inner origins into diamond inner cores. Zhuo Chuan explained that buying more Origin Consolidating Spirit Pills for Qin Yun was possible, but it would take about a year or two. The reason was that the Origin Consolidating Spirit Pill was a king-grade spirit pill, which required immense time and skill to refine. Qin Yun nodded enthusiastically, thanking Zhuo Chuan for helping him get the pill, something he couldn't have managed on his own, even with plenty of star coins. Qin Yun happily confirmed that he was ready for the exam, and without hesitation, he took the Origin Consolidating Spirit Pill, rushed to his secret chamber, swallowed it, and began the refining process. 8 days after entering the secret chamber, Qin Yun opened his eyes as a stream of black gas seeped from his body. He was thrilled to realize the Origin Consolidating Spirit Pill had worked, helping him condense his bright sun inner origin into a diamond inner core. Transforming his inner origin into a diamond inner core brought Qin Yun many benefits. His inner power would become much stronger and more stable than his previously fragile inner origin. Furthermore, the diamond inner core also allowed his body to generate a certain amount of adamant qi. When this adamant qi was infused into his inner power and strength, it would significantly boost Qin Yun's might. The ninth level of the martial body realm is characterized by adamant qi flooding the entire body. However, Qin Yun's bright sun inner core could conceal his aura, preventing the adamant qi from leaking out. As a result, he didn't show the obvious signs of a ninth level martial body warrior. Qin Yun still had two other inner origins that needed to be transformed into inner cores. Normally, he only used the inner origins from his Heavenly Lion's arm and Thunderfire martial spirit, so his adamant qi wasn't exposed, and no one could discover his secret ninth level martial body. After finishing his refinement, Qin Yun promptly went to take the exam. The examination room was fully equipped with all the necessary tools for the test, including a power hammer, a forge, and various materials. Zhuo Chuan had told him that to pass the high-grade Pattern Master exam, he needed to successfully craft a high-grade spirit talisman, a high-grade spirit tool, and a high-grade spirit array. Qin Yun then took out a sheet of talisman paper, but it wasn't an ordinary kind. It had been soaked in beast blood and put through a special refining process. Since this was just a qualification exam where he only needed to meet the standard, Qin Yun decided to use this paper to craft a fire talisman. A candidate next to him saw this, laughed, and asked if Qin Yun wasn't worried his fire talisman would fail to meet the standard if he used common spirit patterns. Qin Yun was confident that even common spirit patterns could be used to create a powerful talisman. If a talisman made with common patterns could still be powerful, it would be a true testament to a pattern master's skill. The other candidate, however, remained unconvinced. He sneered that even if Qin Yun managed to create a high-grade spirit talisman by carving a few pattern sets, he still wouldn't pass if its power was insufficient. Hearing that, Qin Yun also wanted to test his true skill level and see if he could actually pass this exam. Qin Yun was used to carving complex, high-grade spirit patterns, so engraving the common ones now felt incredibly smooth and effortless. Next up was the test. Zhuo Chuan explained that to test the talisman, they simply had to toss it into a special forge and shut the lid. If the fire talisman was powerful enough, it would blow the lid right off the forge. Qin Yun silently wondered why Zhuo Chuan, who could have possibly come up with such a ridiculous test. Zhuo Chuan took the high-grade fire spirit talisman from Qin Yun and tossed it into the furnace. He quickly slammed the lid shut. Then, the forge let out a deep rumble that shook the entire furnace, and the lid was blasted into the air by a powerful force. It crashed to the ground with a loud bang, cracking a large section of the wall. The other candidate was stunned, and then he heard it. When Zhuo Chuan announced that Qin Yun had passed the first round of the assessment, the guy finally realized the person he'd provoked was times Qin Yun, the crown prince of the Qin Empire. 3 days after leaving the inscription hall, Qin Yun returned to his room and saw Lan Fengjin. She was intently carving a 9-yang spirit gathering formation, so he pulled out his advanced inscription master's badge to show it off. Although she admitted that Qin Yun was truly talented, his constant jumping around like a circus monkey made Lan Fengjin want to throw a sandal at him. She'd already heard the news. He had given away the talisman he made during the exam. Who else could it be but Zhuo Chuan? The man had bought it and kept it as a souvenir, figuring it would be worth a fortune after Qin Yun became famous. For him to say something like that meant he held Qin Yun in very high regard. That was truly a rare thing. After more than an hour, Lan Fengjin finished her carving, and she and Qin Yun left the inscription Spirit Mountain to return to the Tianjiao Academy. After being away for a few days, Lan Fengjin missed Shui Zie terribly, seeing the girl as her own daughter. Qin Yun suggested that Lan Fengjin have a child, but she refused, saying a kid as annoying as Qin Yun wouldn't be cute at all. When they got back, they saw Shui Ziye in the hall with a pale face. Shui Ziye tried to stand up to greet them, but her body swayed, on the verge of collapsing. A quick glance told them she was seriously injured. Qin Yun and Lan Fengjin were worried because they knew Shui Ziye's martial soul could heal her quickly, even from severe injuries. All she usually needed was a little rest to recover. Zia, what happened? Where are Huozhong and Murong? Lan Fengjin rushed forward to support Shui Ziye. The girl looked listless, as if she was about to burst into tears. Shui Ziye explained that they had fought a powerful opponent in the martial arts arena, and their opponent had used a secret art to damage their martial souls. This caused their martial souls to lose connection with their bodies. She also said that Huozhong and Murong were badly hurt and were being treated elsewhere. A martial soul is absolutely crucial for a martial artist, and losing it is equivalent to having your entire life ruined. Lan Fengjin hurriedly checked Shui Zie's martial soul, and her expression turned grave. She determined that their opponent used the soul-severing palm, a rare lower earth tier martial art. Only those with high status in the Southern Palace could learn it. As far as she knew, very few people in the Tianjiao Academy had mastered it. Shui Ziye revealed he wasn't from the Tianjiao Academy, and I don't know if he's from the Blue Star Palace. He was very young, too. His name is Zhou Zhonghui. Hearing that name, Lan Fengjin recognized it immediately. He was indeed a notorious disciple from the Blue Star Palace and the Southern Palace. When he was 32 years old, he was imprisoned for killing more than 10 outer disciples. To think he'd been released now, he was only locked up for 6 years. He should have gotten 60. Lan Fengjin reassured Shui Ziye that they would find a way to help her heal her martial soul. Don't worry too much, but it might take a few years, maybe even longer, before you can leave seclusion. Knowing that, her martial soul could be restored. Waiting a few years was no problem for Shui Ziye, but Qin Yun proposed another idea. He could use the spiritual power of his soul-shattering palm to make her chaotic martial soul lose its senses. He could try to help her achieve inner core breathing. Her current weakness was because she couldn't absorb spiritual energy, and her inner core was losing its power. Even if someone secretly transferred their inner power to her, she'd just become weak again once it was depleted. After his help, her inner core breathing would no longer need to go through her martial soul. Her spirit meridians and inner core could absorb the spiritual energy entering her body on their own. Lan Fengjin was a bit stunned by Qin Yun's analysis and quickly said, "Not bad. I can't believe you can actually help with inner core breathing." Qin Yun smiled. He had studied soul refinement, and the related knowledge about martial souls was all interconnected. First, Lan Fengjin used her own mental energy to form a connection with Ziye's inner core, controlling the circulation within it. She recalled that some elders with profound martial arts skills could also help juniors organize their inner core spirit qi. But for Qin Yun, who wasn't even 20, to do it truly impressed her. Shui Ziye already looked much better. She no longer had that frail and weak appearance. Qin Yun closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit as he released the primal divine power from the bright Sunday inner core within his body, creating a connection to Shui Ziye's inner core. At that moment, Shui Ziye felt something magical. She could feel Qin Yun's immense yet gentle power and the frantic beating of his heart. Qin Yun linked his spiritual primal force with Shui Ziye's inner core and guided its rotation. Shui Ziye was overjoyed because her inner core had started to breathe. In other words, she had achieved inner core spirit qi. Qin Yun withdrew his spiritual primal force, but the inner core in Shui Ziye's dantian continued to breathe steadily, absorbing a massive amount of spiritual energy into her body. Shui Ziye was now absorbing spiritual energy much faster than before. She realized that if her martial, once her soul recovers, she'll be able to absorb spiritual energy much faster. She also knew that only inner essence and spiritual energy could achieve this state. Qin Yun guided Shui Ziye on how to focus her internal force, her inner energy. Once her internal energy was replenished, she had to control it to gather her shattered martial soul, and then continue to reclaim her power. If everything went smoothly, Shui Ziye's martial soul could be restored within a few days. Being able to absorb spiritual energy again, combined with Qin Yun's promise to heal her, made Shui Ziye overjoyed and incredibly grateful to him. At first, she thought she was on the brink of death, and even if Lan Fengjin could find someone to treat her, it would have taken years. She never expected Qin Yun to heal her almost instantly. Just then, Shui Ziye remembered something. She felt that the group from Star Xuan came just to earn Xuan points. She immediately told this to Lan Fengjin. After thinking for a moment, Lan Fengjin also figured they were just after fame. In truth, Lan Fengjin didn't know much about them either. However, in the martial arts tournament, severely injuring someone was supposed to result in a penalty. Shui Ziye sighed. She knew he wouldn't be punished. The tournament rules only applied to students of the Tianxuan Martial Arts Academy. So that means Shui Ziye and the others just have to take the loss? Qin Yun was astonished. She explained that although Huo Zhong and Murong were injured, their martial souls weren't affected. Zhou Zhonghui was at the 8th level of the martial body realm. She was his greatest threat, which is why he went after her. Lan Fengjin patted Shui Ziye's shoulder comfortingly, telling her to go back to her room and rest. They would figure out how to deal with Zhou Zhonghui later. After Shui Ziye returned to her room, Lan Fengjin warned Qin Yun not to act rashly. If a student of the Tianxuan Martial Arts Academy severely injured or killed an opponent during a match, they would be thrown into the academy's dungeon. But Qin Yun was determined to go. The most important thing now was for him to gather information on Zhou Zhonghui. The fighting arena was located in the inner court of the Tianxuan Martial Arts Academy. To watch a match, spectators had to pay a fee of several hundred star coins. And to compete, students needed to register and pay a fee of up to 1 million star coins. However, for the students of Tianquan Martial Arts Academy, this amount was insignificant. If they won in the fighting arena, they would receive a medal. This medal could be exchanged for precious items that money couldn't buy. Many students joined the tournament with the goal of collecting as many medals as possible. As long as they won, they would receive a medal as a reward. Previously, the Tianquan Martial Arts Academy had strict rules against killing or severely injuring an opponent in the fighting arena, so the students who participated always felt safe. However, due to the current special circumstances, the academy opened up the tournament. It was now open to students from the Blue Star Palace and other martial academies, leading to a massive influx of students from other places. If these new students severely injured an opponent during a match, they wouldn't be punished, and the Tianquan Martial Arts Academy had no authority to deal with them. This made many of the academy's own students reluctant to participate. They knew they would be facing much greater risks. But even though the Tianquan students weren't competing, the fighting arena still raked in a ton of money every day. This was the reason the Tianquan Martial Arts Academy was unwilling to change the rules. If the rules changed, the entertainment value of the fights would drop, the number of spectators would decrease, and the academy would make less money. When they registered, Lan Fengjin had made the rules crystal clear. If a Tianquan Martial Arts Academy student severely injured or killed an opponent in the fighting arena, they would be locked up in the academy's dungeon. The minimum sentence was 2 months, and the maximum was 50 years. If they wanted to reduce their prison time, they could pay a certain sum. 10 million star coins could shave off 1 year. Qin Yun realized the fighting arena was really just a money-making scheme. As long as you had enough cash, you could lessen any punishment. And he found that rather interesting. He then registered and put his name on the list at the sign-up area. The old man in charge saw Qin Yun's name and was completely shocked. He knew all about Qin Yun's reputation and was worried that when he competed, one of his opponents would end up severely injured. The old man reminded Qin Yun that he was currently just a beginner-level fighter. He would need to win 10 matches in a row to become an intermediate-level fighter, and then another 10 consecutive wins to become an advanced-level fighter. Following that logic, the highest rank was king-level fighter. The old man also added that if Qin Yun paid 100,000 star coins, they could arrange a match for him immediately, at any time he chose. If not, he'd have to wait patiently for a few days. Qin Yun asked the old man if he could directly challenge an intermediate-level fighter to become an intermediate-level fighter right away. The old man confirmed it was possible, but reminded him that all the current intermediate-level fighters were outsiders, and challenging that rank right from the start would put him at a huge disadvantage. But Qin Yun just smiled and asked if he could challenge a specific person. The old man seemed to remember what happened to Huozhong and the others, and he instantly understood that Qin Yun came here to get revenge for his teammates. He explained that Zhou Zhonghui was an advanced-level fighter, and Qin Yun couldn't, to challenge him immediately. Therefore, Qin Yun had to proceed in order, starting by challenging the intermediate-level fighters first. As long as he defeated one intermediate fighter, he would instantly be promoted to one, which wasn't a problem for Qin Yun at all. He quickly paid 100,000 star coins and had them arrange an opponent for him. Qin Yun entered the arena, having already found a high seat to observe from. The arena was designed like an amphitheater with multiple tiers of seating. Many students were sitting here, watching the matches below on a stage that was over 100 meters wide. In the next match, beginner-level fighter Qin Yun would face off against intermediate-level fighter Lu Guang. Upon hearing Qin Yun's name, the entire arena immediately erupted in surprise. Some people wondered why Qin Yun, a student from the Xingxuan Martial Academy, would participate when he couldn't seriously injure others. Others recognized that Qin Yun had just broken through to the 8th level of the martial body realm and were curious to see him compete. They also knew Qin Yun possessed over 3 billion points and guessed he was probably here to earn Xuan points. They were also eager to see the performance of Qin Yun, who was famous for having killed or crippled many opponents in the past. They recalled that, at just 16 years old, Qin Yun had once challenged the martial Dao realm expert Ying Xianglong. This made him seem incredibly arrogant in their eyes. Despite the chatter, the handsome and tall Qin Yun calmly walked out from the spectator stands. His profound gaze and composed expression caused those around him to cheer and follow his every step. Qin Yun's aura was completely different from an ordinary person's. As a former crown prince and a top-tier genius, he wasn't the least bit arrogant or overbearing. In particular, Qin Yun's calm and reserved nature earned him the quiet admiration of many. At 16, he had already been through many trials. Qin Yun had tempered a calm soul and a strong inner self, something many young masters from wealthy families could never achieve. Standing on the stage, Qin Yun sized up his opponent, Lu Guang. Lu Guang was also very calm. He wasn't the least bit intimidated by his opponent's title of genius killer. In this martial arts competition, no weapons were allowed. When the referee gave the signal to start, Lu Guang immediately charged forward with powerful, ferocious steps, like a wild beast. The resounding sound of Lu Guang's heavy footsteps echoed throughout the arena. Qin Yun stood motionless. When Lu Guang was just a few dozen meters away and about to release his inner energy, Qin Yun suddenly let out a powerful shout. Like the roar of a giant monster, it created a fierce gust of wind, and the violent sound wave blasted Lu Guang backward and sent him flying right off the stage. Qin Yun's terrifying shout made the entire arena tremble. Everyone's eardrums throbbed, leaving them shocked and staring wide-eyed at the fighting stage. Lu Guang had been blown away in an instant. Unable to keep his footing, he fell beside the stage, lying motionless, unable to hear, his vision blurry, and his mind reeling. The referee immediately declared Qin Yun the winner. Lu Guang had been stunned by the sudden sound wave. Although he took a powerful shock, he wasn't seriously injured, so Qin Yun hadn't violated the rules and won the match. Receiving a reward of 1 million Xuan points for defeating an intermediate fighter, Qin Yun became an intermediate fighter himself. But right now, he didn't have enough Xuan points to challenge an advanced level fighter. Qin Yun was quickly scheduled for another match. Qin Yun's goal at this arena wasn't just to defeat Zhou Zhonghui, but also to earn Xuan points through these duels. The next person to fight Qin Yun was a middle-aged man named Gao Shu, a burly man with a thick mustache, from the Lingxuan Martial Academy. Gao Shu was a young general of the Tianling Empire, with profound strength, and was rumored to be on the verge of entering the 9th level of the martial body realm. Gao Shu was an intermediate fighter who had won 9 consecutive matches, and, if he defeated Qin Yun, he would become an advanced level fighter. Gao Shu's martial soul was the Golden Axe, a weapon-type martial soul, which made him most fearsome in weaponless combat. Amidst the crowd's discussions, Qin Yun came to understand his opponent. Gao Shu was an enemy. Because Qin Yun had killed the crown prince of the Tianling Empire, Gao Shu was determined not to go easy on him in this match. Because if he won, he would be rewarded by the empire. Gao Shu confidently declared that he wasn't afraid of Qin Yun. He believed that Qin Yun only had the power of a 9th-level martial body realm fighter because he relied on immobilization talismans and high-grade spirit tools. Gao Shu figured that in this match, where those items couldn't be used, Qin Yun would be no match for him. Qin Yun just smiled in response to Gao Shu's confidence, comparing him to the crown prince of the Tianling Empire. Gao Shu scoffed that Qin Yun only managed to defeat the crown prince by relying on external forces, not his own true strength. He admitted Qin Yun was a skilled inscription master, but claimed that Xiao Yuelan only wanted to marry Qin Yun to get his inscriptions. It wasn't because she truly loved him. Gao Shu sarcastically said that Qin Yun was a pathetic guy being used by Xiao Yuelan, and even pretended to feel sorry for him. Hearing Gao Shu insult Xiao Yuelan, Qin Yun's expression turned cold, and he questioned him. Gao Shu just laughed loudly, calling Xiao Yuelan a bitch, and he mocked that Qin Yun couldn't do anything to him in the arena. Qin Yun was furious but couldn't seriously injure Gao Shu, felt incredibly indignant. Seeing Qin Yun's anger only made Gao Shu happier. He loudly insulted Qin Yun's mother, calling her a lowly peasant woman and sneering that her worthless blood also flowed through Qin Yun. Gao Shu's curses made the crowd erupt, with spectators shouting for Qin Yun to kill Gao Shu for insulting his wife and mother. They also felt Gao Shu's taunts had gone too far and cheered for Qin Yun, even though he would face severe punishment if he seriously injured or killed Gao Shu. The referee announced the start of the match. Right from the start, a furious Qin Yun roared and unleashed the Heavenly Lion's roar celestial sound, creating a terrifying gale that crashed towards Gao Shu like a massive wave. Gao Shu was already prepared, standing firm on the ground and protecting his body with a layer of qi. Qin Yun's sound wave didn't have much of an effect. Gao Shu laughed smugly and continued to curse at Qin Yun, using dirty tricks in his attacks. He remained calm and easily dodged all of Gao Shu's blows. In contrast, Gao Shu was constantly fuming and swearing at Qin Yun, growing more and more enraged that he couldn't even touch him. He wasted a huge amount of inner energy with each attack, while Qin Yun remained completely composed. If this kept up, Gao Shu's inner energy would run out, and he'd be too weak to fight back against Qin Yun. You can use the Heavenly Lion's roar to knock him off the stage. The audience continued to urge Qin Yun to retaliate fiercely to protect his and his family's honor. They figured getting punished by the Star Xuan Martial Academy was worth it, as long as Gao Shu was taught a lesson. When Gao Shu continued his insults, threatening Xiao Yuelin, Qin Yun couldn't take it anymore. He screamed and launched a continuous barrage of powerful attacks, his arms covered in violet gold flames. Finally, Qin Yun began his ferocious counterattack, causing the audience to roar with excitement. On the stage, Gao Shu was engulfed in Qin Yun's violet gold flames, and everyone thought he had been seriously wounded. Just then, Qin Yun charged into the flames to press his attack. A fierce battle erupted within the blaze, as Qin Yun used his spirit-gathering kill to beat Gao Shu into a daze. The spectators knew this was the end for Gao Shu. Although they couldn't see anything inside the fire, they could hear Gao Shu's screams and felt a sense of thrill. Qin Yun took an axe blade from his storage space and shoved it into his opponent's hand, then used his divine control art to control his body and arm. Instantly, the violet gold flames vanished, and everyone saw Gao Shu raising the axe blade, aiming it straight at Qin Yun. Using a weapon during a match was a violation of the rules. Quick as lightning, Qin Yun unleashed the 6 styles of the coiling dragon, transforming the violet gold flames into a giant lion's claw and striking Gao Shu with ferocious power. As Qin Yun threw his final punch, it created a blinding light that sent Gao Shu straight to the afterlife. The referee approached, but Gao Shu was completely drained of strength. The large axe and its fragments had also been destroyed by Qin Yun. The old referee was stunned. He hadn't been fast enough to stop Qin Yun. What terrifying power! Maintaining a calm expression, Qin Yun explained, he blatantly used a weapon, breaking the rules and threatening my life. Therefore, I had no choice but to finish him off quickly. Everyone just saw what kind of person Gao Shu is. He showed his lack of decency by cursing others and using dirty tricks. It was clear he'd hated Qin Yun for a long time, and in his rage, he'd wildly counterattacked, pulling out a weapon to attack Qin Yun. It was all plausible. No one knew that the axe Gao Shu held was one that Qin Yun had placed in his hand. A moment later, the referee shouted, "During the match, Gao Shu violated the rules by using a weapon. Due to the special circumstances, Qin Yun's all-out counterattack was in self-defense, and therefore, he did not violate any regulations. Qin Yun is the winner of this match." People couldn't believe it. Their minds kept replaying the horrifying scene of Qin Yun using the Heavenly Lion's dragon claw to finish off Gao Shu, especially those who had been insulting Qin Yun earlier. Now they were terrified and didn't dare to even look in his direction. For insulting Qin Yun's family, Gao Shu had been killed so completely that not even a scrap of flesh remained, only a few scattered ashes. Qin Yun returned to the Heavenly Pride courtyard and went to the small building, waiting at the door for Lan Fengjin. A moment later, Lan Fengjin arrived in a hurry. Qin Yun muttered a curse under his breath. That 500 million crystal coins all went to Zhou Zhonghui, that bastard. To deal with a scumbag like him, how many more crystal coins am I going to have to spend? Lan Fengjin sighed. You could have just crippled him instead of killing him. As long as he was alive, you would have just been punished with 20 or 30 years of confinement, which would have only cost 200 or 300 million. The thing Zhou Zhonghui uses is a legendary martial soul. I don't know what it is specifically, so you need to think this through carefully. Qin Yun thought for a moment and decided to prepare first. He asked Lan Fengjin how many crystal coins she had on her. She only had 300 million. If he was really thinking about dealing with Zhou Zhonghui, she would lend him the crystal coins for now and then help him find another 200 million. Lan Fengjin was never stingy with Qin Yun. She knew he was a young, high-level inscription master who also possessed many powerful, high-grade spirit inscriptions. In the future, she stood to gain much more. Qin Yun scratched his head and said with a laugh, I really don't know how I'll ever repay you for this, Lady Lan. Repay her with his body? Too bad, he's already married. How awkward. He had already borrowed 300 million star coins from her before, and now he was borrowing the rest of her money. He was secretly stunned. He never knew Lan Fengjin was so loaded. She had to be the daughter of some rich tycoon. You don't even have to pay me back. Lan Fengjin said that since he called her Sis Lan, how could she not help him out? She mentioned that Zhou Zhonghui knew perfectly well that Huo Zhong and the others were her students, yet he still attacked them so viciously. That was a serious provocation, and she was going to teach that guy a lesson. Lan Fengjin's face filled with rage, turns out. She was also doing this for herself, and her anger was so intense it scared the people around them. Early the next morning, Qin Yun changed into a tight-fitting black outfit and left his room, rushing to the fighting arena. He paid the old man in charge 100,000 star coins to arrange his match. By now, every student at the Star Xuan Martial Arts Academy knew Qin Yun had become a gladiator and was waiting for a fight in the arena. He had already won 2 matches and become a mid-tier gladiator. This got a lot of students excited, and they rushed to buy tickets for the match early. The arena quickly filled up. The entry fee was higher today, too. Everyone was eager to see how Qin Yun would perform in this fight. Qin Yun walked up to the old man and said with a smile, "Thanks to me, you sold a lot of tickets today." Qin Yun chuckled. "Since that's the case, why don't you just waive my fee and arrange an opponent for me directly? How about it?" The old man shook his head firmly, snatching the star coins from his hand. Absolutely not. He didn't have the authority. Xuan points or star coins. The fees had to be collected. Qin Yun took out his Xuan point card. He had 300 million Xuan points. "I want to challenge 3 people at once. Can you arrange that?" The old man was stunned, wondering if he'd heard him wrong. As it happens, there are 3 8th-level martial body disciples from the Eastern Palace who want to fight at noon. But he needed to confirm, "Are you really confident you can win? Senior, you just need to believe in me." Qin Yun wasn't concerned. He felt that facing 3 mid-tier 8th-level martial body gladiators would be no problem at all. He was very confident in his own strength, and also saw this as a chance to test just how powerful his bright sun inner core was. The old man accepted the star coins from Qin Yun and started looking for his opponents. Afterwards, Qin Yun went to find Lan Fengjin and Shui Ziye. He boldly told them he was going to fight 3 people at once. Lan Fengjin and Shui Ziye immediately stared at him in utter disbelief. It was like they were looking at a complete madman. Lan Fengjin quickly scolded him. "Did you smash your brain against a door or something? The fighting ring has its limits. You're no match for an 8th-level martial body gladiator to begin with." Qin Yun said, "If I can't win, I'll just surrender. It's not like I'm going to die." Lan Fengjin shot back. "If you die, how am I supposed to get my money back?" Shui Ziye urged them not to get angry. She reminded them they hadn't eaten yet and took out some food for them. Qin Yun seized the opportunity to change the subject. He took the food from Shui Ziye and couldn't help but compliment her. Seeing this, Lan Fengjin smacked him on the head. Shui Ziye sighed. "Actually, about those 3 disciples from the Eastern Palace, I've heard some things. They're triplets, and they're telepathically linked. Even if we teamed up, we might not be able to beat them." Qin Yun recalled the old man in charge, saying they weren't that strong. Could it be that he was tricked? Both Shui Ziye and Lan Fengjin urged Qin Yun to back out of the match, telling him there was still time. But for some reason, this just made Qin Yun look forward to facing the 3 disciples even more. He playfully suggested a bet. "Since you're so sure I'm going to lose, how about this? If I win, you both have to give me a kiss." Lan Fengjin couldn't stand it. She smacked Qin Yun a few times and yelled, "Is this really the time to be thinking about things like that?" But Qin Yun just looked incredibly confident. "If you really think I can't win, then let's make a bet. After all, if I lose, you don't have to kiss me." Lan Fengjin glared fiercely at him, thought for a moment, and declared, "If you win, we'll make you a few talismans." Qin Yun was thrilled. He grinned mischievously, seeing Lan Fengjin so worked up, while Shui Ziye looked a little embarrassed. It almost seemed like she wanted to kiss Qin Yun's cheek even before he had won. At noon, it was finally time for Qin Yun's match. The referee shouted, "Qin Yun versus the 3 wonders." When Qin Yun's name was called, the crowd erupted in chatter. Qin Yun is actually insane. He just earned 200 million Xuan points yesterday, and today he's betting it all. Such a reckless kid, blinded by greed. If Qin Yun won, he'd get 300 million Xuan points. Qin Yun stepped onto the fighting stage, but the 3 wonders still hadn't appeared. If they didn't arrive within the allotted time, it would mean they were forfeiting the match, our model, and Qin Yun would be victorious. Qin Yun paid no mind to the crowd's chatter, since Lan Fengjin and Sui Ziye had already told him as much. The preparation time was about to end when someone suddenly shouted, "The 3 marvels have appeared." These 3 beauties always had a habit of showing up late like this. Was it to put psychological pressure on their opponents? Haha, Qin Yun would probably be thrilled to get beaten up by them. Qin Yun's face turned beet red. Why did it have to be women? And the gorgeous 3 marvels of all people. They should be called the 3 charms, 3 elixirs that enchant the hearts of men. When the 3 of them appeared on the stage, the audience greeted them with a thunderous welcome. They appeared very confident and smiled warmly. The first marvel spoke up, saying that even though Qin Yun had decided to join the West Palace, they would still be fellow disciples in the future. Her polite demeanor was a bit unexpected. making him think that the disciples of the East Palace were truly humble and courteous. The second marvel, with a gentle and smiling tone, said that they would definitely defeat him today. They also didn't want to injure him on the stage. To avoid facing the wrath of his wife later, it would be best if he just surrendered. They would even compensate him with 300,000 star coins. That way, his losses would be minimized. Qin Yun could just imagine how domineering Xiao Yuelan was inside the Blue Spirit Star Palace, to the point that even the East Palace disciples feared her. Qin Yun smiled and assured them there was nothing to worry about. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't let them hurt him. The third marvel also let out a sigh, emphasizing that he'd better not regret it. Watching this scene from the stands, Lan Fengjin and Xue Ziye couldn't help but worry, knowing Qin Yun always went soft whenever he saw a beautiful woman. As the preparation time ended, the audience grew more excited, as many of them had bet a considerable number of star coins on the three marvels. As long as the three marvels won, they stood to win a hefty sum from the arena. The referee suddenly roared, "Let the match begin." Immediately, the three sisters moved in a blur, taking up 3 different positions to surround Qin Yun. All 3 shouted in unison and unleashed 3 blasts of bluish-purple internal energy from different directions, all aimed at Qin Yun. Qin Yun's entire body tensed. Hearing their shouts, he quickly maneuvered to evade the 3 incoming light blasts. He successfully dodged them, celebrating silently. He thought the 3 blasts would collide and explode, but instead, they merged into one, even larger, ball of light. And it continued hurtling towards him. Caught off guard, Qin Yun was struck by the blast and sent flying, nearly falling off the stage. Luckily, he reacted quickly, corrected his balance in midair, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he dashed away to avoid the pursuing energy blast. After dodging the blast of light, Qin Yun rushed towards one of the 3 women. But just as he charged, she suddenly flickered and shot out another blast of light. This one was incredibly bizarre and extremely fast, and it contained immense power. Getting hit would feel like being slammed by a heavy object, so Qin Yun hastily dodged. But as the light streaked past him, it suddenly detonated. A violent storm of energy engulfed Qin Yun, sending him flying again. The black shirt on his body was torn to shreds. Qin Yun cursed internally. What charms! They're more like 3 sticks of dynamite. This was the 3 marvels' signature attack formation, called the Death Triangle Formation. The 3 sisters each stood at a fixed point, and through a mysterious technique, they could launch tracking blasts of internal energy to attack. Anyone trapped in the triangle, if they couldn't react in time, would be crippled, or even killed. If you attacked one of them, all 3 would immediately launch a counterattack, while another energy blast would always be hovering, ready to detonate at any moment. Trapped in the triangle, Qin Yun constantly dodged the orbs of light, and each evasion forced him to face even more powerful energy blasts. Sometimes, even if he managed to dodge, a blast flying past him would still suddenly explode. He realized that the 3 marvels had incredibly strong mental power, which they used to control their internal energy. Though he was in a sorry state, Qin Yun also discovered they were using their mental power to communicate secretly, not because they had telepathy. He figured that he could use his own, stronger mental power to break their mental triangle formation. He believed that if he could sever their communication network, the 3 marvels would lose control of their internal energy. After analyzing the situation and forming a strategy, Qin Yun unleashed his strongest technique, Spirit Concentration Kill. An invisible wave of mental power, like countless tiny needles, permeated the triangle formation, destroying the enemy's link. The hovering energy blasts lost their guidance and slammed into the barrier, exploding violently. The beautiful faces of the 3 marvels were filled with terror. They knew Qin Yun had strong mental power, but they never imagined it would be this terrifying, several times stronger than their own. After being hit by Qin Yun's Spirit Concentration Kill, their minds fell into disarray, their thoughts a jumbled mess. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yun pushed his fire cloud steps to the limit, appearing in front of one of the sisters in an instant and knocking her right off the stage. After that, only 2 remained. The first marvel, having recovered slightly, looked at Qin Yun with a face full of awe. She admitted that they had lost, and that she was completely convinced of his strength. The entire arena erupted as the 3 marvels conceded defeat. The first marvel understood clearly that they had been attacked by Qin Yun's extraordinarily powerful mental energy. As fellow mental power cultivators, they knew exactly how terrifying Qin Yun was. Faced with this kind of mental attack, their defenses were useless. This was partly because they relied so heavily on mental power, making them extremely sensitive to its fluctuations. When hit by a mental attack, the damage they took was immense, mainly because their own cultivation of mental power wasn't advanced enough. The old referee loudly announced that Qin Yun had won the match. With San Miao defeated, Qin Yun's victory brought joy to everyone who had bet on him. Lan Fengjin and Shui Ziye also breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yun was overjoyed, leaving the ring with a bright smile to go to the arena's main hall and collect his star coins. And he asked the old man to arrange another match for him. At first, Qin Yun had blamed the old man a little, but now he couldn't help but admit it. San Miao really was just average. The old man paid it no mind and said he would arrange an easier match for Qin Yun for that evening, and he promised to look out for him a little, since he was a student of Old Devil Du. Meanwhile, Shui Ziye blushed and whispered to Lan Fengjin. She asked if they really had to kiss Qin Yun. Lan Fengjin looked annoyed, saying they had no other choice, because if they refused, Qin Yun would say they didn't keep their promise. Even though they were women, they couldn't be like some men who go back on their word. Lan Fengjin continued to reassure Shui Ziye, telling her there was nothing to be afraid of, it was just a kiss on the cheek. Besides, only the three of them would know, and Qin Yun wouldn't dare run his mouth about it because his wife, Xiao Yuelan, is incredibly formidable. If Xiao Yuelan found out, Qin Yun would be in huge trouble. Hearing this, Shui Ziye felt more at ease, nodding and whispering back that it was lucky they hadn't agreed to kiss Qin Yun on the lips. Just then, Qin Yun approached with a grin, looking at the two beautiful women, and laughed cheerfully. He asked what they were whispering about. Lan Fengjin shot him a glare and said they were just talking about how Qin Yun had taken advantage of the collapsing formation, using his own mental power to find the weak point in his opponent's array, instead of just releasing it outright. Hearing that, Qin Yun acted as if he'd forgotten all about the bet and turned to go prepare for his match.